Old Wang, instruct them to recall the helicopter. It's a waste of resources. These mere pawns do not require their intervention. One more careless move, and the losses could be substantial. Wang Shuedong felt a chill of fear. Those anti-aircraft missiles were no trifles. Had it not been for the pilot's evasive actions, the outcome might have been dire. Understood. I will contact them immediately. Furthermore, inquire if the base has authorized free fire. I no longer care if you still wish to capture them alive. You might as well forget it. These desperate rogues cannot be swayed by the virtues of martial ethics. Wang Shuedong glanced at Captain Wang, who was busy with communications, and then took matters into his own hands, beginning to charge the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle. Meanwhile, as the smoke cleared, Fox Shadow beheld the nearly lifeless monkey with a face full of sorrow. The armed helicopter's missiles had accurately pinpointed Monkey's location. After 2 resounding explosions, even Fox Shadow, who was quite distant, felt the repercussions. The shockwaves from the blast knocked them to the ground, and it took a considerable time for him and Lonely Wolf to regain their footing and stagger towards Monkey. Monkey seemed to have held on just long enough, gesturing weakly as he uttered something, blood bubbles spilling forth with each labored breath. Fox Shadow leaned closer. Boss, hurry, we really shouldn't have. Monkey could not finish his sentence, his breath failing him. Fox Shadow gently closed his eyes, whispering, Monkey, you go ahead. I know what you wanted to say, but it is too late for anything now. Nearby, Lonely Wolf sat despondently, clutching his abdomen. Fox Shadow glanced over. Are you injured? Lonely Wolf looked at the blood on his hands, chuckling as he shook his head. A shard hit my abdominal artery. Ha! Fox Shadow, is this the fate that befalls us mercenaries? Fox Shadow gazed at Lonely Wolf, whose eyes were gradually dimming, and for a moment, he could not find the words to respond, sitting there in silence. Boss, how are you holding up? The big guy and his companion rushed over, the former steadying Fox Shadow, while the latter checked on Monkey and Lonely Wolf, and shook his head at the big guy. Just then, with a thunderous boom, a gray commercial vehicle nearby erupted in flames. Instantly reduced to a shower of debris, the main body catapulted into oblivion, revealing a deep black trench in its wake. The big eye hastily raised his M24 sniper rifle, scanning for targets. You two should flee, they are beginning their assault. I will hold them off to buy you time. Fox Shadow steeled himself, resolutely declaring, his gaze occasionally darting towards a fallen monkey. Boss, we leave together. We will carve a bloody path. The big guy, we have underestimated the military prowess of Huaxia. We are at a disadvantage in every aspect. Even the effective range of our firearms pales in comparison. We cannot escape together. I will cover you. Quickly, this is an order. The 2 snipers exchanged glances, reluctantly nodding. After casting one last look at their leader, they slipped into the depths of the nearby woods. Minutes later, Fox Shadow peered through his scope at Wang Shuedong and his team. Refraining from firing, he was taking a gamble. A series of bullets struck the trees before him, the force causing the entire trunk to shudder. The firing did not cease. Fox Shadow realized his opportunity was fleeting. As the tree trunk was gradually eroded, he leaped towards a neighboring tree for cover. Midair, he was forcefully pushed back by an overwhelming power. Bang! Fox Shadow crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to sit up, leaning against a tree, gasping for breath as he fired erratically. When Wang Shuedong and his team arrived, Fox Shadow was on the brink of death. His eyes flickered towards the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle in Wang Shuedong's hands. A spark of life ignited in his dim gaze. His right hand slowly raised, only to fall back down in defeat. The infamous Fox Shadow of the mercenary realm drew his last breath, his eyes still fixated on Wang Shuedong's sniper rifle, staring blankly. Chapter 100. The armament system. Wang Shuedong and Chu Ge examined the corpses of Hu Ying and his companions, shaking their heads at Captain Wang. After inspecting their weapons, Captain Wang concluded that there should still be 2 snipers unaccounted for. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of intense gunfire erupted from the depths of the forest, prompting Captain Wang to rise and look in that direction. It must be Su Hu and Li Feng closing in. Captain Wang, we'll head over first. You keep watch here, said Chu Ge. Very well, stay safe, Captain Wang replied. Wang Shuedong and Chu Ge nodded to Captain Wang and led their respective teams towards the source of the gunfire. The 2 larger men were indeed cornered, besieged by 2 groups, one directly ahead and the other on the flank, forcing them into a small mound, which was precisely where Su Hu and Li Feng's forces were positioned. Looks like the soldiers of Huaxia are intent on annihilating us, the larger man remarked, peeking out to fire a shot before retreating. Their previous position was immediately subjected to suppressive fire, bullets kicking up clouds of dirt and debris. The smaller man fired off a burst before changing magazines and scanning the area. I'll cover you. Retreat westward. There's no sign of enemies that way, asked the smaller man, prepared to advance again. The larger man forcibly pulled him back. You're not Huing. Quit with the bravado. Let us go together. If we can escape, we will. If not, we'll face our fate side by side. The smaller man fell silent, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Typically reserved, he had already spoken more than usual that day. With that, the two began to move westward down the slope. At this moment, they had lost the will to resist. They only fired sporadically to slow Suhu's advance, seeking an opportunity to withdraw into the western woods. As Wang Xuedong and his team approached, they coincidentally found Suhu's group closing in on the small mound. Thankfully, both sides were engrossed in their firefight, narrowly avoiding friendly fire. Where are they? Suhu raised his sniper rifle to scan the west. Those two are surprisingly quick. They've already made quite a distance. He noted, Xiaojia, get to a high point and cut off their escape route. If you can, take them out. No more games of hide and seek. Suhu commanded. Yes, sir. 5 team members armed with electromagnetic pulse rifles swiftly took up advantageous positions, raised their rifles, and fired simultaneously. The distinctive sound of their weapons echoed through the air. Through the scope, Suhu observed the fleeing duo, calculating the distance to shoot but ultimately deciding against it. It was beyond his range. Just then, Wang Xuedong's teammates opened fire, and a volley of shots rang out, sending both men crashing to the ground. It was unclear whether they had been hit or if the dense hail of bullets had simply blocked their path. Suhu chuckled and waved forward, signaling his special operations team to charge ahead, resembling hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Yes, just like that. Keep them suppressed while we clean up the mess. Wang Xuedong lowered his sniper rifle and spoke casually. Let us wrap this up. With that, Suhu ceased his advance, allowing Li Feng and the others to take the lead, while he quickly approached Wang Xuedong, fixated on the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle in his hands. Brother, your teammates' rifles have truly impressed me, but this one here looks even more formidable. I noticed it earlier. It has no barrel. What kind of weapon is this? Suhu exclaimed. Haha, Suhu, you have no idea. This sniper rifle opened my eyes today. With just one shot from that vehicle, I took it out completely, Wang Xuedong replied. Captain Wang hurried over, breathless and eager, I must say. Oh, and they just launched a drone? Which I shot to pieces with a single shot. Can you believe that? It's more powerful than a missile. Ha ha ha, Captain Wang, brimming with excitement, monopolized the conversation that Wang Xuedong intended to dominate. Wang Xuedong stood by, frustrated as he tried to interject but found no opportunity, casting his gaze elsewhere. As they conversed, one of Wang Xuedong's team members suddenly halted their firing. Captain, we've got one. A team member rushed over to report, and Wang Xuedong immediately perked up, leading his team toward the direction the larger man had fled. Captain Wang and Suhu followed closely behind. The firepower of the 5 electromagnetic pulse rifles was relentless. No trees within the vicinity remained intact, many being severed at the trunk, leaving chaos in their wake. Dozens of Special Forces soldiers raised their rifles, eyes ablaze with determination. Wang Xuedong squeezed through to find a tall mercenary riddled with bullet holes. An M24 sniper rifle lying nearby, a smaller man, still moaning and bleeding from several wounds, appeared to be clinging to life. Captain Wang, hurry. We need the medical team up here. It seems there's still a survivor. Commander Jiang wanted a live capture. Perhaps we can save him, Wang Xuedong urged. Captain Wang nodded vigorously and dashed a call for the medical team. All right, fall back. Yes, sir. A few minutes later, Wang Xuedong and Chu Ge exchanged farewells with Suhu and his team before leading their own squads back to the base, leaving the cleanup to the Special Operations team. After returning to the base and reporting some details to Commander Jiang, they promptly set off back to their original unit, having only come temporarily to assist. In the aircraft, Chu Ge turned to Wang Xuedong, who was resting with his eyes closed. Wang, where will you go once we land? I need to visit the Weapons Research Institute. This sniper rifle must be returned. In fact, what Colonel Yao said that day in the helicopter was no exaggeration. This rifle was freshly developed by academician Chu Ge, and there's only one in the whole country. It's immensely valuable. Before we set off, Our brigade commander emphasized that while we can return without a soldier, we must bring back the weapon. You understand the weight of that statement, don't you? Indeed, it deserves such gravity. Huh? Ha ha, go on, take a nap. I'll rest a bit, Chu Ge said, casting a lingering glance at Wang Shuedong's black backpack before turning away to close his eyes. Meanwhile, as Wang Shuedong and his team valiantly fought, Chu Ge was diligently working at the research institute. When the blueprint for the aerospace carrier was first released, he had briefly skimmed it, not paying much attention to the armament system in his mind. The armament system ranked lower than the engine system, command and control systems, and energy systems, merely a secondary concern. After all, the true culmination of armament systems lay within the later heavy cruisers. However, today, as Chu Ge examined the armament system blueprint more closely, he was struck by the realization. Though the types were few, the number of gun positions was abundant. He delved into the data on electromagnetic railguns first. There were 4 triple-mounted 500mm pulse electromagnetic railguns as the main artillery, arranged with 2 at the front and 2 at the rear. A dual-mounted 420mm electromagnetic gun was positioned in the belly of the aerospace carrier, while 4 dual-mounted 320mm electromagnetic guns flanked either side of the ship. The secondary armament comprised 12 205mm electromagnetic rapid-fire guns. Chapter 101. Phase Cannon. Chu Ge counted. There were a total of 21 main and secondary guns, predominantly multi-barrel naval cannons, and their firepower was not insignificant. Yet, according to the system's explanation, this was merely a configuration for appearances, unfit for self-defense. Chu Ge began to fantasize about the heavy cruiser's armament. Wouldn't that be something to behold? System, do you also suffer from a fear of firepower in your realm? He inquired. What do you mean? I mean, the armament of the aerospace carrier seems adequate, aside from the absence of missiles and such. Missiles? The military-industrial system does not equip missiles. What do you mean? Not even the heavy cruiser. No, the term missile does not exist in the database. It is an invention of your planet. So, you're still stuck in the age of great cannon ships? Chu Ge was bewildered, realizing that despite all the developments, they might not surpass Earth's military might, which was rather awkward. No, based on your missile data, do you think its speed could reach anyone? Suddenly, Chu Ge understood. Although the aerospace carrier's engines had yet to reach full capacity, the existing nuclear fusion engines operated at speeds approaching light. He felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. After pondering for a moment, he sensed something was amiss. Gazing at the armament configuration list of the aerospace carrier, his mind raced. No, I'm not referring to the speed of missiles. I'm talking about their mechanisms. Our missiles, although lacking in speed, have their unique features, such as automatic tracking. But yours seem unable to change direction. Finally, Chu Ge recalled, in my database, there is a weapon system somewhat akin to what you describe, a nuclear fusion torpedo. However, it is not a tracking-type weapon. Rather, it serves as a finishing blow, utilized after incapacitating the opponent's propulsion and armor systems. Torpedoes, huh? It seems you view space as an ocean. Indeed, a nuclear fusion torpedo is undoubtedly suited for a finishing blow. Before developing the armament system, please ensure your opponents are of equal combat power. Otherwise, the armament from your planet holds no reference value. Chu Ge found himself at a loss for words, not due to mere disdain, but rather a sophisticated form of it. However, the critique was piercingly direct. He was trapped in a misconception, persistently attempting to compare the weapon systems on Earth to those in his own realm, oblivious to the fact that the operational environments, mechanisms, and even the units of measurement were fundamentally dissimilar. Furthermore, his current research level was at the lowest tier, constrained by the materials of his planet. Well, you may take your leave, he thought. Chu Ge felt that the system was delivering a cutting remark, prompting him to reject its insinuation without hesitation. Host, at least acknowledge your role as the master. Do not treat me as if I am inconsequential, he mused, cleverly evading the complexities of the rich tapestry of Huaxia culture. It was evident that the military-industrial system had no intention of treating him as anything other than a mere tool. Realizing this, Chu Ge felt his earlier bravado dissipate. A tool is merely a tool. He resolved, I shall focus on developing Huaxia first. As for the future, who can predict what it may hold? He shook his head. Casting aside these chaotic thoughts, after perusing the system's information on electromagnetic railguns, he turned his attention to its strategic weaponry, the phased array cannon. Upon examination, he couldn't help but feel a sense of self-inflicted torment. System, Isn't this phased cannon essentially just an armor-piercing bow? It breaches the opponent's defenses to pave the way for primary weapon strikes. The system replied, if the adversary is a heavy cruiser, its armor will be formidable. For instance, with a 500mm railgun from a space carrier, even if your ammunition is depleted, it would remain largely unscathed. The phased cannon's role is to incapacitate the enemy's main ship's armor and propulsion systems. Once those are compromised, destruction is merely a matter of time. Moreover, against small to medium vessels, the phased cannon's potency is sufficient to obliterate the target entirely, which is why it is classified as a strategic weapon with an SS rating. Your understanding is commendable, host. You have displayed rare intelligence. Well, thank you for the compliment. It is a rare occasion for you to be so loquacious, Chu Ge replied, satisfied with the answer he sought, and returned to his study of the phased array cannon. It was indeed a type of energy weapon system, albeit with a considerably intricate structure. As he flipped through the pages, he noted that even the fundamental technical data spanned dozens of pages, clearly indicating it was far more complex than the pulsed magnetic railgun. The system's documentation first detailed the function of the phased array cannon aboard the space carrier, emphasizing that armor penetration was merely one of its capabilities. Another critical function was debris clearance, akin to the snowplow at the front of a locomotive, but designed to eliminate radioactive dust, micrometeoroids, and asteroid belts, space debris that could jeopardize the carrier's navigational safety. The cannon's high-energy output could shatter, vaporize, or ionize the impacted space materials, thus mitigating hazards to the flight path. Next was the layout of the phased array cannon on the space carrier, which featured 6 subsystems. Albeit not all identical, they were categorized into various sizes. The arrangement included 2 systems on the rear, 2 on the belly, and 1 on each side, with the latter clearly intended for addressing blind spots. The 2 rear systems, the largest, boasted 300 launch units, arranged linearly, positioned at both the front and rear of the carrier, slightly protruding from the surface, while the core components were concealed within the rear armor's framework. The belly and side systems contained 150 launch units each. Following that, the documentation provided detailed specifications and manufacturing blueprints for the phased cannon, which comprised several distinct subsystems. The first was the plasma generation mechanism, followed by the complex energy transfer components that encompassed fire control, heat dissipation management, sensor interconnectivity, and radiation shielding, as well as anti-corrosion coatings at the contact points with the hull. The second was the energy rectification mechanism, programmed as an SPS-level plasma rectifier, whose primary function was to adjust the power output of the phased array cannon. Each launch unit corresponded to a dedicated plasma distribution channel, regulated by output commands from a central control unit. Any surplus fluid would recirculate back to the original plasma collection chamber. The third was the launch mechanism, wherein the rectified plasma would flow through supply conduits into the pre-launch chamber, with each unit linked to a dedicated supply line. The plasma would combust in the launch chamber while awaiting the final fire control command, subsequently being projected through a launch crystal. The pumping process from the chamber to the launch unit was governed by a 2-tiered program, primarily regulating speed and direction. The system documentation elaborated on the workings of a single launch unit. Chu Ge recalled that the largest system contained 300 of these launch units, and the entire vessel had a total of 1,200. He felt a pang of sympathy for the future engineers tasked with such an extensive construction project. Chapter 102. Launch Unit. Chu Ge mused, recognizing the familiarity of the initial 2 issues. With a moment's reflection, he recalled that the constraints and flow issues of high-temperature plasma were akin to the role of a tokamak in controlled nuclear fusion. It seemed he had encountered a parallel once more. Though this apparatus was somewhat different, focusing more on internal flow rather than plasma confinement, the underlying principle remained consistent. Both utilized powerful magnetic fields to manipulate plasma flows, differing only in magnetic confinement versus magnetic guiding. After contemplating this for a while, he assumed he had reached the conclusion, only to find several more pages ahead. Confounded, he continued to peruse, discovering that a few pages were dedicated to elucidating the third point, the launch mechanism of the units. Upon skimming through, he realized that the centerpiece of the phased array was not the generation or rectification devices, but rather the final launch apparatus. The ultra-high temperature plasma entering the combustion chamber, after passing through a novel synthetic condensate, designated as Ba2CuO4 FY by the system, would trigger energy transformation and an initial EM spectrum shift. Before being emitted through the artificial crystal, identified as Li-Cu-Fe1321 crystal by the system, the energy beam would be constrained within a fluctuating range of 0. 0.05 to 1.1 nanoseconds by a foldable charge barrier. The rise and fall of charge would initiate a pulse wave, which would subsequently be emitted through a matrix integration process. The relative proportion of proton charge to pulse frequency during the final emission phase would be determined by the power settings established by the system or the operator. Finally, concerning the directional emission of the phased beam, the calibrated energy beam would be projected through one or multiple crystal faces, with the sequence of fire commands and the emission direction dictated by the phased cannon's core command processor. Chu Ge felt overwhelmed. The documentation introduced several new synthetic materials, and he realized that some of the subjects involved were entirely outside his expertise, leaving him uncertain about which specialists should be recruited for development. This was an unprecedented challenge. Steeling himself, he continued to read, relieved to find that the theoretical data regarding the phased cannon concluded at this point. Ultimately, the emitted energy beam would be directed through adjacent segments, converging at the release point to form a phased beam aimed at the target. Rapid firing of the launch units would generate a narrow, dense phased beam, delivering maximum energy. Conversely, a reduced firing rate would yield a fan or conical beam, albeit with significantly diminished energy potency, making it more suitable for large-scale debris clearance. After hastily scanning through, he at least grasped the fundamental concepts. Finally, having completed the review, he acknowledged that, aside from the new synthetic materials, all components required for the energy conversion process, pipeline materials, combustion chamber materials, thermal insulation, radiation shielding, and anti-corrosion materials, would necessitate fresh development. A cursory glance at the core combustion chamber materials of the launch unit revealed an alloy of uranium-238. At that point, Chu Ge felt disinclined to delve deeper. It was no wonder the system had mocked his impatience. The undertaking was indeed monumental, and he needed to expedite the organization of these materials, blueprints, and synthesis equations. Otherwise, the timeline for producing the final construction schematics was uncertain. The weight of pressure bore heavily upon him, compelling him to remain in place throughout the afternoon until the room gradually darkened. Chu Ge had intended to settle for a modest dinner before resuming his work when a sudden knock echoed from the door. "Come in," he called, continuing to document data without raising his head. "Reporting in, Academician Chu, Team Leader Wang Xuedong has returned and is waiting for you downstairs." Wang Xuedong? Chu Ge momentarily faltered, only to swiftly comprehend, hastily following the guard downstairs. Academician Chu, Wang Xuedong, and Xue Zhikai stood at attention, saluting him. "Back already? Haha, have you eaten?" "Report, no." Wang Xuedong replied, scratching his head. "Haha, let's go. I haven't eaten either. We can chat as we walk." "Who is this?" Chu Ge inquired, gesturing toward Xue Zhikai. "Academician Chu, I am from the Special Operations Brigade of the Beijing Armed Police. My name is Xue Zhikai." Xue Zhikai had resolved to accompany Wang Xuedong to the Weapons Research Institute upon hearing of his visit, determined to catch a glimpse of this figure who had become a household name in Huaxia. Chu Ge and Xue Zhikai firmly shook hands, and Chu Ge felt a surge of admiration in his heart, knowing they had just returned from the battlefield. "Wang Xuedong, have you completed the mission? Please don't tell me you didn't fire a single shot with that electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle," Chu Ge asked, half seriously, half joking. "Yes, Academician Chu, the mission is complete. I fired several shots. Haha, but I still haven't fired enough." Wang Xuedong replied straightforwardly without any evasions. "Haha, that's good. When you hand over the equipment to Li Gang later, feel free to offer some suggestions. Since it's not finalized yet, there is still time for improvements. You are the sole user of this sniper rifle, so make sure to write a thorough report," Chu Ge instructed. "Understood, Academician Chu," Wang Xuedong replied. Chu Ge waved his hand with a smile, and the three of them entered the cafeteria of the Research Institute. The dining hall was nearly empty, clearly indicating that mealtime had mostly passed. Chu Ge led Wang Xuedong to Master Lu's food stall. "Master Lu, these two officers haven't eaten yet. Can you whip something up for them here at our Research Institute?" "Of course, Academician Chu. You all find a place to sit. I'll handle the rest. After all, we can't let you leave hungry, can we?" Master Lu was warm-hearted. Chu Ge scanned the cafeteria and walked directly to a table, where Li Gang was also present. "Perfect timing. You can directly hand over the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle to them later," he said. "Yes, Academician Chu," Wang Xuedong replied as he awkwardly took a seat, realizing there was a beautiful female officer across from him. Wang Yun was also there. "Academician Chu, you still remember to eat. I thought you might skip it again. I was just discussing with Team Leader Li whether to bring you something." She said, Yes, I can vouch for that, Li Gang quickly added. Wang Yun was pleased to see Chu Ge take the initiative to eat in the cafeteria. Elder Chun had specifically instructed her to pay attention to Chu Ge's daily life, especially his diet, to ensure he didn't neglect his health due to work. Understood, leader. Was this arranged by Elder Chun? I'm still young. I can handle this level of work intensity, and if not, I might as well retire early. Haha, she joked, prompting laughter from the table. Wang Shuedong, I forgot to ask, why are just the two of you here? Where are your team members? Also, were any of our people injured in this operation? The latter question was what Chu Ge was particularly concerned about. They escorted us to the entrance of the research institute, or rather, they escorted it back, Wang Shuedong said, patting the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle in his backpack. As for the operation, 2 of our personnel were injured, but thankfully, their lives are not in danger. However, 1 soldier may be left with a disability. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge and Li Gang felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts. They had not wanted to see any battle casualties. How were they injured? Chu Ge pressed for details, as he felt it was his duty as an academician in the military industry to serve the army and, fundamentally, the soldiers on the front lines. Those individuals were likely formidable mercenaries on the international stage. I heard from Commander Liao that a few of them were retired from the U.S. Navy SEALs or Delta Force, Wang Shuedong explained. But that's secondary. The main issue is that we were careless. We failed to observe the enemy's 2 snipers beforehand. They lay concealed in the woods and caught us off guard during the exchange of fire. 1 soldier was shot in the shoulder, and he may lose the use of 1 arm. The other, thanks to his bulletproof vest, survived, but it was pierced and caused significant bleeding. Fortunately, the incident occurred not far from the base. Otherwise, Wang Shuedong trailed off, and Chu Ge understood part of the combat details and patted his shoulder in solidarity. The atmosphere grew heavy, and no one spoke. Just then, Master Lu wheeled in a cart. Here comes the food. 4 dishes and a soup. Academician Chu, is this enough? If not, just let me know. Don't BS what he spoke. Several plates of food were placed before Chu Ge and his companions, followed by the staple food. Chu Ge looked at the portions and said, Master Lu, where did you get such large plates? This is more than enough. The 2 of them can fill up, while the 3 of us will be fine. Master Lu brought out large, deep bowls filled with 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, and a delicately prepared winter melon and shrimp soup. Li Gang couldn't help but eye it several times before silently going for a bowl of rice. Haha, some of the dishes were already prepared in this research institute. I may not have learned much else, but my cooking speed has improved significantly. It's unavoidable. Everyone is focused on work and often forgets the time. So they frequently come looking for food after hours, like Academician Chu here. Everyone laughed at Master Lu's humor, and the earlier gloom lifted considerably. After chatting a bit more, Master Lu returned to his duties. Chu Ge then encouraged everyone to eat, and Wang Shuedong and Xue Zhikai wasted no time in digging in. They were famished, having barely eaten throughout the day, subsisting on a few bites of compressed biscuits and chocolate. The sudden feast before them caused them to disregard the astonished gaze of the beautiful officer beside them as they indulged heartily. Li Gang, hurry and eat. Why are you just holding a bowl of rice? Chu Ge noticed Li Gang, who was fidgeting and could no longer hold back. Hey, Academician Chu, if you don't say anything, how would I dare? Haha, Master Lu is clearly partial to you, leaving all the good food for you. Delicious food can't keep your mouth shut. If you eat my dishes, I'll have to give you extra work later. No problem, Li Gang chomped away, looking nothing like someone who had just eaten. Chu Ge held back a laugh. Wang Yun, do you want some? Chu Ge began, but then noticed Wang Yun was signaling him with her eyes and glanced at the table. Just moments ago, the 4 dishes had been full, and now half were gone after a few exchanges. One should not speak while eating, nor talk while sleeping. Chu Ge obediently closed his mouth and began eating earnestly. He certainly didn't want to come to the cafeteria and then have to settle for instant noodles later. It would be quite the waste. Wang Yun glanced at her watch. From the moment Master Lu served the meal to when these big men set down their chopsticks, it had only been about 10 minutes. Chu Ge had not eaten much. He was primarily engaged in mental work and had a small appetite. As for Wang Shuedong and Li Gang, the latter's job involved designing blueprints into prototype physical forms, a mix of mental and physical labor, naturally leading to a larger appetite than Chu Ge's. Li Gang, I didn't finish earlier. The reason I brought Wang Shuedong and the others here was to inquire about their combat details. And now you see why. Chu Ge paused before continuing the earlier topic. Li Gang, still processing the information, seemed to have lost some of his sharpness to help with digestion. The individual equipment, the exoskeleton, and the protective armor material should be taking shape. Remember to verify everything tomorrow. I'm giving you a month to present the complete individual system. The laser handgun can be postponed, but I want to see all 6 remaining products in a month. Understood. Don't worry, Academician Chu. Chu Ge was not trying to make things difficult for anyone. He regretted not having developed this individual equipment sooner, as perhaps those 2 soldiers would not have been injured. The military-industrial systems armor should be able to withstand bullets from Earth's sniper rifles without a hitch. Chu Ge was filled with regret as he parted ways with everyone and returned to his dormitory. Feeling heavy-hearted, Wang Shuedong and Xue Zikai followed Li Gang to hand over the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, while Wang Yun accompanied Chu Ge downstairs, though the 2 walked in silence. Upon reaching downstairs, Chu Ge waved goodbye to Wang Yun and went upstairs, leaving her standing there with the guard, who resembled a wooden mannequin. Once Chu Ge returned to his dormitory, he tidied up his mood and dove back into work. He estimated that it would take about 2 days to verify all the data for the weapon system of the Aerospace aircraft carrier and finalize the blueprints. He spent half the night sorting through the simpler electromagnetic railgun components. And for the array phase cannon, he decided to consult Academician Chen first. The next morning, Chu Ge appeared in Academician Chen's office bright and early, circling around the office. Xiao Chu, what brings you to my office so early? Did you lose your wallet? Academician Chen asked with a smile, sipping his tea. Wallet? Elder Chen, I had forgotten about that until you mentioned it. I don't even know where I tossed the black card you gave me last time. I'll have to look for it later. Academician Chen nearly choked on his tea. Xiao Chu, you must take good care of that card. There are very few like it in all of Huaxia. Moreover, I gave you an unlimited card. Have you used it at all? Yes, I spent over 700,000. Now I somewhat regret it. I ended up treating my father. Academician Chen waved his hand, not wanting to get embroiled in that discussion any longer. Hey, Elder Chen, within 2 days, the weapon system for the Aerospace aircraft carrier will be readied. I believe we can officially initiate the Aerospace aircraft carrier project. No problem. We've been waiting for you to say that. Xiao Chu. Academician Chen stood up, his eyes filled with excitement. All right, I'll establish the project team and distribute the relevant subsystems according to everyone's familiar fields. The weapon plan requires some new synthetic crystals and polymers. So I'll need your assistance with that. I truly have no idea whom to consult for expertise in those areas. Chu Ge decided to pass on that burden to avoid the headache of selecting the right people. I believe the project department could benefit from appointing a few more deputy chief engineers. You could simply have them coordinate amongst themselves, couldn't you? After contemplating for a moment, Old Chen tentatively inquired of Chu Ge. Experience is indeed a valuable asset. Very well then, you all can manage the establishment of the project department. I must return to my work on the armament system. With his objective achieved, Chu Ge prepared to make his exit. Wait a moment, there's still one matter. What about the name of the Aerospace mothership? As the chief designer, your input is essential. A name? I hadn't really thought about it. I'll take a moment to ponder it. With that, Chu Ge dashed off, leaving the naming of the vessel, a genuine conundrum, behind. Chapter 104. Naming with mythical beasts. Returning to his office, Chu Ge continued to develop his armament system. He meticulously organized the data reports, engineering blueprints, and the layout of the phased array cannons within the Aerospace mothership. As for the new condensates and synthetic crystals, he intended to compile a separate list for them, which he would submit to the material research team designated by Old Chen. The entire process was lengthy and methodical. 2 days swiftly passed, and during a brief respite, Chu Ge began to deliberate on the naming of the Aerospace mothership. After much contemplation, he found himself inclined to use some ancient mythical beasts unique to Huaxia, or perhaps some extraordinary creatures from the Shan Haijing or Xiaoyaoyu. Firstly, since the Aerospace carrier is a crucial national asset, invoking familiar names from Huaxia would resonate with the populace. Secondly, among these mythical beasts are those regarded as auspicious, which for Chu Ge carries a connotation of blessing, be it for the future interstellar fleet's journey through space or for Huaxia's flourishing prospects. Ultimately, Chu Ge aimed to firmly imprint the essence of Huaxia upon these creations. Regardless of whether the future world recognizes a concept of a Earth alliance, or whether these technologies might be shared, their origins must remain clear. Just as the mention of American stealth technology instantly evokes thoughts of the B-2 and F 22. Chu Ge desired a similar effect. He narrowed down several name options. Kuanpeng, Phoenix, and Chu Ge stood as the primary candidates, with alternatives including Sunlight Candle, Lunar Shade, Qingwan, and Huanglong.as. He reflected upon these names. Chu Ge felt that Kuanpeng was the most fitting. The others could be reserved for different vessels. The Kuanpeng soars across 90,000 miles, traversing the boundless skies. There is nothing else to it. It embodies grandeur. The Aerospace mothership serves as the flagship of the fleet and boasts the largest tonnage. Chu Ge recalled the description of the Kuanpeng in Zhuangzi, Xiao Yao Yu, which also emphasized its immense size, thus aligning perfectly in terms of tonnage. An idea began to form in Chu Ge's mind. Perhaps gathering all these mythical beasts would be rather exhilarating. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought upon recalling the Shan Haijing, which features a staggering 128 species. Competing in mythology and imagination, Huaxia truly excels. Chu Ge sighed. Afterward, he diligently marked a circle around Kuanpeng. System brother, what do you think? Is this name impressive? It's boring. Surely, it is far more meaningful than your haphazard assortment of letters and numbers. They are merely symbols. You fail to grasp it. You emotionless. Chu Ge faltered, momentarily at a loss for words to describe the essence of System Brother. Neither a robot nor merely a program, but rather a fragment of consciousness intertwined with the military database. In any case, the language and characters of Huaxia carry abundant symbolic significance and profound connotations, which these dry English letters cannot convey. Ignoring System Brother, Chu Ge found it challenging to explain these concepts. As he completed his tasks, organizing the data and construction blueprints of the armament system over the past 2 days, the phone on his desk rang. While tidying up, he picked up the phone and pressed it to his ear. Xiao Chu, do you have a moment? Please come to the comprehensive conference room. You must attend this meeting today. We are waiting for you. Academician Chun spoke kindly. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge hurriedly agreed. It seemed there was something significant to discuss, and he had already resolved the naming issue for the Aerospace mothership. After tidying up his materials, he hurried to the conference room. The comprehensive conference room of the Weapons Research Institute was the largest in the facility. Chu Ge recalled attending only once, during his initial visit to the institute with a proposal in hand. Since then, he had rarely participated in subsequent meetings on various projects, not out of pretension, but due to a genuine lack of time, as such technical discussions tended to be lengthy. Gradually, Academician Chun had also ceased to invite Chu Ge to participate. He had become the leader, often conducting meetings focused on the new projects he had researched. Today, however, Academician Chun had personally called him, indicating the importance of the matter at hand. Upon arriving, Chu Ge found the conference room packed to capacity, a quick glance revealing a dense sea of heads. It seemed that leaders and key technical personnel from all departments of the institute had gathered. As Chu Ge entered, hushed whispers ceased, and the room fell silent, with those nearby rising to their feet. Academician Chu! Academician Chu! Those further away, unsure of the situation, also stood. Witnessing this scene, Chu Ge felt somewhat out of place. Having spent the past year in solitary pursuits, he had not encountered such a crowd, many of whom were heads of various departments within the institute. Our current Chu Ge is no longer the inexperienced lad from a year ago. He has become a prominent figure within our Weapons Research Institute. What are you still standing there for? Come sit beside me. Chu Ge bowed slightly to greet everyone before stepping onto the podium. Academician Chun sat at the center, surrounded by senior members of the institute. An empty seat beside him was flanked by Old Huang, presumably the only vacant spot in the room, prompting Chu Ge to hurry over and take his place. As he settled into his seat, he felt a slight discomfort. Minister Wu, Minister Long, Director Qin, Commander Wang, shall we begin? Academician Chun addressed the room while looking at the multimedia screen. Chu Ge glanced over, noticing representatives from the technology department, business sector, military, economic planning, resource departments, and even leaders from Huaxia's national media attending via video conference, with a dozen faces displayed on the comprehensive screen. Many of the leaders were unfamiliar to Chu Ge, though some appeared vaguely recognizable. The presence of television recording equipment suggested that this might even be a live broadcast, prompting a silent exclamation from Chu Ge. All right, everyone, today marks what can be considered the most grandiose meeting in the history of our research institute. I won't waste time with unnecessary details. I believe you are all somewhat aware of the topic at hand. I can officially announce that today's meeting serves as the commencement ceremony for the Aerospace Mothership project. Academician Shin wasted no time in getting to the point. Regarding the Aerospace mothership, its chief designer will address you shortly, so I want to overshadow his expertise. I merely wish to convey that in the coming years, the Weapons Research Institute, or rather all of Huaxia's military scientific research units, will center their efforts around this globally significant endeavor. Perhaps within 1 or 2 years, Huaxia will represent the entire Earth in embarking on formal interstellar exploration. Of course, this exploration will not merely involve launching satellites or collecting soil samples. It will entail cruising and exploring in the form of an interstellar fleet. It is not an exaggeration to say that we do not rule out the possibility of establishing space bases on suitable celestial bodies or satellites. Chapter 105. The establishment of the Celestial Army. Academician Chen paused, glancing at several leaders and then surveying the assembly of researchers below, who held their breath in anticipation of his next words. Perhaps some of you noticed the term I just used, globally significant. Indeed, after careful consideration, we have decided that the Aerospace Mothership project will not be conducted in secrecy. The entire interstellar fleet establishment plan will be transparently communicated to the public. We aim to boldly conquer the stars and seas, and to inform other nations that the mission and purpose of the interstellar fleet are not directed against the people or entities of Earth. Unless, of course, you encroach upon Huaxia's territory or core interests. The audience erupted into applause, their enthusiasm fully ignited. Today's meeting did not involve specific arrangements. It served merely as an official notification. I believe it is necessary to commemorate this historic moment. I urge all colleagues present to dedicate their utmost efforts to this monumental project, so that together we may compose a magnificent new chapter for Huaxia. The entire assembly rose, a wave of fervent applause resonating throughout the room. Echoing for an extended period. As Academician Chan stood, Chu Ge and the others followed suit. After some time, Academician Chan gestured for everyone to be seated. I believe it is essential for Minister Long from the military to announce the following information. He is far more qualified than I am. Wouldn't you agree? Minister Long. Academician Chan cast a meaningful glance at the large screen before making an inviting gesture. Minister Long adjusted the microphone before him and began. Well, originally, as a military representative, I should not overshadow the momentous announcement of the Aerospace Mothership's formal launch. However, since Academician Qian has brought it up, I feel it appropriate to make an announcement as well. As these two matters are indeed complementary, Huaxia is set to officially announce the establishment of its 6th military branch, the Tianjun, the Interstellar Task Force. Tomorrow, we shall refer to it simply as the Tianjun. Unlike other military branches and the Rocket Strategic Force, the Tianjun Command will be situated aboard a space mothership, subordinate to the highest military command of Huaxia. The Tianjun will not conduct operations within the confines of Earth or its atmosphere. Its operational domain will extend into outer space, with its initial phase focusing on cruising and exploration throughout the entire solar system. As the space mothership progresses from the planning stage to actual service, we will initially select 100,000 active personnel from across the armed forces to join the Tianjun, including commanders at various levels, pilots, ground operatives, starship weapon operators, navigators, communication specialists, ground support, maintenance, logistics, and more. Moreover, aspiring youths of Huaxia who wish to join the Tianjun are encouraged to enlist at local recruitment offices, as the military is keenly welcoming. However, let me issue a word of caution. Selection will be exceedingly rigorous. The phrase 1 in 1,000 is far from an exaggeration in this context. Minister Long's tone turned serious as he addressed this matter. As for experts with specialized skills, you are also invited to apply at the Yinjing Weapon Research Institute, for the interstellar fleet will require your engineering and technical talents during its explorations, as well as professionals in environmental science, detection, mineral exploration, and other fields when landing on unfamiliar planets, and in the construction of space bases, including materials research, architectural design, and spatial planning. Of course, just like military personnel, the selection of professionals will also be stringent. Chu Ge is acutely aware that the interstellar fleet will necessitate a vast array of specialized talent and will undoubtedly cast a wide net nationwide. Perhaps the strictness mentioned here pertains not only to professional knowledge but also to other aspects such as mental resilience, interests, and unique skills. However, Chu Ge is not concerned about this broad recruitment, as, despite many currently pursuing material pleasures, there are still plenty of young dreamers like himself who yearn for the stars and the sea. These individuals are the future of this new fleet. The announcement from Minister Long stirred a wave of excitement, akin to a bombshell detonating in the hall, prompting a flurry of applause followed by hushed conversations. The formation of this new military branch signifies that Huasia's strategic ambitions are no longer confined to this blue planet. Many pondered whether they too should enlist. Among them, Yin Tianhao, Zhang Jun, Li Gang, and Wang Yun decided to apply after deliberation. They had always dreamed of one day following the Grand Interstellar Fleet to establish a space base on another planet. What a fantastical notion. This had been their dream since childhood, persisting to this day. How could they not be moved? Minister Long cleared his throat, signaling for quiet. Well, I have said what I needed to say, and I shall not delay you further. The floor is now yours, Academician Chen. All right, the Research Institute has established a specialized assessment and selection team. Those interested may apply regardless of position, Academician Chen reassured the audience. Finally, let us invite the chief designer of the space mothership, Academician Chu Ge, to deliver the closing remarks, shall we? Academician Chen did not hesitate to relinquish control of the floor to Chu Ge, who adjusted the microphone height and surveyed the audience, which erupted into even more fervent applause. This scene was one that he had to face head-on. Minister Long had already provided a brief overview of the interstellar fleet's plans, so Chu Ge began to share details regarding the progress of the space mothership. I noticed your excitement upon hearing that research personnel could accompany the fleet into outer space. Minister Long is correct. At least in the initial phase of our planning, exploration is our primary objective. I have mentioned to Academician Chen multiple times that the space mothership serves primarily as a platform, a research platform. The command center is merely a narrow interpretation of its purpose. The true significance lies in exploring the unknowns of the cosmos. So, what are these unknowns? Chu Ge cautioned against over-speculating about extraterrestrial beings. Rather, they could be elements, minerals, or even life forms not found on Earth. Regarding extraterrestrials, Chu Ge felt uncertain. How else could the military-industrial complex justify its existence? He decided to sidestep that topic. As for the progress, the space mothership will officially commence construction by the end of this year, and all supporting docks are being constructed in an orderly manner. All subsystems of the space mothership will be gradually assigned to each of your departments. Unlike Academician Chen, I will not tell you to devote all your energy to this. I simply wish to convey that even if you wanted to slack off, there would be no time for that. The system is vast and complex. You will find yourselves constantly receiving new progress reports that require experimentation, data verification, and testing. Therefore, I suggest those of you with families should take this time to request leave. You see me? I am quite clever, having requested a 6-month leave long ago. Unless you come to me directly. Ha-ha-as Chu Ge concluded. Laughter erupted from the audience. However, this did serve as a reminder that leave must indeed be requested. Human emotions and desires are a natural part of existence. Research personnel are not detached from the world, nor do they possess the same stature as Academician Chu, who can afford such privileges. In my plans, once the space mothership takes flight, it will embark on a mission of great significance, a pivotal moment, which I shall not disclose just yet. Subsequently, other escort and auxiliary vessels for the interstellar fleet will continue to be constructed until the fleet is fully formed. This will mark yet another pivotal moment. Would you like to know about the third pivotal moment? Yes, the crowd responded in unison. The third pivotal moment will be announced in the conference room of the space mothership. All right, I have finished speaking. Chu Ge knew when to withdraw. His methods of talent acquisition had already reached a level of mastery. While the audience felt a slight disappointment, their determination to enlist only grew stronger. Chapter 106, Simulated Data. The meeting concluded. And although brief, the content was invigorating. Even though Academician Chen had informed everyone to return to their respective posts, many remained to discuss the recently announced matters, particularly the news regarding the selection of research personnel, which had quickly become a hot topic among the experts at the Institute. Xiao Chu, are you busy? If not, could you come by my office? Academician Chen, noticing the sustained enthusiasm of the crowd, turned to the busy Chu Ge. Sure, Academician Chen, I'm not busy today, except for a brief visit to Li Gang's team to discuss some new work plans. Good. Academician Chen said, departing. As he walked down the corridor, he could hear snippets of discussion surrounding the meeting's content, a smile spreading across his face. Clearly, the enthusiasm was high. Chu Ge followed in step with Academician Chen, the two walking side by side along a verdant concrete path. Xiao Chu, have you thought about the naming of the space aircraft carrier that I mentioned the other day? The senior leaders are waiting, and we need to finalize the name today. At that moment, Chu Ge was admiring the scenery. Having not stepped outside for a few days, he felt that summer was almost upon them. In many northern cities, spring is fleeting. Today still felt rather chilly, yet tomorrow might herald the instant arrival of summer. Academician Chun, I have come up with a few names, but I'm not sure if they're suitable. Chu Ge replied, rummaging through his folder to find the page where he had handwritten several candidate names, which he then presented to Academician Chen. Xiao Chu, your handwriting is quite commendable, as they entered Academician Chen's office. The elder praised him while shaking the paper. Chu Ge felt a bit bashful at the compliment, but indeed, his handwriting was decent. Even during school, he had often received praise from Ule.as with all things. There are strengths and weaknesses. While Ulu would praise Chu Ge's handwriting, he would never miss a chance to poke fun at his English, which was notoriously awkward and unmistakably reflective of a Huaxia writing style. Chu Ge had even practiced it, but to no avail. After some time, he simply ceased to dwell on it, realizing that he would be better off studying Huaxia's calligraphy instead. Academician Chen examined the names with great seriousness, pondering the significance behind each one, while Chu Ge explained his reasoning. Academician Chen nodded in agreement. Xiao Chu, you truly understand the national circumstances of Huaxia. Ha ha, I find your arguments quite compelling, and personally, I wholeheartedly agree. However, the final decision must still rest with the higher-ups. I will submit it shortly. The senior leaders place great importance on your opinions. Otherwise, they would not be urging me so persistently. After Academician Chen's remarks, he cast a meaningful glance at Chu Ge. However, Chu Ge remained unperturbed, focusing solely on diligently fulfilling the tasks assigned by his superiors. The rest, he decided, was left to fate that moment. He was deeply engrossed in studying the apples, seemingly detached from the final naming of the space mother ship. Academician Chun, I just realized that you have quite an array of apple varieties. Chu Ge remarked, observing the selection of apples on the fruit platter. Academician Chen did not respond, merely smiling and shaking his head. These were specially sourced by him. Chu Ge lingered in Academician Chen's office for quite some time. And as he prepared to leave, he made sure to discreetly take 2 apples with him. After Chu Ge departed, Academician Chen promptly submitted the name for the Aerospace mothership proposed by Chu Ge. According to their prior arrangement, the name was to be finalized before midnight, after which it would be featured in tomorrow's press release, making it known to all of China and indeed the world. After submitting the proposal, Academician Chen turned his gaze towards the sky, hoping fervently that the name would be accepted, for within it he sensed Chu Ge's ardent desire to soar through the heavens. Chu Ge then made his way to the experimental base of Li Gang and his research team. Li Gang now oversaw over 100 members, and with such an increase in personnel, the scale of their operations had naturally expanded. The experimental facility stood 3 stories tall, with the ground floor serving as the workshop. As Chu Ge stepped inside, he felt as though he had entered an aircraft assembly plant. The spaciousness was remarkable, particularly the height of the ceiling, reminiscent of designs only found in aircraft assembly facilities. Engineers were busily calibrating various devices and semi-finished components, creating a bustling atmosphere. The second floor housed the office area, data computation center, and a temporary security storage room. Chu Ge had yet to visit the 3rd floor, which he presumed was designated for temporary dormitories. Upon locating Li Gang, he found him immersed in simulating the critical values of explosive shockwaves from individual soldier armor and the penetration of armor-piercing projectiles in the computation center. Li Gang wore an expression of excitement, his smile radiating enthusiasm. What have you taken? Chu Ge's sudden remark startled the exuberant Li Gang. Academician Chu, you arrived just in time. Take a look at our simulated data. I believe this individual soldier armor could also be used on tanks. It far surpasses the performance of current composite armor, Li Gang exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. And it's so lightweight, simply perfect. Have you simulated the data for armor-piercing shells, fragmentary projectiles, and the mainstream tail-stabilized armor-piercing shells? Chu Ge inquired seriously, taking the mouse and opening several data files. We haven't done that yet. We only conducted general explosive damage data and large-caliber firearm data. What you mentioned is generally not applicable, right? Those rod-type armor-piercing projectiles are typically fired from large armored vehicles or anti-tank missiles. Using them against individual soldiers is a bit exaggerated, don't you think? Li Gang replied with an innocent expression. The development of spear and shield has always been a spiral progression throughout history. When you possess a sharp spear, the shield will naturally be reinforced. Likewise, now that you have a new shield, you should employ the sharpest spear to test it. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, as you mentioned, this armor technology could also be applied to other fields, such as tank armor. What about the simulation data? Even if it were just stored for future reference, it would be beneficial when the military needs it. Why not take advantage of that? Chu Ge suggested with a smile. Expressing his thoughts, he noted that some departments often focus solely on their own projects, neglecting others, leading to a significant waste of time and resources due to redundant efforts. However, he bore no ill will towards Li Gang. Understanding that the workload could be overwhelming, leaving little room for additional tasks, Chu Ge patted Li Gang on the shoulder and continued to examine the data reports. When it comes to our individual soldier armor system, the most critical aspect is to consider its metallic ductility. What does that mean? Li Gang queried, puzzled by Chu Ge's words. Regardless of whether it is a pointed armor-piercing projectile or a blunt-headed one, the torque generated upon impact with the target armor at a specific angle varies, which creates a form of destruction known as brittle penetration, particularly relevant to our high-strength armor, Chu Ge explained. This type of projectile, upon striking the armor's surface, will undergo deformation, resulting in numerous fragments, while the high-strength armor itself may also shatter, causing secondary damage. You must collect this data and input it into the central processor for simulation, ensuring that the final theoretical data is a valid simulation. Chu Ge turned to Li Gang, expressing his earnestness. Li Gang nodded vigorously, his gaze towards Chu Ge now filled with fervor. The intensity of Li Gang's gaze made Chu Ge shiver slightly, prompting him to subtly shift to the side. Academician Chu, how did you acquire such practical military theoretical knowledge? Li Gang asked, intrigued. Well, I had a keen interest in military matters during my time at school, often reading theoretical reports and studying classic battle cases from World War II. One report mentioned some cases related to tank armor, particularly the German Tiger tank towards the end of the war. Are you familiar with it? Chu Ge replied that I'm not sure. Isn't it called the Tiger Eye? Li Gang pondered. These are not the same. Never mind, it's not important. Towards the end of World War II, Germany faced a shortage of sufficient molybdenum, which is a key material for enhancing armor toughness. Essentially, it's about the metal's ductility. This led to a significant decline in the armor quality of the Tiger tank. This quality refers to the comprehensive index of the armor's performance. In the case of the Tiger tank, while its strength was adequate, its toughness was lacking, resulting in a tendency to fracture upon impact and poor resistance to non-penetrating damage, which often caused substantial secondary injuries. Consequently, despite the Tiger tank appearing to have a significant advantage in battle statistics, the casualty ratios among tank crews often displayed a stark asymmetry. What do you mean? The tank emerged relatively unscathed while the crew suffered injuries. That's quite awkward, Li Gang remarked. Thus, you understand my point. When simulating data, it must be meticulous, considering all aspects. In essence, the more extreme the conditions, the better, as this will help us determine the critical values of the new equipment. Chu Ge stated, refraining from mentioning that in certain scenarios, the equipment could be deemed invincible. I understand now. Academician Chu, Li Gang replied, deeply inspired, nodding solemnly, I almost forgot. I came to assign you a new task. Weren't you interested in creating something substantial? It's here, Chu Ge said, handing Li Gang the relevant materials for the electromagnetic railgun system of the Aerospace mothership. Li Gang accepted the documents, placing the electronic USB drive and construction blueprints aside to first examine the printed project report. The Aerospace mothership, weapon system. Electromagnetic railgun report, Li Gang read aloud, character by character, before erupting in joy. Academician Chu, is this the weapon system for the Aerospace mothership? Yes, one of the weapon systems. Its principle is somewhat akin to that of an electromagnetic pulse rifle, so you should find it relatively straightforward to develop. Coordinate well with your team. Both the individual soldier system and this railgun must be completed according to the scheduled plan, Chu Ge instructed, adopting a serious tone when discussing the timeline. Understood. I will ensure the task is accomplished, Li Gang responded earnestly, saluting. Chu Ge returned the gesture with a serious nod, patting Li Gang on the shoulders before turning to leave. After dinner, Chu Ge returned to his dormitory. This evening, instead of delving into a specific subsystem, he opted to browse through the existing database of the Aerospace mothership, clearing his mind and contemplating the next steps to take. By chance, he noticed his prestige value was nearing 1 billion, instantly piquing his interest. System, I recall you mentioned that reaching 1 billion would trigger a reward mechanism. This won't accumulate, will it? No, it is fixed. Every 1 billion triggers once, the system confirmed. a rarity of straightforwardness that moved Chu Ge unexpectedly. I look forward to it. I hope it isn't another gene reagent. The reward mechanism is designed within a specific range. Randomly determined, the system replied. Could you possibly reveal this range? It would help me prepare mentally, Chu Ge inquired. The host's medium to long-term plan includes space exploration, landing on unfamiliar planets, and constructing space bases. Consequently, system rewards will be randomly allocated within this scope, with prizes aiding the host's plans, the system elucidated. Chu Ge found something peculiar in the system's response, suspecting it had been learning another country's language, resulting in its slightly awkward phrasing. While washing up, he engaged in a silent dialogue with the system, occasionally chuckling, which might have seemed unusual to any onlooker. Their conversation continued until he settled into bed. Do the rewards vary in significance? They do not, the system replied. Could you speak more clearly? Chu Ge expressed his frustration. The Aerospace mothership is rated as SS class, the heavy cruiser as SS class, and the frigate as S class. The system's rewards will not feature items of similar caliber, though lower-tier items may appear as rewards. What about the minimum threshold? For instance, what if I receive something useless? The mechanism for triggering and deducting upon reaching 1 billion prestige ensures that this system is not a repository for trash. From a macro perspective, the standards remain unchanged. It is advisable to reference the exchange of 1,000 prestige for a lifetime achievement as a benchmark. That comparison is indeed relevant. To summarize, it's akin to a scoring mechanism where the highest and lowest scores are discarded. Leaving the average, Chu Ge concluded. The system fell silent, suggesting that it was in a foul mood this time. Chu Ge pouted and turned away to sleep. That night, he experienced a level of restful slumber he had never encountered before. May 20th, a day brimming with affection. In a prestigious high school located on Yinjing West Road in H City, Chu Xiaowu and her close friend Ma Xiaoyao are enjoying breakfast in the cafeteria. Ma Xiaoyao serves as both a companion and classmate to Xiaowu. They hail from the same county and have attended both middle school and high school together, excelling academically. Earlier this year, Xiaowu was inexplicably transferred to this municipal key high school. And eventually, Ma Xiaoyao followed suit. Ma's father is a prominent entrepreneur in the county, and with his daughter's commendable grades, it was relatively effortless for them to make the transition. Thus, the two strikingly beautiful sisters, one serene and the other lively, are once again hand in hand, merrily engaging in playful banter. As Ma Xiaoyao jokes with Chu Xiaowu, she simultaneously watches the morning news. Unlike many girls her age who prefer soap operas, Ma Xiaoyao is drawn to news and political affairs, perhaps influenced by her father. Suddenly, an important news segment interrupts the program. Following a high-level decision, the Supreme Military Command of Huaxia has confirmed the official initiation of the first aerospace carrier, the Kunpeng, with academician Chu Ge appointed as the chief designer. This type of aerospace carrier is set to be powered by a fusion engine, promising speeds that will surpass all existing spacecraft, fighter jets, and rockets. Industry insiders further reveal that the Kunpeng will serve as the flagship of an interstellar fleet, with construction commencing by the end of this year, and auxiliary vessels will gradually enter the construction plan. At that point, Huaxia will become the first nation on Earth to possess an interstellar fleet, symbolizing humanity's conquest of the cosmos. Simultaneously, the Supreme Military Command of Huaxia has announced the establishment of the sixth branch of its military, the Celestial Army, which has commenced the recruitment of 100,000 heroic individuals to bolster the interstellar fleet with military and technological talents. The military emphasizes that the Celestial Army's mission is to explore outer space and has no interest in earthly nations or military alliances, urging certain countries not to overinterpret their intentions. The cafeteria falls silent. The high school students are beginning to grasp the gravity of significant news. The report is extensive, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Ma Xiaoyao stares intently at the television screen, where footage of yesterday's meeting featuring Chu Ge and Elder Qian is displayed. Xiaowu, doesn't that person on the podium look like your brother? Ma Xiaoyao remarks, her gaze fixed on the screen. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu quickly turns her head, as she had vaguely caught the mention of Chu Ge in the news, but had dismissed it as a figment of her imagination. Her elder brother, who left home earlier this year, has not returned since, although he occasionally checks in via text, inquiring about their parents' health and her studies. He has since adopted a hands-off approach, though he does transfer substantial sums of money to her from time to time. Amounts that are rather staggering. Xiaowu, being sensible, never spends frivolously and quietly saves it all. She understands that her brother, Chu Ge, is now an esteemed academician at a research institute, engrossed in numerous projects, which keeps him exceedingly busy. Thus, she strives diligently in her studies, not wanting to let her brother down, while also aspiring to become a pillar of the nation like him, sharing in his responsibilities. It really is my brother. What exactly is an aerospace carrier? Xiaowu questions, her expression filled with confusion. Ma Xiaoyao responds earnestly, it's akin to an aircraft carrier, I suppose, although I'm not entirely sure. In essence, it's a military asset. But one thing is certain, this colossal aircraft is intended for cosmic exploration, so the primary distinction is that it can fly. Ma Xiaoyao gazes at the television, her admiration for Chu Ge evident in her eyes. Isn't this your neighborly brother? What an aircraft carrier. This is on par with a spaceship, an interstellar fleet, and aliens too. The news mentioned that the fleet is already recruiting. I want to meet aliens. The boys at the same table appear to possess a bit more knowledge than Xiaowu and Ma Xiaoyao, albeit with a fair share of exaggeration. Xiaowu, did you just say that the chief designer is your brother? You share the same surname, are you siblings? One boy inquires, his attention piqued. Yes, he is my real brother, academician Chu Ge from the Yinjing Weapons Research Institute. Ma Xiaoyao interjects that I'm aware of who Chu Ge is. He is my idol. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm eating at the same table as the sister of my idol. I must go boast about this, the boy exclaims before rushing off, leaving the table in stunned silence. The excitement reverberates throughout the school, and various media outlets explode with discussions online, with a forum post about the aerospace carrier, Kuanpeng, skyrocketing to the top of trending topics. Did you catch the morning news? It's about the Kuanpeng, right? My dorm mates and I were completely floored by the announcement. It's still hard to believe. Recruitment for the armed forces has begun. And my brother said experts from various fields are also being sought. He is a civil engineering major and is contemplating whether to apply. Are you still doubting? Exactly. Do you think Huaxia would release such news without reason? Clearly, they waited until all related technologies were perfected before announcing it. The construction of the interstellar fleet is progressing steadily, and once the hull is joined, there is no way to conceal it any longer. So they opted for an early announcement. Haha, this is a dream come true for us military enthusiasts. Everyone is speculating about the technical specifications of the Kuanpeng. There are all sorts of theories, including star destroyers. I'm particularly eager to see the comments on YouTube. I wonder if they're in disbelief. Who cares? We haven't had our fill of excitement yet. An interstellar fleet is no small matter. It involves a multitude of military personnel and scientists. Just imagine the thrill of landing on another planet. Do you think they discovered aliens, which prompted the rapid formation of the interstellar fleet to protect Blue Planet? It is like a sci-fi film come to life. Unlikely. Did you see the chief designer of the Kuanpeng? Chu Ge, academician Chu, a genius who developed controllable nuclear fusion. His involvement ensures that everything is progressing as it should. Absolutely right. I find myself increasingly in awe of academician Chu. I'm grateful he is one of us. At this moment, I want to express a glitch. To be born a Huaxia person, to die a Huaxia soul. I have no regrets for joining Huaxia, and in my next life, I will be a Huaxia person once more. The subsequent sentiments expressed by this netizen ignited the enthusiasm of many, leading to a flurry of agreement in the comments. A new wave of technological fervor has officially commenced across the land of Huaxia, with numerous technology and research companies issuing related videos and documents, calling upon their internal tech personnel to heed the national call, striving to prepare for Huaxia's imminent ascent. Meanwhile, Chu Ge is diligently organizing the energy systems for the aerospace carrier, which has become his primary focus in recent times. His phone buzzes on the table. Those who recognize the number are primarily close acquaintances of Chu Ge. He glances at it. It's Dilly Reba. Academician Chu, is it convenient to talk? She inquires hurriedly, of course. What could be inconvenient? My office and dormitory have successfully merged. I'm the only one in this entire building. Haha, Chu Ge replies, having grown accustomed to the solitude. Did you see today's morning news? No, I haven't had the time at all. You don't know. My phone has been bombarded with calls. Friends in the industry have been reaching out. Even directors I'm not particularly fond of have contacted Li Jie, expressing a desire to collaborate, and Li Jie claims it's all thanks to you. Dilly Reba is not exaggerating. The entertainment industry fundamentally revolves around influence, and Chu Ge's newfound prominence has made him a coveted figure, drawing attention from those seeking to bask in his glow. They may not be able to reach Chu Ge directly, but they are familiar with Dilly Reba, making her a viable point of contact. Chu Ge pauses, recalling Elder Chin's earlier words, realizing that the press release from yesterday afternoon must have been disseminated this morning. Haha, well, that's great. Finally, you're getting the recognition you deserve as my girlfriend. However, you can contact them, but don't involve me. I have no time for that. Tell them to be patient. I'll consider it once I retire in a few decades. Haha. Chu Ge, now quite clever, understands the implication behind Dilly Reba's words. Haha, I know. You think I'm unaware of their intentions? They want to use me to get to you? No way. Especially those frivolous types. They come to me all sweet and charming. But when it's your turn, they throw themselves at you. You should have said that earlier. Hearing Dilly Reba's response, Chu Ge feels a mischievous urge to tease her. You? Oh, come on, Chu Ge, you've grown wings now. Just wait. Just kidding, just kidding. As they exchange playful banter, the excitement surrounding the aerospace carrier Kunping finally transcends national borders, with international discussions igniting on platforms like YouTube, where videos about Huaxia's extraordinary developments are receiving unprecedented attention. Chapter 109. The United States is a bit anxious. The internet enthusiasts in Huaxia have not yet had their fill of excitement, naturally leaving them with no time to idly wander on YouTube. The video was edited and uploaded by a foreign netizen, compiling some early news footage along with translating certain textual information into English before posting it on YouTube. Once the video was uploaded, its viewership and comments skyrocketed, quickly reaching millions of views. Under the influence of this template video, similar versions in various languages began to flourish on YouTube like mushrooms after rain. By noon on the same day in Huaxia. The top 3 trending videos on YouTube were unprecedentedly all about Huaxia. To be precise, they were concerning the aerospace battleship, Kunping. Is this their promotional educational video? Or perhaps a version akin to concept cars displayed at an auto show? Comment from a netizen in the United States. According to the translation of the video, it is an official state release, signifying a formal project initiation with a clearly stated construction timeline mentioned afterward. This is no trivial matter. If nothing materializes by the deadline, won't they be ridiculed? Comment from a netizen in Germany. Indeed, I concur with the analysis of the German netizen. Consider that once certain matters are confirmed as coming from the Huaxia government, how many slip-ups have been made? Their capacity for action is truly somewhat terrifying. Comment from a netizen from the Maple Leaf Nation. However, this is just too swift, isn't it? Based on current technological advancements, I believe humanity requires at least several more decades, if not longer, to traverse the stars freely. Furthermore, hasn't military aerospace technology always been the forte of the Americans? How could they be surpassed by the Huaxians? Comment from a netizen in the United States. As the saying goes, when Huaxia releases such news, it signifies they may have already overcome all technological hurdles. I even suspect they might have commenced construction. To exaggerate slightly, some systems might already be completed but are simply delayed in being announced, which is unprecedented and quite different from many other nations. For instance, the Curry nation often boasts grandly, yet the actual completion of projects can take them a decade or two. Comment from a netizen in Russia. And you dare criticize our country? Are you not the same? How long did you drag out a single warship order? Don't you keep track? We are the future hegemons. One day, you shall beg us, while Huaxia, the United States, Germany, and others pale in comparison. Comment from a netizen from Russia. This comment from a netizen from a certain Curry nation successfully drew fire. Netizens from various countries began to attack furiously, only to return to the original topic after a while. False news has been debunked. The Great H Republic is a developed country, while Huaxia is still a developing nation. How could a nation reliant on stealing others' technology possess such cutting-edge military technology? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Comment from a netizen from the Great H Republic. Daily boasting about being a developed nation. I truly find it amusing. Have you seen any developed nations' netizens who constantly inflate their own status? Only you, an excessively insecure nation. Oh, speaking of stealing, I believe you are the true thieves. Comment from a netizen from an island nation. However, one point is not incorrect. What is depicted in this video is absolutely impossible. They do not yet possess that level of technological prowess. Speaking of which, if the suzerain nation has spoken, shouldn't the H nation's netizens humbly accept? How dare they question? This is tantamount to rebellion. Comment from a netizen from an island nation. Born a Huaxia person, die a Huaxia soul. This life has no regrets in entering Huaxia, and in the next life, I shall still be a Huaxia person. comment from a Huaxiao expatriate in Washington. YouTube is always so harmonious. Regardless of the newsworthy events, people always find their own amusement and then begin to spar freely to a few netizens who have climbed the wall to watch are secretly observing. Especially regarding such military matters, only the clever ones refrain from explaining to them. You can never awaken someone who is feigning sleep. The sharp words and bombastic claims of the netizens stem from their information deprivation. A single video indeed cannot signify much. Nowadays, skilled individuals can fabricate a video in mere minutes, and the average netizen often cannot discern truth from falsehood. The U.S. government, however, was far from calm. When the news broke, it was around 6 p.m. in the United States, a time when officials of all ranks at the Pentagon had already returned home to enjoy their private time. Miraculously, many cars soon began to arrive in the parking lot. Resembling the morning rush hour, the number grew, and upon closer inspection, it was evident they were all hurriedly summoned back. John Wilson and William Miller were among them. The previous operation, Pathmaker, had ended in failure, leaving John Wilson greatly frustrated. He and Joey had previously engaged in a 2-hour discussion at their usual CO bar regarding the failure of this operation. John could not comprehend why his plan, which had been so covert, had resulted in total annihilation. This setback was a significant blow to him, and in the following days, the once gray-haired elder of American politics seemed to lose the courage to continue fighting. Now, drinking, bar-hopping, and chasing women had become the main themes of his life. However, John Wilson did not leave empty-handed. Before leaving, Joey had handed him a USB drive containing the complete audio recording and some video footage of the Pathmaker team's demise. This was an unintended acquisition for John. Initially, he intended to use it to understand the dynamics of the team and certain deployments of the perimeter security forces around the Prism Tower base. However, it turned out to be a direct witness to the entire team being hunted down. When Joey handed it to John Wilson, his expression was somewhat grave. John, Huaxia has always been difficult to infiltrate. Known as a forbidden ground for mercenaries, especially concerning military matters, I fear it has now become impenetrable. I do not intend to engage in any business on the Huaxia front anymore. Please seek someone more capable. My losses this time are too severe, alas. John Wilson did not say much in response. He understood Joey's capabilities and therefore did not blame him. Regardless of who was assigned to oversee this operation, John estimated the outcome would not differ much. He had previously underestimated the situation. He had hoped to conduct a back-to-back reconnaissance while Huaxia was still unresponsive, but he did not anticipate that these structures would be so heavily guarded by Huaxia. With an unprecedented level of military vigilance, they dealt with those mercenaries swiftly and decisively. He turned and handed the USB drive to Miller, instructing him to take it to the technical department for analysis. Choosing to temporarily step back from it, he needed to divert his attention. Otherwise, his perpetually tense mental state was becoming increasingly unbearable. However, fate had other plans. John Wilson had barely enjoyed a few days of respite when he was abruptly stunned by a phone call from William Miller, summoning all military and political personnel back to their posts immediately. John instinctively sensed that something significant was unfolding. The last time such a gathering occurred was during the 9/11 terrorist attacks. Chapter 110. The United States Response Measures. Upon arriving at the office, John Wilson first brewed himself a cup of coffee, sipping it while awaiting his old friend William Miller. As his coffee neared its end, Miller arrived. Hi, good evening, Miller. Why the urgent summons back? Has something happened? Boss, you still don't know. Know what? At 6 a.m. Yanqing time today. Oh, just an hour ago, Huaxia's official news channel aired a report that ignited the entire world. Oh, here's the video. Take a look. William Miller produced his phone, fiddled with it for a moment, and then handed it to John Wilson. John accepted the phone, sipping his coffee while glancing at the video. Gradually, his expression changed, and he ceased drinking the coffee. After a long pause, Boss? Hi, John. Sorry, William, I was lost in thought. Regarding this video, do you believe it to be genuine? I'm not entirely sure about its authenticity, but the analysis report concerning that group of mercenaries has already been released. Based on the video and audio materials, Huaxia's individual weapon systems have likely surpassed our previous assessments by a significant margin, William Miller said as he handed a research report to John Wilson. John set down his phone and took the report, studying it attentively. William Miller did not wait for him to finish before continuing the discussion. The rifle's effective range is already comparable to that of our sniper rifles. The most alarming aspect, however, is not this. but rather its ammunition capacity and precision. Just look at the final part of the analysis assessment. 5 groups of ballistic fire sustained attacks for several minutes. What does that imply? This means the ammunition capacity is at least 50 to 100 rounds. Furthermore, the impact points are remarkably consistent, indicating extremely high precision. That isn't even the most astonishing part. Take another look at the segment regarding the reconnaissance drone being shot down and their mode of transportation being destroyed. Our technicians have analyzed it frame by frame, and they have first eliminated the possibility of individual rocket launchers or anti-tank missiles. Such weapons can generally be captured on modern video technology. Yet the footage we received shows nothing at all. It appears invisible, like a ghost. This indicates that the speed of this weapon is exceedingly rapid, surpassing the fastest speed our cameras can capture. Utilizing the most advanced cameras can indeed achieve an astonishing photographic speed of 70 trillion frames per second. However, such devices are specialized equipment employed by defense departments to probe into scientific realms such as ultra-short light propagation, wave transmission, nuclear fusion, and photon propagation. They have yet to extend their capabilities to the level of pinhole cameras. William Miller lamented. So, does this imply that their losses are not unwarranted? Has the weaponry of Huaxia already advanced to a degree of generational disparity? John Wilson inquired of Miller with a hint of reluctance. At the very least, they are indeed formidable. However, we have no access to specific data, thus I cannot arrive at a definitive conclusion. One comforting thought is that the majority of their special forces still utilize the original weapon systems. And those new weapons appear to be quite rare. Well, let us set that aside for now. My current concern is that if what the Huaxia officials claim is indeed true, then, William, we shall have to conduct ourselves with utmost humility moving forward, as this world may be on the brink of a profound transformation. John Wilson sighed heavily, leaning back in his chair. Although he had not participated in the Pathfinder operation firsthand, it felt as though he had. Having suffered from the dreaded post-traumatic stress disorder that afflicts many veterans, now, upon hearing the term Huaxia, he experienced headaches and profuse sweating, leading to an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Boss, on a brighter note, we won't have to bear the blame this time. They may need to mobilize all available resources to verify the authenticity of this information. Did you not notice that the minister's vehicle has already arrived? They are undoubtedly more anxious than we are, William Miller said, settling down with a hint of relief as he fiddled with his phone. As the two conversed, an officer entered the room. Director John Wilson, the minister has sent me to inform you that you are to proceed to the number 1 classified conference room immediately for an urgent military meeting, the officer stated before departing without another word. John stood still for a moment, shrugged at William Miller, and slowly made his way out. Upon entering the conference room, John found that the high-ranking officials of the U.S. military were already assembled. He scanned the room. Taking in the presence of the Pentagon's intelligence agency, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and a gathering of 5-star generals from the National Security Council. Prominently displayed on the multimedia screen at the head of the round table was the U.S. President alongside his chief advisors. This was a meeting of the highest level of military secrecy. He refrained from further provocations and quietly took a seat in the back corner. In his lifetime, John Wilson had seldom encountered such a grand assembly. All right, everyone, now that we are all present, you should already be aware of the topic for today's meeting. This afternoon at 6:00 p.m., the Huaxia military announced their interstellar fleet program to the world through their official media. Therefore, I would like to ask Director Rodriguez, as the authoritative intelligence agency of the United States, why was your agency completely unaware of this beforehand? The presiding chairman of the conference began with an accusatory tone. Chairman Anderson, I hope you understand that Huaxia is a permanent member of the UN Security Council. Their military and defense research institutions, much like ours, operate with utmost confidentiality, especially for a project of this caliber, to have prior knowledge. You might as well ask God, Rodriguez retorted without hesitation, asserting that intelligence agencies are not omnipotent and certainly not scapegoats to be sacrificed. Now is not the time for such rhetoric. I wish to ascertain the veracity of their report, or whether we have contingency plans in place. The Supreme Commander interjected, prompting the gathered dignitaries to cease their squabbling and furrow their brows in contemplation. Mr. President, based on the current information, it appears they are still in the planning phase. After all, our military reconnaissance satellites have not detected any large vessels being launched. As for the extent of their planning, whether they have reached the stage of practical application for certain systems or have merely completed the schematic verification phase, We cannot determine at this moment. Rodriguez composed himself and responded earnestly to the Supreme Commander's inquiry. I understand the difficulties you face. Throughout history, whenever epic-making equipment has emerged, it has rarely been detected in advance, as exemplified by our Manhattan Project. Therefore, what I wish to inquire is how we should respond. I believe we can capitalize on their military opacity. They have made an announcement, after all. Why not ask them to reveal specifics about the fleet scale, mission nature, and even some data on the core battleships? Of course, we need not inquire directly. This is where our allies must step forward. Anderson, being a seasoned U.S. military strategist, deftly pinpointed a path for the assembly. Following his line of thought, it was evident that Huaxia would not heed their requests. As any nation would be reluctant to disclose its military secrets, this was the result Anderson sought, as at least such inconsequential statements could temporarily reassure his allies, preventing them from being unduly alarmed by the mention of an interstellar fleet and averting the potential collapse of the Western military alliance, which the U.S. would prefer to avoid. After stabilizing the wavering allies, there would be ample time to verify the credibility of the matter, and in the worst-case scenario, any criticisms would originate from those allies themselves, allowing the UDTO maintain an appearance of merely expressing concern. Subsequently, the dignitaries engaged in discussions regarding this proposed response strategy and offered various targeted improvements. Time swiftly passed into the late hours of the night, and the U.S. president ultimately made a decisive call. All attending high-ranking officials unanimously raised their hands in agreement, broadly endorsing Chairman Anderson's comprehensive strategy. The United States thus established the primary tone for the Western Bloc in response to Huaxia's recent announcement, urging the Huaxia military not to resort to intimidation and advocating for transparency on specific projects, asserting that outer space belongs to all humanity, not solely to Huaxia. Chapter 111. Energy Systems. The military conference regarding Huaxia's aerospace aircraft, the Kuanpeng, concluded deep into the night. Several vast parking lots along the banks of the Potomac River suddenly became bustling once more, with luxurious vehicles lining up to exit, their lights piercing through the surrounding darkness of the tranquil night. However, CIA Director Rodriguez did not partake in this commotion. At that moment, he was continuing his earlier discourse with John Wilson in his office. John, you have been responsible for intelligence gathering on Huaxia for about a decade now, correct? Rodriguez remarked, lighting a cigarette and turning to gaze out the window at the busy parking lot. Indeed, Director, it has been 12 years. Regarding my proposal today, what is your perspective, given your extensive research on Huaxia? Rodriguez inquired seriously after exhaling a long puff of smoke. A perfect response strategy. At present, I see no better alternatives. You are aware that we have not been idle. We have made 2 reconnaissance attempts, both of which failed in the short term. It would be unwise to attempt further surveillance. I believe the mercenary incident is a clear signal, a blatant warning. If they continue to act with such impunity, I fear. John Wilson trailed off, looking somewhat troubled as he regarded Rodriguez, who, after a moment of contemplation, nodded gravely. John, I wish to hear your genuine thoughts. Do not merely say what is pleasing to my ears. You know I was merely appeasing those arrogant individuals during the military conference. Director, I have an unsettling feeling. Moreover, there is something I have yet to report. The annihilation of the mercenaries may hold significant implications. Our analysis suggests that Huaxia's individual soldier systems have likely made tremendous advancements, possibly surpassing our own. John Wilson concluded, lowering his gaze solemnly. Are you certain? Rodriguez appeared unfazed by the revelation. This conclusion is drawn from simulating close-quarters combat scenarios between both sides based on the available data. Of course, this represents the worst-case scenario, as simulation data are merely estimates. What else? Rodriguez asked. He offered John a cigarette, gesturing for him to sit.as for their interstellar fleet. I personally believe it is highly likely to be genuine. The pressing question is to what extent they have advanced. Better to believe it exists. Rodriguez tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, fixing his gaze on John's eyes. Yes, we may indeed have to engage with them under this assumption moving forward. Which is why I believe your earlier proposed solutions are impeccable. Oh? John, you know our relationship has spanned many years. There is no need for you to flatter me in private. Haha, you know me. I am not that kind of person. I also believe it is unwise for us to reveal ourselves in the short term. It is best to let those buffoons take center stage while we remain in the background. Surely, you agree with this sentiment, Director? This approach would provide both parties with a moment of respite and space, As for other countries, the United States is not omnipotent. We can simply act as if we are entirely unaware. John Wilson concluded, casting a meaningful glance at his superior. Haha, John. I find myself increasingly fond of you. Rodriguez gazed playfully at the old fox before him. No, I only have a preference for women, particularly those with ample posteriors. Ha. The clamor of the internet and the tense atmosphere from the United States bore no relation to Chu Ge, who was wholly engrossed in studying his energy system. The energy system of the aerospace mothership felt to Chu Ge like two colossal suns encased within a single hull, for it was indeed immense. Specifically, regarding the Kuanpeng, the database contained two HQL A500 fusion reactor units, each with a power output of 500,000 MW. Chu Ge was at a loss as to what this entailed and hesitated to inquire with the system brother, having already faced disdain countless times. Even a thick skin could not withstand such ridicule. Stealthily, Chu Ge took out his phone to consult Baidu, only to discover that the largest nuclear power station in Huaxia had a total installed capacity of just over 10,000 MW. The combined output of the two fusion reactors aboard the aerospace mothership reached 1 million MW, equivalent to merging 100 of the largest nuclear power stations. 100 large nuclear power plants would suffice for several nations. Though Chu Ge did not calculate it precisely, he merely pondered and then chose not to dwell on it further. Given the enormous tonnage of the aerospace mothership, its various facilities would undoubtedly consume staggering amounts of electricity, not to mention the weapon systems, which were the true heavyweights in terms of energy consumption. The two fusion reactors were positioned centrally within the hull of the aerospace mothership, symmetrically arranged in a vertical alignment, surrounded only by radiation shielding and thick armor. Chu Ge was most familiar with the little suns, and upon examining the primary energy apparatus of the aerospace mothership, he noted that only slight modifications had been made. The tokamak device had been transformed into a fusion reactor unit. For a super-large fusion device like that aboard the aerospace mothership, the fusion reactor unit was indeed more suitable, as its advantages lay in its ability to operate continuously and stably, precisely what was required of an energy reactor. The essence of both devices was fundamentally the same, utilizing powerful magnetic fields to confine plasma. The reason the fusion reactor unit had not previously appeared in Chu Ge's purview was due to its sheer size, complex structure, and high cost. However, in light of the aerospace mothership's considerable scale, these drawbacks seemed negligible. Nonetheless, Chu Ge suspected that Professor Huang and his colleagues at the Research Institute were likely familiar with this device. Since the announcement of controllable nuclear fusion-S extension towards civilian applications, its primary and most widespread direction had been its clean energy utility, and academician Huang had long been engaged in the development of corresponding reactors. Chu Ge simply did not know how far along they had progressed. After some contemplation, Chu Ge resolved to first compile all the information regarding the energy system, and then, with the weapons in tow, approach academician Huang to demonstrate sincerity. According to the data provided by the system brother, aside from the previously discussed energy output, the second most crucial aspect of the aerospace mothership's energy system was its EMS system. The EMS served as the energy control module, centered around a dedicated energy management computer, equipped with dual-level automatic sensing communication signal devices and measurement and control units as fundamental tools, supplemented by 10 massive energy storage units. This system interacted with the central quantum computer to facilitate information exchange across all subsystems of the aerospace mothership. Such interaction could swiftly address emergencies within the energy system. For instance, when encountering a substantial asteroid belt, should the aerospace mothership require an extended period to activate its energy-intensive array phase cannons, it could temporarily shut down unrelated energy-consuming units to prioritize the sustained output of the array system. Chapter 112. The system's secondary reward for Chu Ge. The energy system was not as troublesome as the previous subsystems. This lack of trouble pertained solely to the quantity of new materials and substances needed for development. The challenge lay in the extensive network of the entire energy system, which sprawled across the Kuanpeng. As Chu Ge gazed upon the densely packed wiring diagrams, goosebumps rose on his arms. This was destined to be a marathon of a tug-of-war. In terms of actual construction difficulty, merely the two colossal fusion reactors would keep the engineers occupied. Chu Ge felt a pang of sympathy for them once more. Just as Chu Ge was intently sketching the energy pipeline diagrams, his head was knocked several times. Congratulations, host, your reputation has reached 1 billion, triggering the system's reputation quota reward. The prize is being prepared. Please wait. Chu Ge paid it no mind. The last time he had heard such an announcement, he had been left waiting for 30 minutes. Thus, this time he acted wisely, continuing his work, knowing that this thing was not going anywhere. 10 seconds later, ding, extracting system database files, extraction complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a gene reagent. System number HQL, J011. Relevant synthesis methods and data backups have been dispatched. Please receive them. Chu Ge's hand, which had been drawing the wiring diagram, abruptly halted. After a considerable pause, he finally processed the information, then set down his pen and crossed his arms, saying, "System brother, has the data gotten jumbled again? Or am I suffering from early-onset dementia? I distinctly remember the last time it was the same thing. You can't keep doing this to me. I just used that gene reagent not long ago. Isn't this a case of over-expectation? What if it ends up being a disappointment?" Chu Ge began to grumble. Not because the gene reagent was ineffective. On the contrary, he wished to transform into a formidable being in an instant. The crux of the matter was that this gene reagent did not yield such significant effects. For any cumulative mechanism, Chu Ge logically assumed that a higher frequency of short-term use would entail greater risks. He was about to continue his complaints when he was decisively interrupted by the system brother. The last number was HQL, J001. A different number indicates it is not the same item. Did you not even bother to check before haggling with me? At least take a look. Ah, Chu Ge detected a whiff of shrewdness in the air. With such a declaration, there was no turning back. He cast a glance at his reputation value, and indeed, another 500 million had vanished. However, he was fortunate that he had garnered a wave of attention the previous day. Now, that reputation number continued to surge, and Chu Ge observed the pulsating digits, which seemed to be dancing even more exuberantly than before. This was only natural. Through 2 international outputs, Chu Ge had transcended being merely a figure of interest to the populace of Huaxia. He had garnered admiration abroad as well. Among his followers were not a few renowned physicists and Nobel laureates. Well, the facts were set in stone. What more could I say? Could I at least have a multiple-choice question next time? At least allow me some participation. Simply being informed feels suspiciously like backroom dealings. The system brother did not respond, perhaps weary of conversing, and returned to its own tasks. Chu Ge sensed that the system brother had been particularly busy of late. What could it possibly be occupied with? Surely it wasn't watching Doraemon. Chu Ge planned to take advantage of a future opportunity to glean some insights from IT. An advanced military system, clearly superior to human civilization, was constantly spying on earthly affairs. What sort of peculiar obsession was that? It would be embarrassing to admit. Even if it sought to implement a dimensional strike, it need not be so excessively cautious. Right? Resolutely, Chu Ge turned his attention to the new gene reagent. Perhaps it held some surprises. Indeed, there was a surprise, but not for him. Rather, it was for the entire crew of the future interstellar fleet. This gene reagent, in essence, constituted a collective gene modification plan. Upon reading this, Chu Ge could not help but exclaim, "System brother, you truly excel at business. You could have simply upgraded us all at once. Why separate me from the others and treat me to a private meal?" You guessed correctly. The gene reagent for the host is specially prepared from the military system's exclusive database. The enhancements are comprehensive and phased, with each stage's enhancement data and focal points differing slightly. In contrast, the collective gene reagent focuses more on adapting to space environments or unfamiliar harsh conditions, providing minimal enhancement to baseline data. And it is not tiered. Once evolved, it is done. Only one opportunity. Moreover, not all genes are suitable for modification, requiring extensive screening on your part. However, the screening process is safe. Even if evolution fails, there will be no adverse effects. The only consequence is the loss of the ability to survive in harsh space environments. On your planet, you will remain unchanged. Chu Ge refrained from further questioning the system brother and attentively listened. He realized he might have previously demanded too much. In truth, he wished for the system brother to reward him with a frigate or an engineering vessel, enabling him to construct the interstellar fleet more swiftly. As for his own gene modification, he felt there was no rush. Worst case, he could don a personal combat suit. That would be straightforward and effective. However, this thought would only come to bear significance after a subsequent planetary landing, when he would comprehend that every step taken by the system brother had profound implications, preparing him for future upheavals, though that was a story for another time. Chu Ge refrained from further chatter. This matter was indeed precious, at the very least. His companions for space exploration would no longer face physical challenges. Relying solely on humanity's diminutive physique, it would be exceedingly difficult to endure the ravages of prolonged exposure to harsh space environments. Interstellar exploration was profoundly time-consuming. One could hardly expect to return home for rotations immediately after setting out. That would render all endeavors futile. Humans, nurtured on the Azure planet, are enveloped by protective layers such as the atmosphere and ozone layer. Akin to infants cradled by their caregivers, it is indeed difficult to fathom the terrifying complexities of the myriad radiations and electromagnetic environments present in the vastness of space. With this realization, Chu Ge, after glancing over 2 documents and feeling utterly despondent, resolved to prioritize the gene reagent data. This task was relatively straightforward, as it entailed only a modest amount of information. Following the data compilation, the synthesis of new compounds would be required, followed by component manufacturing, clinical trials, and population screening, each of these latter stages demanding considerable time to complete. One must not underestimate the necessity of these steps. Despite the special arrangements, the process cannot be bypassed. The gene reagent is not a disposable product, and Chu Ge surmised it could fetch a handsome price once it hit the market. Thus, all requisite procedures, including clinical phases, must be meticulously adhered to. Otherwise, a repeat effort would be needed during promotion. The earlier the development begins, the shorter the timeline will be. Failing to do so would inevitably consume a significant portion of everyone's energy. Firm in his resolve, Chu Ge decided to secure the energy system data of the Aerospace mothership and place the blueprints in the adjacent secure vault before turning his attention to replicating his gene reagent plan. Chapter 113. The Dark Web Organization. While Chu Ge was engrossed in his research on gene reagents at the Institute, he remained unaware that his name had already made its way onto the red list of the American Intelligence Agency. Initially, John Wilson showed little interest in Chu Ge, merely instructing his subordinates to gather basic information about him. Given his understanding of China, he presumed that if an individual were to orchestrate such significant developments, they would not so brazenly appear in the public eye. He thought this was merely a smokescreen released by the Chinese government. The crafty old fox was unwittingly displaying his own cleverness. Yet fate has a curious way of unfolding, perfectly encapsulating the old adage about the wise being ensnared by their own wits. Thus, when his subordinates presented Chu Ge's dossier before him, John Wilson's astute instincts sensed something amiss. The chief designer of the Aerospace mothership Kunping still bore this name, yet the records his team procured contained little of value apart from a solitary, stark statement. Served at the Beijing Weapons Research Institute. Position: academician. This indicated that for over a year, Chu Ge's information had been meticulously controlled, revealing only what the authorities deemed appropriate for public consumption. John Wilson sensed a subtle anomaly. Through years of immersion in Chinese workplace culture, he recognized that a young individual attaining the esteemed title of academician was no ordinary occurrence. Something significant must have transpired, something beyond their comprehension. With this realization, John Wilson wasted no time, seizing the documents from his desk and racing toward his superior Rodriguez's office. Director, it seems we have overlooked an individual, Chu Ge, the mastermind behind China's controllable nuclear fusion and the Aerospace mothership. Without knocking, John Wilson burst in, speaking rapidly. Rodriguez, engaged in a phone call, gestured for him to sit while continuing his conversation. 5 minutes later, Rodriguez finally concluded his call and smiled at his subordinate. John, I've heard about Chu. Haven't you already dispatched someone to investigate? Director, according to our previous assumptions, such a colossal project typically involves a team operation, requiring collaboration among several arms factories and research institutes in China to realize such an extensive system study. However, based on the information currently relayed back, it appears to be otherwise. It seems they are more focused on orchestrating everything around this Chu Ge. Furthermore, this 23-year-old may now be the most popular figure in all of China, so what are you implying? Rodriguez struggled to grasp the implications of his old fox's words. If this young man were indeed the orchestrator behind all this, he would be an extraordinary genius, a once-in-a-century talent. Shouldn't they have taken this individual more seriously? John Wilson's eyes sparkled as he regarded his superior, eagerly anticipating his realization. John, are you suggesting we deploy the dark web operatives? Thank heavens, John Wilson exhaled in relief, grateful that his superior had not forgotten about this organization. The dark web was an entity established by the CIA in Asia, comprised of individuals whose identities remained shrouded in mystery, infiltrating even the military and political spheres of countries with lax controls. This was due to the dark web's long-term strategy, where an intelligence operative might remain dormant in a nation for a decade without receiving a mission. Seemingly forgotten by the American intelligence system, in truth, they served as the CIA's trump card. Who knows how far a valuable resource could ascend in a decade? Especially in countries like H-Nation, where American influence is pervasive, such individuals thrive within the sprawling bureaucracies, gradually rooting themselves and inching closer to the centers of power. The so-called pro-American governments in many nations owe a significant debt to the influence of these shadowy figures, who, rather than being merely friendly, are more akin to puppets. Indeed, it is time to activate the dark web, and I mean to mobilize all available resources in Asia to thoroughly investigate this Chu Ge. We must acquire all intelligence about him before taking action. After uttering this, John Wilson released a heavy sigh, as if he had rediscovered his life's purpose, all due to a young man in China. Very well, John. I concur with your proposal that I will authorize you to take charge of all dark web operatives in Asia. However, John, this is a political asset we've cultivated through immense resources, money, and time. Rodriguez stated solemnly. During the most severe military confrontations, we never deployed the dark web on such a wide scale. You must understand the implications behind this. Rodriguez agreed with John's suggestion but acknowledged that the dark web represented the CIA's last resort, and utilizing it could jeopardize both the agency's reputation and his political career. If someone were to uncover this maneuver, the repercussions could be catastrophic, posing a fatal blow to America's international standing. Thus, he was determined to prevent such a scenario at all costs. Understood. I will handle this with utmost caution, boss. John Wilson replied hurriedly, eager to issue the command. This was indeed his final gamble. Half an hour later, in various corners of numerous Asian countries, individuals received an encrypted message almost simultaneously. Some were in meetings, others were entertaining guests, while some were drafting reports. Yet, they all turned their attention to the awaiting blue screens. Perhaps many had nearly forgotten their roles, having almost assimilated into the countries they had inhabited for so long. Some reacted swiftly, while others pondered deeply. Ultimately, they all pressed their fingerprints against the screens. Fingerprint verification complete, and all was in order. The dark web's AAA-level action plan had been issued, instructing operatives to execute their orders at any cost. This message bore the highest level of confidentiality. The torch of the Statue of Liberty will surely bring forth illumination. The final sentence served as a dual-purpose code. As they remained momentarily dazed, the blue screens returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. An invisible net began to form. Meanwhile, their target, academician Chu, was furrowing his brow. After a day's work, he had resolved the issues surrounding the gene reagent, which were merely a few synthetic equations. However, he found himself perplexed by how to explain matters to Elder Chun. It is no wonder that it has been said that one lie necessitates countless others to cover it up. Determined, Chu Ge rose and made his way downstairs. He decided to be as forthright as possible with academician Chen, concealing only the existence of the system's overseer. As for everything else, he would take responsibility, for one cannot possess too many skills. It was merely a gene reagent, after all, with the interstellar fleet already in motion. Chu Ge felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Chapter 114. The body of the Aerospace mothership in academician Chen's office at the Research Institute. Chu Ge sat on the sofa, struggling to articulate his thoughts for an extended period. Little Chu, you've been sitting there for ages. Do you find yourself in some predicament? Speak up, for your elder Chen has hardened you against adversity over the past year. Chen chuckled, assuming Chu Ge was fretting over funding or staffing issues. No, Elder Chen, the personnel and special allocations are managed by Engineer Su and his team. I am currently devoted solely to the blueprint planning of the Aerospace mothership. Chu Ge replied, quickly disarmed by Chen's amiable demeanor as he pondered how to broach the subject. Oh, I had forgotten about that. Finally, I want to have to listen to your incessant worries every day. It almost feels less engaging than being pursued for funds, Chen said, shaking his head. Elder Chen, do you recall when I asked you to find colleagues in biotechnology to assist me with synthesizing a new substance? Chu Ge finally spoke up. Yes, I remember. However, I've forgotten the specifics of its intended use. Is there an issue? Did they fail to deliver according to your specifications, or meet your standards? No, Elder Chen. I discovered that this new synthetic material possesses the capability to alter human genes, and it does so positively. Chu Ge swiftly cut to the chase, sensing that if he allowed Chen Lao to continue guessing, the old man would soon be making phone calls to reprimand someone. After all, this elderly gentleman was fiercely protective of his own genetic mutation, or perhaps a favorable mutation. Young Chu Ge, this is no trivial matter. Do you have any idea how coveted such biological technology is nowadays? Academician Chen's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he donned his reading glasses and fixed his gaze upon Chu Ge. I'm not jesting. I have already conducted experiments. Just look at me, full of vitality. I stumbled upon this while researching the limits of the human body in a space environment. I accidentally discovered that this synthetic compound can alter human cell tolerance, rectifying certain genetic mutations caused by prolonged exposure to radiation, and can also moderately enhance various physical capabilities. I believe this could prove beneficial for our future endeavors in space exploration. Although the outer layer of the spacecraft is equipped with a radiation-shielding ion mesh, it cannot completely block out cosmic rays. Moreover, we cannot remain confined within the spacecraft indefinitely. Chu Ge paused, awaiting a response from Chen Lao. Are you implying that you have personally tested this? That's utterly reckless. This is a drug, and as the saying goes, all medicine has its poison. Young Chu Ge, do you fancy yourself the next Li? It seems that Chen Lao's feedback was tinged with an inappropriate flavor. A distinct whiff of gunpowder. Ha no, I possess a modicum of common sense. There are no issues, and I haven't encountered any malfunctions. Ha. Chu Ge could only laugh it off. This was Chen Lao's signature move when he was angry. This cannot continue. Consider it a command. If you wish to conduct experiments, we have plenty of experts for that. Simply delegate the task to them. Later, send me the report on this synthetic compound, and I shall forward it to the experts in the biotechnology department of the project team. There is such an expert group? Chu Ge, engrossed in his own work within his office, was entirely unaware that after the establishment of the Kunping project team, several research groups had been quickly formed, with details such as biotechnology and environmental simulation being duly considered. Indeed, it is still being further subdivided. Do you think such a massive project could be accomplished solely through your efforts or those of the Military Research Institute? To put it bluntly, the entire nation of Huaxia is mobilized. All the latest and most advanced application technologies will be employed in our spacecraft. Chu Ge listened to academician Chen speak with eloquence. A realization struck him. The living and research areas of the spacecraft seemed to be entirely blank. Recently, he had been preoccupied with the development of the main system and critical subsystems, neglecting to thoroughly examine the comprehensive blueprint of the spacecraft. With no time to respond to academician Chen, he began to pull up the data and work on site. Indeed, the nearly 20-story-high living areas for staff, engineering personnel, research experts, security personnel, and other human activities were devoid of any design. The system had merely marked the spatial layout data, substituting it with a virtual representation. This section required professional planners. System brother, is this blueprint not too rudimentary? Is the living area just a blank slate? What else do you expect? Should I mark the location of the restroom for you? The military system isn't a concierge service. You know? One retort left Chu Ge speechless. It seemed the system had become quite articulate. Young Chu Ge, are you all right? Chu Ge stared blankly at academician Chen, finally snapping back to reality. He coughed a couple of times. Not out of embarrassment due to Chen Lao, but rather because of the system's prior comment. Chen Lao, your words just reminded me of something. I have not designed the living and scientific experiment areas for the spacecraft at all. I was so focused on developing the main system that I completely overlooked this matter. That's simple. Just extract the living area and those functional areas from your blueprint plan. Dedicated personnel will be available to design them, ensuring they are both sophisticated and impressive. Academician Chen finished with a mysterious smile, and Chu Ge understood that he was not lying. Huaxia has made remarkable strides in architecture and design. More and more renowned buildings worldwide are crafted by the hands of Huaxia's elite designers, combining fashion, technology, and practicality. Viewed in this light, designing a complex and fully functional area for the spacecraft should pose no significant challenge. All right, I will send you the data later, as long as their designs align with the blueprint data. The module assembly will proceed incrementally from the bottom up, and integrating them into the living area will not be difficult. Chu Ge glanced at the comprehensive blueprint for the spacecraft. He noted that the entire body was designed with a framework core tube structure. The areas and modules were not enclosed but featured numerous openings in a tubular design. The main core tube was reinforced with additional ribs and partitions according to the functional areas it housed. And the exterior of each core tube was also lined with rib supports, which were then further covered with an armor system. This design resembled the watertight compartment design of modern vessels, albeit with a living, rather than fixed, quality. This actually alleviates much of my burden, allowing me to focus on finalizing the main system. Chu Ge felt a wave of relief wash over him. Young Chu Ge, do not bear all the pressure on your own shoulders. You need only maintain the primary direction. Delegate the finer details to others. This is not merely a matter of stacking blocks. Understood, Chin Laod. By the way, in the midst of our conversation, I nearly forgot the main purpose of my visit today. Here is the report on the chemical equation for the new synthetic compound. Please forward it to the relevant departments so they can assemble a team for evaluation. I anticipate this will require considerable time, particularly for clinical trials. All right, Chinlong, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave for now and will come to see you again when time permits. As Chu Ge spoke, he was already heading out the door. Chun Lao chuckled and shook his head, then turned his attention to the gene reagent report on his desk, a document containing extraordinarily high potential capable of altering the trajectory of human genetic mutations. Carelessly left by Chu Ge, such a casual approach to such a groundbreaking discovery might provoke a scornful reaction from any high-tech biotechnology company CEO, lamenting the squandering of invaluable resources. Chapter 115. Experiments on the Moon Palace. The progress report on the phased array cannon, the blueprints for the energy system pipeline engineering, and the layout of the hull's functional areas comprised a tedious process. Chu Ge, while pursuing efficiency, was also meticulous in detail. Thus, July arrived. As Yinjing entered summer, the office was not overly warm. Chu Ge, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, was sweating profusely, the computer's CPU cooling fan whirring softly in the background. When the heat became unbearable, he would resort to using a fan. The office was not devoid of air conditioning. However, Chu Ge was not accustomed to the dryness and stuffiness that accompanied it. Instead, he preferred to work with the window open and the fan blowing, which helped him concentrate better. Upon completing the final set of structural drawings, Chu Ge exhaled deeply. He had never realized that drawing plans could serve as a form of lung exercise. After years of this, he could well apply for a Guinness World Record for lung capacity. As he tidied up the data for the living functional areas, he muttered to himself, completely disregarding the contributions of System Brother. Just as Chu Ge was about to deliver the archive materials to Academician Chen, a knock echoed from the door. Come in, young Chu Ge. Chen Lao, I was just about to come to see you, and here you are. Chu Ge's words trailed off as a group of individuals entered with a clatter. He raised his head to observe, finding no one he recognized. Young Chu Ge, this is Director Li from the Institute of Biology, and this is Director Wang from the Aerospace Department. Behind them are their formidable subordinates. Particularly this one, Lin Feng, who is about to embark on a mission to the Moon Palace space station. Greetings, Academician Chu Ge. Lin Feng strode forward, extending his right hand. Chu Ge shook Lin Feng's hand, realizing he was in the presence of Huaxia's astronauts. True heroes. After exchanging handshakes with the various leaders, they were seated as arranged by Academician Chen. Academician Chen, we have come today specifically to express our gratitude. Apologies for the intrusion. However, this is also a pretext for everyone to meet you. The current most popular genius academician in all of Huaxia, haha. Director Li's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, his voice resonating with a magnetic quality, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. Not at all, not at all. I was about to suffocate from being cooped up. I was just contemplating seeking an opportunity to get some fresh air. Chu Ge smiled in response. Although he typically did not focus on such matters, he occasionally felt a sense of loneliness during his rare moments of free time. For an entire month, he had been withdrawn, rarely encountering anyone from the Research Institute, except for Li Gang and a few deputy chief engineers from the Kunping project who had come to discuss technical issues a few times. The rest of the time was consumed by drafting plans. Thankfully, he was nearing completion. He felt that if he continued this way for another month, his mind would be filled with nothing but a tangled mess of ideas. All those convoluted pipelines, circuit diagrams. This human printing task is no simple feat, haha. Young Chu Ge, it appears that the burden on your shoulders has become quite heavy. I haven't seen you much this past month. Is the project currently in a critical phase? Academician Chen inquired with concern. Yes, but it's nearly finished. Thankfully, the more complex drawings require intense focus to complete in one go. Otherwise, mistakes are easily made. Chu Ge spoke. He scrutinized the aerospace colleagues, puzzled by the true purpose of Lin Feng and his team's visit. Haha, Academician Chen, just look at me. Everyone is so excited to see you that they have forgotten to express their gratitude. The gene reagents you forwarded to the Institute of Biology have already commenced quantitative production. Dilly, speaking as he retrieved some documents from his briefcase, handed them over to Chu Ge. So soon? I had thought it would take months. Or even a year, Chu Ge remarked. Normally, it would indeed take years, but given the new and special materials you provided, we expedited the process and quickly synthesized the new drug. After several batches of animal testing, we officially transitioned to Phase 2 clinical trials, and the results are exceptional, aligning perfectly with the figures presented in your report, Dilly explained. His expertise seemed to have loosened his tongue, and after flipping through a few pages of the documents, Chu Ge set them aside to attentively listen as Dilly elaborated on the experimental process of the gene drug. Considering the miraculous properties of the drug, thoughts immediately turned to the astronauts who will soon be rotating. You know our astronauts endure great hardships. The environment of space poses a state of weightlessness. Through years of research, we have found that after spending a year in space, astronauts lose about 40 of calcium in their bodies. Female astronauts face even more severe challenges due to menstruation. Beyond that, other bodily functions also deteriorate, especially the muscular system, which gradually weakens due to the lack of regular gravitational support. Previously, our astronauts had to rotate approximately every 3 months, and upon returning to Earth, they often struggled to walk, requiring extensive rehabilitation and exercise. Chu Ge was aware of these issues, but had never delved into such detailed specifics. It was evident that humans could not remain in outer space for extended periods. Short stays were feasible, yet they still necessitated specialized training both before and after missions. According to the system's database, Chu Ge's gene drug was primarily designed to adapt to the conditions of outer space, particularly emphasizing the harsh electromagnetic environment and cosmic radiation. However, it did not address the physiological responses of the human body under weightlessness, leaving its efficacy in that regard uncertain. Dilly, is this gene drug effective? Chu Ge asked. I stumbled upon its remarkable ability to enhance cellular tolerance and induce certain genetic mutations, but I have not tested its effects on human physiology in a weightless environment, he admitted. Chu Ge had not considered the implications of weightlessness, as the aerospace mothership Kunping and future space stations would be equipped with artificial gravity devices, generating approximately 2/3 of Earth's gravitational effect. Thus, the adverse effects of weightlessness were not a concern. It is indeed effective. Based on our experiments, it significantly reduces the loss of calcium and the essential nutrients, oxygen, and amino acids required for cellular activity are proportionately diminished. You could say our cells have become somewhat lethargic. Yet this does not impede their normal functions or research activities. It is nothing short of a miracle, Dilly exclaimed, fully aware of the implications such genetic alterations could hold in the future. We could remain in space for prolonged periods without worrying about physical ailments, and we could even establish a space base, thus preventing psychological breakdowns due to insufficient crew numbers. The limitations of long-term habitation in space were not solely due to physical health. Mental well-being also played a crucial role. The confined space and the isolation of such an environment over the span of a year could be quite daunting. Haha, Dilly is absolutely right. In the future, our space stations and bases, including the Kunping, will accommodate thousands of individuals, creating living areas akin to urban communities, complete with all necessary facilities and abundant mental nourishment, Academician Chen interjected. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, perked up. A space base. That has been my dream since childhood. While it is already becoming a reality, what Academician Chen is referring to clearly pertains to another level. Chapter 116. Lunar Base Plan. Academician Chen, are you implying that the country plans to establish a space base or a new space station in the future? Lin Feng, as an astronaut and the commander of the astronaut team, considered the space station to be his true home. The thought of dismantling it felt unsettling. His expression reflected a blend of surprise, anticipation, and excitement. Haha, that is something you will have to ask Academician Chu Ge, Chen replied, glancing at Chu Ge, who wore an innocent expression. Everyone turned to Chu Ge, eagerly awaiting his response. Well, I can only say it is a plan. The timeline is likely to be post the operational phase of the Kunping. Only then will we have the time and resources to construct a space base. The functions of a space station may eventually be supplanted by the aerospace mothership, with future development focusing primarily on the space base. My plan is for the first space base to be established on the Moon. Chu Ge felt a sense of helplessness, reluctantly disclosing a bit of information. He had not yet proposed the lunar base plan, and revealing it now felt somewhat premature. Haha, little Chu Ge, you may not understand, but those before you possess voting rights. In the future, your lunar base plan will require their input. Moreover, do you truly believe there is anything that could obstruct your lunar base plan? Academician Shin, astute as ever, discerned Chu Ge's reservations and directly addressed them. Haha, Chun, you should have mentioned this sooner. I was busy formulating my words. However, the timeline I outlined remains largely unchanged. It is still too early. We lack sufficient funding and time. In truth, Chu Ge hesitated to voice the most fundamental reason: the lack of financial resources to procure technology for the space base. Although it might not cost as much as the Aerospace mothership, he needed to be frugal, prioritizing the construction of the interstellar fleet. Similarly, the situation with Huaxia was akin. The nation had many pressing financial needs, and the annual budget allocated to the military was relatively low compared to some Western countries. This year, due to several of Chu Ge's projects, the funding had significantly increased, yet it still needed to remain within a safe range to avoid complications. While the Hongan plan had been continuously generating substantial funds for Huaxia, the vast scope of the undertaking meant that trillions of Huaxia currency could vanish in a heartbeat. Moreover, construction posed its own challenges. It was not as though there were an abundance of engineers available for such a monumental project. All resources were already devoted to the Kuanping, leaving little capacity for another equally grand endeavor. Academician Chun nodded thoughtfully as he listened to Chu Ge. When the United States initially undertook the Manhattan Project, they coordinated nearly all high-level experts and engineers from both the West and their own country to complete that monumental task. Relying entirely on our own resources does indeed present a greater challenge. Everyone present nodded in agreement. My plan is to initiate the lunar base project after the Aerospace mothership becomes operational. One reason is that it contains elements essential for the interstellar fleet. Another is that helium-3 itself serves as a highly efficient energy source. With our current technology, transporting cargo between the Moon and Earth will be a matter of moments. In this way, we would effectively unlock the wealth of the Moon. Chu Ge said, his gaze drifting to the window, his expression reminiscent of someone watching a rain of banknotes fall from the sky. Lin Feng and the others laughed in response, realizing that this plan had been long pondered by Chu Ge. For Lin Feng and the others, this was strikingly novel and imbued with a sense of futurism. However, they understood that academician Chu Ge was not jesting. If he had the capacity to pursue such endeavors, he would have already been on the Moon constructing greenhouses. Chu Ge had even nearly calculated where to land and where to establish the base. Little Chu Ge, it is time for you to draft a report on your lunar base plan. Applying early could yield unexpected assistance, Academician Shen remarked, casting a meaningful look at Chu Ge. Huh. What do you mean, Academician Shen? Chu Ge inquired. Haha, that is something Director Wang must clarify for you. Right, Director Wang? Academician Shen responded, taking on the role of a matchmaker, connecting Chu Ge with various opportunities. Academician Shen, you see clearly. Are you referring to the satellites that are set to launch soon? Chu Ge asked, connecting the dots. Academician Shen smiled and nodded. Chu Ge, the nation will soon launch several research satellites, one of which will be a lunar exploration satellite. Its primary purpose is to obtain three-dimensional images of the lunar surface, analyze the distribution characteristics of elemental substances on the Moon, and assess the thickness of the lunar soil. Chu Ge was somewhat taken aback, his mouth forming an O. Could it be that the nation has anticipated my plans? Haha, there is no need for surprise. This is unrelated to your base plan. It is a pre-established mission by the Aerospace Bureau. According to the lunar program, preparations are underway for a manned lunar landing either this year or next. And the satellite being launched serves merely as a preparatory step for that landing, Academician Shen explained. Enlightening everyone present, it became clear why he urged Chu Ge to submit his plan promptly. It perfectly correlated with Chu Ge's objectives. Establishing a base would require a preliminary understanding of lunar resource distribution and the selection of a specific landing site. All right, I will draft the report shortly. I have been contemplating this plan for quite some time. I merely need to put it into writing, Chu Ge replied promptly. However, he recognized that Academician Shen's actions carried deeper significance. Should the nation approve Chu Ge's lunar base plan, it was highly probable that the manned lunar landing initiative would be scrapped to avoid wasting resources, redirecting efforts instead toward base preparations. Clearly, Academician Shen believed that the lunar base plan would face no obstacles. After discussing the lunar base plan, Chu Ge briefly introduced the engineering progress of the Kunpeng spacecraft. Some of the performance indicators, which were quite reminiscent of science fiction, profoundly shocked Lin Feng and others. Upon learning that the primary function of the Aerospace mothership would initially be scientific research, Lin Feng could no longer contain his excitement. Haha, visiting Academician Chu today truly allowed me to witness what it means to be a pillar of the nation. Academician Chu, I will have those young fellows sign up right away. The future Aerospace mothership will serve as their base for scientific experiments, Lin Feng exclaimed animatedly. Welcome. The Aerospace mothership was indeed prepared for you all, Chu Ge chuckled. However, you will still need to conduct further experiments on that gene reagent. I suggest you undertake a dedicated biological study on this reagent during the 3 months at the space station and even beyond, as future astronauts will need to continue. At least 1 to 2 years of data is necessary. Do not rush for immediate results. After all, the Aerospace mothership won't be launching anytime soon. Utilize this time to complete the clinical trials of the gene reagent on the Moon. I wish to see the specific data on its effects on human physiology in space. After Chu Ge spoke, he nodded at Lin Feng. Although he harbored no doubts about the gene reagent from System Brother, he still believed it essential to gather the necessary data, a habit instilled in him by Chu Ge, which would facilitate the reagent's future promotion. No problem. Academician Chu, I'll arrange for them to prepare for the relevant experiments as soon as I return, Lin Feng replied affirmatively. After lingering a while longer in Chu Ge's office, Chen Lao and the others finally stood up to leave. It was then that Chu Ge remembered to hand over the relevant materials regarding the Aerospace mothership's functional zones to Academician Chen, leaving the remaining sections to a more specialized team for refinement. Once Chen and the others departed, Chu Ge began preparing the feasibility report for the lunar base plan. First, there was the issue of site selection, which would require the data from the reconnaissance satellites to be returned before conducting specific research. However, Chu Ge already had a general idea in mind. The base would ideally be constructed on the far side of the Moon, commonly referred to as the dark side. Some might mistakenly believe that the Moon's dark side is perpetually shrouded in darkness, devoid of sunlight. This notion is, in fact, inaccurate. The Moon itself rotates, completing a cycle every 32,166 days, with approximately 59 of its surface visible from Earth. The side of the Moon that remains unseen creates an illusion that it is eternally dark. In reality, both the near and far sides of the Moon experience day and night, as they receive sunlight at different points during the Moon's orbit around the Earth. A simple analogy would be this. When flying from the United States to China, the Moon observed from both locations presents the same geography. Just as you are familiar with the Moon as seen from your hometown, constructing the base on the far side of the Moon allows one to leverage this characteristic, rendering everything invisible from Earth. It is not that Chu Ge is being modest. If construction were to commence on the near side, especially with the subsequent large-scale extraction of helium-3, others could easily observe the activities through telescopes from their homes, inevitably leading to a feeling of being spied upon. Moreover, the people of Blue Planet do not share the same sense of community. Humanity's tendency toward jealousy, or red-eye syndrome, could very well lead to certain countries attempting to tarnish China's image internationally, perhaps even fabricating unfounded movements that would embroil them in endless disputes. China currently lacks the leisure for such affairs. Considering all these factors, Chu Ge firmly believes that establishing the base on the Moon's far side is the most prudent choice. Discretion in financial matters and quietly amassing wealth is something China excels at. If you have the capability, you may also engage in extraction. I shall not hinder you, he mused. Of course, all of this still hinges on the analysis of data returned by reconnaissance satellites, and Chu Ge is in no rush to finalize the matter. Subsequently, he provided a brief overview of the lunar base's functions and purposes, particularly emphasizing helium-3, which is not only a clean energy source, but also one of the indispensable materials for large-scale defense shields for future interstellar fleets. Transitioning from the base's functions to the transportation aspect and the resulting economic benefits, Chu Ge effortlessly crafted a comprehensive report.as for the technical challenges associated with constructing the lunar base. He acknowledged them as well. This plan had long existed in his mind. Now it was merely a matter of transcribing his thoughts into writing. Consequently, he experienced little interruption during the process, flowing smoothly as if he had a backup system before him. Thus, a meticulously crafted lunar base construction report was officially completed. After writing the final date, Chu Ge glanced at the clock, realizing that it was already late into the night. Once he organized the materials, He suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to eat dinner amidst the busy work. Now that he had finished, his stomach began to protest, prompting him to hastily prepare a bowl of noodles while simultaneously reviewing the report he had just composed. On a summer night, despite the late hour, the cicadas outside continued their relentless chorus, much like Chu Ge, who remained wide awake. The following day, when Chu Ge delivered the feasibility report for the lunar base, which he had worked through the night to complete, into Academician Chen's hands, the elder was genuinely taken aback. "Xiao Chu, how can your efficiency be so high? I suspect you might have a computer system installed in your brain." "Huh? Haha, it was all planned beforehand. It was merely a matter of transcribing my ideas into words," Chu Ge thought to himself, feeling a twinge of concern that Academician Chen might be leaping to conclusions. As Academician Chen donned his glasses and began to scrutinize the report, a smile gradually appeared on his face. "Remarkable, to produce such a high-quality feasibility report in such a short time, Xiao Chu. You are truly a born scientist." "Oh, Chu Ge mumbled, preoccupied with eating an apple and unable to spare the time for conversation. After about 10 minutes, once Academician Chen finished reviewing the report, he joyfully organized it and set it aside before turning to Chu Ge, who was still munching on his apple. "Xiao Chu, the Aerospace mothership dock is expected to be fully completed by the end of November. How is the progress on the blueprint for the Kunpeng spacecraft?" In recent days, the military and even high-ranking officials had been in touch with Academician Chen, inquiring about Chu Ge's progress. Some matters could only be set at ease through tangible developments. "The engineers are prepared. Once the dock is completed, we can immediately lay the keeled as for the blueprints. I have everything ready. They are nearly stacked to the ceiling in the security storage room of my office," Chu Ge replied confidently. The major systems of the Aerospace mothership have essentially taken shape, with the exception of a few systems that rely heavily on Earth's technology, such as the armor system, hyperspace detection radar, and quantum computer. "Haha, excellent. Then I can reassure them. The leaders are concerned about interrupting your research work, which is why they called me instead. I'm becoming your intermediary," Academician Chen remarked with mock exasperation as he cast a wistful glance at Chu Ge. "Haha, Academician Chen, please bear with me. You know I'm not adept at dealing with high-ranking officials. I am much more at ease researching new systems. As for the rest, well, it makes me anxious." Despite having the backing of the military-industrial system, Chu Ge remained fundamentally a 23-year-old youth, filled with a natural respect for China's leaders, often stumbling over his words in moments of excitement. "If I were to spend every day with them, they might think I've developed Parkinson's disease. Haha, and what else? Do you think you could enjoy such tranquility otherwise? It's not just the leaders. Even those of my rank would line up on the street to see you. If it weren't for the leaders' consideration, issuing a command for you to be granted an audience, the doors of the research institute would likely have been trampled flat by now," Academician Chen said, taking a sip of tea and shaking his head with a smile. "Command? What command?" Chu Ge, finally putting down his apple, asked with curiosity. "To meet with you. Prior approval from the high-ranking officials is a must. Any unrelated meetings are strictly forbidden. Otherwise, do you think Director Li and the others were able to come yesterday? They only managed to secure approval thanks to the gene reagent as an excuse." Unaware of all the underlying stories, Chu Ge felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing Academician Chen's words. It seemed he had been regarded as a national treasure, akin to a giant panda, with controlled visitation numbers and a refusal of onlookers. After leaving Academician Chen's office, Chu Ge did not return immediately but instead took a stroll through several experimental bases. During his walk, he discovered that the progress of various systems experiments was proceeding smoothly, particularly with Academician Huang's nuclear fusion engine, which would soon be ready for ignition testing. An astonishing speed that nearly left Chu Ge in disbelief. Thus, he lavished praise on the team, especially upon seeing the office filled with blueprints and the disheveled Yin Tianhao behind them, emphasizing the dedication of both mentor and student. Following his heartfelt compliments, Academician Huang formally thanked Chu Ge for the precise progress report and tearfully accepted the next task, the core of the energy system, the nuclear fusion reactor. With a beaming smile, Chu Ge exited Academician Huang's still chaotic office and made his way toward Li Gang's experimental base. By the time he reached Li Gang's area, it was already nearing noon. And before he could even enter, Li Gang and the others had pulled him out, steering him toward the institute's cafeteria. "Academician Chu, do not think you can simply pop in and out. Let us dine together." The colleagues at the base have not seen you in quite some time at a tea that moment. Li Gang looked at Chu Ge as if he had found a long-lost abducted child. Haha, I've been engrossed in technical breakthroughs lately. So it's only natural that you haven't seen me. I haven't visited the cafeteria in ages. Academician Qian has even specially authorized Wang Yun to work as a delivery person. For the past month, whenever faced with a challenging situation, Chu Ge had forgotten all about dining in the cafeteria. Academician Qian had no choice but to approve Wang Yun bringing him warm meals. Consequently, Chu Ge had scarcely set foot in the Research Institute's cafeteria for nearly a month. Along the way, colleagues in the institute greeted Chu Ge with the same astonishment as one would exhibit upon encountering a giant panda. Li Gang, how is the progress on the electromagnetic railgun at your base? After finishing his meal, Chu Ge sat at the dining table and began to inquire about the progress of Li Gang's team. It's nearly complete. This month we need to head to the Northwest Weapon Testing Base. The entire individual soldier system, along with the electromagnetic railgun, must be taken there for field testing. Li Gang sat upright, as serious as if delivering a work report. Let us eat while we chat. By the way, there will be a joint exercise at the end of the month. Academician Chu, would you like to observe? After taking a mouthful of rice, Li Gang whispered to Chu Ge, making it sound rather mysterious. With whom will the exercise take place? With the Russian Bears and several Central Asian countries. It was decided long ago that this year's joint exercise would occur on our Huaxia territory. Oh, I shall consider it. If my current workload is nearly complete, it would indeed be a good opportunity to step out for some fresh air, especially since I have been meaning to check on the progress of the Mecha warriors at that base. Chu Ge silently calculated in his mind. The blueprint for the main system should be nearing completion this month, leaving ample time. Moreover, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of Soulblade. Li Gang, have you gathered any updates on Soulblade? What is its current status? Yes, there have been no issues. The new base has yet to be constructed, so it has not been awakened. However, specialized personnel conduct daily inspections, and it remains on standby, having never been reactivated. Its siblings have increased by 5, all waiting for the hive to be operational before they move in together. Li Gang pondered for a moment and reported to Chu Ge in as much detail as possible about Soulblade's recent circumstances. 5. Along with Soulblade, that makes 6, just 2 more to complete the 8 great guardian deities, haha. After hearing this, Li Gang and the others all chuckled. However, its 5 siblings do not have energy cores installed, so they are not yet on the same level as Soulblade. Chu Ge smiled, thinking to himself that they were certainly not on the same level. Even if they had energy cores installed, they would still not be comparable. After all, Soulblade was crafted by Chu Ge himself, who had implanted a human-machine intelligence system into it. Although it was not equipped with the full set of military-grade code programs, it was sufficient to render Soulblade far more than just a cold, metallic structured AS for the subsequent Mecha warriors. They lacked this advanced human-machine intelligence system due to prohibitive costs. The military planned to complete this batch of 10 Mecha warriors and then cease production. According to the initial discussions, no new Mecha warriors would be constructed. Instead, they would shift towards creating a stripped-down version of the Mecha. The new version would resemble battlefield companion Mecha soldiers, reduced in size while maintaining armor performance. The control mechanisms, response systems, and intelligence systems would be simplified, significantly lowering costs and enabling mass production. Mecha soldiers could even serve as substitutes for human soldiers, forming organized units for reconnaissance or as vanguard forces, thereby greatly reducing unnecessary sacrifices. Well then, everyone's progress seems commendable. Once the dock is completed, we can commence construction right away. When your electromagnetic railgun is nearly ready, please submit the progress report for the array phase cannon to you. I had initially intended to assign it to another team, worried you might be overwhelmed. Chu Ge casually mentioned, waiting for Li Gang to respond, I don't know, we're perfectly capable. The railgun is already in its final stages, just awaiting practical tests. By the way, what is this phase cannon you mentioned? It sounds rather formidable. As expected, Li Gang set aside his meal, his eyes fixed intently on Chu Ge. It's a strategic weapon for the aerospace carrier. This is a system project, quite different from previous weapon systems. Then it must be entrusted to us, Academician Chu. I am currently in a position of strength and vigor. Strategic weapons should undoubtedly originate from my experimental group. Right, brothers? Yes. The other team leaders accompanying Li Gang responded in unison. Chu Ge smiled and gave a reluctant nod. All right then, I will pass the relevant data to you later. as per our usual arrangement. Ensure quality and timeliness in your delivery. If any issues arise, I shall hold you accountable. No problem, Li Gang readily agreed, as Chu Ge had intended to assign it to them anyway, Li Gang's words. Since his experimental base was currently robust, it would be foolish to assign it elsewhere. Everyone finished their meals at ease. After bidding farewell to Li Gang and the others, Chu Ge returned to his office. Having nearly completed his current tasks, he accessed the data repository for the aerospace carrier system. The armor system and quantum main computer system would require breakthroughs from the expert group before proceeding further. So Chu Ge did not need to focus excessively on that. The remaining task was the hyperspace detection technology. Chu Ge pulled up the relevant reports and began to skim through them. He had unknowingly developed the habit of acquiring a rough understanding of all subsystems and the whole blueprint before diving into hands-on work. Continuous learning facilitated his progress, enabling him to ascertain the core components or challenging aspects of the system. He could then organize personnel to target those critical areas for breakthroughs, and he felt quite efficient in his approach. Hyperspace detection technology was essentially a modified version of particle detection technology, with the core still being the telescope system. Upon realizing this, Chu Ge felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Chapter 119. The radar of the aerospace carrier. The detection and navigation radar of the aerospace carrier is a specialized piece of equipment, primarily tasked with charting a course by detecting obstacles ahead and processing their characteristics through the central computer for feedback. If an obstacle is too large, it notifies the captain via the integrated display screen, suggesting a course change and automatically generating a new path for the captain's selection. Conversely, should it be absolutely necessary to clear an obstacle with the array phase cannon, it relays this information to the weapons officer to activate the array phase cannon. However, aside from the telescope system in the bunker, the aerospace carrier integrates additional auxiliary radars in all four directions. Chu Ge speculated that this might resemble modern ship-based phased array radar technology. Countries with advanced phased array radar systems, such as Russia, the United States, and several European nations, have integrated up to 4 bands of comprehensive radar technology into their systems. S and L bands are generally used for air and sea searches and long-range early warning radar. They have impressive detection ranges but lack precision. In contrast, X and C bands are primarily for short-range fire control radar, guiding missiles to their targets with greater accuracy, albeit at shorter detection distances. The neutrino detection sphere offers long-range detection capabilities. However, it has a drawback. While it performs adequately on Earth, it may face increased interference in the cosmic environment. Thus, the auxiliary short-range radars supplement the primary systems. Typically, auxiliary radars remain powered off, only activated under extreme conditions when the main control system awakens them to ensure the safe navigation of the aerospace carrier. Fire control radars are integrated separately from navigation and detection radars, specifically designed to work in tandem with the electromagnetic pulse railgun. Chu Ge glanced at them, recognizing that they represented the pinnacle of modern fire control radar technology, excelling in both precision and detection range. He recalled the charming Commander Meng from the Navy. This substantial gift would undoubtedly compel him to treat Chu Ge to a meal once again. The final radar system on the aerospace carrier is the communications radar, primarily operating within the realm of quantum communication, thus remaining on a different frequency from the detection and fire control radars. Chu Ge did not waste time on this aspect. He developed a general concept, feeling that the overall difficulty was manageable. In comparison to the previous systems, this one seemed significantly easier. In reality, it was anything but simple. Chu Ge had forgotten the energy and time he had invested in developing the neutrino detection sphere. The final operational telescope system had taken him several months to perfect. Unexpectedly, the aerospace carrier would utilize it as well. However, this was not surprising. Military equipment often shares various technologies, differing only in usage environments and combat objectives. The same devices are simply categorized into versions A and B to meet the distinct needs of different military branches. After reviewing the general overview, Chu Ge returned to continue drafting his energy system blueprints. This tedious work was finally nearing completion, and his enthusiasm grew stronger. Time swiftly passed to the end of the month. After archiving and reviewing his recent work achievements, Chu Ge relaxed completely and strolled over to Academician Chen's office. He needed to inform Academician Chen in advance about the trip to the western base with Li Gang. Maintaining organizational discipline was still a priority for Chu Ge. Academician Chen? Oh, Xiao Chu, what brings you to my office today? Academician Chen, unwaveringly busy with document reviews, was ensconced in the typical worries of leadership. As the end of the month approaches, Isn't Li Gang's team set to depart for the Western base? The individual combat systems have all been successfully developed and now require a specialized environment for practical testing and evaluation. The electromagnetic pulse railgun also falls under this category, and I was contemplating accompanying them to witness the proceedings. Chu Ge exclaimed joyfully. You are free to arrange your schedule as you see fit. As long as it does not interfere with the subsequent plans for the Aerospace mothership, there is no need to inform me, Academician Shun responded gently, lifting his gaze to meet Chu Ge's. Reporting to Academician Shin, the primary system progress data for the Aerospace mothership has been completed ahead of schedule, and the blueprint designs have now been archived. We are merely awaiting the official completion of the dock for handover. Chu Ge stated, his smile fading as he delivered the report with utmost seriousness. Ha ha, splendid. I was anticipating your words. I understand that you have been feeling a bit cooped up lately. You require a break? Perhaps to go on a date with your girlfriend? Academician Shin inquired, pleased to hear that Chu Ge's data was archived and contemplating granting him some time off. No need for that. She is currently busy filming. I will be fine heading to the Western base. I find the allure of Soulblade to be far greater. Chu Ge replied quietly to Academician. You cheeky fellow. I shall inform Delina Jia of this. It simply cannot be that such a stunning beauty pales in comparison to a robot. Surely, there must be something lacking on her part. Academician Shin jested. Ha ha, dear Grandpa Chun, I recognize your humor, Chu Ge replied. By the way, didn't Li Gang mention that exercises are set to commence over there in the next couple of days? Academician Shun suddenly recalled, reminding Chu Ge, he did mention it. However, I have little interest in exercises. Besides, time is quite tight. After several rounds of testing, I suspect there won't be much time left to visit the hive base. Chu Ge responded candidly, noting that such exercises primarily involve communication, and as a novice in this field, he found it challenging to grasp. Going is entirely up to you. Just ensure you prioritize your safety. I will place a call to the base shortly to arrange security matters, Academician Shin declared as he stood to find his contact list. That won't be necessary, Academician Shin. After all, we are at a military base. Where security is stringent, I am not that precious. Haha. Besides, Chu Ge almost blurted out that he had 9 lives and would likely endure for quite some time, but he managed to halt the thought just in time. That is not acceptable. I will have Captain Gong assign 2 squads of guards to accompany you. I will notify the military to arrange perimeter security. You need not concern yourself with these matters. Academician Chen insisted, prompting Chu Ge to relent. The following morning, Chu Ge and Li Gang, along with nearly 50 others, set forth in a grand convoy from the Research Institute's gates. Besides their jeep, the convoy included 2 large transport trucks laden with various weaponry and equipment destined for the Western base for practical testing. The impressive procession once again captured the attention of onlookers as they sped smoothly toward the military airport. At the military airport, with numerous personnel and equipment present, 2 transport aircraft were stationed on the tarmac. Chu Ge accompanied Li Gang aboard one of the military transport planes while the others busily directed the loading of their weaponry. Approximately 30 minutes later, the aircraft jolted abruptly, prompting Chu Ge to glance out the window as the scenery gradually receded, indicating that the plane had taken off. After a period of ascent, the transport plane entered a stable flight phase. Moments later, Chu Ge was about to adjust his position for a brief nap when Li Gang suddenly exclaimed, Academician Chu, look, fighter jets. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge hurriedly peered out the window to see 2 fighter jets flanking each side. Accompanying the transport aircraft, which sat in the middle, the 4 jets, like bodyguards, surrounded the hefty transport plane as they flew in an arrowhead formation. Chu Ge couldn't spot the other transport plane, but he assumed it was receiving similar treatment. Academician Chu, do you think these fighter jets are here to protect the equipment, or a certain individual? Li Gang teased. Do you think I care to guess? Chapter 120. Aerial courtesy. Li Gang obediently fell silent, while the surrounding colleagues stifled laughter. Wary of the authority Li Gang held over them in the azure sky, the transport plane flew steadily, and after about an hour, a series of beeps echoed from the cockpit, prompting the co-pilot to don a headset. Report, the escort fighter jet formation request communication. The pilot nodded and picked up the headset. Transport plane 11142. This is the Dragon Flight Squadron S escort fighter formation. We are nearing the limits of our escort capabilities, and the remaining journey will be handed over to the Western base's fighters. Farewell, and wish you a safe journey. Thank you for your escort. Your efforts are appreciated. Safe travels to you as well, the pilot replied, glancing out at the fighter jets and offering a salute. The dark gray fighter jet on the left wobbled its wings before executing a roll and diving away, while the pilot turned to the right, where the fighter formation had already vanished from viewpoint. 5 minutes later, 8 gray and white jets roared toward them. 01. 2 transport planes ahead identified as our relay escort for Cargo 1. Requesting permission to form an escort formation. Understood. Proceed as planned. 02 acknowledges. 01. What is the nature of Cargo 1? Is it some sort of prized possession that requires our escort? It wouldn't happen to be a secret weapon? Would it? Something akin to Soulblade? 02. You must have a death wish to bring that up after last time when the commander reprimanded you for your loose lips. Mind your discipline. Understood. Being reprimanded by Academician Chu is an honor. I won't complain about this scolding. Next time, could you refrain from discussing such matters on a public channel? You fool. In the cockpit, the voice of the Air Force Base Commander echoed, prompting Dilly to hastily pull the headset away from his ears, sticking out his tongue before switching the communication to formation mode. Perhaps the commander's earlier reprimand had effectively silenced 02, as he remained mute for the next half hour. 02, please inform the transport plane crew that in 30 minutes, they should follow our jets for approach. The pilot of 02, Dilly, was a JJ-10C fighter pilot from the Western Military District's Flying Dragon Squadron, known for his exceptional skills and accolades. However, he was also notorious for his chattiness, having landed himself in trouble countless times due to his incessant talking. After briefing the transport aircraft pilot on the necessary procedures, he couldn't help but speak up again. 1142, what treasure is Cargo 1? Surely, it's not a new weapon, is it, brother? You have some nerve asking. Even if I knew, I wouldn't dare to divulge. All I can say is you'll find out once we land. Got it. That's precisely what I wanted to hear. See you on the ground. The transport pilot removed the headset, shaking his head as he turned to the mechanics behind him. They say fighter pilots are bold. Today has proven that. Haha, indeed. But this isn't much of a secret. With Academician Chu's trip, the military hierarchy is almost fully aware. Another chimed in, true enough. All right, everyone prepare. We'll be descending shortly. Over 20 minutes later, the transport plane jolted, waking Chu Ge and Li Gang, who had also been napping during the journey. The scholars from the Research Institute took advantage of the travel time to catch up on their rest. Chu Ge looked out the window as the transport plane began its descent, the ground becoming increasingly clear, signaling their arrival at the destination. It had been nearly half a year since they last visited this location. Having delivered Soulblade, Chu Ge felt an inexplicable excitement as the transport plane landed smoothly on the runway, and after taxiing for a while, it came to a halt. A green light illuminated at the front of the cabin, and the pilot's deep voice resonated over the intercom. Academician Chu, we have successfully arrived at our destination. Please exercise caution when disembarking. Thank you very much, Chu Ge replied cheerfully. No, it is our duty. The crew is honored to serve you. The pilot responded. Chu Ge beamed, realizing that this was why he cherished military service, the camaraderie and warmth of his fellow soldiers. As he disembarked the aircraft, Chief Engineer Chen and Commander Wang, along with several guards, awaited him. Academician Chu, it has been several months since our last meeting. I didn't expect to see you here again, Commander Wang greeted, the commander of the 115th Heavy Armored Division of Group A, who had been Soulblade's opponent during the last exercise. Commander Wang, it is a pleasure to see you again. What brings you to the experimental base? Surely, you haven't stayed since your last visit. Chu Ge inquired as he clasped Wang's rough hands in greeting. You are correct. After the last exercise, our troops arrived and have not left. Initially, we were opponents to Soulblade, but now we serve as the security forces for this Soulblade mech units. Commander Wang stated proudly, showing no signs of discontent from their previous defeat. Academician Chu, our commander has mentioned that you are here to test new weaponry. Where is the equipment? Chu Ge gestured toward Li Gang and the others, internally lamenting how these military leaders all seemed to share the same impatient temperament. As they approached another transport plane, Li Gang and the others were busy unloading the equipment. These are all large iron crates. We can't see anything, Commander Wang remarked, stretching his neck to catch a glimpse, his expression tinged with disappointment. Haha, come what may, these will all reach the base in due time. Are you still worried they might escape? Chu Ge has been pondering for a while and is now bewildered. Where is the electromagnetic pulse orbital cannon? Turning around in thought, He surmises it must be too large for overland transport. Academician Chu? Shall we first head to the base for a brief respite? The equipment will be attended to by specialized personnel from the base, as well as those from the Research Institute. There should be no issues. Chief Engineer Chen, observing Li Gang and his team bustling about energetically, suggested to Chu Ge at an opportune moment. That sounds reasonable. After all, us few here can hardly be of any assistance. Don't you think, Commander Wang? Commander Wang nodded in agreement, and the group proceeded towards the jeep parked by the airport runway, with Wang Yi preoccupied with thoughts of the new equipment, glancing back every few steps. Just as Chu Ge and his party were about to board the vehicle, a group of officers approached from a distance. Chu Ge focused his gaze and noticed they were all donned in Air Force uniforms, likely pilots. Commander Wang, Chief Engineer Chen, the entire team of the Flying Dragon Squadron salutes you. Leading them was the squadron leader, Chung Chongkuan, who had just escorted them. He stood at the forefront, watching Chu Ge intently after the salute. Chu Ge, unperturbed, smiled back at Chung and the 8 dashing fighter pilots. Being a fighter pilot was a dream profession for Chu Ge, one that he lamented would likely remain unattainable in this lifetime. You are Chu Ge, the academician? Dai Lin boldly declared, his words striking a chord this time. It truly is Academician Chu. The pilots whispered among themselves, seemingly incredulous. Haha, indeed it is me. How could there be any doubt? If you still do not believe, Commander Wang and Chief Engineer Chen can vouch for me. Chu Ge jested while glancing towards Wang and Chen. Colonel Chu, the entire crew of the Flying Dragon Squadron extends our respects to you. Chung Chongkuan and his fellows straightened their uniforms and called out loudly. Chu Ge stood at attention and returned the military salute solemnly, while Wang and the others exchanged amused glances at the scene. Chapter 121. Returning to the experimental base, Chu Ge and his companions had initially intended to return to the base, but seeing Dai Lin and the others so enthusiastic, they decided to engage in conversation at the airport. Academician Chu, it is said that you have become a legendary figure now, with the Army and Navy receiving equipment one after another. Why is it that our Air Force has yet to receive anything? Dai Lin, becoming more familiar with Chu Ge, began to speak with his characteristic candor. As for the Air Force? Not yet, but the Aerospace mothership Kunpeng is, strictly speaking, an Air Force asset, and a colossal one at that. Much more impressive than the individual gear of Commander Wang and his team. Haha, Academician Chu, don't drag me into this. Our base's guard unit hasn't received a single new piece of equipment, despite my countless reports, still no word. Commander Wang appeared a bit dejected as he spoke. You will receive it. The pace of equipment production is already quite rapid. Your gear may very well be on the production line at this very moment. Chu Ge spoke truthfully, as the electromagnetic pulse rifles and electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifles had already been finalized and were currently in mass production. However, for a nation of such vastness, equipping frontline troops cannot happen overnight. Even a simple rifle replacement takes considerable time, let alone these advanced devices. Yet, Chu Ge was unsure about the production quantities of these items, as such decisions lay with high-ranking officials beyond his purview. Nevertheless, he mused that elite units like Commander Wang's would undoubtedly receive proper outfitting. Wait a moment, are we not digressing? We were just discussing the Air Force. Dai Lin interjected suddenly, prompting Chung Chongkuan behind him to give him a gentle tug and offer an apologetic smile towards Chu Ge. Indeed, did I not mention that the Aerospace mothership is not enough to dazzle you? Ah, that thing is far too large. I cannot pilot it, Dai Lin mumbled, his voice barely audible. The group erupted into laughter at his evident lack of confidence. Lacking confidence, are we? Comrade Golden Helmet, if memory serves me right. You are holding a symbol of honor, Chu Ge remarked, tilting his head to glance at the high-performance flight helmet in Dai Lin's grasp. Such helmets are specially designated, with each pilot having their own unique one, tailored to ensure optimal human-machine interaction. The purpose of the size adjustment is to meticulously measure the distance between the pilot's eyes, the distance from the eyes to the visor, and the distance from the eyes to the top of the head. The distance to the visor determines the range of visible imagery, the projector's movable range, while the distance to the top of the head is for positioning the optical system to achieve the best image dimensions. Dai Lin shot a surprised glance at Chu Ge. He had not anticipated that Chu Ge would know the origins of the golden helmet, feeling slightly bashful as he scratched his head. However, the Aerospace mothership will indeed be equipped with drones, air combat fighters, reconnaissance aircraft, and the like. Furthermore, the scale of this fleet is not insignificant. Therefore, I hope to see you among the crew of the Aerospace mothership. Mr. Golden Helmet, Chu Ge offered Dai Lin and his companions a reassuring note, charmed by their enthusiasm. Upon hearing Chu Ge's words, Chung Chongquan, Dai Lin, and the others cheered, embracing one another as if to pop a bottle of champagne in celebration. All right, we must return to the base. It is only due to Academician Chu's affability that we are indulging you young lads. Commander Wang, seeing that Dai Lin and the others had quieted down, stepped forward to admonish them. Chu Ge glanced over at Li Gang, who had already boarded the vehicle, suggesting that their equipment had likely been loaded. Presumably noticing that Chu Ge's vehicle hadn't moved, they remained stationary as well. All right, this time we truly are leaving. My friends are waiting for me at the base. Oh, it's the hulking beast that shot you down last time. Haha. Soulblade, it is now the star of our squadron. Of the blacklist variety, haha. Dai Lin's teasing prompted another round of hearty laughter from the group, after which Chu Ge and his companions bid farewell to the pilots and boarded the jeep heading towards the experimental base. Academician Chu is truly quite young. It is remarkable that someone so youthful has achieved so many miracles. He is indeed our role model. Dai Lin, uncharacteristically sincere, expressed his thoughts, while Cheng and the others nodded silently, watching as Chu Ge's convoy gradually disappeared from view. As Chu Ge's convoy entered the experimental base, they continued to pass through several checkpoints. The security level here was evidently on par with that of the observation bunker. Numerous air defense missile sites were scattered around the perimeter, and various surveillance radars were constantly operational, proclaiming the uniqueness of this place. Armored vehicles frequently passed by, each carrying fully armed soldiers. Such a high alert level was standard here. As adjacent to the experimental base were the hive base and the production facility for mechanized warriors, all classified as top secret, necessitating constant vigilance. Observing Chu Ge's interest in the armored units outside, Commander Wang patiently explained, "Yes, this is the norm. Academician Chu, I heard there will be joint exercises in the vicinity. That won't affect your operations, will it?" Chu Ge recalled the matter of the exercises and inquired. "The exercises are some distance away, and the airspace around here is restricted, so there will be no impact. Oh, I see." As they spoke, the convoy had already driven into the main compound of the experimental base. The jeep came to a smooth halt, and they disembarked to find numerous military officers and researchers awaiting them outside, many of whom Chu Ge recognized. Chu Ge greeted them warmly. "Academician Chu, this is Yu Yang. He is currently responsible for the daily maintenance of Soulblade." Chief Engineer Chun introduced a dapper young man wearing glasses to Chu Ge. "Hello. Academician Chu. Yu Yang, appearing to be one of those specialized technical personnel, was not in military attire at the moment, but rather in the work uniform of a researcher, sporting thick glasses and a clean face, exuding an air of scholarly charm." Chu Ge shook hands with Yu Yang and turned to Chen and the others. "Chief Engineer Chen, Commander Wang, you all have official duties to attend to, so there's no need to accompany me. Just let Xiao Yu show me around Soulblade. What do you think? Oh, by the way, Li Gang and his team have already gone to prepare the equipment for testing. There should be no issues as they will follow the established procedures. Commander Wang, if you're interested, you could go check on Li Gang. Lest you say that I was inconsiderate later, haha." Commander Wang and Chief Engineer Chen exchanged glances, smiling as they nodded in agreement, then watched as Chu Ge and Yu Yang made their way towards the temporary station of Soulblade. Chapter 122. Reunion with Soulblade. Chu Ge confidently led the way at the forefront of the group. He felt as if the layout of the base was etched in his memory, and now he navigated it with a sense of familiarity, with Yu Yang and Captain Gong closely following behind. "Xiao Yu, how old are you this year?" Chu Ge suddenly turned around to ask Yu Yang. "I am 22. I was specially recruited into the army. I was supposed to pursue a Master's degree, but upon seeing the special recruitment position, I eagerly applied and ended up being accepted." Yu Yang replied softly, his gaze avoiding Chu Ge's, appearing somewhat bashful. "You must possess outstanding expertise. The military's requirements are traditionally quite stringent." Yu Yang did not respond directly, merely smiling at Chu Ge. For he dared not showcase his knowledge in the presence of Chu Ge. He specialized in artificial intelligence and mechanical automation, and when he first laid eyes on Soulblade, he was instantly captivated by its imposing and handsome appearance. Upon learning that Academician Chu was the mastermind behind the creation of this formidable mech warrior, my admiration for Chu Ge intensified immensely. However, being in the military now, confidentiality takes precedence. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly boasted to my classmates. Academician Chu is my colleague. As we conversed, we entered the temporary base of Soulblade. The sight of Soulblade's statuesque form, radiating a soft purple luminescence, left me breathless with excitement. Academician Chu, aside from the routine data checks we conduct in this hall, we have also established a window on the roof to facilitate direct aerial operations, Yu Yang explained, pressing a button nearby. A series of mechanical sounds echoed as the roof opened, revealing the fluffy white clouds above. With the sensor device activated, Soulblade would initiate its flight mode. Watching the window slowly close, I nodded, acknowledging that this indeed saves time for missions. We ascended in the elevator, the familiar visage of Soulblade emerging into view, its faint red eyes suddenly turning blue. Academician Chu, greetings, long time no see. The distinctive mechanical voice of Soulblade resonated throughout the hall, causing the staff within to glance upwards in astonishment, eyeing their memories. This was the first instance of Soulblade proactively activating and speaking. It's been a while. Soulblade, how do you fare? I trust your components are free from rust, I greeted Soulblade with a smile. Reminiscing about our days in battle together, I feel splendid. I just conducted a self-check, and I am ready for combat at any moment. Soulblade exclaimed, demonstrating its limbs in a somewhat comical manner. Eliciting soft laughter from us, of course. There's no issue there. Yu Yang and the maintenance crew ensure your regular diagnostics and upkeep. Your entourage is nothing short of extravagant. Thank you to all the staff for your dedication. Not at all, Yu Yang replied excitedly. Though he was aware of Soulblade's voice recognition system during routine checks, the main system rarely activated, let alone this. He had even begun to doubt the existence of the voice system until today. When he heard Soulblade's melodious mechanical voice, akin to discovering a new world. Haha, very well. Endure for a few more months, and I shall grant you a surprise. Perhaps then, you may not be so inclined to nap all day. I had intended to jest about finding Soulblade a few companions, but then reconsidered that those mechs would be more fitting as its younger siblings. The mech project, particularly the Kuanping model, is notoriously costly, and I understand the military's reluctance to enhance the configurations of mech warriors. This decision undoubtedly followed extensive evaluations, and the subsequent plans for mech soldiers reveal that the leaders have not abandoned the technologies derived from them. They have merely opted for a more cost-effective developmental model, ensuring the continuity of the mech project while maximizing support for my current Star AC initiative. In a fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through my mind. And when I regained focus, I noticed that Soulblade's eyes had transitioned to a red standby state. This fellow is quite energy efficient, isn't it? Shall you? Let us proceed. Yu Yang nodded vigorously, perhaps still savoring Soulblade's voice, and followed us down the elevator. Academician Chu, to what level can Soulblade's language intelligence system reach? Yu Yang seemed to yearn for more. Normal communication poses no challenge. However, this program has its limitations. Even so, it is likely to become a rarity in the future, as subsequent mech warriors will lack interactive capabilities. Our focus is on other performance aspects, I replied candidly. I noticed its high-level programming languages during the daily checks. But we lack access rights, and I have never encountered such program designs. That is its energy core, the most vital component of the mech warrior, protected by the highest level of firewall. Almost no one in this world can breach it. You need not worry. Energy cores rarely malfunction, and should an issue arise, they would need to be sent to the Research Institute for resolution. I spoke these words with caution. The military-industrial systems programming language is so advanced that even the world's most skilled hackers would struggle to decipher it. It is an entirely new design, and to crack it, one would need to start from its base calculation methods. This would be a daunting task, as even the fundamental binary has been altered. Thus, in the presence of this programming, anyone could jest with the programming masters. Our skills are on par. Let us go see the new mech warrior base. Very well, Academician Chu. This way, please. Yu Yang led the way as we approached another towering factory, where 5 additional mech warriors awaited. After passing several security checkpoints, we entered the newly constructed temporary facility, which was spacious. 5 mountain-like mech warriors stood proudly in the center of the hall, each surrounded by 5 or 6 busy staff members, likely performing final data adjustments. Academician Chu, they are nearly ready. We just await the energy cores for activation. The cores are currently being produced at the Yinjing Weapons Research Institute. with the directive that all mech warriors will be uniformly installed at the new base by year-end. Yu Yang explained as he accompanied me on the tour. Indeed, the leaders must have considered more than we have. Our task is merely to execute, I remarked, gazing at the magnificent scene before me. The primary color of this batch of mech warriors was deep gray, reminiscent of fighter jets' low-visibility paint schemes. Yet, the forearms to fists and the chest's energy core recess, as well as the ankles to toes, were adorned with hues of red, silver, blue, yellow, and orange, creating a strikingly varied visual effect. I found this arrangement quite impressive. Xiaoyu, this paint scheme is intriguing. Who designed it? I mused, stroking my chin as I scrutinized the mechs. Growing fonder with each glance. Haha, Academician Chu, you flatter us. This design was established early on by military higher-ups. We do not know who the designer was. Well, I believe Soulblade could use a color upgrade. As its leader, it should stand out in both capability and appearance. What do you think, Xiaoyu? I gestured towards Yu Yang. Haha, I have no say in that. You leaders can decide. However, I must say Soulblade is quite striking. Each time the sunlight hits it, a faint purple halo appears, lending it an air of mystery and power. Come now, you're simply biased, I pouted, though I shared his sentiment. After a few more circles around the mechs and observing the staff's tasks, I nodded in approval. Yu Yang took the opportunity to introduce my identity to the crowd, and many who had initially paid little attention promptly rose to applaud upon realizing I was Chu Ge. After a brief exchange with the researchers, Yu Yang and I exited the facility, and I glanced at my watch. It was already 12:30. Xiaoyu, why haven't our researchers gone to lunch yet? Oh, Academician Chu, we operate on a shift system. A group has already left. The factory requires round-the-clock supervision. I see, I nodded. Yu Yang guided me and Captain Gong towards the base cafeteria. Inside, we found Li Gang and Commander Wang also waiting, clearly anticipating our arrival. Upon reaching the table, I noted 7 or 8 home-cooked dishes. While not extravagant, they appeared quite plentiful. Academician Chu, do you work this hard at the Research Institute as well? It's nearly past mealtime. You know, Academician Chu, to be honest, Commander Wang, this is considered early for US.I in terms of meal schedules. Academician Chu is the epitome of a 3-day fishing, 2-day sunbathing routine, Li Gang interjected, casting a provocative glance at me. That's simply one do. Man is iron, and rice is steel. I'll be sure to report you to Academician Chen later. Hey, you two have only been here for a morning, and the sparks are flying so quickly. Li Gang hurriedly began to eat, clearly relieved that there were no more tasks for the afternoon. I was at a loss for words, having turned the tables on Li Gang. Haha, Academician Chu. This morning we completed the remaining tests for the electromagnetic pulse rifle and the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle. Although the higher-ups have already approved these 2 rifles for formal production, I believe it is prudent to complete the testing data. Indeed, that's perfectly reasonable. The Research and Development Unit ought to operate this way. Testing data is crucial and needs to be archived. Should any issues arise in the future, these original data will hold significant reference value. I replied while eating, emphasizing the importance of pre-production testing data for new military weapons. Alas, today I had the opportunity to witness the performance of the new rifle alongside team leader Li Gang. I can't help but feel that my report was somewhat lacking. I am truly in awe. It's no wonder that several leaders from the military district have been fervently debating this new equipment. Today, I finally grasped the reason behind their enthusiasm. After parting ways with Commander Wang Yi and Chu Ge, he decisively sought out Li Gang and his team. Though he missed out on receiving the new rifle, today's testing was practically delivered to his doorstep. Not to observe it would leave him feeling somewhat unfulfilled. However, upon attending, Commander Wang found himself filled with regret. Could he possibly sleep soundly tonight? Initially, he believed the weapon in his possession to be quite impressive, but after witnessing Li Gang's field tests, he realized how misguided he had been in his previous perceptions. Chu Ge, upon hearing this, simply chuckled and shook his head. As for the afternoon, I discovered that the transport aircraft did not carry the electromagnetic railgun. The primary focus this afternoon was the testing of laser grenades. The railgun is still en route and is expected to arrive tomorrow. Do you truly believe that the aircraft can manage such a hefty load? Surely, you wouldn't suggest hauling something of a smaller caliber, would you? Chu Ge was well aware that a 500mm caliber was not feasible, yet a 205mm caliber should pose no problem for the transport. All 4 calibers are being brought in. Academician Chu. The expansive grounds of the weapon testing base are ideal for testing such heavy artillery. Just let it roar. Ha ha well, Team Leader Lee is correct. However, that contraption boasts a range exceeding 300 kilometers. Safety must be our utmost priority. Understood, Academician Chu. After their conversation, they began to enjoy their meal, while Commander Wong sat nearby, momentarily stunned. He contemplated whether he should invite the military commander to witness the spectacle. Tomorrow marks the joint exercise, and their commander would undoubtedly be present to observe. Should he learn of the heavy weapon testing occurring here, he would surely rush over without a second thought. What would become of the exercise? Commander Wong found himself at a loss for how to proceed. After much deliberation, he resolved to speak candidly. Given the temperament of their Commander Long, if he discovered that Wong had withheld information, the latter feared he might find himself in a precarious situation. Commander Wong, were you not satisfied with the morning's observations? There will be a field test for a new type of grenade this afternoon. Would you care to observe? Chu Ge inquired, noticing the perplexed expression on Commander Wong's face. Of course, I must attend. After all, it seems I have no chance of sleeping tonight, he replied, his underlying sentiment being that since he was already awake, he might as well embrace the situation. Very well, Li Gang remarked. It appears the level of military involvement in our new weapon testing is escalating. Ha ha, Commander Wong. Although we have not previously conducted practical tests of the grenade this afternoon, please trust in Academician Chu. His creations are guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. It was rare for Li Gang to publicly praise Chu Ge, yet the latter couldn't shake the feeling that such words sounded oddly familiar. Once they finished their meal in haste, Li Gang and his team prepared for the afternoon's testing. Chu Ge and Commander Wong found themselves seated in the same military jeep. At this juncture, the Northwestern Territory had already transitioned into summer. Thankfully, the region was not devoid of wind, and the sky was adorned with clouds, making their time in the vehicle bearable. After a brief wait, Li Gang and his team were finally ready, and a convoy swiftly made its way to the testing grounds. Academician Chu, what is there to study about grenades? Our current models are already quite advanced, Commander Wong mused, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. I once shared your sentiments. However, this particular grenade possesses intriguing features. Once you observe its enemy engagement mode, you will understand at times. I feel its effectiveness surpasses that of electromagnetic rifles. Is that so? Your words have certainly piqued my curiosity. Commander Wong replied. Chu Ge smiled subtly, confident that the dazzling explosion effects of the laser grenade would surely leave a lasting impression on Commander Wong. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Throughout the journey, Chu Ge gazed at the barren Gobi Desert, sculpted by years of wind erosion, and the vast desolation in the distance. These unique geographical features of the Northwest left him in quiet contemplation. Nature is indeed a master artist, crafting a myriad of extraordinary landscapes that collectively form the beautiful planet we call home. Yet, he realized he had scarcely traversed even 1% of this land. While simultaneously yearning to explore other celestial bodies, perhaps this insatiable desire for exploration and knowledge is inherently human. Everything on Earth is accessible, but the wonders of the cosmos remain tantalizingly out of reach. The jeeps lined up in a queue, as Captain Gong and the base's security personnel disembarked, establishing a perimeter around the testing area. Armed and alert, they surveyed their surroundings. Li Gang approached, carrying specialized cases, followed by colleagues from the Research Institute, each bearing various testing equipment. Xiao Wang, please set up the surveillance equipment and experimental props. Yes, team leader, came the reply. Li Gang's team members entered the testing area, busying themselves nearby. Chu Ge observed quietly, recalling that the laser grenade had a laser distance of 30 meters and ensuring the vicinity was secure. The testing site had evidently received prior notice. Apart from the patrolling security personnel visible at the edges, the weapon testing area was otherwise deserted. Li Gang opened a password-protected safe, revealing 5 neatly arranged laser grenades. At first glance, they appeared quite similar to ordinary grenades, featuring a military green apple-like shape. However, their retro aesthetic set them apart from contemporary grenades. Commander Wong furrowed his brow, suppressing the urge to critique the grenade's design. After Li Gang conducted a thorough inspection and confirmed their integrity, he nodded towards Chu Ge. Noticing the expression on Commander Wong's face, Chu Ge stifled a chuckle. He had experienced a similar reaction upon first seeing the rough exterior of the laser grenade. and he worried that Commander Wong might turn away in disappointment once he laid eyes on its unsightly appearance. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Gang's team returned, having completed the setup. Commander Wong, could you kindly summon one of your soldiers to assist in throwing the grenade, treating it as a standard grenade? Li Gang requested. Commander Wong promptly called over a robust soldier. For safety's sake, we will adhere to the standard grenade training protocol. Everyone please enter the bunker, Li Gang instructed, and the others complied, entering the long bunker, which provided ample space for all that Li Gang began to instruct the soldier on the usage of the laser grenade. The throwing procedure was straightforward, and the soldier grasped it quickly. At that moment, Li Gang turned to Chu Ge, Academician Chu. What should be the initial throwing distance? Approximately 50 meters. Let us avoid exposing anyone within its laser range. Safety must be our priority, Chu Ge advised after a moment's thought. Understood. Li Gang confirmed with the soldier, and upon receiving affirmation, he signaled his team to prepare for the test. First laser grenade test. Distance approximately 50 meters, commence. The soldier took a few steps back, swung his arm, and hurled the grenade into the distance. As all eyes were fixed on the monitoring equipment, a flash illuminated the testing area, followed by the grenade emitting a flurry of green laser beams in all directions. The beams directed skyward were less concerning, but those targeting the ground instantly stirred up clouds of dust, making the laser columns appear even more vivid. 5 seconds later, the first grenade had fulfilled its purpose and ceased its activity. Chu Ge reflected on the process. The laser beams were flawless. However, he had overlooked one detail. The activation was completely silent. This element of surprise was rather intriguing, though it felt like something was missing without the accompanying sound. Nevertheless, as long as it was effective in combat, he opted not to dwell on it and turned his attention to Commander Wong. Commander Wong, were you surprised? More like startled. What on earth was that? It was somewhat unnerving with all those laser beams. By the way, how damaging are those laser beams? They would easily take down a person, even if they were hiding behind a wall. Is that true? Let us take a closer look. We can ascertain the power of the beams on the ground. Commander Wong could no longer contain himself and dashed out of the bunker, with Chu Ge and the others following closely behind. They approached the site of the laser grenade, where the ground was pockmarked with numerous small craters, many of which were still emitting smoke. Commander Wong attempted to touch the grenade. Don't touch it. It's likely still hot, Chu Ge cautioned. Commander Wong quickly withdrew his hand at the warning. Li Gang and his team were measuring the depth of the craters with their tools, meticulously recording their findings. Academician Chu, if that density were to strike a person, wouldn't they be riddled like a honeycomb? Indeed. Doesn't that seem a bit cruel? Ha! At critical moments, tossing one into a crowd of enemies would certainly instill fear, if not outright kill them. Fair point. Why show mercy to the enemy? Exactly. Chu Ge and Commander Wong exchanged knowing glances, sharing a quiet laugh. Once Li Gang and his team completed their data collection, the group returned to the bunker to continue with the experiments. The second grenade would test its alternative function, the enemy suppression mode. The distance remained at 50 meters, and as the grenade was thrown, Chu Ge and the others peered out to observe. Viewing the surveillance footage proved insufficiently thrilling. Thus, they decided to directly observe the grenade itself. According to the data tested earlier by Li Gang and his team, the laser grenade's performance aligned perfectly with the figures provided by the system's overseer. This revelation brought a sense of relief to Chu Ge and his companions. Moments later, the floating grenade emitted a laser beam in a cross-sectional manner, its brilliant green light strikingly vivid. Commander Wong and the guards stood entranced, their eyes fixated on the grenade as if they were admiring a dazzling laser show. After 20 seconds, the grenade fulfilled its task and plummeted to the ground. Li Gang and his team proceeded to gather further data, while Commander Wong turned to lean against the tunnel wall. Academician Chu, just as you mentioned, this laser grenade is quite fascinating. Isn't it? Haha. The third grenade was intended to test its friendly protection feature. Li Gang's team hesitated to risk the soldiers directly. Instead, they affixed the sensing devices to several dummies and positioned them within the laser grenade's effective radius. The fourth grenade also employed props, this time arranging a variety of obstacles made from different materials within the laser radius to simulate the complexities of urban environments. After each experiment, Li Gang's team meticulously compiled detailed data. As time passed, darkness engulfed the surroundings, marking the conclusion of the field tests for the laser grenade. Chu Ge and his team returned to the base, where a sumptuous dinner awaited the Research Institute's staff. Around the dining table, they engaged in lively discussions about the afternoon's testing spectacle. Meanwhile, in a clandestine Air Force base in Istanbul, an eerie scene unfolded. Within the desolate and silent base, distant searchlights occasionally swept across a corner. In a fleeting moment, several shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, crouching as they approached the nearby ammunition depot. Clad in black camouflage and equipped with night vision goggles, they held lightweight automatic weapons, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Leaving 2 individuals to stand guard, the rest stealthily advanced to an ammunition rack. Upon prying open an ammunition box, a missile painted in white with blue stripes came into view. "This is the one. Let us get to work." A few figures in black busied themselves with their gear, shifting the box lid aside, revealing a sequence of Arabic text that flickered under the dim moonlight. Exercise-specific ammunition. Chapter 125. Joint Military Exercises. It was Monday in the United States, and John Wilson despised Monday mornings, which prompted him to rise early. By 7:00 a.m., he was already seated in his office, sipping coffee. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang abruptly, causing John to irritably pick it up. "John, come to my office." The line then went dead with a series of beeps. John shrugged, adjusted his tie while glancing at his reflection in the glass, and stepped outside. Rodriguez sat in his office, furrowing his brow as he perused a report. Upon seeing John Wilson enter, he gestured toward a chair while continuing to focus on the document. About 5 minutes later, Rodriguez inquired, "John, was the operation in Istanbul approved by you?" He set the report down, leaning forward with a serious tone. "Yes, boss. Our dark web team has been managing that military airport for quite some time, and we devised a meticulous plan that ITS likely already succeeded." John Wilson replied nonchalantly, No, you've misunderstood my intention. Are you planning to create chaos during their exercises?" Rodriguez pressed further. "Well, idle hands are the devil's workshop. Aren't they? The folks in Congress are no different. They get restless if they don't stir the pot for 3 days. I fear I've picked up their habits." John Wilson dismissively shrugged off the gravity of the matter. Accustomed as he was to such minor antics, Rodriguez regarded John Wilson, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. "On this point, I have no objections, but I must remind you to keep it discreet. We already have plenty of troubles, and I prefer to avoid complications. Rest assured, boss. Once the operation in Istanbul concludes, all involved will be dealt with by the dark web. Nothing will be left behind. Not even a map of the United States." John Wilson replied with a cunning smile. "Haha, you sly fox idiot, you think they'll catch a big fish this time?" "Oh, boss, I can't provide specifics on that. Frankly, I have little expectation for their plan. That location is heavily guarded, having previously drawn the attention of military satellites as a military base. Strangely, the alert level has spiked in recent months, which is unusual. Do you think their air defense systems are mere decorations? Of course, if the situation arises unexpectedly, they might score a hit, and I'd be laughing all the way to bed." "Haha, well then, John, I wish you a good night's sleep filled with laughter." The 2 men erupted into hearty laughter, drawing curious glances from their subordinates outside the office, who exchanged looks and shrugged in bemusement. For them, it appeared to be a day of uninterrupted work. The following morning, Chu Ge and Commander Wang were preparing to continue testing other individual soldier equipment at the experimental site. Just as their convoy was about to exit the gate, several military vehicles approached, honking their horns insistently. Sensing something was amiss, Chu Ge instructed the driver to halt. The military vehicles stopped in front of Chu Ge's convoy, and soon several officers in uniform disembarked. Commander Wang squinted. Recognizing, "It's our division commander," the commander stepped out of the vehicle. Chu Ge, having met Commander Long several times before, followed Wang and exited their own vehicle. Commander Long approached with a smile, extending his hands to grasp Chu Ge's. "Academician Chu, I heard from Wang Yi that you've arrived. I intended to visit you last night, but with the joint military exercises underway, I couldn't break away until this morning." "Haha, what a coincidence." Commander Lung's warmth was palpable, and his appreciation for talent was evident. It was uncertain whether Chu Ge's esteemed name still resided in his little black book. "Commander Long, it's been a while. I've been here for a few days now. We can gather any time. The joint military exercises represent cooperation between nations and should not be delayed. Therefore, I'm here to invite you to observe. You mustn't refuse. I know the weapon tests are in capable hands, And besides, what else there to test? With you, Chu Ge, as the passkey for the entire military, the equipment we VE developed is practically in demand. This testing seems entirely superfluous. Commander Long remained his forthright self, leaving Chu Ge feeling slightly flustered. Well, if you insist so earnestly, it would be rather ungracious of me to decline. Chu Ge readily agreed. Acknowledging that, as Commander Long suggested, Li Gang and his team were more than capable of handling the individual equipment tests. After relaying a few important instructions to Li Gang, Chu Ge joined Commander Long in the same vehicle. Their convoy, led by Captain Gong and his team, proceeded toward the joint military exercise venue. Let us go, Team Leader Li Gang. Academician Chu has been taken by our division commander. Don't worry, Commander Wang reassured. Nudging Li Gang, who was still watching the convoy, "Oh, all right. Why aren't you accompanying them to observe the exercises?" Li Gang asked. What is the point of military exercises? They happen every year. Your weapon tests, however, are a rarity. I'm not foolish. With a single retort, Li Gang was left speechless. He waved his hand, and the remaining team members boarded their vehicle to continue their individual equipment testing. 20 minutes later. Inside Commander Long's vehicle, he asked, Academician, what equipment are you primarily testing on this trip? Mainly the full set of individual soldier systems and the weapon system of the space aircraft, Kuanpeng, specifically the electromagnetic railgun. Chu Ge anticipated this question, having held it in for some time. The weapon systems for the space aircraft are ready. It's incredible to think I might witness our interstellar fleet in my lifetime. It feels like a dream. Alas, I am aging and likely will not be able to join you young ones in the fray. Commander Long sighed, reflecting on his military career that had spanned more than half a century. His emotions evident. What are you saying, Commander Long? In my eyes, you are still in your prime. Perhaps when the interstellar fleet embarks, you will be among them. Haha, I love hearing that from you, Academician Chu. Though I may be seasoned, I still believe I can fight for this country. Chu Ge nodded earnestly at Commander Long, then shifted the topic to the military exercises. Commander Long, what topics will we be covering in this joint exercise with the Russian Bears and several Central Asian nations? Primarily Air Force operations, as I am the military commander here. ITS merely a gesture of hospitality to. Oh, and Deputy Commander Rand from the Air Force is also here. If he knew you were coming, he'd likely have arrived even sooner. We discussed you just yesterday, but, I kept it under wraps. Chapter 126, A Reunion with a Big Shot Air Force? I was under the impression we'd be dealing with ground-based counterterrorism exercises. Chu Ge replied thoughtfully. Well, there are many types of exercises. Given the current international relations climate, it's merely an interaction among friends. This occasion primarily features several observing nations from both West Asia and South Asia, all of which are currently preparing to modernize their respective air forces. IT serves as a platform for exchange and demonstration, with the Russian Bear promoting their fighter jets while we showcase our own. Commander Long is remarkably knowledgeable, providing detailed insights to Chu Ge with remarkable clarity. Upon realizing the implications, Chu Ge nodded in agreement. Indeed, this military exercise warrants observation, as he is set to commence work on the airborne carrier's aircraft module upon his return, a significant undertaking. This opportunity allows Chu Ge to gauge the current standards of mainstream fighter jets around the globe. The Russian Bear is also present. Are they showcasing their most advanced aircraft? Chu Ge possesses a fair understanding of international relations. Several of our nation's aircraft are derived from the Russian Sukhoi, seemingly only possessing production licenses without sales rights, albeit heavily modified beyond recognition. It is likely that they are still relying on those models. The development of Russia's stealth fighters has faced considerable challenges, possibly due to funding shortages. Therefore, I surmise they have brought everything they can sell this time around. Commander Long's confidence in our equipment is evident in his remarks. Chu Ge nodded, acknowledging that in the realm of fighter jets, our nation has indeed surpassed its predecessors, with advancements in avionics, radar, and weaponry, while even our previously weakest engine technology has made notable strides in recent years. Yet, won't this lead to conflict between the two parties? Ultimately, this is a matter of commerce, and both sides are competing in the same market, where misunderstandings are inevitable. How could that be? We coordinated with the Russian Bear prior to the exercise. They are marketing their twin-engine heavy fighters while we promote our single-engine JJ-10C, fostering a spirit of friendly cooperation, devoid of deceit. Oh. It can work this way. Indeed, it is quite an ingenious approach. As differing customer requirements naturally lead to market segmentation, IT serves as a demonstration, considering the distinct combat purposes of single-engine and twin-engine fighters. A mixed configuration is only rational. Who knows, those nations that initially opted for twin-engine fighters might suddenly recall their need for our versatile JJ-10C lightweight fighter. Chu Ge is uncertain if it is the benefit of the genetic reagents, but his mind feels much sharper now. With a slight nudge from Commander Long, he quickly grasps the situation. Academician Chu undoubtedly lives up to his reputation as the youngest academician, possessing a keen intellect. No, Commander Long is also impressive. As a commander of the army, he possesses such intricate knowledge of Air Force matters. That is because these insights were just shared with me by Deputy Commander Ran yesterday. Alright then. As Chu Ge and Commander Long exchanged encouragement in the vehicle, the convoy arrived at their destination. Chu Ge stepped out of the car, gazing somewhat bewilderedly at the unfamiliar airport. This is our military's reserve airport, typically inactive except in special circumstances, such as today, as it is not an airshow. A degree of confidentiality must be maintained. Our official Air Force base would never permit such use, as even friends must observe certain boundaries, right? Noticing Chu Ge's confusion, Commander Long approached to explain. Nodding, Chu Ge turned to the makeshift viewing platform adjacent to the tarmac, where numerous individuals had gathered, including several foreigners dressed in sky-blue military uniforms. Likely military attaches or high-ranking officers participating in this joint exercise. Commander Long guided Chu Ge towards the viewing platform, where Chu Ge noticed a large white tent constructed nearby, open on all sides to provide shade, as the northwest sun can be quite intense at this time. Inside the tent were various fruits, desserts, and beverages, and Chu Ge even spotted champagne. Given the lengthy nature of the exercise, attendees could retreat there for refreshments when fatigued. Very considerate of you, Commander Long, Chu Ge remarked. After all, they are our guests, and since they come bearing wallets, we ought to extend the proper courtesies. Our nation is known for its etiquette, right? When friends arrive, we offer good wine. Commander Long did not complete his thought, gesturing towards the group of foreigners. Academician Chu, come, let me introduce you to someone, Commander Long said, leading Chu Ge onto the viewing platform, where a general in a blue general's uniform was engaged in jovial conversation with a group of foreign military attaches. Upon noticing Commander Long's arrival, the general offered a slight smile before shifting his gaze to Chu Ge, his expression momentarily faltering before quickly regaining composure. After exchanging handshakes with the foreign officers, the general strode towards Chu Ge and the others. Chu Ge, Academician Chu, what brings you, esteemed figure, to this event? Deputy Commander Ran inquired, scrutinizing Chu Ge with a warm smile, reminiscent of Academician Shan. Commander, you know me? What are you saying? Is there anyone in our military who does not know you? If there is, it indicates they are unworthy of serving. Deputy Commander Ran stated with solemnity. I stand corrected, Commander Ran. I arrived just yesterday and went to the weapons testing base over there, as several new pieces of equipment require testing here. Chu Ge cleverly shifted the focus. Indeed, Deputy Commander Ran comprehended immediately. Casting a glare at Commander Long chuckled, feigning engagement with the surrounding foreign attaches. He understood that from the moment they appeared together, the impending reprimand was unavoidable. Come, Chu Ge, let us converse as we walk. Deputy Commander Ran beckoned, and the three of them strolled along the edge of the runway, gradually leaving the viewing platform behind. Deputy Commander Ran glanced around. Aside from the vigilant soldiers, no outsiders remained. And at last, he posed his inquiry. Academician Chu, have your equipment tests concluded? Yes, we estimate that the individual soldier system will likely finish today. However, the main event is the electromagnetic railgun of the airborne carrier, which I suspect will be postponed until tomorrow. After a moment's reflection, Chu Ge explained that the railgun requires predefined impact points, necessitating the clearance of the area and selecting an appropriate timing, along with the multitude of models involved, which could slow testing. Moreover, this equipment had not yet arrived at the testing base when Chu Ge departed. That is satisfactory. It leaves a lingering anticipation, especially for the grand finale, the main cannon of the airborne carrier. Truly a source of fascination. By the way, Chu Ge, I recall that the airborne carrier is equipped with a set of strategic weapons as well? Commander Ran, the phased array cannon is still under development. It will not be included in this equipment testing, Chu Ge replied, scratching his head. Oh, I see, that is normal. The more advanced the weapon system, The greater the challenges in development, do not rush it. Academician Chu. Also, we agreed that you would wait for me during tomorrow's railgun testing. No problem, Deputy Commander Ran. Chapter 127. Static comparison of fighter jets. As the group conversed, the distant roar of fighter jets filled the air. And moments later, four light gray fighter jets landed on the nearby runway. Chu Ge and Deputy Commander Ran observed from afar. Deputy Commander, that model resembles the American F-16, doesn't it? Chu Ge inquired, scrutinizing the aircraft. Academician Chu, your eyesight is commendable. Indeed, it is the F-16, the current fighter jet of Istanbul, which has come to serve as a hypothetical adversary. When promoting fighter jets, there must be a competitor, correct? The F-16 is also a single-engine, single-seat lightweight fighter, perfectly poised to spar with our JJ, 10-seat. Deputy Commander Ran explained casually, and Chu Ge nodded in understanding. Their nation is likely seeking to replace its aging fighter jets, potentially feeling the pressure from Western nations, and has long sought data on our JJ, 10C through various channels, possibly meeting with disappointment. This time, they have brought their main active fighter, signaling a clear intent. Post-exercise, they will assess the results, and if satisfied, place an order. Deputy Commander Ran elaborated on the details of the exercise, leaving Commander Long astonished. In his recollection, this military figure had never displayed such patience before. All right, they have arrived. The event is about to commence. Let us return to the viewing platform. Understood. Deputy Commander Ran led the way, with Chu Ge and Commander Long flanking him as they leisurely made their way back. Chu Ge, sit beside me. This? Before Chu Ge could finish, Deputy Commander Ran grasped his hand and pulled him to the seat next to him. Thus, Chu Ge found himself inexplicably seated at the central position of the podium, while Commander Long silently took a seat in the second row. Chu Ge glanced around, realizing that most of the attendees were foreigners. The ceremony was quite simple. The host introduced the prominent military figures from our nation and the high-ranking representatives or attaches from various countries present. Following that, a brief overview of the event's agenda was provided, leading to representatives from different nations taking the stage for brief speeches. Chu Ge could not comprehend the foreign languages spoken, but from the remarks made by the Chinese representatives, it was likely a general wish for the event's success. Once the speeches concluded, the first significant segment of the event commenced, featuring static displays of fighter jets from both our nation and the Russian Bear. As the host concluded, everyone moved to the adjacent tarmac. Deputy Commander Ran needed to attend to several important guests at this moment and instructed Commander Long to accompany Chu Ge. The two wandered towards the JJ-10C fighter jet. Several foreigners were examining the cockpit of the JJ-10C, and based on their appearance, Chu Ge surmised they were likely Russians. A few Russian bears were chattering away in a language that eluded comprehension. Listening to their exchange, Chu Ge sensed an undercurrent of argument, and suddenly, a thought struck him. System bro, how much does it cost to learn Russian? 1,000 reputation points. Wow, that is quite affordable. I'll redeem it immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the proficiency skill in Russian, valid for 1 year. Remaining reputation points, 785 million. All right, thank you, 1 year. You. Chu Ge's earlier joy plummeted to an icy low. He restrained himself, reminding himself that today was not the day to explode with anger. He would settle the score with this money-grubbing fellow later. With a belly full of frustration, Chu Ge approached the two Russian bears who were still bickering. Victor, can you please set aside your arrogance? Open your eyes and observe the diffraction display, the LCD screen in this cabin, the riveting of the fuselage skin, the optimization of the air intake. This series of advancements clearly indicates that the achievements of our Huagua in the realm of fighter jets are indeed substantial. Moreover, I've heard that the medium-range air-to-air missiles equipped on this aircraft boast an effective range exceeding 150 kilometers. Do you comprehend the significance of that? The only missile we have that can reach such a range, the R-77M, is still merely a blueprint. The bespectacled Russian man seemed to have a deep understanding of the JJ-10C, and Chu Ge listened with palpable interest. Levjet, it appears you have succumbed to a case of foreign admiration. Their fighter jets are all purchased from our country. Are you seriously asserting that their current fighter jet technology has surpassed ours? Are you jesting? The Russian named Victor initially struck Chu Ge as a burly brute. After hearing his rebuttal, Chu Ge added another remark, brawn without brains. Upon hearing his teammate's mindless retort, Levjet shook his head in disappointment and chose not to respond further. Amused, Chu Ge observed the two, realizing they were both partially correct. Indeed, Huagua's Air Force had surpassed Russia in certain aircraft models. However, there were also areas in which they lagged behind. This was not a matter of absolute superiority. Thus, one should not view issues in a one-sided manner, neither demeaning oneself nor artificially elevating oneself. The correct path lies in finding what suits one best. Chu Ge shook his head and departed with General Long. He did not approach the Russian aircraft, which remained the same few models, the foremost being the Su-35, touted as the ultimate air superiority fighter. Chu Ge was quite familiar with this aircraft. The 117S engine provided exceptional maneuverability, which was its pride and joy. Other than that, it was rather ordinary. The radar still utilized the passive phased array system known as Snow Leopard. It wasn't that this radar was ineffective. It simply lagged behind the current trend of active phased array systems, which excelled in detection range, anti-jamming capabilities, multi-target processing, and response time. In terms of avionics and situational awareness, the Russian aircraft indeed fell short of expectations. A common flaw of Russian fighters. Nevertheless, the Su-35 excelled in maneuverability and flight capabilities, and its aerodynamic design was commendable. Coupled with several Russian precision-guided missiles, it proved formidable in anti-ship and ground attack scenarios. Aside from stealth fighters, this aircraft could certainly be categorized as top tier. Determining who was right or wrong proved challenging for Chu Ge, and he found little interest in adjudicating. The future undoubtedly belonged to stealth and unmanned intelligent aircraft. Moreover, with the current amicable relations between Huagua and Russia and numerous military cooperation projects, it seemed pointless to become overly fixated on such matters. Chu Ge and General Long arrived at the F-16s, which piqued Chu Ge's interest. The Huagua JJ-10C was designed to rival the F-16, and such a comparison would reveal true insights. Chu Ge circled the fighter jet, climbed into the cockpit, and after a brief observation, exited. Upon descending, Chu Ge shook his head. What's wrong, Academician Chu? This F-16 doesn't appear to be the latest version from the US. It holds little reference value. Chu Ge felt his visit might have been in vain. Although it had initially been a casual endeavor, as he pondered, the announcer's voice echoed through the speakers, announcing the commencement of aerial combat exercises. Chapter 128. The military exercise begins. A stage of aerial combat exercises was divided into two parts, the first being free engagements, and the second tactical offense and defense drills. To the west of the viewing platform stood a colossal display screen showcasing real-time simulated data of the participating fighter jets, while several smaller screens monitored the pilots' cockpits. After the announcer concluded, many attendees, primarily foreign buyers with an interest in fighter jets, gravitated towards that area. Chu Ge and General Long chose not to join the throng. The first phase of the exercise featured 4 Su-30SM and 4 Su-35 fighter jets from Russia, with the F-16 not participating, purely a Russian affair. Rather than a true exercise, it resembled more of an aerial performance. However, while the layman might view it as mere spectacle, the military officials and technical experts from various countries were evidently not so easily deceived. Therefore, from the procedural perspective, Chu Ge felt the Russians were taking the exercise quite seriously. As for the F-16's absence, it was likely a decision made after comprehensive consideration by G-Sittenbull. The international market. These two factions of fighter jets were direct competitors. To avoid open conflict, they had to weigh the potential reactions from the U.S. government. After all, the sanctions imposed by Uncle Sam could be quite damaging to smaller nations. Furthermore, the F-16 and the two Russian aircraft did not occupy the same category. One was a lightweight fighter more suited for ground missions, while the other was a heavy twin-engine fighter primarily designed for homeland air defense. The U.S.'s F-15 heavy fighter was the true peer to the Russian models. Chu Ge and General Long continued to observe the F-16s, knowing they could always inspect their own aircraft, while the American model was a rare sight. Although the F-16 might be aging, it was undeniably a trendsetter in the realm of fighter jets, and its design principles and aerodynamic configuration differed significantly from those of Huagua. Academician Chu, you seem very interested in these aircraft, General Long remarked as he followed Chu Ge on their tour, unable to contain his curiosity that it's decent enough. After all, it's not something one encounters often. Knowing oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in 100 battles. Chu Ge replied while meticulously examining the craftsmanship of the fighter. So, Academician Chu, have you discerned any particular features? General Long inquired, intrigued by Chu Ge's observations. Chu Ge successfully piqued General Lung's interest. The latest F-16 has been upgraded with electronic active phased array radar. Along with enhancements to the engine, cockpit displays, targeting helmets, onboard mission computers, fire control, and avionics. It differs significantly from this version. As for the airframe, there haven't been any substantial changes, so while the combat capability has doubled compared to previous models, it still pales in comparison to stealth aircraft, Chu Ge concluded, acknowledging an insurmountable divide. The platform itself dictated limitations, and no amount of modifications could transcend that. Indeed, if the gap could be bridged merely by enhancing these specifications, who would bother developing new fighter jets? Everyone would just modify old platforms, haha. Chu Ge nodded in agreement. General Lung's words jolted him, reminding him that it was futile to compare earthly fighter jets. According to the Naval Aviation Systems data, the speed of drones reached a minimum of Mach 10, and the maximum was still uncertain, dependent on the materials used for withstanding extreme thermal conditions, details he had yet to meticulously research. Chu Ge recalled that the fastest air-to-air missile currently only reached around Mach 6, rendering it ineffective against such speeds. Perhaps, he mused, this was how one played the game of asymmetric warfare, lost in thought. He eventually realized he had been daydreaming for some time, noticing that General Lung was staring at him, seemingly entranced. Huh? Oh, I was just lost in thought. In summary, Chu Ge found the American F-16 to be quite commendable. After all, it was the world's first aircraft to utilize unstable static fly-by-wire controls, effectively heralding a new era. I believe this is also why it has achieved such production numbers. He reflected that subsequent aircraft, whether Russian or from certain Western nations, had redefined fighter jet design principles based on this model. Your understanding of fighter jets surpasses that of a novice like me. Academician Chu, General Lung sighed. Haha, it was merely a past hobby. As for now, this aircraft holds no value for me. Its technological craftsmanship has already been surpassed by our stealth fighters. As for other aspects, they are entirely in a different league. Let us go, General Lung. After Chu Ge's remark, he strode towards the rest area, while General Lung lingered behind, contemplating the implications of Chu Ge's earlier statements, taking a while to catch up. The rest area was relatively quiet, with most attendees having gone to watch the live exercise. Chu Ge and General Lung relished this rare moment of tranquility, enjoying fruit and engaging in light, inconsequential conversation. Half an hour later, Chu Ge spotted Deputy Commander Ran approaching from a distance. Haha, you two seem quite leisurely. Deputy Commander Ran's hearty laughter preceded his arrival, and just as Chu Ge prepared to stand, he was gently pushed back into his seat by Deputy Commander Ran. Academician Chu, what insights have you gleaned? Though these fighter jets are not the most advanced, they do represent the mainstream of today's world. Commander, today Academician Chu has truly broadened my horizons. I believe he possesses a greater understanding of fighter jets than you do. Just as Chu Ge was about to speak, Cold Commander interjected, responding to Deputy Commander Ran. Oh? What is so surprising about that? Chu Ge is now a legendary figure within our military. Any actions he undertakes are, in my opinion, entirely justifiable. Ha ha, Commander, you mustn't heed Cold Commander's idle chatter. A true aviation enthusiast, such as myself, is aware that there exists a significant disparity between enthusiasts and professionals like you in the Air Force. Chu Ge remarked, not out of modesty, but rather to emphasize that while enthusiasts may be well-versed in specific aircraft data, warfare extends beyond mere numbers. The intricacies of the system are difficult for outsiders to comprehend. Setting that aside, there are no outsiders present here. To my knowledge, the Aerospace mothership also has a fleet of carrier-based aircraft, correct? How does Academician Chu intend to configure them? A brief overview would suffice. So I can have a clearer understanding, Deputy Commander Ran whispered to Chu Ge, noting the absence of others around them. Indeed, the Kunping's carrier-based aircraft predominantly consist of unmanned drones, while the manned fighters are primarily tasked with reconnaissance, jamming, and auxiliary military operations. The more arduous and labor-intensive tasks within the interstellar fleet are executed by swarms of drones. Chu Ge replied thoughtfully. In the military-industrial system, he felt that the role of fighter jets resembled that of disruptors or scouts. They could only target smaller vessels, as larger entities like aircraft carriers or heavy cruisers were simply impervious to them, their armor too thick. The deeper reasons eluded him, as he was unaware of the nature of the adversaries. Ultimately, the existence of such roles was logical. Chu Ge merely needed to design according to the military-industrial blueprint. Chapter 129. Sudden turn of events. Drones? While they are indeed useful, I can't shake the feeling that they might be somewhat unreliable and susceptible to countermeasures. Deputy Commander Rand replied, his brow furrowed. Ha ha, rest assured, Commander, the drones I speak of differ significantly from those currently in circulation. They are, in fact, revolutionary. For the adversary to target them, they must first comprehend how to do so. Correct? Ha ha, you rascal. Very well, I must see these drones once they are deployed. The three of them continued their conversation when the announcer began broadcasting over the loudspeaker. Deputy Commander Rand listened intently. All right, the Russian Bear's performance has concluded. Now it's time for our fighter jets to take the stage. Academician Chu, shall we go take a look? Certainly, we must go see. Ha ha. With that, Chu Ge and the others rose and made their way towards the large screen. In the distance at the airport, as the Russian Bear's fighter jets landed one after another, the already poised JJ, 10C, and 4F-16 fighter jets took to the skies, each heading towards their designated exercise airspace. In this free aerial combat, neither side was aware of the other's territory. Apart from the early warning aircraft and ground radar assistance, it relied solely on the fighter's true capabilities in unfamiliar airspace. 01. The G Country's fighter jets are the older version of the F-16. This is rather uninspiring. If we are to engage, we ought to be facing the F-16V. The loquacious Dai Lin began his performance once more. However, this time he was astute enough to use the squadron channel. The Golden Helmet pilots had all mobilized, indicating the Air Force's seriousness regarding this military exercise. First, eliminate the opponent, then you can voice your grievances later. All right, we have 2 minutes until we reach the designated airspace. Form a diamond formation. 02, follow me. 04, follow 03. After entering, activate the active search radar according to the pre-established search direction. 02, understood. 03, understood. 04, understood. Without the assistance of early warning aircraft or ground radar, the radar performance of the fighter jets would be fully showcased. This was also a scenario predetermined by the directing team, as the radar capabilities of fighter jets were one of the primary parameters buyers would evaluate. In fact, such situations rarely occurred in modern aerial warfare. During combat patrols, fighter jets typically kept their search radars off, with early warning aircraft handling target detection and directing fighter jets for strikes. Upon entering the battlefield, the formation activated their radars, urging everyone to remain vigilant. After receiving the acknowledgements, the lead pilot, Chung Chongquan, activated the radar, visually scanning the status of his teammates before shifting his gaze to the radar's scanning interface. Soon, 4 blips appeared on the radar, jolting Chung Chongquan's focus to the southeast. 4 enemy aircraft, distance 240 km, altitude 8200. Chung Chongquan promptly relayed the battlefield information to his teammates. The JJ-10C was equipped with Huagua's most advanced active phased array airborne radar, boasting a considerable detection range. While its beyond visual range combat capabilities were not the absolute best, they were still top tier among aircraft of this classification. 03, 04. Once within missile range, fire a volley using long-range air-to-air missiles. Be mindful of target selection. 03 received. 04 received. Meanwhile, the G country's F-16 formation remained blissfully unaware of the situation, leisurely meandering. Lead. Why haven't we detected the enemy yet? Are we lost? Shut it. Focus on your aircraft. To my knowledge, the radar on Huagua's JJ-10C has a longer search range. We are at a disadvantage. Lead. Sometimes data can be misleading. You can't rely solely on figures. The lead pilot of G country's formation, sporting a full beard, was skeptical about this military exercise in Huagua. He couldn't fathom the rationale behind the officials opting for this over the more advanced F-16V. Just as he finished his thought, the aircraft's radar lock warning blared unexpectedly, leading him to initially believe it was a ground-based anti-air missile. Not good, lead. I'm locked onto by an anti-air missile. Anti-air missile? Are you joking? A few seconds later. Oh, 2 missiles, lead. Where did they launch from? You fool. Those are the JJ-10C locking onto you. Hurry and evade. Or release chaff flares. While you're still outside their air-to-air missiles' no escape zone, you still have a chance. Understood. Moments later, lead. I've been declared shot down. I feel like I've been played. What? How is that possible? They launched missiles from such a distance. It would be easier to evade them than against an early warning aircraft. That's why I said I've been played. All right, you exit the exercise. We'll discuss everything once we're on the ground. As the temporary leader of this squad, the G country pilot possessed considerable tactical acumen. The exercise was not yet concluded, and he had to see it through. Understood. Chu Ge watched the combat information displayed on the screen, a smile gracing his face. Academician Chu, what do you think? Deputy Commander Rand turned just in time to catch Chu Ge smiling. Piquing his interest, utilizing the advantages of beyond visual range combat, this batch of older F-16s indeed falls short in radar capabilities. Their detection range is inadequate, preventing them from spotting our JJ-10C in advanced, in such circumstances. Whoever detects the other first gains a significant edge. Haha. Indeed, is there anything else? I suspect your directing team aims to eliminate half of the opposing aircraft. Otherwise, the exercise would be over by now. After speaking, Chu Ge turned to observe Deputy Commander Rand. Haha. Nothing escapes Academician Chu's scrutiny. Beyond visual range combat is one aspect. Close-range dogfighting is equally significant. Anything else? Moreover, there's the air-to-air missiles. Double-pulse engines that ignite for a while before shutting down? Coasting for a distance, then reigniting. By that point, the opposing aircraft would have entered the missile's no-escape zone. After a brief contemplation, Chu Ge spoke with confidence. Academician Chu, Cold Commander, wasn't he exaggerating? You truly understand air combat. This time, Deputy Commander Rand did not pursue further questions. Instead, a glimmer of affirmation and admiration shone in his eyes. The aerial exercise continued, with 2 F-16s exiting the exercise. To ensure fairness, 2 JJ-10CS also automatically withdrew, resulting in a 2v2 scenario. The distance between the two sides had diminished considerably, prompting Chung Chonkuan to switch the air-to-air missiles to short-range dogfight missiles. He focused on the enemy aircraft information displayed in his helmet system. Right hand poised over the missile launch button. Safety cover .02, cover me. I'm entering the attack position .02. Understood. Chung Chonkuan input the flight parameters of the opposing aircraft, then began pre-cooling the short-range air-to-air missiles. This pre-cooling process involved powering the infrared missiles, with the missile's internal program taking over the guidance head's cooling operation. A similar set of operations was concurrently executed by the pilots from G country. Close-range dogfighting was exhilarating. It tested both aircraft performance and pilot skill. Both sides launched their missiles almost simultaneously, with the JJ-10C employing a high off-axis launch. The missile screamed forth, in the G country F-16 formation. Lead, I've been declared shot down. What about your missiles? I've launched mine too, but something feels off. What do you mean? Exercise missiles typically deactivate after 5 seconds. Yet this one had been active for 10 seconds and continued advancing in the wrong direction. It has gone rogue, At the weapons testing base, Soulblade, crimson eyes abruptly shifted to blue, and alarms began to blare. Oh no, quickly, evacuate that area. Wink with a frown. Soulblade is about to enter flight mode. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Soulblade soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. Yu Ying hurried over to assist his fallen colleague, assessing the injuries, relieved to find only minor abrasions. He lifted his gaze towards the open expanse above. His brow furrowed in concern. Chapter 130. Soulblade rescues. Suddenly, a thought struck Yu Yang, prompting him to dash outside. In the exercise airspace, 2 aircraft from G Istanbul continued their communication. Wingman, descend a bit to check my missile pylon and see if there's any malfunction, commanded Alafate, the leader of the F-16 squadron, in a state of urgency. Lead, your air-to-air missiles are intact. Oh, you scared me. That's a relief. It must be an electronic issue, but your air-to-ground missiles are missing. What? How is that possible? As soon as the wingman finished speaking, Alafate felt his head was about to explode, quickly conjuring a series of possibilities. Was there an error in the missile pylon's feedback signal? A computer system malfunction? Had the ground crew mistakenly loaded live rounds as training munitions? The last thought sent a shiver down his spine. If that were the case, it would spell trouble. He observed the missile's trajectory, which seemed to be spinning in circles like a headless fly. However, it was evident that it was still operational. The pilot began to pray that it would soon find an uninhabited area to hide. After completing a wide arc, the missile flew straight in one direction. The pilot glanced at the map information, a sudden bead of sweat forming on his forehead as he trembled and uttered a phrase. This is bad. This is really bad. Chu Ge and Deputy Commander Rand were intently focused on the large screen. Strange, what are they doing? Has the exercise concluded? Deputy Commander Rand remarked casually, feeling quite pleased. Given the current state of affairs, He believed they could celebrate a successful conclusion to the exercise ahead of schedule. Approximately a kilometer from the temporary airfield, a field air defense regiment was stationed. Commander Wang Kai was intently monitoring the missile trajectory on the radar screen, having just received reports of the missile anomaly from the radar operator overseeing the exercise area. Track the missile trajectory. Prepare 2 interceptors from the 1st Battalion. Wang Kai decisively issued the combat order. Yes, Commander. Report to the commander. Radar has detected another target rapidly approaching the missile. The radar operator quickly relayed battlefield intelligence. Has a brother unit engaged? That doesn't seem likely. Its speed is too fast and erratic. However, its course is aligned with the missile's attack path, resembling an intercepting missile. The radar operator scrutinized the peculiar scene on the radar screen, making vague judgments. Wang Kai thought swiftly, aware that a weapons testing base was not far from this backup airfield, surrounded by his brother units. For now, let the interceptors continue to monitor the target trajectory. Once a window of opportunity appears, launch the interceptors. Have the Land Shield 5000 short-range air defense system from the 2nd Battalion also track this missile. If the intercept fails, ensure they take it down. We cannot allow the missile to breach our defenses. Understood. The communications officer promptly conveyed Commander Wang's orders, and the atmosphere in the entire command center became tense as everyone focused on the 2 luminous points on the radar screen. Deputy Commander Rand's brow furrowed as he sensed something amiss. The 4 aircraft on the big screen were still cruising without any tactical maneuvers, as if engaged in idle chatter in the sky. Just as he was about to call a guard to inquire with the directing team, the guard rushed over to whisper a few words in his ear. What? Is the situation accurate? Yes, Commander. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly, escort academician Chu to safety. Deputy Commander Ran, it seems there's no time, and I believe we need not leave. Look who has arrived. Chu Ge interjected, pointing towards the sky. Deputy Commander Ran looked up in confusion, and in the next moment, his eyes widened eye in the sky. The towering figure of the Soulblade hovered, positioned not far from Chu Ge and the others, approximately 100 meters away, its immense silhouette appearing even more pronounced at this distance. Farther away in the azure sky, a missile could be faintly seen racing towards the Soulblade, trailing a long plume of smoke, starkly visible against the clear backdrop that the Soulblade? What is it intending to do? Is it going to intercept that missile head-on? Academician Chu, quickly, tell it to evade. There are air defense units nearby. It does not need to sacrifice itself. Deputy Commander Rand's anxious words carried a hint of sadness. Haha, it's all right, Commander. Instruct the air defense units not to engage. The Soulblade can handle 1 missile without any significant issue. Just ensure our own missiles don't end up firing multiple rounds unnecessarily. Chu Ge calmly opened a bottle of drink, tilted his head back, and took a sip, feeling refreshed. He then silently criticized the Soulblade for striking a pose. It was quite the spectacle today, and seemed ready to embrace the taste of gunpowder. Oh no, at this distance, it may already be too late. Indeed, as soon as Deputy Commander Rand finished speaking, 2 intercepting missiles, trailing long tails, came hurtling in, having likely been launched while he spoke. The spectators on the viewing platform had abandoned thoughts of escape. Staring up in stunned silence at the unfolding scene, boom! The missile exploded violently in front of the Soulblade. The thunderous roar of high explosives caused the guests present to cover their ears instinctively, crouching down as if suddenly awakening to the realization that the missile's target seemed to be here. Chu Ge, Deputy Commander Rand remained steadfast, their gaze unwaveringly fixed on the sky, now more concerned about the Soulblade. The Soulblade remained motionless, and Deputy Commander Rand exhaled in relief. The remaining 2 intercepting missiles followed suit. This time, the Soulblade did not take the hit directly, but instead skillfully evaded with a series of agile maneuvers. Effortlessly dodging the 2 missiles, the 2 interceptors whizzed past the steel body of the Soulblade, detonating in midair not far off, boom, boom. As the explosions subsided, Deputy Commander Rand let out a long sigh of relief. Deputy Commander, don't be too hasty in your relief. I think you should first contact the relevant authorities of the country whose F-16 pilot was involved. Chu Ge leisurely sipped his drink and spoke slowly. Yes, I will certainly reach out to them. They must provide us with an explanation regarding today's events. No, what I mean is, you need to explain to them why there were 4 aircraft on arrival and only 2 on the return. Chu Ge suppressed a laugh. Academician Chu, what do you mean? The Soulblade tends to be rather, unforgiving towards those who dare act boldly against Huagua.it, tends to settle scores on the spot, with no explanations given. What? Academician Chu, you must let, Deputy Commander Rand began, turning his gaze back to the sky, but the Soulblade had vanished without a trace. He quickly turned back to find Chu Ge shrugging, and in an instant, Deputy Commander Rand comprehended the situation. After a moment of contemplation, a smile returned to his face. All right, haha, Academician Chu, off the record, I quite like the temperament of the Soulblade, haha, is this part of the programming? Did you set this up in advance? Chu Ge remained silent, simply nodding in acknowledgement. In the distance, a convoy of military vehicles sped towards them, halting nearby. Soldiers armed to the teeth disembarked from the trucks, standing in formation beside the previously stationed guards, filling the perimeter of the viewing area with a dense presence of troops. The guests surrounding Chu Ge, who had just begun to relax, now tensed up again, looking at Chu Ge and his companions in a state of helplessness. Chapter 131. A dominant strike from the Soulblade Commander Wang Kai sprinted to Deputy Commander Ran's side. Standing at attention and saluting. Commander, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Who allowed you to leave your post without permission? Deputy Commander Ran's expression was stern. Commander Wang Kai hesitated, as he caught sight of Chu Ge, his eyes reflecting disbelief. What's wrong? Do you not recognize me, or do you dare not acknowledge me? Academician Chu, Commander Wang Kai of the 115th Division South Air Defense Regiment, salutes you. Hello, Commander Wang. Chu Ge smiled and returned the salute. All right, now is not the time for pleasantries. Since you're here, you'll escort these foreign guests to the airport shortly. What was supposed to be a straightforward exercise has turned into a situation. I'll need to reassure them first. And detain that Istanbul individual, along with their aircraft. I sense this is not as simple as it seems. I need to report to the higher-ups on how to handle the follow-up and obtain their input. Deputy Commander Rand swiftly issued several commands in succession, and Commander Wang Kai responded affirmatively, saluting both Deputy Commander Rand and Chu Ge before turning to depart. After a moment of contemplation, Deputy Commander Rand made his way to the podium. In the sky, the remaining two F-16s flew towards the backup airfield, one following the other, accompanied by Chung Chongquan and Dai Lin's aircraft trailing behind. They had been informed by the Ground Command Center of the earlier incident and were granted temporary decision-making authority in the air to address any potential further emergencies. However, the missiles carried by the two fighter jets were merely training rounds. The aircraft cannon is indeed a formidable weapon, and now it trails behind the F-16, with its sights already trained on the enemy fighter ahead. Should any mischief dare to unfold, Dylene's explosive temperament would not hesitate to deliver a volley in response. The two F-16s circle in formation, preparing for landing. Captain, are we being monitored? Surely, they wouldn't shoot us down directly. Would they? The voice of the wingman, youthful and trembling, betrayed his anxiety. Surely not. If they wanted to down us, they would have done so by now. The Huagua people are generally quite. Aliphate's words were abruptly cut off as an alarm blared from the aircraft. Puzzled, he glanced at the radar. This warning was not of an attack but a collision alert. The radar screen indicated an obstacle ahead. Damn it, Alifate muttered, lifting his gaze just in time to see the colossal form of Soulblade, looming ominously close. Its faint purple halo flickering along the edges of the mech, blindingly bright. Without time to shout a warning, he executed a sharp roll to the side, narrowly avoiding a collision with Soulblade. Yet, his relief was short-lived as the wingman seemed oblivious to the imminent danger, heading straight for the mech. The wingman's eyes widened in terror as he instinctively retracted the sunshade, staring into Soulblade's ethereal blue eyes. Was this a divine being descended upon them? Get out of the way, you're going to crash into it. That's not a deity. It's a humanoid robot. Alifate shouted urgently while maneuvering his fighter. But it was too late. He watched helplessly as his wingman barreled into the massive structure. Just as he braced for a catastrophic explosion, the robot ascended vertically with astonishing speed, its left hand igniting a dazzling weapon. In an instant, it descended with an acceleration even greater than before, the brilliant light slicing through the center of the wingman's aircraft like butter, disappearing almost immediately in the next heartbeat. The wingman's plane erupted violently before Alifate's eyes, disintegrating into countless fragments that drifted downwards. Alifate squinted against the glare, turning his head to watch the remnants fall, still in disbelief at the horrific scene unfolding before him. He was not alone in his incredulity. Behind him, Chung Chonkwin and Dai Lin were both witnesses to the surreal clash between the mech warrior and the fighter jets. Captain, that must be Soulblade, right? That guy is ruthless. Suddenly, I recall our last exercise with it. This is chilling. I felt that chill too, but was Soulblade dispatched by the base? This method of combat seems a bit uncouth, Dai Lin remarked. Surprisingly, Dai Lin did not reprimand him this time. Instead, they both began to critique the unfolding drama. Captain, look, Soulblade is about to repeat that maneuver. It's slicing through the aircraft as if it were mere tofu. The instantaneous acceleration it displayed was astonishing. Even with a metal rod, the effect would be similarly devastating. Should we intervene? After all, the base instructed us to escort them down if they complied. Dai Lin and Chung Chonkwin seemed to have switched roles, one engrossed in the spectacle, the other recalling their orders. Intervene? With your tofu-like aircraft? Chung Chonkwin's disdain was palpable. Fair point. Let us just enjoy the show. Alafate, a seasoned pilot, wasted no time and swiftly pulled the lever beneath his seat, elegantly ejecting himself from the cockpit. Mere seconds after his departure, his fighter followed suit, mirroring the fate of his wingman. Chung Chonkwin and Dai Lin were momentarily awestruck by Alafate's fluid maneuvering, taken aback by the display of skill. Hey, this guy is quite clever. That's not a bad tactic, I might add, Dai Lin laughed unabashedly. All right, let us report to the base and request a search team. Remember to provide them with the coordinates. Understood. Just as Dai Lin finished his response, he suddenly noticed Soulblade ominously appear in their peripheral vision. Its ethereal blue eyes resembled those of a harbinger of doom. Captain, do you think this creature has gone berserk and might eliminate us as well? As Dai Lin spoke, a chill ran down his spine. Chung Chonkwin remained silent, unsure how to respond. Just as their hearts raced with fear, Soulblade hovered gracefully before them, saluting in a military fashion before departing. It took Dai Lin a moment to process what just transpired. Damn, Captain, I must admit, my hand was almost reaching down. Chung Chonkwin, still silent, returned a salute to the departing Soulblade. The two JJ-10C fighters swiftly altered their course towards the nearest temporary airfield. Chu Ge watched the dissipating smoke in the air and rubbed his hands together. Well, Soulblade has completed its task and returned home, modestly retreating. On the podium, Deputy Commander Rand continued to explain to the foreign dignitaries that the exercise had encountered unforeseen complications, leading to its abrupt termination, and assured them that their soldiers were there to protect them, advising them not to worry. He promised that further developments would be communicated to their respective governments post-investigation. Chapter 132, Joint Investigation Team. After Deputy Commander Rand concluded his address, he stepped down from the podium, prompting the foreign military attachés and pilots to engage in hushed discussions. Victor, did you see that? It had to be a transformer, taking a hit from a high-explosive air-to-ground missile. Lev Jet recalled the spectacle, unable to tear his gaze from the sky, where not a trace of it remained. The only evidence that the event was not a figment of imagination was the faint scent of smoke lingering in the air. Not only did I see it, but I recorded it. This footage is bound to ignite the internet. It's too sci-fi. Victor patted his pocket, envisioning a lucrative opportunity. Really? Let me see. Not now, Levjet, we'll discuss it once we're outside Huagua's borders. If they catch wind of this, we'll have nothing to take back. Victor glanced at the heavily armed guards surrounding them. Despite the cordial relations between Huagua and the Russian bear, he was unwilling to take that risk. As they conversed, they followed their government officials out. Little did they know, Chu Ge had overheard every word of their exchange. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Deputy Commander Rand. There are certainly individuals among the foreigners who managed to capture footage of Soulblade. Should we arrange for a thorough search? Chu Ge believed this matter involved state secrets and did not dare to take it lightly. The higher-ups have indicated that we should not make things difficult for these individuals. They are our allies. If this information reaches back home, it could stir up a storm, potentially arming adversarial nations with ammunition against us. Besides, the leadership suggests that if we're not afraid of publicizing the Aerospace mothership, our impressive mech warriors should also make an appearance. Some nations might refuse to believe it, and this could serve as a test run. Deputy Commander Rand smiled while patting Chu Ge on the shoulder. Chu Ge, perplexed, decided to go along with it. He was not adept at navigating the grand schemes of leadership, yet he could sense a hint of strategy in Deputy Commander Rand's words. The exercise site soon fell silent again as the foreign guests were escorted by Wang Kai and his team towards the nearest airport. At the standby airfield, Russian fighters lined up for takeoff, preparing to form up in the air under the escort of Huagua's jets as they exited the national airspace. Meanwhile, the two F-16s that had previously withdrawn from the exercise remained grounded. Their pilots engaged in discussions with Huagua officials. This was not a case of seizure. The downed aircraft were still under search and rescue operations, while a high-level joint investigation team and relevant technical support were en route. Noticing Deputy Commander Ran was occupied, Chu Ge bid farewell to Commander Long. After returning to the weapons testing base, they headed towards Soulblade's temporary station. Although Chu Ge had confidence in Soulblade's armor protection, considering that it was designed to withstand the impact of ground missiles, which were typically more powerful than ordinary shells. Academician Chu, Deputy Commander Ran has elevated the security level at the weapons testing base. Our equipment test can proceed as planned. On the way, Commander Long reminded Chu Ge of Deputy Commander Ran's instructions. Understood, but I believe this incident may not be directed at us. The likelihood of tampering with the fighter jets during the joint exercise seems higher, especially since you invited us to observe on short notice. After analyzing the situation, Chu Ge replied resolutely, asserting that he did not believe G. Stamble had the audacity to oppose Huagua. The most plausible scenario was that someone with ulterior motives had intervened. However, if military aircraft can be manipulated by others, it certainly indicates the presence of an insider. It's quite normal to capture both personnel and aircraft. As they entered Soulblade's station, Yu Yang and his team were busy conducting a thorough inspection of the mech. The bustling activity resembled that of caretakers attending to a child at you. How is it? Is Soulblade damaged? Hearing Chu Ge's voice, Yu Yang turned around, hastily approaching. Academician Chu, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't see you arrive. The Soulblade presents no significant issues. However, several sections of armor that endured the brunt of the explosive impact necessitate replacement. Although the exterior appears unaffected, our instruments indicate that the internal structure has sustained damage. Yu Yang briefly relayed the earlier testing procedure to Chu Ge, noting that apart from the aforementioned concerns, everything else remains intact. Indeed, the armor is robust, and it seems that the warhead of that air-ground missile was quite substantial. Based on my estimations, it should have been able to withstand the missile directly. After Chu Ge concluded, he shook his head. The armor material is still inadequate. The performance metrics of this armor within the military-industrial complex are among the least satisfactory, which explains why that individual has persistently mocked the depletion of resources on Blue Star. In retrospect, Chu Ge now realizes that he was likely stating a fact. The Soulblade. Chu Ge lifted his gaze towards the Soulblade, but alas, it is so towering that he could not see its head from below. It seems he could only engage in conversation with its feet. Yes, Academician Chu, what orders do you have? In the future, should we encounter missiles or large-caliber shells, let us avoid direct confrontation whenever possible. Everyone is aware of your resilience. Oh, and the military dogs at the base are well aware of your handsomeness. Thus, during actual combat, it is imperative to be more agile. Otherwise, you will require assistance in changing your armor afterward. Which is rather exhausting, I assent it. Chu Ge initially intended to mention that this section of armor is more expensive than that air-ground missile and should be preserved, but upon reflection, he realized that this entity likely has no comprehension of money. So he refrained from continuing. Understood. This will not happen again, Academician Chu. Yu Yang was taken aback by Chu Ge's commanding demeanor, momentarily at a loss. However, General Long beside him exhibited no particular expression, merely whispering an explanation to Yu Yang. This is how a father disciplines his son. You will get used to it. Oh, General Long, your experience is indeed extensive. Haha, not at all. I merely heard my subordinates mention it. As the two conversed about the ethical implications surrounding Academician Chu and the Soulblade, a cacophony erupted outside, followed by the entrance of a group of individuals. Upon seeing them, General Long realized it was Li Gang and Wang Yi among others. General, we just heard about the exercise. Are you all right? Is Academician Chu unharmed? Wang Yi rushed in, failing to notice Chu Ge obscured by the large foot of the Soulblade. You brat, inquiring about me while your gaze is elsewhere. I assume you're seeking answers from Academician Chu? General Long unflinchingly exposed Wang Yi. General, I didn't see you. Chu Ge, hearing the commotion, approached and waved to Wang Yi and the others. Li Gang nodded in his direction. Visibly relieved, Chapter 133. The Special Envoy's Confidential Message. The group formed a circle around the Soulblade, exchanging opinions regarding today's unforeseen circumstances. They all concurred with Chu Ge's perspective, directing their suspicions toward a particular rogue nation. As such, underhanded tactics seem only within their capability. However, Chu Ge understood that finding tangible evidence in such matters would be exceedingly challenging. Even if discovered, given the nature of that nation, they would merely offer a perfunctory apology to major powers while flatly denying any wrongdoing to smaller nations. Classic rogue behavior. Chu Ge recalled Deputy Commander Rand's remark about testing the waters, believing that the leaders must have already formulated corresponding strategies, thus opting to cease further discussion. After glancing at the time, he beckoned everyone to dinner. Late at night, at the backup airport station, several offices were temporarily cleared for the joint investigation team. The search and rescue team had returned, and Arafat was found alive. Apart from a few minor abrasions, this astute individual was virtually unscathed. Unfortunately, the pilot of his escort fared poorly, having been severely burned in midair before plummeting to the ground in a shattered state. The search and rescue team spent considerable time attempting to recover a semblance of him. After Arafat's return, he was invited into a room by experts from Huagua, followed by an extensive 2-hour interrogation. He was quite cooperative, even detailing the precise steps of how the fighter jet was transferred to him from the hangar in G State. Upon concluding the inquiry, Arafat was escorted into another room by high-ranking officials from G country. "Mr. Zhang, what is your take?" Deputy Commander Rand inquired, glancing at an elderly expert with graying hair. "Based on my years of experience, this individual is not lying. It appears this incident was not an accident but rather orchestrated by certain individuals or nations behind the scenes. However, I cannot ascertain how they executed this cunning switch," Mr. Zhang pondered, furrowing his brow in confusion. If the fighter jet's computer system had a backdoor, the solution would be simple. A minor program virus could suffice. "I believe we should focus on how they substituted the training rounds with live ammunition, as that could reveal significant insights." Another expert proposed a possibility, awakening others from their reverie. If his assertion holds true, it would essentially pinpoint the suspect nation. Xiaowang indeed makes a valid point. Regarding the computer system's backdoor, obtaining evidence may prove arduous, but the second avenue might yield some leads. I propose we promptly establish an overseas investigation team to collaborate with G-State in gathering evidence in this regard. Agreed. Agreed. Very well, I will report our preliminary findings to the leaders shortly, along with the proposal for the overseas investigation team. Please be patient. Several experts raised their hands in agreement, and Deputy Commander Rand made a decisive statement. "By the way, Mr. Zhang, another matter. Regarding the overseas investigation team, we also require G-State's cooperation with our press release. Do you think they will comply?" Deputy Commander Rand, after standing to leave, suddenly turned back to inquire. Initially, they might offer some pretexts, but once the Soulblade executes its swift and decisive retaliatory action, as recounted verbatim by that pilot, I believe they will be quite willing to cooperate, Mr. Zhang replied with confidence. Deputy Commander Rand contemplated briefly before nodding, then exited with enthusiasm. In another room, Arafat was vividly relaying the brutality of the Soulblade. Within less than a minute, he had transformed the events surrounding the Soulblade into a science fiction epic. Approximately half an hour later, Arafat finally ceased his narration, uncapped a bottle of mineral water on the table, and gulped down a generous mouthful. After escorting Arafat out of the room, several investigators from G-State exchanged glances. "Do you believe what he said? Is he perhaps a bit unhinged from fright?" One G-country expert remarked, gesturing toward his head. "I find his reasoning quite coherent. He is not lying." Several experts had rushed over overnight, and they might be unaware of certain circumstances. I have a video here. Please review it before forming your conclusions. A military-looking member of the investigation team produced a phone, located a video, and handed it to the experts. Minutes later, as the video concluded, the room fell silent. "Is this a mech warrior? Did it withstand a high-explosive air-to-ground missile? That is our nation's most potent TNT-yield missile," exclaimed the previously skeptical expert, trembling as he held the phone, hardly able to believe his eyes, and replayed the video. According to the pilot's description, this mech warrior must stand as tall as a 20-story building, its form colossal, swift as lightning. It had only revealed the weapon in its left hand, wreaking havoc upon them, leaving no opportunity for the pilot to escape. They could only parachute. Moreover, It appeared that jumping out upon sighting the enemy was the only chance of survival. Coupled with this video, its terrifying defensive capabilities and agile evasion skills, missiles seemed like mere toys to it. I suspect its arsenal contains far more than just that weapon in its left hand. I suddenly feel that perhaps it was merely using its weakest weapon from its arsenal. So, these are the conclusions we can draw today? A leader-like figure stood, reviewing the notes in hand, before scanning the room and inquiring. Indeed, Special Envoy, the crowd respectfully replied. Excellent, I will relay this information to the Prime Minister tonight. You all may return to rest, as it is already past midnight. We should receive news from home tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work. Yes, the experts from G Country's investigation team rose, nodding to the Special Envoy before gradually exiting. After the Special Envoy remained alone, he returned to his seat, meticulously examining the documents in hand. After deep contemplation, he swiftly picked up a pen from the table and added a few lines before summoning a guard. Send this back to the Prime Minister's office immediately. Yes, Special Envoy. Once the guard departed, the Special Envoy stood by the window, gazing at the night sky for some time, before turning off the room's lights and exiting. For him and his nation, the night to come heralded a new dawn. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness for Abdul Nasser, as the Prime Minister of G State. He received two pieces of dire news today. Although he promptly dispatched his envoy to Huagua to address the situation, his unease prompted him to remain in his office until news arrived from there. A series of urgent knocks echoed from outside, and Nasser composed himself before inviting them in. Prime Minister, a confidential message has returned from Huagua. After the guard exited, Nasser hurriedly opened the folder and began to read intently. The document was brief, yet he reviewed it several times before placing it down. That moment, only the final few sentences lingered in his mind. The military-industrial technology of Huagua has reached a level beyond comparison. I firmly believe that their interstellar fleet will soon take shape. Given that other countries have yet to recognize this reality, the Prime Minister should decisively abandon the strategy of hedging bets and fully embrace Huagua, acquiescing to all their demands in a unified front. Only by doing so can we earn Huagua's trust and ensure long-term stability. Chapter 134. Testing of the electromagnetic railgun. While the investigative teams of both nations were busy addressing unforeseen circumstances during the exercises, Chu Ge and his colleagues continued their equipment experiments methodically. According to Li Gang's plan, today was designated for live-fire testing of the main weapon, the electromagnetic railgun, on the aerospace carrier Kuanpeng. The weather was favorable, and Li Gang, along with his colleagues, had been preparing the testing equipment since early morning. The railgun comprised 4 experimental gun groups of varying calibers, particularly the maximum 500mm caliber, which could be classified as a colossal weapon, requiring the largest military transport truck to barely manage its transport. Chu Ge observed the truck's rear tires, densely packed and notably large, indicating that it was indeed intended for transporting specialized equipment. The military transport truck hailed from Yinjing and had not been unloaded upon arrival at the weapons testing base. Instead, it was to be disassembled only during the testing phase to avoid the lengthy process of loading and unloading. That moment, a circle of fully armed soldiers surrounded the truck, as if it contained a cargo of gold. General Long, Deputy Commander Ran, is likely still preoccupied with yesterday's matters. He probably won't come today. Should we inquire? Chu Ge mentioned, noticing General Long hurriedly approaching. Rest assured, there is a dedicated investigative team now. The commander doesn't usually involve himself in such matters. He certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to observe the testing of new equipment, Chu Ge replied. Just then, a convoy of military vehicles drove in, and from a distance, they spotted Deputy Commander Ran's figure. Chu Ge gave General Long a thumbs up. Haha, Academician Chu Ge, I hope I'm not late. Deputy Commander Ran greeted before turning his attention to the equipment on the truck, which was entirely concealed beneath a camouflage net, making it impossible to discern even its silhouette. Not at all, Commander. We were just about to set off. Haha, splendid. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. He turned back without a glance, and Chu Ge exchanged a knowing smile with General Long before boarding the vehicle. Thus, a lengthy convoy made its way toward the testing ground. Upon arrival, Li Gang and his team began unloading equipment and arranging the positions, a process that took some time. Deputy Commander Ran and Chu Ge engaged in conversation as they waited. Commander, how did yesterday's incident unfold? The 2 crashed F-16s resulted in 1 fatality and 1 injury. A joint investigative team has been established between the 2 nations, and initial suspicions point to foul play at the Istanbul airbase. The nation is preparing to dispatch an overseas investigative team to G country. Deputy Commander Ran relayed the crucial details of the investigation to Chu Ge. If it is indeed the work of spies, then that military base has been infiltrated. Istanbul has effectively become a sieve. Indeed, given their years of civil war, it's quite expected that they are either in conflict or on the brink of war. Chu Ge nodded. However, the investigation may prove exceptionally challenging. We have a general direction now, but we require incremental evidence to substantiate our findings. If you need my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Haha, no need for that. Academician Chu Ge should focus on establishing our fleet. As for those matters, we have prepared a significant gesture in return. Let us refrain from discussing such vexing topics and talk about the railgun instead. Deputy Commander Rand suggested, pointing towards the already unloaded electromagnetic railgun. Seeing the truck departing, Chu Ge accompanied Deputy Commander Rand towards the railgun's position. I believe you are familiar with the principles behind the electromagnetic railgun. Deputy Commander, as Huagua's research in this domain has matured considerably. The railgun on the aerospace carrier is designed for rapid firing and projectile velocity. Moreover, its power is benchmarked against our own interstellar fleet. As for the warships on this planet, a 500mm caliber warhead would undoubtedly deliver a decisive blow. If the opponent were akin to the Kuenping, then their armor strength would be extraordinarily formidable. And the railgun would struggle to inflict damage. On Earth, it does not require specialized armor-piercing designs. Its velocity is its armor-piercing capability. When it comes to the interstellar fleet, it can bully smaller vessels, but heavily armored ones must be breached by other weaponry first. Chu Ge provided a brief introduction to the electromagnetic railgun to Deputy Commander Ran, who listened with great interest. At this juncture, the 4 groups of railguns of varying calibers were fully revealed to the onlookers. Deputy Commander Ran gazed at the triple-barreled 500mm railgun, seemingly eager to reach out and touch it. It's enormous. It feels like we VE returned to the era of battleships. Go be honest. Academician Chu Ge, I have a fondness for naval battles from that era, not in the sense of enjoying war, but you understand my point. Yes, the age of grand ships and mighty cannons. Haha, Deputy Commander Ran? Are you implying that if we had modern fire control radar accuracy, it would be even more thrilling? Haha, you know me well, Chu Ge. There will be a delightful surprise during the testing. Li gang, are you ready yet? We've been waiting for ages. Chu Ge glanced at the sky. A considerable amount of time had passed without any sign of Li Gang and the team initiating the tests, prompting him to shout. All right, we just finished here. The target range needs to be prepared as well. Ground and aerial video surveillance, target objects, testing equipment installation. All right, I concede. Leader Li. Shall we commence? It will be dark soon. Yes, Academician Chu Ge. Li Gang donned the headset handed to him by a colleague and began preparations for the test. We are commencing the test of the 205mm caliber electromagnetic pulse railgun. First round, firing team prepare. Each monitoring unit report readiness in sequence. Testing team ready, calibration team ready, video surveillance team ready, radar team ready. Good, firing team. Prepare, fire. A piercing sound erupted, transitioning from the roar of the cannon to the sharp whistle of the projectile slicing through the sky, an effect produced by rapid friction with the air. Seconds later, the monitoring video beside Chu Ge displayed 2 mushroom clouds erupting, causing the footage to shake, and Chu Ge could almost feel the force of the shockwave as he and his colleagues watched. Li Gang began rapidly recording the data reported by each monitoring group. Deputy Commander Ran, what are your thoughts? The sound is quite unique. I don't have any other sensations. I've seen the power of the 205mm projectile before. I forgot to mention, the target is over 200 kilometers away. Li Gang. What was the projectile's flight time? Chu Ge smiled, turning to Li Gang, who was diligently recording the data. Report, Academician Chu Ge, 19.608 seconds. The muzzle velocity is 11,100 meters per second, approaching the second cosmic velocity, which aligns with the design specifications. Chapter 135. Soulblade fueled up upon hearing Li Gang's report. Deputy Commander Rant's eyes widened in disbelief. You just tested at a distance of 200 kilometers? In less than 20 seconds? Yes, originally we intended to test at 300 km, but that distance was a bit excessive, going beyond the experimental base's range, so we adjusted it on the fly. All things considered. That's about 30 Mach, quite standard. Deputy Commander Rand gazed at Chu Ge as if he were a marvel. By modern artillery standards, That is practically instantaneous, Tio Chu Ge. It seemed rather commonplace, Li Gang. Please continue. Yes, Academician Chu Ge. Li Gang and his team resumed testing the remaining data for the magnetic railgun calibers. Deputy Commander Ran and Chu Ge observed as the sharp whistling sound persisted throughout the morning. Soon, Chu Ge felt as if he were experiencing auditory hallucinations. With that peculiar sound echoing in his ears, he glanced at General Long, who bore a similar expression of discomfort. Next time we test this thing, we definitely need earplugs. It's no wonder artillerymen require them. It's astonishing that anyone can withstand this cacophony daily. Seizing the opportunity during lunch, Chu Ge and his colleagues hastily departed the testing area, while the personnel at the experimental base observed the returning individuals digging into their ears. Wearing expressions of bewilderment. At the cafeteria, Chu Ge remarked, Deputy Commander Ran, this afternoon will be intense. It's the testing of the electromagnetic railgun's firing rate, akin to a machine gun. Would you like to continue observing? Chu Ge noted Deputy Commander Ran rubbing his ears while eating and teasingly inquired. What did you say? Academician Chu Ge, I thought I heard you say something, but I might have missed it. Oh, never mind, Li Gang. Please remember to bring earplugs this afternoon. I won't be attending anymore. I can't bear that noise. After a sigh of relief, Chu Ge shouted to Li Gang, who was engrossed in his meal, completely unresponsive. Goodness, system brother, this electromagnetic railgun is truly a menace to the ears. Quite so. This level of damage needs to be added to the database. After finishing his meal, Deputy Commander Ran patted Chu Ge on the shoulder and slipped away without uttering a word of excuse. Chu Ge remained momentarily bewildered, assuming he had merely gone to the restroom. Meanwhile, Li Gang and the others busied themselves, donning a full array of equipment before gallantly heading to the experimental site. After searching for a while, Chu Ge made his way to the temporary encampment at the back to chat with Hunren. At a certain Air Force base of the Southern Group Army in the Russian Bear Nation, Victor had concocted an excuse to take a leave today, eager to upload his masterpiece. Once he connected his phone to his computer, he opened the video and indulged in a personal viewing. He had lost count of how many times he had watched it. Subsequently, Victor logged into his YouTube account, made minor edits, and decisively clicked the upload button. He then sat quietly in front of his computer. But after 10 minutes, the view count was still disappointingly low. 20 minutes passed, and the situation remained unchanged, causing him to grow increasingly impatient. He logged out and shifted his focus to gaming. Just as he was engrossed in his game, his phone on the table rang. He answered it casually. Victor, you rascal. You upload a video without informing me, trying to hog all the glory. Are you? Hurry up and check. Your video has gone viral. Ignoring his teammates' family greetings, Victor exited the game and logged back into his YouTube account. The next moment left him utterly astounded. He had indeed gone viral, and in a spectacular manner. The video of Hunren intercepting an air-to-ground missile had amassed a staggering 1 million views and was rising at an astonishing rate. A flood of identical comments poured in, overwhelming Victor. Wow, may I ask, which movie is this from? It's pretty cool. Please share the link. Same here. Let me tell you a chilling fact. This may not be a film effect. What does that mean? Could there really be Transformers? I'm merely analyzing from my perspective that I attempted to reconstruct this video using all possible technical means to discern special effects, background, lighting, object contours, colors, blurriness, but failed. There are only two possibilities. Either this video was produced by a world-class special effects team, or it is genuine. It might be your skills that are lacking. With current human technology, we could perhaps create a rough approximation of such mecha warriors, but nothing could match what is presented in this video. It's utterly unrealistic. Exactly. As Victor observed the international netizens chiming in, he couldn't help but type a response. You are all frogs at the bottom of a well. I am the one who filmed this video. It was taken during an Air Force exercise organized by Huagua and our nation yesterday. That missile came from an out-of-control fighter jet. Had it not been for its interception, I might have met my maker. Really, the author? Brother, you must be an actor hired by Huagua, right? A while back, you made a fuss about a space aircraft carrier but fell silent. Now you're touting a mecha warrior. You really think highly of them. Our great Republic is so advanced, yet we don't blow smoke like that. Believe it or not, there will come a time when you regret it. If you have the guts, provoke Huagua. I want to see who will end up crying for help in the end. Victor had now become a staunch fan of Huagua. No, a fervent admirer of Hunren. unable to tolerate any disparagement directed at it. Never mind Huagua. Everyone present was inferior. Didn't you know how formidable H-Nation's military is? Truly laughable. Indeed laughable. How can a nation without wartime command even boast about being the top? Not to mention the world, within East Asia, who can you even compete against? Haven't you been subjugated enough by our island nation? The cosmic nation indeed remains peculiar. Can someone expel this irksome pest? Just seeing him makes me nauseous. Precisely, and we still have our Curry Nation. You can at most rank second. Curry Nation is truly number one. First in outdoor urination? First in Chu Ge women? Do you have any shame? What began as a movie discussion rapidly devolved into an international shouting match. The netizens from H-Nation and Curry Nation proved to be formidable, with one person able to unleash a barrage of insults. Victor watched in astonishment. This was not the outcome he desired. Just as he pondered how to steer the conversation back on track, his phone rang again. Victor, hurry back to the base. The captain is looking for you everywhere. With little time to respond to the comments, Victor shut down his computer and rushed back to the base and the office. The captain furrowed his brow as he perused the online comments. Victor, the video of the exercise on YouTube was posted by you, correct? Yes, Captain. Who told you to film it in secret and then post it online? Are you trying to make sure everyone knows about it? The captain launched into a tirade. All right, pack your things. We're heading to Moscow. Someone wants to see you. Remember to bring your phone. They're quite interested in your video content. Be smart about it. Don T brings shame to our base. Yes, Captain. Victor breathed a sigh of relief. The captain's tone indicated that the matter wasn't as serious as he had feared. Chapter 136. Victor is inquired in the capital of the Russian Bear Nation. Moscow, the red square near the Kremlin, was bustling with tourists. After disembarking from the plane, Victor was directly escorted here by a dedicated vehicle. He had no time to appreciate the center of power in the Russian Bear Nation as the leading federal agents hurried along, weaving through the resplendent George Hall before entering the inner courtyard. Just as Victor was about to become disoriented, they arrived at the door of a rather ordinary office. The guide halted. One of them gestured for Victor to wait, then knocked on the door in a rhythmic manner. Upon receiving permission, he slipped inside, soon emerging to signal to the other agents. The nearby agents began to check Victor's clothing pockets, instructing him to set down his backpack, then meticulously scanned each part of him with their instruments. Minutes later, they announced, "All right, you may enter. Leave your backpack outside. It will be returned to you later." The agents stood outside, their demeanor serious as they addressed Victor. Having been part of the system, Victor was unfazed by such proceedings. After nodding and tidying his attire, he pushed open the door. To his surprise, instead of a single leader waiting for him, he found a group of individuals. Lieutenant Fighter Pilot Viktor Ivanovich Ivanov from the Southern Group Army's Mishchelki Air Force Base reporting to the esteemed leaders. Victor saluted respectfully. "Please sit down and speak, Comrade Lieutenant," responded a young officer wearing glasses. "Your superiors should have briefed you before your arrival. Do not be nervous. We are merely interested in your video, and we have no interest in anything else. Now, Comrade Victor, where's your phone with the video?" The young officer got straight to the point. Victor understood their intent and retrieved his phone from his pocket, presenting it after navigating to the video. The young officer took the phone, walked to a large screen, and, after some manipulation, turned back to face Victor, pressing a button on the remote. The video, already worn out from being viewed countless times on YouTube, replayed once again in the confines of the mysterious office. Once it concluded, the young officer stood, removed the phone, and whispered a few words to a nearby individual, who then took Victor's phone and exited. Returning to his seat across from Victor, the young officer smiled at him. "Comrade Lieutenant, is the content of this video what you witnessed firsthand?" "Yes, there were many of our officials present at the scene. They can testify." "Good. We will verify that. We simply wish to gather more details. Could you recount the events of that day from beginning to end?" "Certainly." Victor scanned the room, recognizing a few prominent figures, including the head of the Russian Bear Federal Government's Liaison and Intelligence Bureau, an agency with a formidable legacy as the infamous KGB. Victor detailed the sequence of events of the exercise and endeavored to reconstruct the specifics of the unexpected situations he had encountered, particularly the two missing F-16s and the subsequent explosions, which he deemed suspicious, and elaborated upon. After several minutes, Victor paused, recalling that he had likely omitted nothing of importance. The young officer nodded, and at that moment, The individual who had left earlier knocked and re-entered, handing the phone back to the young officer while whispering a few more words before returning to his seat. The young officer then handed the phone back to Victor. "Comrade Lieutenant, as per our requirements, we need to permanently delete your original video. You have no objections, correct?" "None," Victor replied immediately, inwardly cursing himself for even contemplating objections. "Good. Also, to your knowledge, did any Russians accompanying you record videos or take photographs?" "None, as far as I know." "All right, that will be all for today. You will first accompany the agents outside. They will arrange accommodation for you. You cannot return today, as we may have further questions, at the latest. You may leave by tomorrow afternoon. Any issues?" "None." The young officer nodded, gesturing for him to proceed. Victor hastily rose to his feet and swiftly made his way towards the door, eager to escape the stifling atmosphere of the office. He had no desire to linger there for even a moment longer. Throughout the entire meeting, the true power players remained resolutely silent, a fact that both frustrated and relieved him. His presence in this space meant that, as long as they refrained from voicing any opinions, it implied that he had not yet caught their discerning eyes. To be noticed by them would likely lead to a fierce outcome, either a promotion or a complete disappearance. Victor was acutely aware that he lacked the capability to earn a direct endorsement from the director, and in this moment, he felt a sense of liberation. Once Victor departed, the office finally buzzed with a semblance of life. Whispers filled the room as the attendees engaged in hushed discussions regarding the video footage they had just witnessed. This matter required resolution today, as the president awaited his report. Director Zukovsky of the Federal Intelligence Agency rapped his fingers on the table and inquired, "Do we have any statements or actions from Istanbul? The situation is quiet. According to intelligence from our colleagues there, Country G has dispatched a high-level investigative team, including a particularly notable individual, a special envoy, and one of their few advisors." Came the reply. "This becomes intriguing, however. I believe news will emerge shortly. For now, we shall observe," Zukovsky remarked, his hawk-like gaze revealing a flicker of amusement before reverting to his usual stern demeanor. "Let us set aside the mechanized warrior for the moment. We must maintain our vigilance, as they seem to be making significant strides in military technology. Focus on the individuals behind this development and refrain from concerning yourselves with other matters, as our two nations are currently experiencing an unprecedented closeness in history. Regarding the exercises, we need to engage in discussions with the involved nations, as these drills are primarily led by our two countries. Such brazen acts of sabotage are nothing short of a blatant provocation. We should explore the possibility of participating in an investigation alongside them." Chapter 137. Grasping the essence of the Red Shore Plan. Still the KGB? "Yes, Director. I will contact the relevant officials in Huagua immediately." The young officer responded. "Controlled nuclear fusion, aerospace carriers, mechanized warriors, interstellar fleets. These are the astonishing advancements we are aware of, or rather, those that Huagua has chosen to reveal to us. Imagine the secrets they have yet to disclose. Such classified information. We must remember that, like us, they are unwilling to divulge details regarding key project developments lightly." Zukovsky surveyed the room, noting the furrowed brows of the intelligence heads present, each aware of the gravity of the situation. To begin with, controlled nuclear fusion technology, Huagua has previously pledged to share this technology on the international stage. Tugenev, you are responsible for the preliminary liaison on this matter. Please provide an overview. Certainly, Director. Firstly, I must clarify that this agreement is more accurately described as a sharing of technological results rather than technology itself, as Huagua only offers the finished product, the nuclear fusion reactor. Furthermore, the contract stipulates that this reactor is solely for civilian use, specifically for nuclear power plants. Tugenev rose, presenting a document to his colleagues. There is a crucial prerequisite for signing this memorandum of cooperation. The routine maintenance and security teams for the nuclear fusion reactor must be dispatched by Huagua, with costs borne by the contracting nation, adhering to the highest international standards. Otherwise, discussions are off the table. And there is also a comprehensive support plan for nations unable to afford the exorbitant costs of the nuclear fusion reactor. One provision allows contracting nations to repay construction expenses through profit sharing once the nuclear power plant is operational. Can you guess the outcome of this series of measures? Tugenev quipped, lowering the document with a slight smirk. The United States and traditional Western powers are effectively excluded from the cooperation framework, not by Huagua's design, but by their own choices. They can only provide the reactor, while the core systems are managed by personnel from the manufacturing country, a notion conceived by Western nations themselves, leaving little room for significant objection. The stipulation regarding security presence has further deterred many traditional powers, as no nation wishes to host foreign armed personnel on its soil. A young officer interjected, quickly piecing together the implications. Indeed, it's not just them. We are still assessing the situation. In any case, it is quite uncomfortable. Accepting the terms is one dilemma, while rejecting them poses another. You cannot deny the substantial returns that the nuclear fusion power plant could yield in the foreseeable future. Its efficiency is indeed staggering compared to our current nuclear facilities. Yet, the concerns do not end there. Additionally, the support plan stipulates that nations without the means to establish a nuclear power plant must relinquish all control to the Huagua government. This is a project amounting to hundreds of billions. Given Huagua's infrastructural capabilities, the nuclear power plant will soon be operational, and they will begin selling electricity as per the contract. What follows? They will essentially control the electrical supply of that nation, effectively granting them a certain degree of influence within its borders, the young officer exclaimed, prompting a look of approval from Chu Ge. And who knows how many personnel are in their security team? Establishing a base there is entirely feasible. Consider the intangible benefits they stand to gain, Chu Ge continued. Frankly, this is a masterstroke. Moreover, our covert investigations reveal that numerous countries are preparing to sign this memorandum. More than you can imagine. This could fundamentally alter the international landscape. Chu Ge finally laid bare the implications of his insights. The office erupted into a flurry of hushed conversations, transforming into a cacophonous marketplace. Enough! Silence! Sokovsky commanded, and the room fell abruptly quiet. The attendees took a moment to collect themselves before casting complex glances at their director. Chu Ge, please continue. Yes, Director. Wealthy nations will directly invest hundreds of billions, while those lacking funds will exchange resources through Huagua's support plans. Through this series of maneuvers, Huagua will undoubtedly emerge even more prosperous and formidable in the near future, particularly given their rapidly advancing military technology. I believe it will only take a few years for them to assert global dominance. Chu Ge's final words were delivered with gravitas, and he glanced at the director for affirmation before taking his seat heavily. Colleagues, our neighboring brothers are on the brink of becoming giants. The question now is whether we embrace them or maintain our distance, a matter we, the Russian bear, must ponder carefully. I will submit the relevant intelligence to the president today, along with a risk analysis. This critical strategy may necessitate a higher-level meeting for confirmation. Your task now is to monitor intelligence from Huagua across all fronts. We must position ourselves strategically, ensuring we are not caught off guard. However, we must not be overt, as I personally believe the likelihood of embracing them is greater. Thus, we should adopt a more modest stance. The specifics can be addressed later. For the time being, the current state of affairs will likely persist, as we must also observe the reactions from the United States and Europe. That concludes today's meeting. Zukovsky offered a final summary before declaring the session adjourned. He was the first to rise, leaving his subordinates to continue their discussions as he hurried towards the presidential office. Meanwhile, Chu Ge lay on the small bed in the experimental base dormitory. Feeling somewhat bored, that afternoon, he and Wang Yiyang had spent hours tending to Soulblade, ultimately concluding that 10 of these hulking mechanized warriors would suffice. Any more would not only strain their budget, but also entail an astonishing investment in maintenance. Both in manpower and resources. He pondered his next move. A phone call interrupted his thoughts. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Dylan Azha. Academician Shu, have you gone missing again? Missing? Did I not just inform you 2 days ago that I was at the base? Ah, did you? Well, I might have forgotten. Age is catching up and my memory is failing me, quite normal. Only you have such a good memory. Do you remember what today is? After pondering for a moment and checking the calendar, he found nothing particularly special. Isn't today your birthday? With a hint of resignation, he began to subtly navigate the conversation. Of course not. Today marks the anniversary of our acquaintance. I knew you'd forgotten. Men are such big clumsy oafs. Indeed. Her words rang true, and he felt a twinge of guilt. What does that even mean? How is a big clumsy oaf defined? Chu Ge protested, unwilling to accept such a label. He had been toiling away day and night, and had neither the time nor the inclination for such frivolities. Yet, the fact that Dylan Azha remembered their special day brought him a sense of joy. After a lengthy conversation, the two reluctantly ended their call. Chu Ge felt that once he completed the Aerospace aircraft carrier project, it was high time he granted himself a respite. He needed to carve out some moments to spend with his family and beloved, lest he truly succumb to becoming a mere machine, an inferior one at that, while Soulblade was evidently of a superior kind. In this regard, the father seemed less capable than the son. Chapter 138. Carrier-based aircraft system. Contemplating this, Chu Ge found himself too restless to sleep and began poring over the data of the Aerospace aircraft carrier, engaging in an all-nighter. After some time, his attention finally settled on the carrier-based aircraft system. This subsystem represented the last significant portion of the unfinished project, and with a flick of his mind, he delved into it earnestly. The Aerospace aircraft carrier was equipped with two types of carrier-based aircraft, unmanned drones and manned aircraft. Upon examining the design blueprints, it became apparent that both types emerged from a single platform. The manned version merely separated some integrated systems for human control, while the modules remained universal. Converting a drone into a manned aircraft required merely adding a few modular components. Showcasing remarkable versatility, the total number of aircraft was 480, comprising 300 unmanned drones and 180 manned aircraft. The hangars were located in the rear half of the aircraft carrier, arranged in 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. Each hangar could accommodate approximately 160 aircraft, all housed within, as there were no outdoor storage facilities. When deployed, the hangar doors would open, and the aircraft would be launched directly via catapults. Each hangar featured dual doors on either side, facilitating direct access through the center. Thanks to the excellent flight capabilities of the carrier-based aircraft, the electromagnetic catapults were densely installed, with each hangar hosting 10 catapults. The 160 aircraft were evenly distributed around 10 fixed slots adjacent to the catapults. During launch, mechanical transmission modules would ferry the aircraft from their slots to the launch position, where the catapult would then propel them into the air. Each electromagnetic catapult had 2 launch positions, enabling the nearby deployment of aircraft to either side. After gaining a general understanding, Chu Ge shifted his focus to the design blueprint of the individual carrier-based aircraft. The Aerospace carrier's aircraft boasted 3 engines, a main engine positioned at the rear and 2 auxiliary engines located on either side of the central fuselage. The aircraft's design markedly differed from contemporary planes. Its entire body was seamlessly integrated, with the cockpit slightly protruding from the front. The fuselage curved from the front towards a quarter of its width before jutting forward again. The fuselage and wings formed a cohesive unit, resembling a regular diamond shape, akin to the head of a cobra. From a top-down view, the front half of the aircraft exhibited a W-like contour, with the cockpit serving as a slightly prominent central feature. The rear half resembled the lower portion of a diamond, tapering towards the central axis and the main engine. Viewed from above, the edges also formed a W shape, albeit with a more pronounced inward taper. The horizontal line from the main fuselage to the engine nozzle was non-existent. Instead, 2 small tail fins extended outward, akin to arms embracing the main engine. These small tail fins constituted the 2 sides of the W shape, curving inward. The main engine was powered by a nuclear fusion engine, while the auxiliary engines provided vertical lift, granting the aircraft remarkable agility, allowing it to hover like a helicopter or execute rapid vertical takeoffs and landings. The more Chu Ge observed, the more exhilarated he became. This carrier-based aircraft did not merely belong on the Aerospace carrier, but would also dominate any current aircraft carrier. He then turned his attention to the crew configuration of the manned aircraft. 1 pilot, 1 navigator, and 1 weapons officer, totaling 3 crew members per aircraft. The pilot seat was positioned at the front for optimal visibility, while the other 2 seats were situated behind the pilot, 1 on each side. This arrangement deviated from his expectations. With such a highly integrated combat platform, 1 or 2 personnel should suffice. System brother, your crew count for the manned aircraft seems a bit excessive. And no wonder the unmanned drones make up the majority. If all were manned, the crew alone would occupy nearly half the capacity. The reconnaissance model's weapons officer primarily operates detection equipment and assists in marking flight paths. The attack model's weapons officer is chiefly responsible for deploying nuclear torpedoes and cluster torpedoes. You wouldn't want to inadvertently launch a nuclear torpedo in the wrong direction, would you? Well, never mind that. Let's pretend I never asked. Having yet to review the armament configuration of the carrier-based aircraft, Chu Ge was intrigued by the system brother's explanation regarding the torpedoes, suggesting they required specialized handling. After glancing at the general data on the manned aircraft, he returned to examine the design blueprints of the unmanned drones. Beyond the extensive data systems, Chu Ge found the control system quite fascinating, reminiscent of current unmanned combat practices. The carrier-based drones were also controlled by operators stationed at the rear, with an unmanned drone data hall located one level above the top hangar of the aerospace carrier. The number of drone operators was set at 50, with each capable of managing 6 drones, forming a tactical squadron. The drone swarm tactics reminded Chu Ge of a new combat system currently in development. How on earth could one person control 6 aircraft? Wouldn't that be an overwhelming task? The drones operate as semi-intelligent, fully automated combat platforms, equipped with voice command capabilities. Do you think it's like your kind? Where you still need to grasp a joystick to control flight dynamics. Lower. The system brother reasserted his presence once more. Did I call for you? I didn't even ask. Why don't you go watch your Doryman somewhere else? You read everywhere. From now on, don't pry into my privacy, you perverted system. Bloody hell, are you trying to throw English at me? If you utter another English word, I swear I'll uninstall you. Do you believe it? In an instant, Chu Ge transformed into an internet troll, venting his frustrations for a solid 10 minutes before finally ceasing. The system brother promptly fell silent. Feeling immensely relieved after the outburst, Chu Ge attributed his newfound lightness to the mounting pressure he had been experiencing recently, which necessitated this release. After his tirade, he no longer wished to gaze at the carrier-based aircraft system. He felt it somewhat shameless to berate something only to turn back and scrutinize it again. Thus, he opted for sleep. As Chu Ge drifted into a deep slumber, John Wilson was also breathing heavily. Earlier, he had endured a fierce reprimand in the office of his superior, Rodriguez, who had shown him no mercy. Now, he trembled with indignation. William, the technical department has confirmed the video on the oil pipeline. It appears genuine, with no signs of post-production. John Wilson exhaled deeply, despondently uttering, "Boss, has their artificial intelligence technology advanced to such a level? We are also researching mech warriors, but we are still far from achieving practical combat readiness." Sighing, he lamented, "What's done is done. The director has issued a strict order, prohibiting me from any further operations against Huaxia in the near term. Thankfully, we have scrubbed all traces from the dark web in G country. Even if they investigate, they won't uncover anything." While this was true, some matters did not require tangible evidence. The intangible evidence could be far more terrifying. He wondered how they would retaliate against them. He felt they had truly stirred up trouble this time. "Boss, don't say that." The director was merely angry. "After some time, he will reinstate you." John Wilson merely nodded, remaining silent as he felt utterly despondent. Chapter 139. Settling scores. Chu Ge planned to return to Yinjing today. The equipment testing conducted by Li Gang and his team was essentially complete, and the electromagnetic pulse railgun would head directly to the arsenal upon passing inspection, where it would serve as a sample for verifying similar products. The critical technical data would need to be submitted to the equipment department by Li Gang upon his return, who would then coordinate research and develop a plan based on actual needs, subsequently issuing technical documents and production tasks. After all, some technologies could be transplanted, such as this railgun, which could directly be adapted for naval vessels. Chu Ge paid little heed to these processes, entrusting them entirely to Li Gang and his team. At Li Gang's insistence, they lingered for an additional hour, aiming to rekindle their old friendship with Soulblade. Having been there for several days, they had not taken the time to truly visit their old companion, especially after learning of Soulblade's remarkable feats the previous day, which made their sentiments even more genuine. Chu Ge did not impede this request. It was not unreasonable, and in fact, he would have welcomed an extra day's stay, as Li Gang and his team had been under considerable stress and needed this opportunity to unwind. While Chu Ge and his companions were still en route, a brief news report from the Huaxia government piqued the interest of numerous professionals. Recently, during aerial exercises with the Russian Bear Nation and G Istanbul, a certain model of G country's fighter jet experienced a sudden loss of control over its air-to-ground missile. Despite substantial efforts, the incident did not result in significant damage. Subsequent investigations by G's experts revealed that the malfunction was due to a combination of the fighter jet's primary computer system failure and a sudden loss of GPS signal for the missile, among other factors. Once the danger was averted, the exercises concluded successfully. GPS really is rubbish. How can a missile lose its signal? Goodness, does that mean both sides will have to first check signal stability before engaging in combat? Haha. I apologize, dear brother, but the signal is poor today. shall we suspend our missile exchanges for a day and instead engage in a friendly bout of bayonet sparring? Brother. Indeed. Fortunately, our Great Bear Nation possesses its own satellite navigation system, GLONASS. Moreover, Europe boasts its own satellite navigation system, the Galileo navigation system. Similarly, our esteemed homeland, Huaxia, has its very own satellite navigation system, the Beidou navigation system. How enviable! Yet, we on our island nation are still reliant on the unreliable GPS navigation. By the way, it seems today's commentary is lacking something. Where have the world's foremost pickled cabbage nation and the premier curry nation disappeared to? Haha, they likely found another venue to boast, quite right. During this time frame, could that out-of-control missile possibly be the one that was bravely faced by the mech warrior yesterday? Some astute netizens, after comparing timelines, have raised their doubts. Upon reflection, it is indeed plausible. A netizen remarked yesterday that it looked less like a special effect and more like live-action footage. It's difficult to judge. Contemporary CG effects and post-production rendering and character animation are remarkably advanced. Unless one utilizes live streaming, the real-time rendering technology has yet to reach the impressive standards of post-production. That would certainly silence those critics, haha, but we fear they might not dare to live stream. For that would reveal the truth. If I recall correctly, the F-16 from G Nation is an early CD version, isn't it? It is indeed quite aged, and system failures are often linked to routine maintenance. While netizens from various nations fervently discuss this brief news article, major news outlets worldwide are simultaneously disseminating this story, causing an explosion of reports across new media and various portals. The following day's front page is likewise dominated by reports of the rogue missile. Albeit each outlet presents it through its own lens of bias. Some propagate conspiracy theories, others align with them, and of course, there are those that maintain neutrality. John Wilson only came across this report the next day. As he sipped his coffee, his gaze suddenly frozen in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this news would be so readily divulged, leaving him uncertain of how to analyze Huaxia's intentions. Just then, the telephone on his desk rang, and he hurriedly answered. He could easily guess who was calling at this hour, in Rodriguez's office. The director was perusing the newspaper and took a long moment before putting it down. His eyes fixed on John Wilson. Have you seen today's newspaper? Yes, director. What are your thoughts? Rodriguez rose to light a cigarette and moved to the window, gazing at the grand bridge by the riverside. Could this be an opportunity to undermine the F-16 in our navigation system while seizing the arms and satellite navigation markets? John ventured cautiously. That's merely a superficial analysis. Our primary profit margin for fighter jets currently lies with the F-35. As for the navigation system, they won't be able to shake this sturdy tree anytime soon. What does that imply? John Wilson, though aware of the director's correctness, found his thoughts muddled and could not untangle the threads of this situation. Have you considered what role G Istanbul plays in all of this? The director's insinuation struck John. Previously, they could not be accused of collusion, at least maintaining a facade of neutrality. However, it seemed they had now wholly aligned with the opposing side. Furthermore, intelligence from G Istanbul had already been transmitted, revealing that the so-called military exercises were merely a ruse. They, alongside the Great Bear Nation, were promoting their own fighter jets, and more egregiously, using our F-16 as a stepping stone. As Rodriguez extinguished his cigarette with vigor, he continued, So, Director, shall we take measures to impose sanctions on G Istanbul? Sanctions are indeed necessary. Otherwise, other nations will follow suit, treating our words as mere whispers in the wind. Where is our authority in that case, however? Not at this moment. Addressing this matter now would only exacerbate the situation. We shall settle the score once the storm has passed. Understood, Director. Rodriguez nodded and then handed John Wilson a folder from his desk. Let the military exercises be for now. There are more pressing matters at hand. This is a list we have compiled of nations currently in contact with Huaxia, all with a shared objective, nuclear fusion reactors. I need you to swiftly ascertain the progress of these nations regarding this agreement so we can formulate targeted strategies. Certainly, Director. Regarding the nuclear fusion reactor, John, did you genuinely think we would accept their nonsensical terms? That would render our nation a global laughingstock. No, that's not the case. I shall take my leave now. Very well. Rodriguez cast a disdainful glance at John Wilson's retreating figure, pondering whether this old fox had forgotten his medication or was simply dazed by Huaxia's relentless onslaught. It seemed the head of the East Asian intelligence system needed to consider new recruits. Chapter 140. Concerned from Old Chun upon returning to Yinjing, Chu Ge dedicated himself to the research of the aircraft carrier system's blueprint. The carrier aircraft comprises subsystems such as the propulsion system, weaponry system, energy system, and the core brain, the superconducting quantum computer system. Concerning the main body material, Chu Ge noted that it was an alloy designated as HQL, C1159, a commonly used material in the realm of metallic alloys, familiar to him as it matched the external materials of the Aerospace mothership. However, he had yet to delve deeply into the properties of this material, having only glanced at its primary elemental composition. This precaution was taken to avoid the sorrowful tales of the past when excitement led to the discovery that the elements necessary for synthesis were absent on Blue Star. He understood the property data without needing to scrutinize it. It merely needed to withstand the harsh conditions of space and the adverse effects of light-speed travel. As he sat at his desk, ready to tackle each subsystem one by one, the telephone rang. He picked it up. "Xiao Chu, please come to my office." "Certainly, Old Chun." After hanging up, Chu Ge hurried to Academician Chen's office, eager to see him. Upon entering, and after devouring 2 apples, Chu Ge awaited Academician Chen's words. "I heard about your exploits at the weaponry experimental base." Thankfully, with the intervention of Soulblade, otherwise, Old Chun trailed off, shaking his head silently. "But that's all right. We have our air defense forces." Soulblade merely had the advantage of speed. I suspect they all launched simultaneously, with Soulblade merely arriving at the finish line first. "That's true. But what if Soulblade and the air defense forces weren't present?" "Ah, Old Chun, you can't possibly think someone is aiming ground-to-air missiles at me every day?" Chu Ge gazed innocently at Academician Chun before bursting into laughter, which soon had Chun chuckling as well. "Well, that's unlikely. G. Istanbul is an outlier. It's improbable that missiles would breach our borders again, especially with your designed light prism towers guarding us. Here, have you seen yesterday's news article?" Academician Chun handed Chu Ge a newspaper, which he began to read. "It was published directly? What do the higher-ups mean by this?" "Certainly, their intentions are not merely about the surface. At this stage, is there anything more crucial than providing support to your interstellar fleet?" "Haha, understood. What were the results?" Chu Ge, intrigued, set aside his apples and focused intently on Chen's explanation. "It went well. Several nations that were previously hesitant have generously offered support after being stimulated by the military exercises." "Oh, that's excellent. Speaking of finances, Old Chun, the number of carrier aircraft I'm researching for deployment on the Aerospace mothership is substantial, 480 aircraft in total, combining both unmanned and manned. Roughly calculating, each aircraft costs around 300 million. The total expense for the carrier aircraft amounts to 144 billion, rounded to approximately 150 billion. That's just for the bare aircraft. Weapons and munitions are additional." Chu Ge began to tally up the numbers on his fingers, calculating elementary arithmetic for Academician Chun. 150 billion Huaxia currency isn't too much. That's nearly 500 aircraft. Old Chun, let me clarify. It's not Huaxia currency, it's US dollars. Cough, cough. "Xiao Chu, could you not bring up this topic at a different time? You just returned, and I haven't seen you in several days. I thought to invite you over for a chat. And now I somewhat regret it." Chu Ge erupted in laughter as Academician Chun shook his head in exasperation. "Tell the higher-ups, once the Aerospace mothership takes flight, we shall venture to the moon for mining. The remaining funds for the interstellar fleet will be secured. Perhaps even the finances for the second and third fleets will come through." With that, Chu Ge dashed off, leaving Academician Chun laughing heartily, thinking to himself that this young rascal was indeed planning for the long term. After taking a leisurely stroll around Academician Chun's office, Chu Ge, brimming with vitality, settled down to organize the various system data of the carrier-based aircraft. With the vast system data of the Aerospace mothership serving as a solid foundation, this smaller system was a breeze for Chu Ge. He quickly developed his own approach and began the initial data organization. Among these systems, the power unit was the simplest, consisting of a main engine and 2 auxiliary engines, all intricately related to the mothership's engines. Their structural principles were fundamentally similar, albeit on a significantly smaller scale. Particularly noteworthy were the vector nozzle engines located on the wings. Their core components were not much larger than the nuclear fusion device Chu Ge had first designed. It was merely the subsequent reaction apparatus and the tail nozzles that rendered the entire system less compact in appearance. Chu Ge examined the design blueprints of the auxiliary engines. Perhaps due to their intended agility, they could not be overly large, as the immense thrust they generated during operation would subject their supporting structures to considerable strain. The design's flexibility stemmed from the multifunctionality of the auxiliary engines. In addition to providing upward thrust through downward propulsion, they could extend downwards as a whole, transforming into rear-facing auxiliary power engines through a rotational mechanism. This configuration, when paired with the main engine, would allow the aircraft to achieve maximum forward thrust instantaneously. Typically, this feature was seldom utilized, as the main engine's power sufficed for routine needs. Yet, in special circumstances, it could provide an additional boost. This arrangement bore a resemblance to modern fighter jets' afterburners, though for the carrier-based aircraft, it was akin to an unlimited duration auxiliary power system. Chu Ge spent an entire day organizing the data reports and accompanying design blueprints of the 3 engines. In the midst of his work, he forgot about lunch until Wang Yun brought it to him, prompting him to remember. As evening approached, Chu Ge finally completed all the progress reports for the aircraft's power systems. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and slowly made his way to the window. With the window open, the warm summer air enveloped him, and faint voices from outside indicated that his colleagues at the Research Institute were finishing their day's work and returning to their ordinary lives. Peering down, Chu Ge spotted Captain Gong and his team standing resolutely below, their straight backs exuding a distinctly military demeanor. Chu Ge counted roughly 30 individuals, not including those out of sight. It seemed that the recent visit to the weapons testing base had indeed left Academician Qian quite shaken, prompting him to immediately check in on matters, resulting in an increased number of guards. Chu Ge shook his head, thinking that his treatment resembled that of a giant panda, now elevated even further. Chapter 141. The tender side of Chu Ge lost in thought, he was interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. "Come in." Wang Yun entered, balancing several lunchboxes in her hands. Upon seeing her, Chu Ge hurried over to take them. "Today's work wrapped up a bit earlier than expected. I was thinking of taking a stroll later, but I didn't anticipate you bringing me food directly." "Haha, food should be eaten while it's hot. It will get cold otherwise." Academician Chan said that you were like a CPU in constant operation, focused solely on your programs and algorithms, with little regard for meals. Therefore, as long as you don't appear in the dining hall promptly, I will bring you food and supervise your eating," Wang Yun said, puffing out her chest, treating Academician Chen's words like a royal decree. "Ah, supervision too. Don't listen to Academician Chen's nonsense. I shouldn't be as busy as I was before. I'll try to make it to the dining hall on time to spare you the trouble of delivering food, lest I seem like a feudal lord." Chu Ge spoke candidly, feeling a bit uncomfortable being so well taken care of at his young age. "All right, let us finish this meal first." Without further ado, Wang Yun set about tidying up Chu Ge's room. He reached out to stop her but paused and ultimately let it go, obediently sitting down to enjoy his dinner. "Academician Chu, I heard that you were attacked by a missile at the testing base. Was it ultimately the work of Soulblade? Was it Li Gang who told you?" Chu Ge mumbled with a mouthful of food. The details were already in the news, so everyone knows. Team leader Li merely elaborated on the situation at the time. Not a breach of discipline. Well, that's where the details end. You're not to share any further. Yes, Academician Chu. We want to say a word. This afternoon, Academician Chan convened a meeting for all staff, stating that there have been many unidentified individuals around the Research Institute lately, displaying suspicious behavior. The Security Bureau is already keeping an eye on things, ready to take action against any illicit activity. They have also heightened the vigilance and inspection efforts around the perimeter. The main gate S road is set to be militarized, with all civilian vehicles rerouted. Soon, the area surrounding the Military Research Institute will become a vacuum zone. Chu Ge was taken aback by this information. He hadn't attended the confidentiality meeting, likely because Academician Qian didn't want to disturb him, a habit he had grown accustomed to. The mention of military control was noteworthy. The road in front of the Research Institute was a main thoroughfare, usually bustling with traffic, and now it was being restricted, clearly indicating that the higher-ups had made a significant decision. Indeed, we've been rather conspicuous lately. And certain nations are becoming restless. They're bound to come take a look, right? Let them come. It saves the Security Bureau the trouble of searching high and low. We want to turn down suspects who come knocking. With a sigh, Chu Ge reflected on how some compatriots willingly betrayed their own nation, while others were merely used as pawns, oblivious to the potential legal repercussions of their actions. Ignorance often left one speechless. Wang Yun nodded and returned to her tasks. After organizing the fresh bed linens, she gathered up the used ones and bid farewell, reminding Chu Ge to finish his meal. Chu Ge readily agreed and promptly devoured the dinner on the table. After cleaning up, he descended the stairs, where the guards saluted him. After returning the gesture, he called out to Captain Gong, "Captain Gong, walk with me for a bit?" "Yes, Academician Chu." The two strolled along the research institute, exchanging greetings with colleagues along the way. At this hour, around 6 or 7 in the summer, the sky had not yet darkened, and the heat of the day had subsided. A gentle breeze made the walk quite pleasant. "Captain Gong, the construction of the Aerospace mothership is about to commence, and all processes will accelerate. Soon we will soar beyond the 9 skies. What are your plans for that time?" As they reached the pond at the research institute, Chu Ge paused, gazing at the ripples on the water's surface before suddenly asking, "Tio follow in your footsteps, serving as a guard for Academician Chu? Haha, I think that would be somewhat beneath your talents. I recall you were not one to be merely a guard. That was before there was someone as remarkable as Academician Chu." Captain Gong scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed, as if his previous words had bordered on flattery. "Haha, no need to feel awkward. We are quite familiar now. I spend more time with you in a year than with my parents, relatives, and girlfriend combined. What is there to hide? Academician Chu, are you missing your family or that beautiful girlfriend?" "Ahem, I miss my parents. My sister and girlfriend are fine. We video chat often. My parents are getting older, and I can hardly see them more than a few times a year. We do talk on the phone. But you know me. When I get busy, my phone is usually off. They probably worry about interrupting my work, so they rarely call me." Chu Ge smiled as he watched a school of fish swimming in the water. "By the way, Captain Gong, how are your parents? Do you keep in touch often?" Turning to face Captain Gong, Chu Ge realized he had never inquired about his personal matters. "They're doing well. I have many siblings, including younger brothers and sisters, but we don't often stay in touch. In our line of work, it's quite common. Everyone gradually gets used to it. I suppose that makes sense. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I would like to go home and see my parents." Chu Ge recalled a recent video call with his sister, Chu Xiaowu, who had mentioned their mother's recurring leg ailment. His mother had long suffered from a knee condition, with a worn meniscus that often went unnoticed. However, during flare-ups, she would experience severe swelling, making walking difficult, and she had been receiving conservative treatment. The doctor had suggested surgery, but given the painful nature of the procedure and its uncertain outcomes, Chu Ge's mother, fearing the pain, had opted against it. "Captain Gong, wouldn't you like to go home and visit your parents?" "Huh. We soldiers can't return home at will. There are rules." Chu Ge suddenly remembered that this was indeed the case. "Nonetheless, I will definitely accompany you. Seeing Academician Chu's parents will be like seeing my own." "Haha, Captain Gong, your words are increasingly suspect of flattery." The two laughed, turning to head back. Throughout the evening, Chu Ge found Captain Gong to be quite an interesting person. Not only was he less serious than during duty, but he also possessed a subtle sense of humor. Before long, the two arrived at the base of the dormitory building. Chu Ge bid farewell to Captain Gong and ascended the stairs alone. After this round, he felt considerably lighter. One must always seek some form of relaxation, lest one eventually suffer from internal turmoil. Captain Gong gazed at Chu Ge's retreating figure, lost in thought for a long while. Today was a rare day for him as well. The Chu academician he usually encountered was a relentless workhorse, driven and indefatigable in his pursuits. This time, however, he witnessed a softer side of Chu Ge, which not only deepened his admiration but also fostered a sense of closeness, for it is only those with flesh and blood who can evoke such feelings. Chapter 142. The Weapons of Carrier-Based Aircraft in the Blink of an Eye. Over half a month had passed. Chu Ge had nearly completed the organization of data regarding the carrier-based aircraft system. Many of the technologies within this system were derived from the blueprints of the previous Aerospace mothership, and much of the technical specifications regarding the carrier-based aircraft in the database were represented merely by numerical codes. The system provided a single hint: for detailed travel reports, please refer to the previous data records. This certainly made things easier for him, and Chu Ge finally understood the purpose of these codes, which were waiting for him here. Fortunately, he had previously made backups and archived all subsystems with numerical codes, thus making the search process rather effortless. Setting aside the similarities, the weapon systems of the carrier-based aircraft stood out, barely qualifying as something novel. The conventional weapons of the drones consisted of electromagnetic rapid-fire cannons mounted on either side of the wings, with a caliber of 30 mm and a firing rate of 80 rounds per minute. Upon seeing this caliber and its firing rate, Chu Ge couldn't help but think of close-in weapon systems. The small caliber and rapid fire were common traits, which stirred his curiosity. System brother, he mused, from the data, it seems this resembles our close-in weapon systems, and in terms of firing rate, it pales in comparison to our rapid-fire guns. Chu Ge recalled that formidable close-in weapon systems, such as the American Phalanx, achieved a firing rate of approximately 4,500 rounds per minute, while the Russian Kashtan and China S-1130 close-in weapon systems boasted terrifying rates exceeding 10,000 rounds per minute. Any one of these could easily surpass the drone specifications regarding firing rate. There is no comparability. I have studied your rapid-fire guns. A rate of 3,000 rounds per minute can intercept missiles traveling at 101.5 Mach, and for missiles exceeding 3 Mach, even a rate of 5,000 rounds per minute can struggle to intercept them. At that point, a rate of 10,000 rounds per minute is necessary to compensate. And even then, a 100 interception rate cannot be guaranteed. The system brother rattled off a slew of data, genuinely shocking Chu Ge. He hadn't anticipated this entity to possess such extensive knowledge. It seemed it wasn't all just for free benefits after all. How professional it sounded. What? Have you recently taken an interest in our earthly military technology? Chu Ge's eyes darted around, hoping to catch the system brother off guard. Not interested. I'm merely passing the time, filling in the word count. Filling in the word count. Do you think you're an encyclopedia? Shouldn't that be taking up your memory? Unlimited memory. Occupy as much as you like. With that single statement, Chu Ge was thoroughly convinced. No wonder entities like Doryman were stored in databases. It turned out that more was always better for it. All right then, you are my dear elder brother. Returning to the earlier question, you mean to say our tactical objectives differ, correct? The close-in weapon systems on Earth pursue high firing rates to intercept fast-approaching missiles. But the aircraft's cannons on the Aerospace mothership do not consider such factors. Indeed, drones operate alongside infantry. The electromagnetic cannon is a light weapon, while the cluster torpedo can be considered a heavy weapon. When engaging similar aerial targets, such high firing rates are unnecessary. Current rates are sufficient to ensure endurance and sustained operations. What do you mean? How many rounds do you think your close-in system can fire at such a high rate? In an instant, Chu Ge understood. He recalled that this system, at its maximum firing rate, could only manage 3 to 5 rounds before it needed to rest, given the limited ammunition supply. This was precisely why the concept of saturation attack existed. With so many carrier-based aircraft, couldn't they swarm and take down a single target? That's feasible. However, attacking military equipment here doesn't require a swarm. When targeting something like a heavy cruiser from the military database, it's akin to a mosquito biting you twice, unless you launch a nuclear torpedo. It was only when the system brother mentioned the nuclear torpedo that Chu Ge recalled the devastating weapons available to the carrier-based aircraft. Intrigued, he hurriedly searched for relevant reports on nuclear torpedoes and, after a quick skim, felt somewhat disappointed. They were merely conventional nuclear fission weapons, not even nuclear fusion, let alone more advanced technologies like quarks. The most significant difference from the underwater nuclear torpedoes was speed. In terms of speed, they were worlds apart. The fastest modern torpedoes, developed by former alliance countries, were the supercavitation torpedoes, capable of achieving speeds of around 200 knots, covering approximately 100 meters in a second underwater, equivalent to 370 kilometers per hour on land. This speed was not particularly slow. Some small aircraft might not even match it.as for the current state of research into such fast torpedoes by various nations. Chu Ge had not kept abreast of developments, especially since such matters were classified. He only knew that several capable nations were clandestinely researching them, with no concrete information on their progress. However, despite the impressive speed of supercavitation torpedoes, they had their fatal flaws. Their range was particularly short, and their attack methods were relatively singular, only allowing for straightforward strikes without any turns, which was a primary reason for their limited range. The military system's nuclear torpedoes resembled small aerial rockets, propelled by jet power, essentially akin to missiles, with modern missile speeds appearing inferior in comparison. This highlighted the fundamental differences between vehicles powered by chemical propellants and those driven by nuclear fusion reactors. After some discussion, Chu Ge gained a comprehensive understanding of the operational methods of the carrier-based aircraft on the Aerospace mothership. He no longer paid attention to the system brother and instead focused intently on studying the remaining progress reports. The system for drones had essentially concluded, and after archiving, Chu Ge retrieved data on manned aircraft. Manned aircraft were unique in that their functions were diverse. They could carry heavy nuclear torpedoes to attack large vessels or significant targets. Or they could be lightly equipped for reconnaissance and disruption tasks. Regarding reconnaissance and disruption, manned carrier-based aircraft were equipped with a wealth of electronic gear. Besides the crucial neutrino detectors and optical wave interference devices, there were various video, photographic, and radar detection systems. These would interface with the central quantum electronic computer of the carrier-based aircraft and the data control center of the Aerospace mothership, relaying reconnaissance findings back to the interstellar fleet in real time. Upon seeing the mention of quantum computers, Chu Ge recalled that Zhang Jun had been assigned to the quantum research team he had set up, but he hadn't checked on him since. He often encountered Yin Tianhao, as he needed Chu Ge's expertise to tackle some technical challenges related to the nuclear fusion engine. Recently, these progress reports had been flowing in batches to the smaller teams. And after validation, the data would enter the next research phase, with numerous systems related to quantum technology being involved. Chapter 143. The systematic version of Goldbox conjecture the communication devices in the individual soldier's helmet. The main computer of the Aerospace mothership and the subordinate aircraft systems all involved quantum technology. Chu Ge planned to visit Zhang Jun's quantum experimental group the next day, as this core system could not afford any issues. Otherwise, the entire project would be adversely affected. Early the following morning, after finishing breakfast, Chu Ge did not return to his office but instead headed straight to Zhang Jun's quantum research group. Upon seeing Zhang Jun, Chu Ge was startled. He remembered that the first time he met this fellow, despite Zhang Jun's penchant for banter and joviality, he was a rather handsome young man with a well-proportioned physique and a clean face. However, today, he appeared listless, unshaven, and likely hadn't he washed his hair in days, with a greasy appearance that could almost be squeezed for oil. Goodness, Zhang Jun, where have you been hiding? Zhang Jun glanced up expressionlessly before returning to his experiments. After a long while, he finally looked up, grinning. Oh, I just realized you are Academician Chu. What brings you here today? I thought you had forgotten about us. Chu Ge was momentarily speechless. Had the computer drained him of vitality? Hold on a second. How long has it been since I last visited? How did you end up like this? What about the other researchers? They're all asleep. Look, Engineer Wang and Academician Chui are still at it. The quantum computer is nearing completion. We're in the critical phase, and everyone has been working tirelessly for over a week. Go be honest. I've lost track of how many days it's been since I last had a proper sleep. Zhang Jun plopped down in the chair next to Chu Ge, grabbed a bottle of water, and downed it in one go. Chu Ge thought to himself, was there really no time even to drink water? Hadn't the theoretical data already been prepared for you? Why did it seem like you were starting from scratch? Hey, Academician Chu, what you just said is absolutely true. You have no idea. Your theoretical framework is nothing short of a revolutionary understanding for us. For those of us who have been immersed in the conventional norms of quantum research, it feels like we are starting all over again. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge smiled knowingly. He grasped the implication behind Zhang Jun's words. When he had initially handed Zhang Jun the report on the progress of quantum research, he was aware that certain aspects might diverge from Zhang Jun's understanding of quantum theory, yet he had not anticipated the magnitude of the repercussions. A fundamental aspect of quantum science within the military-industrial complex pertains to the wave-particle duality of the universe's elementary particles. A renowned experiment featured in high school physics textbooks involves the fundamental properties of light, notably the double-slit interference experiment, which illustrates this very duality. However, it seemed that the textbooks of that era obscured certain truths, emphasizing interference phenomena while merely glossing over the concept of duality, stating that light possesses this intrinsic property without elucidating the reasons behind it. This is not difficult to comprehend. Elementary particles propagate rapidly throughout the cosmos while simultaneously vibrating at an exceedingly high frequency. This indicates that elementary particles embody both particle and wave-like characteristics, signifying that they are both matter and energy. Scientists have conducted experiments regarding this phenomenon, and in the double-slit interference experiment, they discovered that a multitude of photons interfered with one another as they passed through the slits. This was easily explicable due to mutual interference. Consequently, scientists prepared to conduct experiments with single photons, reasoning that a solitary photon traversing the slit would not produce interference. When the experiment commenced, after emitting a single photon towards the slit, interference patterns still manifested on the backdrop, suggesting that the single photon interfered with itself. This phenomenon verged on the metaphysical, as it defies our conventional understanding. A single photon cannot simultaneously traverse two slits. As if it were a cinematic illusion capable of creating its own doppelganger. Unyielding, scientists sought clarity and installed a high-speed camera adjacent to the photon's path to observe its motion during the experiment. The results were bizarre. When the camera was present, only two parallel lines appeared on the backdrop. However, when the camera was removed, the interference pattern re-emerged. This was intriguing. It seemed as though the photon possessed a consciousness of its own, playing a game of hide-and-seek, oscillating between existence and non-existence, as if it were aware of our observation, teasing us. This experiment caused a sensation, leaving many scientists in despair, with some even taking their own lives. As it fundamentally challenged our worldview, in the wake of this, numerous scientists arose to propose their ideas, suggesting that the ultimate pursuit of science lies within philosophy. The military-industrial database, however, contained no philosophy, only data, programs, progress reports, and blueprints. Regarding quantum computers, the military-industrial system had directly digitized the aforementioned duality, providing no explanation for the underlying principles. Chu Ge even doubted whether they were aware of it, by merely following the simulation program they provided. Several technical hurdles that had previously plagued quantum computers were effortlessly surmounted, as if a deity had elevated the quality of quantum entangled states to their highest echelon. Furthermore, this programmatic language acted as an accurate beacon, guiding quantum signals stably from one node to another, essentially resolving previously insurmountable challenges in quantum computing and communication. For Zhang Jun and his colleagues, however, this was a torment, for after adhering to Chu Ge's process directives, it seemed as if they had resolved everything yet simultaneously resolved nothing. A few experts in the quantum field initially struggled to accept this seemingly unfounded premise, but after several rounds of simulation experiments, they fell into silence. The experimental data spoke the truth. Their former challenges had indeed vanished. Yet, such an outcome seemed to leave a lingering malaise within them. Others had theories or physical principles to pursue, grounded in established laws, whereas in their case there was no theory, only data and programs. What sort of explanation was this? A mere fabrication? In truth, Chu Ge wished to convey that this was essentially the crux of the matter. He could not simply regurgitate what the system had hypothesized. They ought not to be so sentimental. They should hasten to wash up and retire for the night. If all else failed, he could have Zhang Jun endure a bit of discomfort and reenact it beneath some apple tree. Ultimately, he simply needed them to produce the final product. The rest was of no concern to him. At the end of the day, Chu Ge had yet to fully grasp the scientific community's ultimate exploratory spirit. Chapter 144. The Conclave. After nearly 20 consecutive days of diligent work, Chu Ge's aircraft carrier system was finally nearing completion. In the interim, he had also assessed the progress of various research teams at the Military Research Institute. Observing that everyone was largely exceeding his work expectations. At this pace, Chu Ge felt that they could commence the Aerospace aircraft carrier project well before the year's end. However, he had yet to ascertain the progress of the associated subsystems at the shipyard. Early this morning, he intended to have breakfast at the Institute's canteen. As he walked down the familiar path, he instinctively sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. His colleagues at the Institute moved about in haste. And upon arriving at the canteen, he realized that the usual bustling crowd was notably absent. Typically, this place would be teeming with people at this hour, yet today it resembled a deserted venue. As he pondered the situation, Academician Chen approached him. "Xiao Chu, have you finished your breakfast?" "Yes, Chen Lao, I was just about to head back to the office. This morning, there is a meeting at the Institute regarding the Aerospace aircraft carrier. And as chief engineer, your presence is required. Moreover, the higher-ups have specifically requested you sit beside them." "Ah, understood, Chen Lao." Chu Ge comprehended the reason behind his colleagues' palpable tension. The higher-ups were seldom seen at the Research Institute, and the only places one typically encountered them were on television or in the news media. As Academician Chen exited the canteen, Chu Ge glanced around. In the distance, the guards had already begun their duties. Security was heightened at the Military Research Institute. "By the way, Chen Lao, I heard Wang Yun mention that the road in front of the Institute is to be under military control." Academician Chen nodded, casting his gaze towards the entrance. It was only a matter of time. Recent suspicious individuals prompted this sooner than expected. The security department apprehended a few individuals a few days ago and actually uncovered some information, albeit trivial. The transportation department is already planning new elevated bridges to minimize the impact on the public. It is an unavoidable situation. Otherwise, given our current sensitivity, the Security Bureau would likely have personnel stationed here daily. The outer perimeter of the Military Research Institute is now under the jurisdiction of the armed police, and special forces are stationed within, with air surveillance in place. Any flying apparatus entering the area will be shot down. It is an absolute no-fly zone. Chu Ge nodded in agreement. This was a critical juncture for the project, and various entities were beginning to probe for information. The two conversed until they reached the meeting room door, where Academician Chun pushed it open and entered, with Chu Ge following closely behind. The principal responsible parties for various systems of the Aerospace aircraft carrier were already seated, and upon seeing Academician Chen and Chu Ge arrive, they all stood to greet them. Chu Ge smiled and reciprocated each salutation. Many attendees were academicians from various research institutes or esteemed professors in their respective fields. Observing the room, he noted numerous individuals in military uniforms, likely from the military-industrial units responsible for the actual construction, resulting in a considerable turnout. Today, the main heads of the research units, the chief engineers of the construction units, and military leaders were present. This was indeed a significant tri-party meeting. Academician Chun quietly remarked to Chu Ge. Ahem. Chu Ge cleared his throat twice, having noticed that aside from himself, no other young individuals were present, indicating the high caliber of this meeting. In the meeting room, attendees engaged in hushed conversations, relishing the rare opportunity to gather together. Just as Chu Ge contemplated initiating a discussion with a few nearby academicians, a guard entered from outside and whispered a few words to Academician Chen before departing. Academician Chen turned to Chu Ge with a smile, saying, Xiao Chu, the leader has arrived. Come, let us go welcome them. Certainly, Chen Lao, Chu Ge replied promptly. The two descended the stairs, where a line of guards stood at the entrance. As they approached, the leader had just exited the vehicle. Clad in military attire, his countenance reflecting a resolute demeanor, Chu Ge momentarily froze. He was finally meeting the legendary elder. Academician Chen swiftly extended his hand, while Chu Ge, standing beside him, felt a twinge of nervousness. Leader, you have arrived. Chen Lao, you are now the patriarch of the group. Just moments ago, I had Xiao Chu show me around. The scale of the research institute has expanded exponentially since my last visit. Haha. That is all thanks to the support from the higher-ups. Haha. You flatter me, Chu Ge. You are now a myth within our military, nay, a national legend. Indeed, a promising time lies ahead. Greetings, leader. Chu Ge saluted appropriately, and the leader returned the gesture after adjusting his uniform. After completing the salute, the leader approached Chu Ge, grasping both of his hands firmly while scrutinizing him closely, an expression of affection illuminating his features. Academician Chen observed nearby with a smile. Come, Major Chu. Let us discuss our aerospace aircraft carrier, shall we? Old Chen, is Chu Ge still a colonel? The senior leader suddenly recalled something and turned to inquire of Academician Chen behind him. Oh? Indeed, the military's intention is to celebrate the completion of the aerospace mothership together. And perhaps take some action then. It is indeed time for some action. We should gather and discuss this among ourselves, Academician Chen responded. Chu Ge, listening nearby, felt somewhat embarrassed. In truth, the military rank was not of particular significance to him personally. Yet within the military-industrial system, ranks held considerable importance. The elevation in rank was a direct manifestation of honor. As they entered the conference room, the previously murmuring crowd instantly straightened up upon the leader's arrival. Academician Chen and the others stood firm, while those below rose in unison, greeting, Good day, leaders, comrades, please take your seats. Today, I have come to visit you. You are the true protagonists of this meeting. Consider me merely an audience member. Speak freely and without restraint, the leader said, gesturing for everyone to sit. Old Chen, Chu Ge, take a seat beside me. Yes, leader, Chu Ge promptly replied, finding his place. After exchanging a few hushed words with Academician Chen, the leader turned to address the assembly. Academician Chen cleared his throat. All right, let's commence the meeting. Today's gathering serves as a preliminary meeting, with representatives from research institutions, the military, and military factories all present. Let us disclose our current progress. The chief engineer of the aerospace mothership, Chu Ge naturally stood first to present. He briefly reported on the recent direction of work to those present. According to his forthcoming plans, the dockyard factory was ready to lay the keel. Regarding the carrier-based aircraft for the Aerospace mothership, I propose that the leaders arrange for the country's most formidable fighter jet manufacturing plants to produce a few prototypes based on my blueprint. After all, aircraft differ from other equipment in that performance can only be validated once prototypes are developed, while our research institute can establish development teams for other weapons and equipment on site. The fighter jet team is far too specialized and complex. Chu Ge harbored his own plans. If drones produced by the military-industrial system could be directly integrated into the current Air Force, it would undoubtedly enhance its capabilities significantly. He believed that the current global combat model would not undergo substantial changes in the short term. The Air Force continued to play a decisive role. Without air support, ground troops would find themselves severely hampered. A striking example was the recent conflict involving Bear Country and its neighbor. Despite overall control, ground personnel suffered considerable losses, largely due to the Air Force's shortcomings in both fighter and bomber support, as well as in the operations of armed helicopters. The failure to promptly neutralize the opposing Air Force and anti-tank units led to significant losses for the subsequent ground forces, particularly armored units. This is not an issue. I will arrange for the General Assembly to contact Qingfei and Shenyang. You can liaise directly with them to expedite the prototype's production, came the response from the dockyard factory's representative. Following that, various heads provided brief reports on the progress of their current projects. Chu Ge opened his notebook. This meeting was fortuitously aligned with his intentions, sparing him the effort of inquiring individually. The main production workshop of the dock was expected to be completed shortly after National Day, while auxiliary facilities might take a bit longer, but this would not affect the construction of the Aerospace mothership at all. Chu Ge appeared somewhat astonished upon hearing this, as it was a full 3 to 4 months ahead of the original schedule. Time was of the essence, and those saved months were exceedingly vital for him. Chu Ge, any issues? Academician Chen turned to him. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, no issues. All data and blueprints concerning the hull are prepared. Once the construction equipment and workers are in place, we can commence immediately. Regarding equipment and personnel, there are no issues, Academician Chu. All special equipment has been ordered in accordance with your requirements, and we have already contacted the manufacturers. Installation post-National Day will not be a problem. The dockyard factory head promptly clarified. Chu Ge nodded. Next, reports from various research teams and bases on the progress of subsystems for the Aerospace mothership were presented, and as he had surmised, everyone was making rapid advancements without any delays. In fact, Chu Ge had allowed for some transitional time, considering that conventional hull construction usually takes around 2 years, followed by over a year of outfitting. However, the Aerospace mothership was being constructed with all available resources, significantly shortening the timeline. Otherwise, based on conventional progress, even with the efficiency of a construction powerhouse, building a modern aircraft carrier would typically require 3 to 4 years, let alone an Aerospace mothership. The dimensions of the Aerospace mothership were approximately 7 to 8 times that of the largest modern carriers, and its complexity was unfathomably greater, yet the timeline had been compressed to the extreme. This time could only be achieved by exerting pressure on the construction team. In peacetime, military-industrial efficiency generally remains at a low level. But wartime is entirely different. The military had assigned a rigid task for the Aerospace mothership, prompting all parties to exert maximum effort and channel all resources into this endeavor, surpassing even wartime urgency, thus facilitating the rapid shaping we see now. The leader expressed satisfaction, delivering a concluding speech that praised all participants in the Aerospace mothership project, particularly acknowledging the achievements of Chief Engineer Chu Ge, for he had single-handedly forged this remarkable success. The meeting concluded amidst resounding applause as attendees rose, and Chu Ge stood as well, but Academician Chen whispered beside him, the leaders have gone to the small conference room. Come with me in a bit. The large meeting has concluded, but the small meeting awaits you. Chu Ge nodded, intrigued by the transition from the Grand Assembly to a more intimate gathering. As he entered the small conference room, the senior leaders and several heads from the Research Institute were already waiting. Chu Ge, come sit beside me. The leader beckoned. Yes, today's objectives are twofold. First, to understand the progress of the Aerospace mothership. Second, to inform you of some resolutions regarding the lunar base. The senior leader nodded towards Secretary Chu, who promptly retrieved a document from his briefcase. This contains data collected by the lunar satellite. You may review it at your convenience. Chu Ge accepted the document and began to peruse it attentively, while the meeting continued unabated during his review. The lunar base plan, following our assessments, can now be officially communicated. We approve Academician Chu's proposal. Relevant documents will be dispatched to the pertinent units shortly. Chu Ge, construction of the Aerospace mothership will commence after National Day. I would like to hear your plans moving forward. Chu Ge set aside the documents. Having grasped the key data in 1 year, the Kuanpeng will launch, with its primary mission being to transport the relevant construction personnel to the moon for the establishment of the lunar base. During the construction of the Aerospace mothership, I will finalize all blueprints and designs for the lunar base. The lunar base will encompass several components, including a section for scientific research, exploration and development of heavy metals, various minerals, and helium-3 energy, with the latter being of paramount importance. A transportation corridor between the Earth and Moon will be established, based on an engineering transport vessel, to facilitate the delivery of materials for the construction base and the subsequent reverse transport of lunar energy. The lunar base will be expansive, akin to a large-scale industrial base as we know it now. It will feature a small ecological system, equipped with a gravity wave device that simulates Earth's gravitational effects, and a complete living and leisure area to meet basic residency requirements. Chu Ge articulated his vision for the lunar base in one breath. The technical personnel present at the meeting appeared unprepared, their astonished expressions reflecting their surprise at the grand scale of Chu Ge's lunar base plan. The report only emphasized the reasons for constructing the lunar base and the potential benefits. Details about its structure were conspicuously absent, a gravity wave that simulates Earth's gravity. Are you suggesting that one could walk and run within the lunar base just as they would on Earth? Inquired a middle-aged man in military attire. Yu Minghui from the General Assembly, Academician Chan introduced. Indeed, Chu Ge affirmed resolutely. Regarding the issue of personnel stationed at the lunar base, he had discreetly inquired about the system's capabilities, which included apparatus designed to replicate Earth-like conditions, thereby mitigating the adverse effects associated with weightlessness experienced in space stations. That sounds exhilarating, Chu Ge. I look forward to the completion of your lunar base. We old fellows will certainly want to experience it ourselves, as it is part of our homeland, is it not? Laughter erupted among the attendees. Absolutely. If the U.S. can claim a stake merely by planting a flag, then establishing a base should be even more significant. Chapter 146. Family visit. After seeing off the leaders, Chu Ge returned to Academician Chen's office. Xiao Chu, the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching in a few days. Are you planning to return home to see your parents? It has been quite a while, hasn't it? Chu Ge hesitated upon hearing this. I do wish to go back. My sister mentioned that my mother's old ailments have recurred. Oh, what seems to be the issue? I happen to know a few authoritative experts in the country. Academician Chen inquired with concern. The meniscus has suffered wear and tear, a minor issue, as the doctor remarked. At this age, such problems are to be expected, much like an engine that has been in operation for decades, inevitably showing signs of wear in various places. Academician Chen nodded after hearing this and promptly inquired. How many days will it take? The hospital here has already returned to normalcy, hasn't it? It's time to go back and check in. Just 1 day will suffice. H-City is not far from Yinjing. I'll return to see my mother. There's no need to rush. You can come back the night after tomorrow. It's settled then. Academician Chen helped Chu Ge make the decision, and Chu Ge did not refuse, pondering for a moment before acquiescing. After Chu Ge departed, Academician Chen sat at his desk, reflecting for a while before rising to retrieve his phone book. Upon finding a number, he dialed. The day before returning home, Chu Ge informed Chu Xiaowu of his plans, which excited her immensely, and she immediately expressed her desire to pick him up. After some consideration, Chu Ge declined, noting that his outings were currently arranged by the military, and it was likely that Chu Xiaowu would not be able to reach him. I'm just going back for a day and a half. You would need to take leave. How troublesome. Oh, brother, why would I need to take leave? We are all on break. Besides, I've finished my college entrance examination, and after the Mid-Autumn Festival, I'll be reporting back. Is that all right with you? It then dawned on Chu Ge that this year, Chu Xiaowu was in her final year of high school, and it seemed she had performed quite well in her exams. I completely forgot. I thought you were still in school. Very well, just stay at home. I have my own arrangements so. Chu Xiao pouted as she hung up the phone and then skipped toward the living room. Mom, guess who just called? Every day, besides Ma Xiaoyao. Who else could it be? Your brother wouldn't he have time to bother with you? It was indeed my brother. Chu Mama fell silent, waiting for her daughter to continue, but Chu Xiaowu ceased speaking, playfully glaring at her with her beautiful big eyes. If you don't speak, I'll have to resort to family discipline. Oh, Mom, you only know how to bully me. When my brother returns tomorrow, just wait until I tell him about your misdeeds. Will it be a surprise? With a melodious laugh, Chu Xiaowu dashed out, eager to share the news with her dear friend Ma Xiaoyao. Chu Mama was left in a daze for a while before regaining her senses, hurriedly pulling out her phone to instruct Chu Papa to do a big shopping spree at the market. That evening, Chu Ge tidied himself up briefly and was preparing to sleep when the phone on his desk rang. After glancing at the caller ID, he answered, "Good evening, Your Highness." Chu Durian, well done. Your affairs have become quite secretive, haven't they? Chu Ge was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood that it must have been Xiaowu who told you. Right? Xiaowu has a better conscience than you. Haha. I'm only going back for a day. It's a bit rushed, otherwise, I would certainly visit you in the magical city. A day is sufficient. We will still meet. You are in Yanjing, and I currently cannot enter. Knowing you are busy, I specifically took a day off to visit uncle and aunt. I could go to H City. There's no need for you to come to the magical city. I just wonder whether uncle and aunt would mind. The voice of Dilly Reba faded, and Chu Ge thought he could barely hear her, fiddling with his phone for a while. Of course they wouldn't mind. Our whole family welcomes you. Just don't let it interfere with your work. Then it's settled. See you tomorrow. I have a press conference to attend, so I must take my leave now. Bye-bye. After saying this, Dilly Reba hung up the phone, a blissful smile gracing her face. Today, she donned a little black evening gown with pleated edges, knee-length in front and cascading to her ankles in the back, adorned with sparkling rhinestones. Her neck and ears were devoid of elaborate jewelry, and her feet shimmered in crystal heels, making Dilly Reba, who was already tall, appear even more statuesque. She learned of Chu Ge's return to H City tomorrow only after seeing Xiaowu's message. Disregarding the call from Li Jie and rushing out to make this phone call, at that moment, Li Jie stood behind her, exasperated. My little deity, there's still a press conference ongoing upstairs, I know. Li Jie, I'll be up shortly. By the way, please cancel all my engagements for tomorrow, and the day after. Cancel those too, Dilly Reba added after a moment's thought. But didn't you say you wouldn't take a break during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Our schedule is full, little deity. What are you planning? Li Jie's face was filled with discontent. He asked back. Upon hearing this, Dilly Reba dashed away, leaving Li Jie standing there in a stupor. Who? At that moment, a name flashed through her mind, prompting Li Jie to hastily close her mouth, in a wonder. Well, even if it means offending someone, I must brace myself to do so. Reluctantly conceding, Li Jie gazed at the spirited Dilly Reba at the press conference. Managing a wry smile. The 15th day of the 8th lunar month, the Mid-Autumn Festival Dai in Huaxia. There are only two traditional festivals that incite a widespread return home for family reunions, the Spring Festival and the Mid-Autumn Festival. Both are occasions for reunion, and if those away from home have the time, they generally choose to return during these two festivals. Today, the county town where Chu Ge resides is particularly lively. Early this morning, Chu Jingran returned. He works at a joint venture in the magical city, which is not far from H City. After purchasing some holiday gifts in the magical city a day in advance, he set off early, driving onto the highway before dawn. The highway is free during holidays, and he feared that a later departure might result in traffic congestion. After navigating through several turns, he parked his car in front of his home. Stepping out, Chu Jingran looked around, puzzled. It felt unusually quiet on this street, unlike the festive atmosphere elsewhere in the county town. Mom, I'm back. As he entered the familiar courtyard with bags in hand, his parents rushed out upon hearing his voice. Jingran, why do you always bring so much? It's quite a hassle. Your mother lacks for nothing. Dad, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and help Jingran with the things. All right. The elder approached to take the bags, and the three of them entered the living room. Dad, why is it so quiet outside? It's never this quiet when I return, even on non-festive days. Before he could take a sip of water, Chu Jingran curiously inquired. Early this morning, the street office issued a notice that some leaders are coming for an inspection or something. They asked everyone to stay indoors and not to gather outside. Didn't you notice the police at the intersections? His father replied casually. Chapter 147. Family Reunion 2. Chu Jingran nodded in confusion. Could it be that the leaders of H City were coming down for an inspection? Generally, lower-level officials wouldn't enforce such stringent measures. Jingran, have you eaten? I had a little on the way. I'm not hungry. Oh, my son is quite successful now. Besides Xiao's family, No one on this street can compare to you. Chu Jingran's mother beamed with pride. Her son held a mid-level management position at a joint venture and even bought a new car worth over $300,000 last year. The neighbors praised her for having such an accomplished son. Working at a joint venture in the magical city, his base salary exceeded $1 million, and he was still single and handsome. The county town was not large, and news traveled fast. Matchmaking efforts had become quite competitive. Earlier this year, rumors circulated that his company was to establish a new production base in H City, which caught the attention of local investment officials who took the opportunity to pay a New Year's visit, familiarizing themselves with him. What you're saying is true, that Chu Ge is an academician. He works for the government, and in terms of administrative rank, there's quite a gap. Ordinary folks often engage in comparisons, not entirely out of envy, yet it's hard to escape the routine of gauging one another. Dad, society has become more open. The days of iron rice bowls are over. If we're just discussing salary and benefits, Chu Ge can't possibly earn more than I do. They may have some fame, and their welfare is indeed better than that of ordinary employees, but it still pales in comparison to our joint venture. Chu Jingran had frequently overheard colleagues discussing Chu Ge lately, and he felt somewhat dismissive. After all, he had grown up in the same alley, and Chu Ge was a few years younger than him. Previously a little brother who called him Big Brother, yet now he had become an academician. Even more astonishing was that his girlfriend was Dilly Reba. Being accustomed to being the older brother, Chu Jingran found his jealousy fully ignited. After all, what was so special about an academician engaged in research? Besides a more pleasant title, what else could he possibly offer that surpassed my achievements? While Chu Jingran was deep in thought, a knock on the door interrupted him. He quickly went to answer it, surprised to find a group of leaders outside, with the head being none other than Wu Jun, the director of the county's Investment Promotion Bureau. Director Wu, what brings you here? If you're visiting, you shouldn't have brought so many things. Traditionally, I should be the one visiting you, the officials. Chu Jingran wore a broad smile. Having navigated various leadership roles for years, handling such situations was a piece of cake for him. He led the leaders into the inner courtyard. Jingran, you wouldn't know, but it's quite challenging for us grassroots officials these days. The policy assessments are extremely stringent, and I'm counting on your big project to save the day, Director Wu stated, getting straight to the point. Drinking water, drinking water. After the new year, I returned specifically to consult several leaders and conducted some research. The company indeed intends to establish a large-scale base in this vicinity, with an initial investment of $50 billion. However, the site selection is subject to the company's considerations, primarily hinging on the support policies of the local government. Naturally, as this is my hometown, I am firmly in support of our area. You need not mention that I will actively promote this endeavor. Rest assured. As Chu Jingran spoke, he left half of his thoughts unvoiced. Their company is a multinational enterprise, and leaders of his rank number in the hundreds across the nation. It is improbable that such a significant project could be coordinated solely through him. Yet, he is indeed privy to certain insider information. The counties currently under investigation are comparable in terms of environment, transportation, and labor costs. Thus, the decisive factor remains the strength of government support policies in various locales. That is reassuring. Concerning support policies, you need not worry. I shall strive to secure the utmost backing for you. However, the General Su responsible for the investigation seems a tad too rigid, leaving me somewhat unsettled. This is precisely why I rushed over to seek your counsel just before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Haha. Director Wu took a sip of water, clearly feeling a bit anxious. By the way, Director Wu, the commotion outside isn't caused by you. Is it? I thought some significant leader was arriving, given the state of lockdown. Noticing that the other party had no intention of pursuing further inquiries, Chu Jingran sighed in relief and shifted the topic. I haven't heard of any leaders planning to visit our area. It wouldn't be the vice county chief, would it? He oversees economic matters, and I have mentioned you to him. He even expressed a desire to pay a visit when time permits. Oh. Chu Jingran sighed softly, turning to glance at his mother, who was beaming with joy, then turned to flaunt her pride to her husband, as if to say, my son is truly remarkable. After disembarking from the plane, Chu Ge and his entourage directly boarded 10 military jeeps from the H City Garrison Command, with Chu Ge and Captain Gong in one vehicle, while the others were filled with armed Special Forces soldiers. In front, four motorcycles cleared the way as they made their way towards Chu Ge's home. Captain Gong, don't you think this display is somewhat exaggerated? I'm worried it might frighten my parents. Chu Ge glanced back at the convoy and turned around. Speaking helplessly, this has already been streamlined. According to Academician Shin and the military's intentions, they would prefer to deploy an entire division. Huh? Captain Gong, are you joking? Why not say they're sending an entire army? Those in the know would understand this is merely a familial visit. Those unaware might think I'm leading troops into battle. I'm not joking. The area surrounding your hometown is under lockdown, and several battalions from the H-City garrison have already been stationed in advance. Although their deployment is covert, our convoy is the only one openly visible. This does not even account for the local traffic police, armed police, and special forces. Captain Gong had yet to finish when Chu Ge waved his hand dismissively. All right, I must admit I'm genuinely intimidated by old Chun now. But why aren't you all disguising yourselves as plainclothes officers like before? Wouldn't that be more discreet? Now it feels like a case of not being able to hide the silver with this overt display. This is precisely what puzzled Chu Ge. Why such an overt show of protection now? He had waited throughout the journey and had not seen Captain Gong change into civilian clothes. He was still clad in military attire. However, it was indeed quite different from the regular uniform of the Research Institute, now replaced with combat gear, complete with tactical bindings on his legs. You weren't well known before. Even those rogue nations abroad had no knowledge of you. You weren't as esteemed then as you are now. Captain Gong chuckled unconsciously after his last remark. The front was the main focus, while the back was purely improvised. After all, denying 3 times enhances the aura, doesn't it? Chu Ge detected the teasing in Captain Gong's words and smiled, realizing their relationship had evolved significantly since then. Perhaps it was the shared experience of running together that fostered a newfound camaraderie. By the way, Academician Chu, the vehicle is stocked with an entire load of festive gifts, so you needn't rush to the market to select anything, which might cause a stir. The convoy is heading directly to your home. Hey, whose idea was this? It's quite considerate. Chu Ge felt as though he was not merely returning home, but rather as if an imperial envoy was arriving. As the convoy entered the county, despite him remaining in the vehicle, it garnered immense attention. The convoy was simply too conspicuous, flashing police lights while local traffic officers enforced roadblocks, allowing the procession to move unimpeded. The public had witnessed similar scenes before, typically reserved for high-ranking officials. Social vehicles on the road quickly veered aside. The governor making a visit. Many business owners along the main street came out to witness the spectacle. After all, watching the commotion could be more thrilling than engaging in business. Unlike the mayor or governor, who would typically travel in those golden-hued vans, you recall? Now, it's all military vehicles. Someone nearby responded, straining on tiptoe to catch a glimpse as the convoy moved further away. Yes, you're sharp-eyed. So this must be a military leader? Yet, I haven't heard of any military bigwigs in our county. Indeed, who could it be? The crowd pondered, shaking their heads in denial. I actually recalled a figure. He has military ties and warrants such a displayed. A middle-aged man in the crowd slapped his forehead and exclaimed. Who? It's, quickly speak up, Zhao Laosi. Could you be any slower? You're making me anxious. Chu Ge? Academician Chu. I recall his military rank is Major General, right? Zhao Laosi, you might be onto something. Just look at the direction the convoy is heading. It aligns with that path. I only found out he was from our county when he appeared on television. I even inquired about his neighborhood. Indeed, he has brought honor to our county. With such grandeur, even a local official would pale in comparison. The crowd nodded in agreement, their gazes lingering in that direction, not dispersing for quite some time. The convoy finally turned onto the street where Chu Ge's family resided. The police vehicles ceased their sirens, and 5 military vehicles proceeded down the street, with Captain Gong's team halting at Chu Ge's doorstep, while the other 4 military vehicles parked a short distance behind. The Special Forces soldiers swiftly disembarked, forming ranks. Chu Ge observed the scene, momentarily bewildered. Captain Gong, you aren't treating this like a military exercise. Are you? How stringent is the security? I hope it won't disrupt my neighbors' daily lives. Not at all. The security perimeter extends to 200 meters, with heightened vigilance against strangers. Locals or visitors must undergo verification. Once cleared, they will be escorted to their destination. Not that people can't go out. They simply need to be checked first. It seems like a military base indeed. Chu Ge turned to glance at his familiar old home. Resembling a fortress, the two conversed and exited the vehicle. The door swung open, and Chu Xiaowu was the first to leap out, throwing her arms around Chu Ge, followed closely by their father and mother. The moment the three emerged, they were taken aback by the spectacle on the street. The assembled guards had spread out, standing at attention, effectively filling the entire street. "Dad, Mom, your son is back." Chu Ge looked at his parents, feeling his eyes well up with emotion, not bothering to explain the intense scene. "It's good to be back. It's good to be back," Chu mother replied. As Chu Ge embraced his parents, he turned to see Chu Xiaowu gazing at Captain Gong in a daze. "Well, Mom and Dad, they are all my comrades. It's just a requirement from the army. Nothing can be done about it." Chu Ge pondered for a long while, unsure how to explain the situation, ultimately deciding against it, trusting his parents would understand. Chu father was the quickest to regain his composure, rushing forward to assist Captain Gong with the items. The family of four began unloading the festive gifts. Captain Gong had not exaggerated. As Chu Ge moved to the back of the vehicle to lend a hand, he was astonished to see the entire cargo filled with gift boxes, stacked layer upon layer. "Captain Gong, have you brought an entire supermarket with you?" Chu Ge shook his head in disbelief. After finally unloading all the gift boxes, Chu Ge glanced at his parents, who were panting slightly from the effort. Chu father looked at his son and then at Captain Gong. "Chu Ge, should we invite the comrades in for some water? It's quite hot today, no need, uncle. The local comrades will take care of it. Food and water are not a concern, so you two can chat." "Academician Chu, I'll be outside. If you need anything, just call me." Chu Ge understood their discipline and did not insist. He nodded in agreement. Captain Gong turned and walked out, closing the door behind him. "Bro, is this how you're treated when you step outside now? My goodness, I just glanced outside, and the street is filled with all those handsome brothers in uniform. It's amazing. Yes, they are indeed impressive. Dante, you think Captain Gong is the most dashing? I noticed your eyes were glued to him earlier. Oh, stop talking nonsense. Mom, look at what my brother is saying. He is just shy. Haha." Chu Ge ruffled Chu Shua's hair, realizing he needed to keep an eye on her as she was about to head off to university. The three of them entered the house and settled down in the living room. Chu Ge turned to his mother. "Mom, Xiaowu said your leg ailment has flared up again. Don't listen to her nonsense. It's just an old issue, nothing serious." Chu mother retorted, shooting a glance at Chu Xiaowu, who stuck out her tongue in response. Chu Ge chuckled at the interaction between the mother and daughter. This was the home of his dreams. The engine of the car requires maintenance after a certain period. Do not take it lightly, my dear. In my opinion, if necessary, we should find a reliable hospital and proceed with the surgery. Chu Ge tentatively inquired, casting a knowing glance at Chu Papa, who understood immediately and nodded in agreement. "Let's discuss it later," he suggested. Chu Mama, employing her ultimate tactic, resorted to procrastination. "What do you mean by let's discuss it later? I've heard that phrase so often that my ears are growing calluses. Just let me make the arrangements." "All right, my dear, let's heed our son's advice." Chu Papa interjected at the opportune moment, and Chu Mama finally relented, sensing an inexplicable aura of determination emanating from her son that made it impossible for her to refuse. "Oh, my memory. I'll go wash some fruit. Wait here, son." She patted her thigh and hurriedly exited. Chu Ge chuckled softly, rising to survey the familiar surroundings of his home. Soon, Chu Mama returned with a plate of apples. "Here, brother," Chu Xiaowu said, handing him the largest, reddest apple. "Great, Xiaowu. I completely forgot to ask you during our last hurried phone call. What university did you apply to?" "Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics," she replied, her big eyes sparkling as she bit into an apple. "I remember your scores were quite high. You should have no trouble getting into Qingbei University. Why choose aeronautics and astronautics? Are you really aiming for the skies?" Chu Ge, usually overwhelmed with his busy life, couldn't help but inquire, even though he knew it might be too late. Yenjing University is both a Project 985 and a Project 211 university, affiliated with the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, a key national university. It not comparable to Qingbei, brother. Your awareness needs improvement. Besides, my ambitions are as vast as the stars and the sea. I expect to pilot a spaceship for you one day. Her bold declaration left Chu Ge momentarily stunned, but he found her aspirations intriguing and directed his gaze toward her. "But I recall you weren't particularly fond of these technical subjects." "Who said that? I absolutely adore them now, especially with you as my brother." Chu Xiaowu's words reflected her true feelings. Ever since her brother appeared on television, she had resolved to become his steadfast ally, sharing his burdens. Yenjing University was her carefully chosen option, perfectly aligned with her aspirations and conveniently close to her brother. All right, as long as this isn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, I support you wholeheartedly. Chu Ge replied gently, feeling somewhat inadequate as an older brother. He had largely taken a hands-off approach with Xiao Wu, aside from generous financial support, leaving much to be desired in other aspects. Now that she would soon be heading to Yinjing, potentially allowing them to work together in the future, he saw a chance to make amends. By the way, brother, I informed sister-in-law about the message you wanted to convey yesterday. Did she not call you? Chu Xiaowu inquired, swaying her head. She did. She scolded me for a while, and I haven't even addressed that with you. Mom and Dad, just a moment, Dilly Reba might come over to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with us. You two have no objections, right? What kind of question is that? We would be delighted. Now stop sitting there grinning like a fool and hurry to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Did you not hear your son say our daughter-in-law is coming? Chu Mama continued her authoritative demeanor, while Chu Papa had no desire to resist, cheerfully complying before heading to the kitchen. Xiao Wu, could you check where your sister-in-law is? If necessary, let your brother go greet her. Sitting there like a saint, he really thinks he is in charge. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, pulling out her phone to make a call. During the wait, she winked at Chu Ge and leaned closer, whispering, "Why does Mom explode with excitement at the mere mention of sister-in-law's arrival? It seems you're not as charming as her." Indeed, a classic case of the neighbor's daughter is always better. Exactly, when you're not around. She can only bully me. Just yesterday, she even threatened to use family discipline. The siblings exchanged playful banter for a while Chu Mama eavesdropped, a smile creeping across her lips. After a few unsuccessful attempts to reach her sister-in-law, Chu Xiaowu shook her head. No answer. She might be busy. She'll call back when she sees it done. Chu Xiaowu set down her phone, and the two women began to inquire about Chu Ge's recent developments. To which he responded with trivial updates. In the kitchen, Chu Papa was busy clattering away, while the family in the living room laughed and chatted, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Chu Jingren stood up, preparing to see off Director Wu. Despite repeated invitations to stay, Director Wu insisted on leaving. Jingran, I will rely on you for the investment matters. There's no rush for the meal. Once the investment is successful, whatever you wish to eat, I'll treat you. Haha. Rest assured, Uncle Wu. I shall do my utmost, especially for that Uncle Wu. Chu Jingran opened the door, and as Director Wu turned to offer more words of wisdom, he suddenly noticed the soldiers stationed outside, standing guard. What? Director Wu peered out, surveying the area but fell silent. Chu Jingran's family also caught sight of the armed soldiers, causing quite a stir, as the sight of such a scene was foreign to the civilians. The guards, fully armed with rifles and wearing sunglasses, were intently watching them. This startled the elderly lady, who clutched her son's clothing tightly, muttering anxiously, "Are they here to arrest someone?" Chu Jingran gently patted his mother's shoulder, whispering words of comfort. At that moment, a soldier approached and saluted. "Hello, the area is currently under martial law. If you need to leave, please present identification." Martial law? Identification? What does this mean? Director Wu inquired, bewildered. Chu Jingran felt a bit embarrassed. Director Wu, now regaining his composure, pressed his hand down to signal he would handle the situation. "Are you from the county's armed forces? Under whose orders is this martial law? It's the Mid-Autumn Festival. Do you realize the impact this has on the public?" he demanded. "Quickly call Lao Wang and clarify this with him." Director Wu began to assert his authority. "I'm sorry, but you do not have the right to tell me what to do. Please present identification to exit. We will verify and then allow you to proceed. Do not disrupt the order. Failure to comply will result in enforcement measures," the soldier reiterated sternly. The soldier, likely a squad leader, had raised his voice, causing his subordinates to gather around with weapons drawn. Captain Gong, noticing the commotion, hurried over. "What is going on, Captain?" These individuals refused to present identification after gathering the details from his subordinates. Captain Gong turned to Director Wu. "Are you a local government official?" "Yes. I am from the county's Investment Promotion Bureau. My name is Wu Jun. Are you their superior? What is the meaning of this? Are you intimidating me with your weapons?" "They are not intimidating you. They are executing orders. Since you are a government official, shouldn't you understand this? Just cooperate with the inspection," Captain Gong stated firmly. "Are you lecturing me? I shall confront you today. Wait and see. I'll have your superior deal with you," Director Wu retorted, angered at this point. It was no longer about cooperation. It was a matter of face. and he could not afford to lose dignity in front of Chu Jing Ran. Captain Gong, seeing that Wu Jun was obstinate, decided to ignore him. What should have been a simple matter could have been resolved with a quick inquiry with the local police responsible for verification. However, the individual in front of him was unwilling to let go of the issue. Captain Gong opted to let him make the call. At this moment, Chu Ge and Chu Xiaowu emerged, and upon seeing them, Captain Gong quickly approached. Academician Chu, Captain Gong, my girlfriend is being held up outside. I was thinking of going to fetch her, Chu Ge replied, glancing in the direction of Chu Jing Ran's family, where several guards stood in the way, evidently protecting him from any disruption. All right, I'll accompany you, Captain Gong responded. What is happening over there? Captain Gong inquired, gesturing toward Chu Jing Ran's family, and quickly recounted the situation. I recognize that family. They are childhood friends of mine. Here is the plan. Let one guard accompany Xiao Wu to retrieve her, and I'll go with you to check it out. Understood. Chu Xiao Wu obediently followed one of the guards, while Chu Ge made his way toward Chu Jing Ran's family. As they walked, soldiers saluted Chu Ge. Upon reaching the entrance of Chu Jing Ran's home, he approached the group. The guards stood in formation, raising their rifles to their chests in a standard salute. Chu Ge nodded and addressed Chu Jing Ran. Hello, Jing Ran, Uncle, Auntie. Chu Ge. You've returned for the Mid-Autumn Festival. You are now the most accomplished child in our alley. Chu Auntie exclaimed, instinctively responding to Chu Ge's polite demeanor, her earlier anxiety dissipating. Her husband, noticing her eagerness to continue, quickly nudged her. Chu Jing Ran remained silent, merely nodding, his brow furrowed in confusion over the current situation. Who are these individuals? Chu Ge asked, gesturing towards Wu Jun and the others. Director Wu observed as the young man approached, soldiers on guard saluting him, including those who had previously surrounded them. Filled with confusion, he recalled how Chu Jingran's mother had referred to him as Chu Ge, and suddenly it dawned on him that this young man was none other than the scientist frequently seen on television recently. Hello, Chu Ge. I am from the county's Investment Promotion Bureau, here to discuss some work matters with Jingran. Do you know them? Director Wu inquired, gesturing towards Captain Gong and his associates. I suppose I do. Don Ti, Captain Gong? Captain Gong, wearing a serious expression, refrained from joking with Academician Chu in this formal setting, standing tall and composed. Well, since we are all acquainted, Captain Gong will have the soldiers escort them out. I will go check on Xiaowu and the others. Understood. Academician Chu, Captain Gong replied, bowing respectfully. Chu Ge exchanged greetings with the elders before departing, his clean visage betraying not a hint of emotion. Captain Gong signaled to the soldiers, who returned to their posts, and after ensuring everything was in order, he turned to pursue Chu Ge. Jingran watched Chu Ge's retreating figure, his expression complex, as though he had discerned something significant. Nearby, Director Wu leaned in. These soldiers aren't from our county, nor even from H City. Old Wang has already arrived and advised me to leave this place promptly, as he is unaware of the specific situation. Do you know why? Jingran remained silent, still watching Chu Ge and the saluting guards. Because our status is insufficient. Chu Ge, this individual is now quite renowned and reportedly holds the rank of colonel. Wielding considerable influence within the military system, it's no surprise that so many soldiers protect him. However, I am uncertain about his standing within our system. If it is equally formidable, today's events could lead to dire consequences for me. Surely not? Uncle Wu, today's situation is even a misunderstanding. Jingran finally retracted his gaze, feeling that Wu Jun was being overly anxious. You do not comprehend. You are not entrenched in the system. Wu Jun felt a chill run down his spine, breaking into a cold sweat despite the scorching day, spurred by Old Wang's earlier warnings. As Chu Ge continued on his path, he soon encountered Chu Xiaowu and Dilly Reba ascending. Struggling under the weight of their bags, Chu Ge assisted them with their burdens, while Captain Gong eagerly snatched the remaining load. Academician Chu, with the current circumstances, no amount of explanation from me will suffice. Someone must formally escort you. I've noticed others merely show their identification to pass freely. Am I being treated exceptionally? Dilly Reba pouted, breathless and exasperated. Who are you looking for? Chu Ge inquired, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward his prospective girlfriend. Dilly Reba donned a casual outfit today, a flowing beige dress paired with a white puff-sleeve top, her subtle makeup accentuating her fair complexion, reminiscent of the girl next door. I said I was looking for Chu Ge. Chu Xiaowu erupted in laughter, while Captain Gong maintained his composure, stifling a grin. "Well, that settles it. You're unlikely to gain entry," Captain Gong remarked. Realizing her slip, Dilly Reba pouted, her gaze flitting toward Chu Ge, seemingly oblivious to the armed guards around her. Her eyes only for him. As the four approached Chu Ge's residence, they coincidentally encountered Jingran and Director Wu descending, followed by a guard. Director Wu, now more cautious, quickly greeted Chu Ge. "Academician Chu, I should take my leave now." "Ah, is this your girlfriend? Truly beautiful." Chu Ge merely nodded, and Director Wu, feeling the awkwardness of his approach, noticed Captain Gong's stern demeanor and promptly silenced himself. Jingran stood frozen, astonished by Dilly Reba's beauty. Her every smile seemed to capture his heart. He hadn't anticipated encountering this television star in such a small county, and he couldn't help but steal another glance. Dilly Reba's arm was linked with Chu Ge's, her gaze warm and affectionate, exuding an air of dependency. This only heightened Jingran's excitement, especially since the man was his childhood companion. Wu Jun nudged him, jolting him back to reality as he realized he had lost his composure. Continuing down the path in silence. "Who is that?" Dilly Reba, sensing Jingran's scrutinizing gaze, leaned closer to Chu Ge before asking. "A childhood friend. It has been ages since we last met. We are all grown up now, and the bond of our youth seems to have faded." Chu Ge replied, choosing not to glance back at Jingran as he led Dilly Reba inside. Director Wu, Jingran crossed the perimeter of the main road's security line. Many onlookers lingered, and the police had already dispersed several groups, but the curiosity of the townsfolk was insatiable. The directives from above emphasized this point. Unless absolutely necessary, force should not be employed. The crowd had only thinned momentarily before their numbers surged exponentially, with a small faction evidently comprising Dilly Reba's fans, hastily brandishing signs, likely having just received the news and rushing over from various parts of the county. Earlier, a potential incident had almost occurred when Dilly Reba, in her haste, removed her mask, instantly recognized by the crowd, which erupted in excitement. Fortunately, Xiaowu arrived just in time to escort Dilly Reba into the inner circle, where armed riot police were stationed, effectively halting the pursuit. As the presence of these officers commanded a degree of respect from the public, Jingran observed the scene unfolding before him, pondering if all these people had come for Chu Ge. It was his first encounter with such fervor. A non-celebrity could generate such a significant uproar. In the distance, another contingent of police officers approached, and the law enforcement personnel began to guide the crowd, forming several barricades to gradually push back the throng. The space available to the onlookers diminished, and as the excitement waned, the crowd slowly dispersed. Once the crowd had cleared, a military officer waved to Director Wu, who led Jingran over. "Old Wang from the county's armed forces. This is the Chu Jingran I mentioned, a senior executive from a multinational corporation in the Magic City." They exchanged pleasantries. "Old Wu, I trust we haven't interrupted Academician Chu?" "No, not at all." That's a relief. "Let me tell you, the soldiers stationed here are all from Yinjing, and several battalions from the H-City military region have also arrived. The number of special forces on guard alone exceeds 800. And we had to temporarily summon additional police from surrounding counties." Minister Wang recounted his recent findings excitedly, his enthusiasm palpable. Such a grand occasion was unprecedented in his life. "Isn't there a concern about wasting resources?" Jingran interjected unexpectedly. "Shu, you truly dare to say that?" Minister Wang retorted, his expression turning sour. "The military and police are state assets. Academician Chu hasn't requested a single penny from the public. Are you implying that the costs incurred from personnel transfers are what you consider wasteful? How absurd. Do you suggest that officials should refrain from conducting inspections to avoid extravagance?" "Well, that's different. Isn't it?" Jingran mumbled in response. "Are you equating a visit to family with a work-related trip? If you were aware of Academician Chu's contributions to the nation, you wouldn't be so ignorant." Minister Wang's irritation was evident. Despite not being a direct member of the military system, he was well acquainted with Chu Ge's accomplishments. "Do you think the salary of an executive in a joint venture is commendable, or that you surpass Academician Chu in prowess? Let me enlighten you. If Academician Chu were to rely on financial means, he could easily overwhelm you with his wealth." "What do you mean?" Wu Jun's interest was piqued. "It is rumored that Academician Chu possesses an unlimited black card issued by the state, a rarity across the nation. Do you grasp what unlimited implies? If you require 100 million, the bank must prepare that amount promptly, not the capped versions that limit you to merely 20 or 30 million. Minister Wang whispered, casting wary glances around to ensure no outsiders overheard. This is the first I've heard of such a thing. I had no idea academician Chu's status was so exceptional. Thus, when I asked if we had disturbed him, you should grasp the magnitude of this situation. Upon hearing this, Wu Jun turned pale, realizing he was uncertain whether his earlier actions had indeed disturbed Chu Ge. With this thought weighing on him, he lost interest in further dialogue with the two and, after exchanging farewells with Jingran, departed with Minister Wang. Jingran lingered for a moment before turning back toward his home, reflecting on Minister Wang's earlier comments. Comrade, please present your identification. Chu Jingran obediently took out his identification card. After the guard scrutinized it thoroughly, he returned it, signaling the nearby guard to let him pass. With a mechanical gait, Chu Jingran continued to ascend, no longer glancing at the guards around him, his expression vacant. At this moment, the sense of superiority he had felt that morning had evaporated. All he could think about was hastening home, eager to finish the mid-autumn festival and leave this county town behind. Meanwhile, Chu Mama clutched Dilly Reba's little hand in the living room, refusing to let go. This daughter of hers grew increasingly beautiful, surpassing even the figure depicted in the painting on the wall. Mom, the painting on our wall has changed style. Look, it's all baby photos that you selected yourself this year. Have you forgotten? Chu Xiaowu could hardly endure her mother's overly affectionate gaze and retorted bitterly. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. I hung it for your brother, haha, and also for Naza to see. Chu Mama replied nonchalantly, her implication now turning into an overt pressure. Well, I'll go check on how Dad is doing with dinner. Chu Ge dashed off, bemused by the absurdity of it all. The child was already thinking about marriage before even receiving his certificate. Hearing this, Dilly Reba's face flushed like an apple, prompting Chu Xiaowu to teasingly hold up an apple in her direction. Making her even more embarrassed. By the way, Xiaowu, I brought you some clothes, all tailored to your figure. Want to try them on? Dilly Reba winked at Chu Xiaowu. Sure. Xiaowu understood immediately. Mom, you go watch over your precious son in the kitchen. We are off to try on clothes. With that, the two conspired and rushed into the inner bedroom. Chu Mama chuckled and shook her head. Reminded by Xiaowu's words, she pondered for a moment before heading to the kitchen. In the bedroom, sister-in-law, Mom has a point. You and my brother should consider discussing marriage, don't you think? Chu Xiaowu said while sizing up the clothes, recognizing their exquisite quality without needing to check the labels. Your brother is as busy as a president. It's quite a feat to even see him. If we are to discuss marriage, I need to catch him first, and besides, I can't be the one to initiate. Dilly Reba replied while helping Xiaowu smooth out the wrinkles in the garments, her cheeks warming again as she spoke. That's true, sister-in-law. I've already decided you are my sister-in-law. I'll be going to Yinjing for school after the festival, which will be closer to my brother. I'll help you nudge him. If he continues to dawdle, he might lose his bride. Get lost? Dilly Reba playfully poked Xiao. How did you know this is my ticklish spot? It must have been my brother who told you. I want to join in. They both burst into laughter. In the kitchen, Chu Mama was busy preparing dinner. Chu Ge, you're not getting any younger. When are you and Naza planning to give me a chubby grandchild? Mom, I don't have time right now. Once I get through this busy period, I'll let you know, Chu Ge replied while seeking assistance from Chu Dad. You just trying to fool me. I see that Naza is a lovely girl. You can't expect her to make the first move, so step it up. If you let my future daughter-in-law slip away, just wait until I deal with you. Alright, that's just a woman's perspective. Chu Ge is currently engaged in significant matters. He can't be distracted. I trust my son to be a responsible man. If he says he has a plan, then he surely does, right? Chu Dad remarked, giving Chu Ge a knowing wink. Chu Ge intended to commend his father, but quickly thought of the importance of marriage. A truly steadfast man should balance both career and love. He noticed Chu Mama's disapproving expression inside, feeling that his support was rather unreliable. Chu Dad was an excellent cook, yet it seemed Chu Ge had not inherited that talent. At the dining table, the elderly couple tirelessly served Dilly Reba, and as Chu Ge glanced at her overflowing plate, he couldn't help but notice the envy written all over Chu Xiaowu's face. Silently, he placed a piece of braised pork on Xiaowu's plate, and they exchanged a knowing look, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Ignoring the strange atmosphere, they both lowered their heads to eat. The lunch concluded in an odd silence. In the afternoon, Neither Chu Ge nor Dilly Reba ventured out. They knew that even casually stepping outside could incite a stir. If they were to go out together, the small county town would surely gain notoriety. Chu Ge played chess with Chu Dad in the living room, while Xiaowu and Naza learned to knit gloves from Chu Mama. With the Mid-Autumn Festival behind them, the National Day holiday was next. And soon the weather would turn cooler in northern regions. Spring and autumn are fleeting. The temperature shifts seem to occur in an instant. Dilly Reba was particularly focused, aware that these gloves were for Chu Dad, who worked in machinery and needed them as winter approached. She wished to knit a pair for her Chu Ge but struggled with the manual work, having been coddled since childhood. As night fell, the family finished dinner and gathered to watch the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Chu Mama brought out mooncakes and fruits, insisting that the three young ones each eat one. Laughter filled the living room. And after a bout of giggles, Dilly Reba gazed out at the bright moon. May we all be blessed with longevity, sharing the beauty of the moon, even if we are 1,000 miles apart. She felt a twinge of sadness, knowing their brief reunion would soon come to an end. Today they were together, but tomorrow they would be scattered far and wide. Turning to look at Chu Ge, she felt a spark and secretly sent him a text message. Chapter 152. Beneath the blossoms and the moonlight ding. Chu Ge picked up his phone, and the screen displayed an unread message from Dilly Reba. He glanced at her. Her gaze was intensely fixed on him, making him feel a little bashful. Professor Chu, would you care to join me for a moonlit stroll? With a smile, Chu Ge replied, that sounds delightful. He then looked at Dilly Reba, noticing the rosy hue that spread across her translucent face. Mom and Dad, Naza and I are going out for some fresh air. It's a bit too warm in here. Chu Ge stood up, ready to take Dilly Reba's hand. Warm? Brother, the air conditioning is on. Where are you two going? I want to come too. Scram, scram, scram. You're not needed everywhere. Chu Ge shot a glance at the ever-present light bulb. Promptly rejecting the idea, Dilly Reba stood beside him, grinning foolishly. Xiaowu eyed her sister-in-law suspiciously, then looked back at Chu Ge, pouting. This girl has no sense of awareness. Should I call her naive or foolish? Chu Mama murmured to Chu Dad. Go ahead, but be safe. You, stay put and don't wander off. Chu Mama nodded at Chu Ge, then turned to point a finger at Xiaowu, scolding her. Got it? Chu Ge thought to himself. What is there to be cautious about? This place had become a fortress. Thieves would likely think twice before acting in this county town. As they exited the living room and stepped into the yard, Chu Ge paused for a moment to gather his thoughts. With Dilly Reba watching him intently, that I've got it. Let us go to a special place. Okay. Chu Ge opened the gate, and outside, Captain Gong turned around, looking puzzled at Chu Ge. Captain Gong, how far did you say the security perimeter was during the day? 200 meters on the surface. The mobile undercover guards likely extend to 1 kilometer away. Captain Gong replied promptly, still wearing a perplexed expression. All right, I'll head to the southern moat. It's not far. Just a few hundred meters. That all right? No problem. I'll follow you. That's not necessary. I'll remain within your sight. Fine. I'll ensure that my team pays special attention to that direction. The guards in other areas will be on standby nearby. All right then, you handle that, Captain Gong. Have you all eaten dinner yet? Chu Ge shifted to casual conversation, fearing that Captain Gong might sense his intentions and insist on tagging along. Yes, the soldiers took turns eating. We even had braised pork. Good to hear. Chu Ge was about to leave when he suddenly recalled something, glancing up at the full moon hanging in the night sky and then surveying the soldiers on alert around him. How many people are on the lookout? 50, all from Yinjing. Chu Ge nodded, leaned closer to Dilly Reba, whispered a couple of sentences, and turned to leave. In a short while, Chu Dad and Xiaowu followed behind, while Captain Gong looked at Chu Ge. Unsure of what the senior officer was planning, Captain Gong, take 2 soldiers with you to assist my dad in purchasing some mooncakes. Make sure every soldier gets one. They are working hard during the Mid-Autumn Festival. They deserve a treat. Captain Gong finally understood Chu Ge's intentions and shook his head vigorously. No, even in Yinjing, we must stay on duty. The closer it gets to a holiday, the more vigilant we have to be. We reused to it and not fatigued. We will rotate. This is an order. Understood, Professor Chu? Great, brother. I love you for remembering how boring it is for me at home. Xiaowu clapped her hands excitedly. You mistaken. You're just being dragged along to do some chores. Listen to Uncle Gong and Dad. All right, off you go. Captain Gong saluted and went to arrange the guards' movements, while Chu Ge waved goodbye to Chu Dad and Xiaowu. then turned to take Dilly Reba's hand, heading down the southern street. As Chu Ge and Dilly Reba strolled along. They soon reached the moat after crossing several streets. The riverbank was adorned with numerous willow trees, and a quaint riverside park encircled the area, providing leisure and entertainment for the local residents. Chu Ge recalled the presence of several pavilions by the water's edge. This time, the evening breeze gently caressed the willows. The moonlight shimmered on the water, and the ripples reflected the moon's glow, creating an idyllic setting for enjoying the cool night air and moon-gazing. As the two conversed, they passed a small supermarket, at which point Chu Ge paused. "Wait a moment, I'll be right back," he said before turning to enter the store, while Dilly Reba obediently waited outside. Inside the supermarket, Chu Ge selected a bottle of mosquito repellent and 2 bottles of mineral water before approaching the cashier. "Auntie, could you please tell me the total?" After a brief silence, he looked up to find the shop owner staring at him with a glimmer in her eyes and an exaggerated expression. "Chu Ge? Is that you, the son of old Chu from the factory? I almost didn't recognize you. We were just discussing you. Tell me, are those soldiers outside here to protect you?" Haha, yes, they're my comrades." He replied, "I knew it. Little sister, your father is coming out. Come see who has arrived." A sense of embarrassment washed over Chu Ge as he felt a dark line appear on his forehead. Suddenly, a man rushed out with a broom, followed closely by a plump girl wearing a look of anxiety. Chu Ge found the scene rather awkward. Uncle Lee, it's been a while. This must be little sister. Hasn't she grown?" he remarked, recalling her as a tiny child. "You old fool, what are you doing with that broken broom? I called you out to see our esteemed guest." Chu Ge." The middle-aged man hurriedly tossed the broom aside. Stuttering in surprise, "It's me, haha, the Chu Ge who used to come here daily to shop," he awkwardly replied, recognizing the familiar yet strange face before him. Yes, you even tricked my little sister into spending 10 yuan for a 1 yuan item. By the way, little sister, call him Brother Chu. He is indeed your genuine older brother, and I held you when you were a child. Brother, Dad, I know who Brother Chu is. He's on TV every day?" The chubby girl retorted earnestly. Just then, Dilly Reba entered the shop, perhaps growing impatient from waiting. "Chu Ge? Oh, right. Auntie, uncle, this is my girlfriend, Dilly Reba." Dilly Reba politely greeted them, but when Chu Ge attempted to pay, the couple adamantly refused to accept his money. Unable to persuade them otherwise, he bid farewell to the shop owner and her family, taking Dilly Reba's hand as they continued toward the riverbank. The shop owner and her family watched the 2 talented youths as they walked away, remarking on Chu Ge's newfound stature. "Indeed, our alley has produced a true dragon," the middle-aged man mused, "and that girl is quite beautiful. Resembling the one in our painting," the shop owner expressed with envy. "Mom, what are you talking about? I don't know whether to commend or tease you. The star in the painting is Dilly Reba." "And what did Chu Ge just call her?" Dilly Reba. Crossing a road, Chu Ge and Dilly Reba finally arrived at the moat. On this mid-autumn festival, perhaps due to families gathering at home, the park was not particularly crowded. Chu Ge led Dilly Reba toward the largest pavilion, which extended into the middle of the moat and was connected to the shore by a boardwalk. He recalled that there used to be many lotus flowers around the boardwalk during his childhood, and he often played there with friends in the summer. It was usually quite bustling as they walked onto the boardwalk. They encountered a few people, mostly young couples who had come for a romantic rendezvous, blissfully unaware of the two. "What do you think? Is it all right here?" Chu Ge paused by a stone pillar, gazing at the distant neon lights reflecting on the river. "Yes, it's quite beautiful and so serene. All that remains is the sound of nature, which feels incredibly soothing," Dilly Reba replied, leaning against the railing and taking a deep breath. Smiling contentedly. The small county had a sparse population, lacking the hustle and bustle of a big city, and this moat, being far from the commercial area, felt even more tranquil. The sounds of cicadas, frogs, and various insects filled the air. It used to be quite rudimentary. The railings were only recently replaced, and the neon lights on the water weren't there before. This moat has become much more vibrant compared to my childhood. Times are progressing. It's wonderful. I feel that spending time in such an atmosphere brings a sense of yoga-like tranquility, Dilly Reba remarked as she turned to Chu Ge with a bright smile. "Almost forgot, I need to spray this. The only downside here is the abundance of mosquitoes, especially those that bite painfully," Chu Ge mentioned, handing the mosquito repellent to Dilly Reba. upon hearing about the painful bites. She obediently sprayed herself and then passed it back to Chu Ge. Aren't you going to use it? No need. It's quite strange. Last year, I was a magnet for mosquitoes, but this summer it seems they're avoiding me. I haven't been bitten at all, Chu Ge casually remarked, pondering that perhaps his blood had lost its allure now that he was an adult. Because you smell bad. Dilly Reba laughed heartily, then dashed toward the pavilion. Glancing back at Chu Ge, he pretended to be angry and chased after her, and they both rushed into the pavilion. Dilly Reba hid in one corner. And when Chu Ge caught up, he embraced her. Where do you think you're running? This is my territory, he declared, twirling her around, causing her to squeal with delight, while nearby couples turned to watch the commotion. Stop it, they're looking at us. If we get recognized, we'll have to run, Dilly Reba whispered in Chu Ge's ear. He complied, releasing her as they found a secluded corner to sit. The pavilion was quite spacious, circular in shape, with an estimated diameter of nearly 10 meters, surrounded by wooden benches that extended to the water's surface, with a lattice structure in the center allowing visitors to lean over and admire the scenery. The couples around them did not recognize them, as the darkness made it difficult to discern faces from a distance. Everyone maintained a respectful distance, enjoying their own company. Dilly Reba leaned over the railing, gazing at the moon's reflection on the water, the ripples shimmering in the moonlight, and the faint outline of lotus flowers. Her mood instantly elevated to the utmost delight. She turned her head to look at Chu Ge, who was also immersed in the rare beauty of the moment, his expression calm. They admired the moonlit scene in silence, drawing closer, close enough to hear each other's heartbeats. Chu Ge turned his head and met Dilly Reba's passionate gaze. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, and the pure moonlight bathed her exquisite face, creating an ethereal aura around her, resembling a moonlit fairy. Dilly Reba squinted her eyes and exhaled softly, her breath brushing against Chu Ge's face, tickling him. Lost in the moment, he gently wrapped his arms around her soft form, and she nestled into his embrace. Lowering his head, their eyes locked, Dilly Reba slowly closed her eyes, prompting Chu Ge to uncontrollably lean down, capturing her alluring red lips. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. A long kiss ensued until both were slightly breathless, at which point Chu Ge finally pulled away, clearing his throat. Dilly Reba shyly buried her head in his embrace, not raising it for a long while. Chu Ge thought to himself that he needed to practice his breath control. Kissing turned out to be quite a skill. You big rogue, who knows when you'll return to Yinjing? When will we see each other again? Probably by the end of the year. I might be busier during this period, he replied. After the National Day holiday, the construction of the Aerospace aircraft carrier would officially commence, and he anticipated that he might have to be stationed at the shipyard for an extended time. Almost 5 months, woo-woo, Dilly Reba lamented as she fiddled with her fingers. Before the new year, I'll strive to finish all my work and spend more time with you. Chu Ge had long contemplated this. He intended to carve out more time during the holiday to accompany his family and his girlfriend. Once the Aerospace aircraft carrier was completed next year, they would likely head to the moon, and he couldn't bring family along for such a journey. The duration of their separation was uncertain, and he had yet to share this with his family, let alone with Dilly Reba, fearing it would upset her. Dilly Reba nodded obediently, feeling content with Chu Ge's words. By the way, what drama are you currently filming? Chu Ge asked curiously. I want to tell you. You, the busy man, wouldn't have time to watch it anyway, so it would be a waste of sentiment. Humph. In truth, she was filming a drama related to aerospace, centered around the themes of Chu Ge's aspirations and dreams, and upon seeing the script, she accepted it without hesitation, pouring her heart and soul into the project to express her affection for him. Chu Ge smiled as he stroked her hair, acknowledging this was the honest truth. Even if she told him, he likely wouldn't have time to watch it. The two continued to snuggle and chat, unaware as the night deepened until they realized only the two of them remained. Let us go. If we don't head back now, someone will come looking for us. Dilly Reba had yet to rise when she stumbled, only to be pulled back into Chu Ge's embrace. She gazed into his eyes, slowly wrapping her arms around his neck. After a long while, the frog on the lotus leaf could hardly endure the intense scene any longer, leaping into the water with a splash to escape. Only then did the two separate, with Chu Ge taking Dilly Reba's hand and walking towards home. In the living room, Chu Mama and the others were still awake, awaiting the return of the two. When they entered hand in hand, a collective sigh of relief was heard. Brother, if you don't come back soon, Mom is going to send Gong Gu and the others to fetch you. Chu Xiaowu remarked, her gaze shifting towards her future sister-in-law, pondering how her sister-in-law seemed to have become more bashful after their outing. Why haven't you gone to bed yet? Chu Gu interrupted Xiaowu's gaze. Fearing that if she continued, Dilly Reba would indeed want to dig a hole to hide in. I'm waiting for my sister-in-law? Huh? My sister-in-law shares a bed with me. Humph, what are you hiding about? Is your beautiful dream shattered? I knew you had ulterior motives. Hee hee, but my sister-in-law is mine tonight, as per Mom's decree. After finishing her sentence, Chu Xiaowu dashed over to hug Dilly Reba. Chu Mama face-bombed and whispered to Chu Papa, I've confirmed it. Your daughter is not innocent. She's a little tiger. Hearing this, Dilly Reba lowered her head again, suppressing a smile. Chu Xiaowu, I see that you're getting a bit cheeky. Do you want me to loosen you up a bit? Chu Ge, taken aback by his sister's teasing and reminded of the earlier scene in the pavilion, felt an urge to silence her. Chu Xiaowu skipped over to Chu Mama's side, sticking her tongue out at Chu Ge. All right, it's late at night, and you're still causing a ruckus. Xiaowu, hurry up and take your sister-in-law to wash up. Mom will fetch you a new blanket. It gets quite chilly in the latter half of the night, so don't catch a cold. Dear, as Chu Mama approached Dilly Reba, she gently held her little hand. Look, dear, your hand is, why is it still sweating? Dilly Reba smiled awkwardly, casting a pleading glance at Chu Ge. Mom, why don't you tidy up their bedding? We're off to wash up now with that. She led Dilly Reba and Xiaowu out in the guest room. Xiaowu and the others chattered and washed up, while Chu Ge, having sorted everything out, realized that they were just getting started. Understanding that women's matters tend to be numerous, he discreetly excused himself and returned to his room. Lying on his bed, Chu Ge relished the events of the evening, still anticipating the climax. Suddenly, a loud knocking sound echoed, causing his head to throb. System brother, today is a day off. I'm not going to court. System detected that the host's reputation value will soon reach 1 billion. The reward system is about to activate. Does the host wish to forfeit this reward? Are you foolish or am I? Knock harder. Do you see me not shouting for justice? After speaking, Chu Ge sprang up, summoned the system interface, and witnessed his reputation points soaring. Today, he had once again made quite an impression, and news of his return was swiftly spreading throughout the county. The reputation points fluctuated rapidly in response. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the 1 billion reputation reward mechanism. The system is preparing the prize. Please hold on for a moment. Chu Ge initially thought that the system would deliver the reward instantly, so he patiently waited. However, 5 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of it. Brother, are you going to give me a difficult delivery reward like last time? Your rhythm is quite intriguing. The system remained unresponsive. Great. Another system crash. You've got so many good things in there. Yet you always seem to calculate every little detail. You're just a subpar product. Otherwise, I would truly lodge a complaint against you. Chu Ge took out his phone, aimlessly fiddling to pass the time. When his gaze fell upon the chat application, he realized he hadn't opened it in over 6 months. Clicking in, a flood of messages rushed in. Most of the messages were from his old classmate Wang Chong. Numbering in the dozens, after reading them, Chu Ge felt a bit embarrassed and sent a smiley in response. Wow, Chu Academician is still alive. Wang Chong replied almost instantly. What a question. I'm doing just fine. Just a bit busy. This is my first time logging into this software since the new year, so I saw your messages and replied. Among the numerous messages, Chu Ge only replied to Wang Chong. With friends from university, high school, and middle school, replying to each would have exhausted him, especially since many were from classmates he wasn't particularly close to. He thought it best to let them say what they wished. As adults, understanding would come naturally, and indifference was equally acceptable, I know. I sent you a lot of messages at first, and I hesitated to send more later for fear of annoying you. I was worried when I couldn't reach you by phone for a while. But then I saw you on TV, which put my mind at ease. Old classmate, you're quite the celebrity now. Impressive. Wang Chong sent a flurry of admiration emojis, and Chu Ge smiled, knowing his old classmate was sincere. Earlier, he had glanced at the chat group for his high school classmates, where they were lively discussing his visit home, jokingly mentioning a classmate who wanted to have his children. There were also some unharmonious voices, like Feng Zhang, who consistently took the contrary stance. You all should stop. Chu Ge is currently immensely popular. Do you think he remembers you old classmates? TSK, Dilly Reba, the rising star. Chu Ge knows how to play. Some classmates had even shared photos of Chu Ge picking up Dilly Reba, which appeared quite clear, likely taken by a professional camera from a distance. Wang Chong couldn't stand it any longer and immediately retorted, leading to a back-and-forth exchange in the group. Chu Ge casually scrolled through, then turned to open the chat with Wang Chong. You don't need to argue with them. Feng Zheng was always like this during school. However, he'll eventually face consequences for his words. I just can't stand that expression. You don't know, Yin Bing married him after the new year? And I've heard from our classmates that she isn't happy. Feng Zheng is the type to start something and abandon it. Once he's got what he wants, he turns around and seeks something else. What a pity. Yin Bing was a standout in our school back then. Chu Ge recalled Yin Bing's appearance during the gathering before the new year, fragments of memories from school resurfacing. That time, Yin Bing had fulfilled the beautiful fantasies of all the boys in the class, and now, all that remained was a sense of nostalgia for what once was. Congratulations, host. The gift is ready. Please accept it. The sudden announcement from the system startled Chu Ge, nearly causing him to jump from his seat, especially as he was lost in thought. Brother, in the future, please knock first. This jump scare is going to drive me to madness one day. I would genuinely appreciate it. After expressing his excitement, he clicked to open the ready gift package, serial number HQL, J002 intermediate monomer gene reagent, specifically for host use. Another medicine? Chu Ge didn't have time to complain to the system brother. If this gene reagent could transform him into a green giant, no, a superhuman of sorts, that would be quite splendid. Note, the intermediate monomer gene reagent is a one-time functional drug, and stacking is ineffective. Administration method, injection into the body. Special attention. It must not be used by other individuals. It is customized for the host. Otherwise, the efficacy will be lost and could cause irreversible harm to the experimental subject. The effects of this reagent are as follows. First, under the premise of current optimal functional indicators, it enhances the host's physical functions by 50. Functional indicators include life, strength, memory, vision, hearing, taste, speed, explosion, and all other bodily functional indicators. Second, this gene reagent will activate the cellular vitality of the host's organs and tissues, guiding directed gene mutations, altering the cell's dependency on certain substances, optimizing metabolic efficiency, and enhancing the cell survival capacity, e.g., tolerable pressure range, tolerable temperature variation, tolerable cosmic radiation intensity, etc. It will also lay the groundwork for the final whole genome mutation. Chapter 155, about gene reagents. Third, this gene reagent has no side effects. In addition to enhancing basic functions, it will have no impact on the host's existing memories, personality, preferences, or other acquired behaviors. The gene mutations are harmless, and the host can use it with confidence. Chu Ge frowned at this. It seemed there would be no room for complaints. What remained were the composition formulas and related component ratios, so, I still need to ask, after this injection, I won't fall into a deep sleep again like last time. Right? Chu Ge suddenly recalled that after last time's gene reagent injection, he had slept for an entire day, and he distinctly remembered having a rather peculiar dream during that slumber, one that still lingered vividly in his mind. No need for that. The first dose of the reagent requires the host's body to temporarily shut down all existing functional signals and then reboot. The recent transformation has delineated the path of modification. You may comprehend it as your body having acclimatized to this genetic reagent, thus subsequent genetic medications will not compel the host into a dormant state. However, to ensure the orderly progression of the genetic alteration, it is advisable for the host to refrain from engaging in strenuous activities and to avoid significant emotional fluctuations. Such fluctuations, particularly those induced by elevated hormone levels, can lead to the transmission of complex electrical signals on a vast scale, potentially jeopardizing the entire modification plan. The system, in a somewhat verbose manner, conveyed a plethora of information, and Chu Ge gradually grasped the essence. Maintain a tranquil state of mind. Furthermore, what does it mean to have elevated hormone levels? Chu Ge suspected this entity had once again invaded his privacy, yet lamentably, there was no avenue for complaint. Restart? Goodness, do you take me for a computer? After reviewing the system's previous statements, he voiced his confusion. Indeed, restart. This term may not be entirely appropriate, as it pertains to a state akin to near-death for humans. Near-death state, you say? I recall that a near-death state seems to incite greater excitement. Never mind. It is of little consequence. You may continue to use the term restart. The other two seem less fitting. Is that so? I apologize. This system has comprehensively assimilated the essence of various earthly languages. With the sole exception of Chinese, Chu Ge laughed unabashedly, pondering how far from comprehension this programming entity was regarding the profound intricacies of the Chinese language. He revisited the effects of the intermediate genetic medication a few times. And gradually, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. System brother, given the efficacy of this medication, will I not ultimately transform into a superhuman? One who can fly. You are overestimating things. If you wish to fly, you must install a fusion engine on your legs. How about deflecting missiles? A Soulblade, perhaps? What about withstanding a hard impact like that? You are overestimating your capabilities. Even deflecting a bullet would be challenging. What about shape-shifting? The very least you could do is grant me a skill akin to Spider-Man, enabling me to scale walls. You are overestimating once more. Well then, what exactly have you modified? Chu Ge felt a tinge of disappointment. As it stands, post-modification, you could certainly break records in competitions such as breath-holding, arm wrestling, slapping contests, or consuming hot peppers. Individuals with robust physical attributes should have shattered these human limits with the initial genetic reagent. Yet due to the host's frail constitution, this second genetic reagent has yet to guarantee a comprehensive superiority over your peers. The third, enough, please be silent. I wish to rest. Emotional fluctuations, as you stated. After finishing his retort to the system brother, Chu Ge sat on the bed, lost in thought for a while. His phone was incessantly flashing beside him, snapping him back to reality. Old classmate. The girls in the class group are eagerly awaiting your appearance. Will you not show yourself? Wang Chong was still chatting with him, bombarding him with a flurry of question marks. No, it holds no significance. By the way, Wang Chong, here is my new phone number. In case of urgent matters, feel free to call me. However, I generally do not carry my phone due to the nature of my job. You understand. Chu Ge resolved to share his new phone number with this old classmate, as a token of respect for their friendship. That I understand. No worries, I usually have nothing pressing either. Heh. Chu Ge chose not to reply further, still pondering the implications of the genetic medication. Meanwhile, Wang Chong diligently saved Chu Ge's new number, fully aware that it represented Chu Ge's trust in him. What a nonsensical affair. A breath-holding championship. Why have I never heard of such a thing? Chu Ge finally grasped the absurdity of it all, feeling 1,000 alpacas galloping away in his mind. He pondered throughout the night, until his head ached from overthinking. Ultimately, as long as I am not transformed into a creature akin to Godzilla, I will leave the rest to fate. With this thought, Chu Ge turned on his side to lie down, while playful sounds emanated from the adjacent room where Chu Xiaowu was. He smirked, finding solace in the laughter, and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day, Chu Ge arose early, preparing to wash up when he noticed Dilly Reba emerging, rubbing her eyes. Pure and unadulterated beauty, unadorned by artifice. This was Chu Ge's first encounter with Dilly Reba in her natural state, which was rather breathtaking. Upon catching sight of Chu Ge's enamored gaze, Dilly Reba shot him a look. What is it? It's early in the morning. Don't think about bullying me again. She approached him and whispered, Your thoughts seem a bit questionable, he replied. I was merely contemplating how my Dilly Reba possesses a unique charm even without makeup. You look quite lovely as you are. So why bother with cosmetics? Now you realize. Natural beauty is a given, yet makeup is still necessary. If I were to go out like this every day, people would call me lazy. The saying, a woman adorns herself for the pleasure of others, might have become somewhat skewed over time. But for many girls, wearing makeup also signifies respect for others. As Dilly Reba continued her morning routine, she conversed with Chu Ge. He nodded, acknowledging that even public figures are subject to such societal expectations. In contemporary society, even ordinary girls tend to embellish themselves for slightly formal occasions. The distinction lies in individual preferences for light or heavy makeup. After finishing breakfast, the family remained comfortably ensconced at home. As their conversations were plentiful enough to stave off any sense of boredom, why father called me last night, Dilly Reba confided in Chu Ge, whispering, Why would he call so late? Is there something amiss? No, he simply inquired about you and formally invited you to visit our home when you have the opportunity. Chu Ge pondered for a moment, realizing it was indeed time to meet his potential future father-in-law. However, he was currently pressed for time. Perhaps during the new year, it would be appropriate to pay my respects then. Otherwise, people might think I am abducting women. What? Who was the woman? Dilly Reba nodded. Only to quickly react, beginning to tease Chu Ge. Across the room, Chu's mother observed the playful banter between the two, her face beaming with delight, exchanging knowing glances with Chu's father, who smiled and nodded at the couple. Chapter 156. Anomalous data. Just as Chu Ge was about to retaliate, he faintly heard a knock at the door. Dad, did someone knock? No, did you hear something? The others shook their heads, but Chu Ge, feeling uneasy, rose to investigate. Outside the door stood Captain Gong, accompanied by two middle-aged men clad in Zhongshan suits. As Chu Ge opened the door, he collided solidly with Captain Gong. Academician Chu, the mayor of H City, has come to visit. Accompanied by an expert, Captain Gong rubbed his forehead, casting a puzzled glance at the seemingly unperturbed Chu Ge. Hello, Academician Chu. I am Su Chongqing, the mayor of H City, and this is Director Liao from the South China Orthopedic Hospital. I apologize for the intrusion. Mayor Su appeared to be in his 50s, yet he exhibited great humility in Chu Ge's presence. Greetings, Mayor Su, Director Liao. Please, come in. Chu Ge welcomed the two visitors inside, and upon entering, Chu's father, who regularly followed H City's news, recognized the mayor after a moment of astonishment. He hurried to pour water for the guests, and after a round of introductions, Mayor Su explained his purpose. I feel quite ashamed. Academician Chu is from H City, yet I, as the local official, was the last to learn that you had returned for the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was Director Liao who informed me, prompting me to come along. Mayor Su spoke graciously. I merely returned home to visit my family. I did not intend to trouble the local government. Your words are too kind. Ha ha. The laughter resonated. As Mayor Su cast an appreciative glance at Chu Ge, forming a judgment in his heart. Accomplished at a young age, he remained humble and composed. No wonder he achieved such success. He is indeed a person of this region, and future interactions will be inevitable. The conversation continued until they realized they had inadvertently sidelined Director Liao. He waved his hand, indicating that with one being the mayor and the other a nationally renowned academician, he would not dare to interject. Academician Chu, I am here on behalf of a client to treat your mother's leg ailment. To be frank, I was quite thrilled when the client mentioned your name. I hurriedly contacted Mayor Su to come here. Director Liao, who appeared to be older than Mayor Su, spoke with great confidence. Chu Ge quickly deduced that this matter had been arranged by Academician Chen, as he had not mentioned his mother's leg condition to anyone else. Academician Chen continued to show great care for Chu Ge. Thank you for your assistance, Director Liao. Chu Ge stood to shake hands with the elderly director. It is no trouble. I consider it an honor. Shall we proceed with the preliminary examination? Certainly. Chu Ge arranged for his mother to meet with Director Liao in the inner room, accompanied by several girls. After observing for a while, he stepped out to continue conversing with Mayor Su. Chu's father remained anxious, realizing that these matters required Chu Ge's leadership. After approximately 20 minutes of conversation with Mayor Su, Director Liao and the others emerged. Director Liao, how did it go? Before Chu Ge could speak, Mayor Su inquired first. The specifics will require an MRI at the hospital for a definitive diagnosis. However, based on my extensive experience, the issue does not seem severe. A minor surgery should suffice. Chu Ge released a sigh of relief. Mother, did you hear that? Just a minor surgery. Director Liao is an orthopedic expert. Chu's mother nodded. The name of the South China Orthopedic Hospital carried weight, and since the expert had made such a statement, she felt compelled to undergo the surgery. Academician Chu, rest assured I will oversee the examination and the surgery. It is not a major operation and will be completed swiftly. Thank you, Director Liao. Chu Ge contemplated the possibility of truly burdening others at that time, as it seemed highly likely that he would not be able to be by his mother's side during her surgery. After a brief conversation, Mayor Su and his companion rose to take their leave. Despite Chu's repeated invitations to share a meal, Mayor Su was resolute in his departure, and Chu ceased his attempts to persuade him. The Chu family escorted the two leaders to their doorstep, when suddenly, a man, drenched in sweat, dashed over from a distance. Mayor Su, what brings you here? I just heard of your visit to our county and rushed over. Oh, Director Zhang, I came to pay a visit to Academician Chu. There are no work-related arrangements, so it's perfectly fine if you don't come. You may return, but since you're here, you should at least stay for a meal before leaving. Mayor Su paid no further heed to the man, exchanged pleasantries with Chu and his family, and departed, with Director Zhang trailing behind eagerly, as Chu Ge watched Mayor Su and his companion fade away. He recalled his father mentioning that Director Zhang seemed to have recently been appointed as a local head. He was somewhat inexperienced, facing the challenges of a transition between the former and current administrations. With numerous county affairs to manage and the need to be mindful of upper-level evaluations, which undoubtedly placed him in a difficult position. Sighing, Chu Ge was absorbed in thought when Dilly gently nudged him with her small hand. "If you can't return when Auntie undergoes surgery, I'll take her with me. You need not worry." Observing Dilly's earnest demeanor, Chu Ge stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her shoulder as they strolled back. "You re so busy. It's really unnecessary, and my father is capable, and so is Xiaowu. But Uncle is getting older, and Xiaowu is still young. She clearly needs a suitable caregiver, and I am obviously the most suitable person. Let us discuss it later." "What do you mean?" "It's settled. I'll just have a word with Sister Li." Dilly decisively concluded the topic, leaving no room for Chu Ge's hesitation. After lunch, as Chu Ge prepared to return to Yinjing, his mother busily packed various items for him. Dilly held his hand, reluctant to part ways. Well, all good things must come to an end. The National Day will soon pass, and before we know it, it will be New Year's. Chu Ge chuckled as he playfully pinched Dilly's nose. "How annoying. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't feel so sad." Haha, Chu Ge laughed as he opened the door. Captain Gong and the others had already assembled, with 10 military jeeps neatly lined up on the street in front of Chu Ge's home, their sirens flashing in the distance. At this moment, many neighbors, alerted by the commotion, emerged from their homes to observe Chu Ge's family. After embracing Dilly, his parents, and Xiaowu, Chu Ge turned and boarded the vehicle. The convoy soon set off, gradually making its way down the road. The crowd, having gathered spontaneously, grew larger, and the police no longer urged them to disperse. They merely encircled the convoy to ensure its smooth passage. Chu Ge rolled down the window and waved to both familiar and unfamiliar faces. "Academician Chu, you are the pride of our county. Don't forget to come back often." A voice from the crowd rang out, igniting the enthusiasm of the onlookers, who began to echo the sentiment. Chu Ge felt a surge of emotion, touched by the fervor of his hometown. As the convoy accelerated, the crowd gradually fell behind. Chu Ge's phone vibrated. It was Dilly. "Big Rogue, take care on your journey. I will miss you." "You too. Be safe on your way back." Upon returning to the research institute, the sun was still bright. After tidying up a bit, he grabbed 2 bags of local specialties and hurried to Academician Chen's office. "Old Chen? I'm back." "Ah, Xiao Chu, you're back. Didn't I say you could return in the evening? It would be more troublesome then, and besides, you wouldn't get to enjoy these local specialties tonight." "Haha, you rascal, sit down. You arrived just in time. I have something to discuss with you." Chu Ge settled onto the sofa, picked up an apple, and feigned an attentive demeanor. "Today, the satellite control department from the space agency called to inform me that there is an anomaly in the telemetry data from the lunar satellite. They want you to take a look, especially since we're about to determine the construction site for the lunar base, right?" "An anomaly in the data?" Chu Ge sat up straight, his demeanor turning serious. "Yes, they will bring the data report tomorrow for us to study together." "All right." Chu Ge pondered, perplexed. The moon was something humanity was familiar with. What could possibly be amiss? Did they specify the nature of the anomaly? Chu Ge mused, wondering if they had discovered extraterrestrial life, which would be catastrophic, as he had yet to venture outside. His technological prowess was far from sufficient, and venturing forth with the current level of technology would be akin to inviting disaster. Perhaps there is an unusual distribution of certain metallic ores. I'm not entirely sure. You'll find out tomorrow when the comrades from the space agency arrive, Academician Chen continued, oblivious to Chu Ge's furrowed brow. Chu Ge sighed with relief. As long as it wasn't something akin to the catastrophic scenes depicted in science fiction movies, everything would be manageable. "All right, we'll discuss it when they arrive tomorrow. By the way, thank you for your concern regarding my mother's leg ailment." Chu Ge recalled the orthopedic specialist and expressed his gratitude to Academician Chen. "Don't mention it, Xiao Chu. These matters are trivial. The state will take care of talented individuals like you who have made special contributions to the country, especially concerning personal matters like family medical care and education. You needn't worry about that." Chu Ge nodded, and after a brief conversation, he took his leave. Returning to his office, he organized his thoughts. The launch ceremony for the dockyard was set for National Day, coinciding with the nationwide celebrations, serving as a birthday gift to the motherland. For the military system, this was quite routine. Significant breakthroughs and symbolic milestones, such as the launch of fighter jets and warships, often occurred on special dates, with National Day and Army Day being the most common. With that settled, Chu Ge felt it was time to strategize for the lunar base plan. System: how many honor points are required for the construction of an interstellar base? The search program indicates that the information regarding interstellar base construction is classified, with S rank divided into two categories: terrestrial interstellar bases and aerial fortress-style interstellar bases. I'll pass on the aerial fortress for now. It's not needed at this moment. That leaves us with the two options. The first one? And there's also an SSS level option. Forget it. The system has found that the introduction is of no use. Host, your honor points are far too insufficient. Chu Ge glanced at his honor points balance. 16,000.is. That really too insufficient? He thought, feeling that spending 10,000 honor points on a complete aerospace battleship was already exorbitant. Was there an even bigger boss lurking ahead? However, the SSS level rating piqued his curiosity, as it was the first occurrence of such a rating in the military system. Why don't you elaborate? Perhaps I'll strike it rich tomorrow, Chu Ge boldly suggested. The SSS level interstellar base is also known as the Planet Colonization Transformation Plan. Its core involves analyzing the geological structure, atmospheric composition, and cosmic environment of foreign planets to simulate an ecological environment suitable for the species. Due to the extensive nature of the transformation involving an entire planet, disregarding the technical support from the system, the basic construction phase requires an exceptionally high level of expertise. I'm afraid, given your planet's current technological level, it is simply unattainable. The system poured cold water on Chu Ge's enthusiasm. Ignoring the system, Chu Ge gaped in excitement. Could it really be possible? He thought. This sounds explosive. The hard issues of an unsuitable environment for habitation would be perfectly resolved. This means we could freely migrate to any planet. Living on Mars is no longer a dream. Chu Ge almost burst into applause. Ultimately, the SSS level interstellar base requires 100,000 honor points. 100,000? Well, that's not too expensive, Chu Ge mused, still lost in his Martian dream. The consumption of honor points is secondary. The primary concern is the corresponding technological level required. Chu Ge finally snapped back to reality, secretly cursing the system for its lack of flair. It wouldn't even let him dream. All right, you make a valid point. How many honor points are needed for the S-level terrestrial interstellar base? 5,000 points. Now that's much more affordable, but it's just a basic shelter compared to the SSS level. Let us exchange it. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for the S-level terrestrial interstellar base construction blueprint. All technical documents have been dispatched. Please check your reception. Friendly reminder. Host S remaining honor points, 11,000. Chu Ge glanced at the notification, expressing no objections, as that was all he had, and began to review the technical documents for the base. After several hours of study, he rubbed his temples. The overall planning was quite complex, not significantly less so than that of the Aerospace battleship. The experimental zone of the main body comprises several key systems, including the life support system, the VR Earth virtual environment system, the gravitational wave gravity maintenance system, and the ecological supply system, along with several minor systems such as the energy supply system, base auxiliary robotic system, and automated computer control, which Chu Ge is quite familiar with and thus has not paid much attention to. Additionally, there is the supporting industrial base, which involves a series of processes, including extraction, transportation, purification, separation, and synthesis. Upon closer inspection, Chu Ge believes that these processes could indeed form an entire industrial chain. This is merely the procedure for helium-3. And if we factor in the extraction of other heavy metals, the processes mentioned above could increase significantly. Chu Ge smiled with satisfaction. This venture is certainly profitable, although the benefits may not be immediately apparent. Once the industrial base is completed, it will continuously harvest resources, and the wealth will undoubtedly flow in by the ton. With such dreams of abundance, Chu Ge drifted off to sleep. The following day, after finishing breakfast, Chu Ge arrived early at Academician Chen's office. Chen Lao, while the colleagues from the space agency have yet to arrive, I have a synthetic chemical material that requires your assistance. Similar to last time, I would appreciate it if the experts in the field of biological genetics could lend a hand. As Chu Ge spoke, he handed over the prepared materials, which contained his intermediate gene drug formula. With the experience from the first instance, Chu Ge felt more at ease this time. "All right, once we finish our discussion, I will arrange for someone to deliver it to you," Academician Chun replied while organizing the document bag. Then turned to Chu Ge. On National Day, construction on the aerospace carrier officially commenced. "Are all the data and blueprints ready?" "Yes, they are prepared. In the next few days, we will arrange for dedicated personnel and vehicles to deliver them. We will send parts of the data as they are completed, while the remainder will be securely stored in our research institute's vault." Very thoughtful. Chapter 158. Anomalous pulse signal. As Chu Ge gazed at the document bag containing the intermediate gene drug, he suddenly remembered something. "Chen Lao, has the military begun the selection process for the Sky Army?" "Yes, it commenced some time ago, initially within the entire military. The biological drug you provided has already started to take effect. The ability of the body to respond to the drug is the most crucial and fundamental criterion for selection. Following this, engineers from various industries are subjected to similar rules as the military. Completing all these assessments may take several months, I suppose." After Academician Chen spoke, he looked at Chu Ge, seemingly awaiting further questions. Chu Ge had studied the group gene drug, which merely improved the physiological responses of the permanent personnel without leaning significantly toward genetic mutation. It felt entirely different from the system's offering. His reagent seemed more inclined toward mutation, with the functional adjustments appearing merely as auxiliary. What are the reactions? Are there any notable side effects? These were what Chu Ge was genuinely concerned about. As the safety of such drugs could only be determined through substantial accumulation of data. One individual's lack of reaction does not signify anything substantial. No. I have reviewed the feedback. Everyone remarked that it felt like consuming a potent tonic, significantly enhancing their physical condition. Even those who were eliminated reported no adverse reactions. Chu Ge nodded upon hearing this. It seemed that the system was indeed quite reliable. As they conversed, a knock echoed from outside the door. Academician Chan swiftly approached, and shortly after, several men over 50 entered, accompanied by a few younger individuals. "Director Hu from the Space Agency, this is Engineer Su, in charge of satellite measurement and control, and these are their capable assistants. As for this individual, I need not introduce him." "Haha," Academician Chen remarked, pointing at Chu Ge. No need. If one does not recognize Academician Chu Ge, they must be either blind or foolish. Haha. Haha, esteemed experts, please hold on. I will notify them that we are heading to the meeting room now. After Chu Ge exchanged greetings with the leaders from the space agency, Academician Chen was nearly prepared, and they wasted no time heading directly to the meeting room. The number of participants was limited, so Academician Chen arranged for a moderately sized meeting room, conducive to better communication. Once the relevant personnel were seated, Academician Chen began. "All right, let us bypass the trivialities and jump straight to the main topic. Director Hu, please share the situation on your end with everyone." "Certainly. According to our previous plans, the lunar base will be located on the far side of the moon. As everyone is aware, there is a significant difference between the near and far sides of the moon, the most apparent being the impact craters. The coverage of relatively flat lunar seas on the near side reaches 31.2, while on the far side, this number plummets to 2.5. Through recent satellite data comparisons with previous lunar orbital satellite images and gamma-ray spectral feedback geological chemistry maps, we have identified several locations due to their rich geological content of various heavy metals, making them suitable for establishing our lunar base nearby. These include the Changhe region and the Storm Ocean region on the moon's near side, as well as the South Pole Aitken Basin on the far side. At this moment, Director Hu's assistant had connected the multimedia screen in the meeting room with their computer, displaying high-resolution images of the moon's near and far sides. "It seems that our colleagues from the space agency have retained their opinions regarding the site selection." Haha, Academician Chun commented while glancing at Chu Ge. Chu Ge, however, was engrossed in the images on the screen, many of which were not publicly available. He found the seemingly unremarkable lunar surface quite captivating. To be honest, Chen Lao, there were indeed differing opinions previously, stemming from various reasons. Firstly, the Changhe and Storm Ocean regions on the near side have high concentrations of titanium, iron, and nickel, which is no secret. Earlier analyses using multi-source remote sensing data, including spectral, topographic, and elemental data, indicated that high-grade titanium is also distributed in this area. And what else? Academician Chan inquired with a smile. Additionally, the terrain here is more conducive to lunar operational vehicles due to its relatively flat nature. Lastly, The near side has been the focus of scientific research due to tidal locking, making it more familiar and accessible for us. Director Who candidly shared his previous thoughts. And what about now? Currently, it is difficult to say. The data anomalies are also significant here. AS Director Who spoke. He began operating the computer, and the multimedia screen displayed a photograph of the moon's far side, with a circle drawn around a specific area. The von Karman crater, located in the central part of the South Pole Aitken Basin on the moon's far side, is well known as the oldest impact crater in the entire solar system. Approximately 3.6 billion years old. It preserves some of the most ancient lunar crustal rocks and may contain water, holding immense scientific research value. Scientists have long suspected the presence of water there. Furthermore, NASA has discovered that beneath this crater lies an anomalous composition and structure, featuring a massive metallic object weighing approximately 21 trillion tons. Previous analyses suggested that this enormous metallic entity might be the key to the abnormal magnetic field on the moon's far side, which is peculiar as it can shield various radio waves from Earth. These anomalies have been widely recognized previously, but what I am about to share is the crux of the matter. Director Who continued to operate the computer, and the screen revealed complex spectral images. This data was transmitted by our U2 rover in the South Pole Aitken Basin. It consists of a series of spectral images resembling mechanical waves. Before he could finish, Academician Chan interjected, "Wait, Director Who, if I recall correctly, mechanical waves cannot propagate in a vacuum. They require a specific medium. This is indeed an intriguing aspect. While the moon's gravity and magnetic field are relatively weak, creating a near-vacuum state, there are exceptional locations, specifically at the poles. Since we have spectral data, it indicates the presence of a certain amount of atmosphere or water. We suspect that these two regions, being in the vicinity of craters or canyon areas, might harbor ancient gases or even water resources due to their permanent shadow. As long as either of these media exists, our spectral recording devices will be operational." The audience nodded in agreement, displaying astonishment at this significant scientific discovery. Through our analysis of this spectral data over the past few days, we have uncovered an astonishing fact. Firstly, this spectrum is derived from the pulse signal spectrum detected by the photonic spectrometer on U2 By testing the pulse envelope, we obtained the envelope signal of this radio frequency pulse, further analyzing parameters such as pulse width, cycle, rise time, peak power within the pulse, and average power within the pulse. Ultimately, we discovered that these parameters exhibited a remarkable correlation with the relevant parameters of our nuclear fusion engine. Chu Ge's eyes suddenly brightened upon hearing this. "What does that mean?" Beside him, Academician Chen inquired. "To be specific, we are still uncertain. Currently, we suspect it might be some form of energy fluctuation. The U2 lunar rover is capable of detecting geological stratification on the far side of the moon up to approximately 40 meters. Beyond that, it is rendered powerless. Moreover, the lunar crust on the far side is inherently thicker, reaching a maximum thickness of 150 kilometers, whereas the crust on the near side is only about 60 kilometers thick." Academician Chan nodded thoughtfully and turned to look at Chu Ge, who was now the focus of attention from the gathered experts, all seemingly awaiting his insights. Unbeknownst to him, the title of Academician Chu had become ingrained in their consciousness, elevating him to a near-divine status where they turned to him for enlightenment. "Are we certain it is a pulse signal?" Chu Ge, observing the expectant gazes, refrained from providing a direct answer and instead posed a question. "Indeed, pulse signals possess distinct characteristics. They are continuous and periodic. Through this cyclical signal, we can even ascertain its frequency." Director Who responded with conviction. "Then it simplifies matters. The moon itself does not have a source of emission. It is not a pulsar. This energy fluctuation must originate from outer space, and we cannot rule out the possibility of some pulsar core debris falling into this region." Chu Ge entertained bolder thoughts in his mind, but chose to withhold them. Deeming them too fantastical, he preferred a more cautious approach. "The U2 is too diminutive for such tasks. It would be an undue burden. I believe this anomalous signal will not adversely impact our plans. On the contrary, I would propose establishing our base in this vicinity. Scientific research constitutes a significant portion of our objectives, and with so many mysteries surrounding us, would it not ignite our desire for exploration even further?" Chu Ge smiled at the assembly, who nodded in agreement. "Moreover, I trust that you are also inclined to station yourselves here. Otherwise, you would not have dispatched both U2 and Chang'e to this Aitken Basin." Chu Ge astutely pierced through the inner thoughts of several experts. Recognizing that their indecision was stalling progress, he needed to galvanize them into making a decisive commitment and mobilize these departments for an extensive and meticulous survey of the area. Upon hearing his words, Academician Chan nodded in satisfaction. Scientific exploration sometimes requires the decisive nature that Chu Ge exhibited. Hesitation would only squander precious time. Yes, Academician Chu, upon our return, we shall promptly report to the relevant national authorities and initiate focused observations in this area. The experts, fortified by Chu Ge's assertions, resolved to act. After the National Day holiday, we will collaborate with the pertinent measurement and control technology departments to devise a plan, initially intending to launch 12 satellites into this region. Focusing on geological structures, subsurface magma activity monitoring, solar wind, electromagnetic radiation detection, and more, we will also deploy an additional lunar rover to work alongside you two. 4. Conducting systematic measurements of the crust and rock formations in the area, thereby providing preliminary data models for the subsequent base location coordinates. Director Hu energetically conveyed their comprehensive plan to Chu Ge, who nodded in response. This was precisely what he desired. As for the pulse signals, they could be set aside for later investigation once the base was constructed and equipped with suitable tools. At present, with only this limited data, it was impossible to deduce any substantial conclusions. With the direction established, the discussion meeting drew to a close. Director Hu bid farewell with a handshake, urging Chu Ge to visit their Aerospace bureau whenever possible. Chu Ge graciously agreed. After Director Hu and his team departed, Chu Ge accompanied Academician Chan back to his office, where they exchanged opinions regarding the transfer of data concerning the construction of the spaceborne mothership scheduled for National Day. After finalizing the sequence numbers of the materials to be transferred and the transport route, Academician Chan rose to pour a glass of water for Chu Ge. Young Chu, on National Day, there will be a ceremony for the laying of the keel of the Kuanpeng. The military specifically requested your presence, and I shall accompany you. Academician Chen jested, when we go, it will always be me accompanying you. Chu Ge had always regarded Academician Chen as his role model. Whenever the elder was present, he would willingly take a step back. Haha, you think I am unaware of your little intentions? This time, however, it cannot be so. As the chief engineer of the spaceborne mothership, you possess the greatest authority and honor. I would not dare to seize the limelight, for that would jeopardize my reputation. Academician Chen remarked playfully, casting a meaningful glance at Chu Ge. He envisioned gradually ushering Chu Ge into the spotlight, as he himself was no longer young and needed to find a suitable successor to enjoy his twilight years. Young Chu, how long do you estimate it will take from the laying of the keel to the completion of the Kuanpeng? At most a year. In fact, most of that time will be spent on the hull construction. The other modules should be completed about 6 months ahead, leaving only the outfitting phase. Academician Chen nodded, aware that Chu Ge was adept at planning. However, hearing the timeline articulated directly by Chu Ge left him somewhat incredulous. Isn't that timeline a bit ambitious? Based on previous experience, even if we put forth maximum effort to construct a new aircraft carrier, completing it within a year is somewhat challenging. Not necessarily. It depends on the foundation. The first experimental vessel will indeed take longer. 4 to 5 years is quite normal, because we are essentially feeling our way through the process, lacking experience, and may even need to make temporary changes to certain systems during construction. All these factors significantly delay the construction timeline. Academician, do you not see that every aircraft carrier in our Navy has an experimental nature? The first vessel's hull was directly transferred, followed by the addition of propulsion systems, the island structure, arrestor wires, etc., which consumed several years. What were we doing during those years? Learning. We must first understand the basic structure of an aircraft carrier. The second vessel was entirely domestically produced with a ski jump and conventional power. We learned from the experiences of the first vessel, understanding how to construct an aircraft carrier, and this one served as practice. Furthermore, we developed the shipyard and relevant research institutes. You should understand how crucial this is. Academician Chan nodded earnestly, listening attentively as Chu Ge exuberantly elaborated. The third vessel is completely domestically produced with a flat deck, electromagnetic catapults, and conventional power, still of an experimental nature, primarily to validate the reliability of the 2 preceding critical systems. It remains a process of exploration. The fourth vessel will be completely domestically produced with nuclear power, incorporating all the new technological achievements from the previous 3 vessels. This time, we will primarily validate nuclear propulsion. The larger and more complex the vessel, the longer the construction period, as numerous validations are required, If everything were readily available and we simply focused on construction, the timeline would significantly shorten. Chapter 160. The spaceborne mothership commences keel laying. We have a more established technology for constructing other vessels, allowing for a systematic and series approach, which considerably accelerates the speed. In fact, it is not only our country. The United States operates similarly. During peacetime, there is no rush. They are also experimenting with new technologies, which lengthens the timeline. Recall they set a Guinness World Record for aircraft carrier construction during World War II, completing 50 vessels in 20 months, averaging one every 12 days. What an astounding pace! While the complexity of World War II aircraft carriers pales in comparison to today's technology, it still illustrates a point. Returning to our spaceborne mothership. Although it is the first of its kind, there is no need to feel our way through the process. We can construct it directly according to the existing blueprints. I have even prearranged the critical systems. So a year's time is sufficient. If all goes smoothly, it should be completed ahead of schedule. Rest assured, academician Shin, haha. Chu Ge finally concluded, taking a large sip of water, having spoken so much that his throat felt parched. That sounds reassuring. I will inform those impatient military officials. Haha, they do not dare disturb you, but they pursue me daily for updates. Yet, their eagerness is understandable. If the Kuanpong is completed ahead of schedule, they will need to expedite the selection of crew members for the spaceborne mothership, training flight officers, and pilots for the onboard aircraft. Otherwise, they risk falling behind. Academician Shin elaborated, and Chu Ge agreed. This was indeed an enormous undertaking. And his focus had primarily been on the spaceborne mothership itself, neglecting its supporting crew. Though he need not concern himself with these matters. Very well, I shall concentrate solely on the technical aspects of the spaceborne mothership. Everything else is in your and the military's capable hands. Certainly, everything is proceeding according to plan. The two, one elder and one younger, engaged in conversation for the entire morning. After sharing lunch, Chu Ge bid farewell to Academician Shun and returned to his office. He settled at his desk, organizing some unfinished matters regarding the spaceborne mothership. This organization continued until the National Day holiday. On that day, the nation celebrated joyously, and many streets in Yinjiang were adorned with national flags. Chu Ge, accompanied by Academician Shun, traveled with a convoy delivering technical documents for the Kuanping to the military airport. The shipyard was located in City D, which already housed a large shipbuilding facility. Although the spaceborne mothership would not traverse the seas like a colossal vessel, certain construction principles aligned with those of military ships, allowing some conventional shipyard equipment to be utilized. The new shipyard was an expansion of the existing shipbuilding facility, equipped with specialized machinery necessary for constructing the spaceborne mothership, complete with expansive workshops and dry docks. The initial batch of technical documentation and blueprints for the construction of the hull was sufficient to fill 2 large transport aircraft to capacity. Accompanied by 2 fighter jets, the transport planes made their way to City D, a journey of approximately 1 hour, allowing Chu Ge and his team to arrive at their destination swiftly. The security measures at the naval shipyard were evidently heightened today. Their convoy was subjected to intermittent stops for inspections by sentries. Xiao Chu, it appears we have quite a substantial amount of confidential materials with us. Just how much have you brought? About 1/10 of the sequence numbered 1 to 200. I prepared a month's worth for them, Chu Ge replied. Academician Shin raised his eyebrows slightly, refraining from comment but nodding in acknowledgement. Chu Ge sensed Chen's astonishment. Indeed, considerable effort had been expended in compiling these documents. While other aspects might be manageable, the bulk of the materials consisted predominantly of detailed blueprints and pipeline layouts for various components, representing the most significant workload. At last, the convoy entered the shipyard, which had now transcended its previous designation as a mere shipyard, more aptly referred to as a large-scale base. Several leaders from the base had long awaited their arrival. After disembarking, Chu Ge completed the handover of materials with the relevant personnel before approaching Academician Chen. Welcome to the Kuanping production base, Academician Chen and Engineer Chu. I am Jin Xiaojun, the base commander, the middle-aged officer greeted, extending a handshake to Chu Ge, who noted the Major General insignia on his shoulder. Please follow me. Several military dignitaries have been waiting for some time, Jin Xiaojun remarked, leading Chu Ge and Academician Chen toward an office building. Oh, I only knew Minister Long would be here. Who else is attending? Academician Chen inquired from behind, Commander Ming from the Navy, as well as Commander Wang, the former commander of the Yanqing garrison. Jin Xiaojun responded. Commander Wang? He is here as well? Chu Ge noted, recognizing that name. Yes, Commander Wang has been reassigned as the commander of the Aerospace aircraft carrier fleet, Jin Xiaojun clarified. Ah, that makes sense. He must attend. Academician Chun concluded. As they walked, Chu Ge observed his surroundings. It was National Day, and the shipyard was adorned with fluttering red flags. Given its coastal location, the sea breeze caused the flags to snap vigorously in the wind. Upon entering a small conference room, familiar faces greeted them with warm salutations. Following a few enthusiastic exchanges, Commander Ming arranged for everyone to take their seats. The ceremony is still being prepared. Academician Shen, Engineer Chu, let us wait here for a while, Commander Ming suggested. The two nodded in agreement. Chu Ge, how have you been lately? You seem to have lost some weight, Minister Long remarked with concern. I'm doing well, thank you for your concern. Haha, Chu Ge replied. The Keel laying ceremony was relatively straightforward. The higher-ups expressed their intention to hold a grand celebration upon the completion of the Aerospace aircraft carrier, inviting both domestic and international guests to showcase the might of the nation. Such a high-profile event? Chu Ge mused, momentarily taken aback. Haha, when it's time to be ostentatious, we must be ostentatious. Otherwise, certain foreign politicians and media might accuse us of fabricating news, wouldn't they? Commander Wang interjected, prompting laughter from the group. Reflecting on this, Chu Ge agreed that a grand display was indeed warranted to prevent certain miscreants from causing a stir. By the way, Academician Chu, I heard from Academician Qian yesterday that the construction timeline for the Kuanpeng might be shortened? Commander Wang, now visibly more interested in the Aerospace aircraft carrier, inquired. Indeed, after the keel is laid, we will proceed with the installation of other relevant components, such as the stringers, lateral keels, and the spacecraft shell plates. Following that, we will construct and install the core cylinder, Chu Ge explained. Next comes the installation of the core equipment surrounding the core cylinder, starting with all devices within the core cylinder. This includes the energy systems, the control center for the electromagnetic cannon, engines, living quarters, and hangars for the aircraft. Afterward, we will proceed with the installation of surface armor, culminating in the mounting of the turrets, detection arrays, and communication equipment on the outer armor. The most challenging aspect during installation is managing all the signal, energy, and transmission pipelines effectively. I have meticulously documented these detailed installation steps for the engineers to follow rigorously, he continued, providing an overview of the construction process to the military leaders. I will oversee the entire construction process, and I will rely on Commander Wang and Commander Jin to arrange for an office and accommodations for me. Haha, Chu Ge added, glancing at the two commanders nearby. Rest assured, Academician Chu, everything has been prepared in advance. The personnel at the dock base have been eagerly anticipating your arrival, Jin Xiaojun promptly responded. Chu Ge smiled and nodded, recognizing that this base would likely become his second home for the foreseeable future. Chapter 161. Construction site. As the discussion continued, a voice called out from outside, prompting Commander Wang to respond. Shortly thereafter, a military officer entered the room. Report, Commander, the ceremony is ready. Understood. We will proceed immediately, Commander Wang replied. Chu Ge, Academician Shen, and the others stood up, with Major General Jin leading the way toward the venue. Upon arriving at the ceremonial site, they were greeted by an array of national flags, a red-draped podium, and surrounding crimson carpets, all contributing to a festive atmosphere. Prominent characters inscribed on the backdrop boldly proclaimed, "Warm congratulations on the commencement of construction for our nation's first aerospace aircraft carrier." Kuanpeng. In front of the podium stood a densely packed crowd, comprised of military personnel, engineers in orange and white uniforms, and technicians in blue uniforms, all lined up in perfect formation. A closer look revealed the palpable excitement etched on their faces. Their upright posture complemented by tightly clenched fists. As the military dignitaries and Chu Ge made their entrance, the atmosphere surged to a fever pitch. They understood the significance of this day and envisioned the bright future that awaited their homeland. Fueling their collective spirit, as they took their positions, the ceremony commenced, beginning with the solemn flag-raising ceremony. With a command from the officiant, the honor guards swiftly took their places, while the combined forces of the Army, Navy, and Air Force marched in unison into the venue. The familiar melody resonated in Chu Ge's ears, prompting him, along with the surrounding dignitaries and the crowd, to join in a spirited rendition of the anthem. The ceremony continued as several military leaders delivered impassioned speeches, none of whom had prepared written remarks, relying instead on their spontaneous eloquence. Such occasions required no elaborate rhetoric. The raw expression of genuine emotion proved far more moving. Finally, Chu Ge, as the chief engineer, took center stage. He briefly articulated the significance of the aerospace aircraft carrier, the responsibilities the base would undertake in the future, and the long-term vision for the interstellar fleet. Concluding his address, he emphasized the importance of safety during construction to all engineers and technicians present. The ceremony concluded in an atmosphere that was both solemn and lively, united in camaraderie and enthusiasm. With thunderous applause echoing from the crowd, returning to the podium, Chu Ge was approached by Commander Wang and the others. "Academician Chu, let us go and inspect our Kuanpeng," Commander Wang suggested. "Indeed," Chu Ge replied eagerly. As the group followed Major General Jean to the construction site of the Kuanpeng, before them lay the immense keel, eliciting murmurs of awe from the seasoned military leaders, accustomed as they were to aircraft carrier construction. "How grand! The keel of this aircraft carrier seems almost diminutive by comparison," one remarked. "Haha, at 2,100 meters in length, the framework must indeed be several circles larger," Chu Ge replied, though he had never witnessed an aircraft carrier keel laying in person. He could estimate its size based on proportions. This segment should be part of the central structure of the entire keel. "Over there is the central longitudinal beam of the hull," he gestured. The keel laying is conducted in segments, with the construction of the aerospace aircraft carrier adhering strictly to a modular segmented approach from keel to completion. Thus, I assert that the construction timeline will be significantly reduced. However, this inevitably necessitates the deployment of a workforce comprising dozens of engineers and technicians. As Chu Ge pointed out the already laid segment of the keel, he assumed the role of on-site commentator for the military dignitaries. The segments of the keel were currently adorned with a wide red silk ribbon, tied into a bow, resembling a gift awaiting unwrapping from a distant perspective. Chu Ge was unaware of the symbolic significance behind this gesture, though he surmised it carried a connotation of blessings. As they conversed and approached the construction site, accompanying guards distributed safety helmets to each of them. The engineers had dispersed to their respective workstations, while teams of guards escorted blueprints to various construction groups. These documents had been meticulously prepared by professionals in the secure repository, pre-allocated according to the corresponding blueprint numbers for each operational phase. The responsible parties would verify electronic codes with the escorting guard commander, and only upon successful verification of the new code could the lockboxes be opened to retrieve the engineering blueprints. Despite the complexity of this process, the site remained remarkably orderly. Everyone commenced work according to the pre-rehearsed operational procedures, leaving Chu Ge momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such stringent security measures. The guard's mission was to safeguard the blueprints, which would be escorted back to the main repository at the end of each workday and returned the following day. Their directive was unequivocal. While lives could be sacrificed, the blueprints must be kept within their sight at all times. Seeing Chu Ge's astonishment, Major General Jean offered an explanation. Chu Ge nodded, comprehending the gravity of the situation. After all, the blueprints for constructing the aerospace carrier represent the pinnacle of military technology, both domestically and internationally. The potential loss or destruction of such documents would be an exceedingly serious matter, and it is only natural for the military to place such importance on them. Do you feel as though these blueprints, once treated like mere scrap paper, have now transformed into treasures, leaving you somewhat anxious? Haha. Academician Chen's teasing remark elicited laughter from several senior figures present. Chu Ge scratched his head, admitting to himself that he indeed felt that way, vowing to treat these precious documents with greater respect, unlike before when he would casually sketch for a while, curse, and then crumple the paper into a ball and toss it aside. Although the majority of blueprints are now created on computers and printed using large printers, some specialized components still require Chu Ge's hand-drawn illustrations. He couldn't recall how many times he had chastised himself while completing those initial hand-drawn blueprints, unlike now, when he could draw them with his eyes closed. Reminiscing about this made him chuckle to himself. Crossing the construction site, they ascended a hill. From that vantage point, Chu Ge and his companions surveyed the entire site, which was progressing systematically according to a pre-established plan. This was merely one section of the entire base's construction. Major General Jean, how many skilled workers are there at the base? Chu Ge suddenly inquired. Nearly 40,000, all seasoned technicians in operations that do not require special lighting. We operate on a 3-shift system, essentially working around the clock without interruption. This base has essentially mobilized the country's technical backbone, aside from those who remained to fulfill certain industrial orders. Chu Ge nodded in agreement, recognizing that these individuals were the future pillars of Huaxia. We must ensure their accommodation, meals, and other personal needs are adequately met. Chu Ge understood that these workers would likely be stationed here for an extended period, as the base imposed restrictions on leaving. Understood, Chief Engineer Chu. Throughout the morning, Chu Ge and his team managed to survey just one corner of the base. He estimated that a thorough inspection of the entire facility would take at least half a month. Even at a brisk pace, 18 noon, several senior officials, along with Chu Ge and Academician Chen, gathered in the base's cafeteria. The cafeteria resembled a university dining hall, but on a grander scale, featuring a spacious factory-like hall filled with rows of tables and chairs, all equipped with brand-new facilities. The cafeteria spanned 3 floors, each accommodating 1,000 diners simultaneously, with a total of 20 such cafeterias across the base. After visiting several food stations, they were pleased to find an abundance of ingredients, offering a delightful mix of meat and vegetables, beverages, and snacks. Chu Ge instantly felt reminiscent of his university dining experiences. Everything in the cafeteria was complimentary, with no need for cards. Diners could indulge freely, as long as they were not afraid of overeating. We have all the beverages available on the market, except for alcohol, haha. Unless it's a special occasion, drinking is generally prohibited on the base, Major General Jean explained to Chu Ge and Commander Wang, who nodded in appreciation, recognizing the state's investment in such facilities. As they enjoyed their meals, a steady flow of workers entered the cafeteria, chatting and laughing in groups. It was evident that the workers were quite satisfied with their living and dining conditions. All in high spirits. Wang Lao you don't need to drink so much cola. I've heard it can be detrimental, one teased. Pfft, nonsense. On a hot day, a cold cola is like a taste of heaven. Who cares about that? We're all men here, another retorted. Haha, that's what you really mean, right? Let me tell you, there are plenty of women on the base, but they are either female officers or technicians. All with high ranks, hard to pursue. Otherwise, I might even consider dating one. Someone quipped, oh really? I encountered a lovely girl yesterday. Her beauty was quite striking, another chimed in. All right, enough chatter. Can't you see the leaders over there? Are you here to work or to find girlfriends? A middle-aged man, resembling a small leader, quietly admonished the younger ones, who then obediently collected their meals and sat at a table. Boss, that person in the white t-shirt is Chu Ge, right? Academician Chu? One asked as they ate and conversed. You don't recognize Academician Chu? He's on TV all the time. At such a young age. He's already an academician, and our chief engineer and chief designer. What an impressive figure. After saying this, they glanced at Chu Ge's table, observing the various military ranks of the officers present, major generals, lieutenant generals, and of course, Minister Long, who was well known. This indicates the state's significant investment in this project. That's why I say you all must put forth your utmost effort. The pay here is the highest in the nation, with the best benefits. If you embarrass me, don't blame me for turning against you. Yes, don't worry, boss. We're aware of the stakes. This is the Kuenpeng, the aerospace carrier my child keeps talking about. We dare not slack off. One of the older workers replied. The cafeteria buzzed with similar conversations among the workers and engineers, all eyeing Chu Ge's table with undisguised excitement. Little Chu, after lunch, I'll be heading back with Minister Long. What are your plans? Academician Chen inquired. I won't be leaving just yet. Since construction has just commenced, there will likely be numerous issues. I plan to stay here this month. If anything arises at the Research Institute, you can contact me, Academician Chen. That sounds good. There shouldn't be much going on. Everyone is getting into their rhythm, and several projects are nearing completion, all in the data testing phase. By the way, Minister Long, regarding the carrier-based aircraft submitted last time, please urge the manufacturing facility to expedite the process. I want to see the prototype next month. The main and auxiliary engines, computer systems, and weapon systems can wait. I've already arranged for the Research Institute to collaborate with the relevant units on the first generation of finished products. They just need to construct the airframe according to the blueprints. The rest is straightforward. Rest assured, Chu Ge, they are already coordinating. I've heard the carrier-based aircraft is for the Kuenpeng. I don't even need to prod them. Ha! Minister Long bellowed with laughter, prompting Chu Ge and the others to join in the merriment. Following a simple yet fulfilling lunch, Chu Ge felt as though he had just enjoyed a lavish buffet, leaving no leftovers behind. Academician Chen, I must say, The chef here is slightly superior to Master Lu at our research institute, Chu Ge remarked. I'll tell Master Lu when I return, saying that academician Chu finds his cooking lacking. They laughed as they exited the cafeteria, encountering throngs of workers hurrying to their meals, reminding Chu Ge of his university days dining with close friends. After bidding farewell to the senior officials, Chu Ge followed Commander Wang deeper into the base, where the office and living quarters were located. Academician Chu, the land here is limited. The conditions are not as favorable as at the research institute. Commander Wang began, preparing him for what to expect. Well, if you can arrange a 4-person dormitory like in university, I might even prefer it. No, you should stick to a single room. I fear the base personnel may feel overwhelmed sharing space with you. Commander Wang joked, feeling comfortable enough with Chu Ge to speak freely. As night fell, the atmosphere at the dockyard base starkly contrasted with that of the research institute. At the institute, darkness brought silence. Save for the sounds of insects, illuminated only by streetlights and faint glows from the living quarters, in contrast, the base remained alive with activity. Aside from the darkened sky, the operational areas were ablaze with light. The sounds of machinery echoing in the air. The living quarters bustled with life, as where there are people, there are stories, brimming with vitality. After finishing dinner, Chu Ge tidied his single dormitory, which appeared to be designated for senior management personnel. Spacious enough to be around 80 square meters, fully equipped with essential living amenities. He could move in with just a suitcase. Once he arranged his dormitory, Chu Ge poured himself a glass of water and stepped onto the balcony. From there, he could see a nearby construction area, and as he sipped his water, he gazed into the distance. A gentle breeze brushed his face, and the lights atop the crane resembled a lighthouse. As he watched the scattered lights in a daze, down below, workers streamed out, some heading to the operational areas while others returned to the dormitory, creating a lively scene reminiscent of a bustling fair. Signaling the shift change between the second and third shifts. Today marked the official commencement of operations at the dockyard base, which would soon give rise to awe-inspiring colossal warships destined to form humanity's first interstellar fleet. Steering mankind toward the resplendent sea of stars, in close proximity to the dockyard base in City D lies the harbor. Beyond the bustling passenger terminal, nestled deep within the bay, resides a maritime police detachment dedicated to the eastern waters of China. This evening, the area is illuminated as brightly as ever. The 3 maritime patrol vessels, numbered 46440, 1150, and 1151, are preparing to set sail, embarking on their usual patrol across the entire East China Sea. The first to depart from the base is vessel number 46440. Renowned as the largest maritime police ship in the world, boasting a full load displacement of 12,000 tons and a cruising speed that can reach 22 knots. Upon its commissioning, some Western media outlets dubbed it the Oriental Monster. Previously, the title of the world's largest maritime police ship belonged to 2 vessels from an island nation, the Akatsushima and the Fukushima, but since the introduction of 46440, these have been relegated to the background. On the day of its commissioning, certain delusional politicians from the island nation publicly proclaimed that these maritime police vessels were clearly aimed at their coast guard, demanding immediate funding from their parliament to construct even larger and more formidable vessels to counter 46440. However, after a few days of uproar, the issue faded into obscurity. Not only does vessel 46440 surpass many neighboring countries' maritime police ships in terms of tonnage, but it is also equipped with a 76mm rapid-fire naval gun, 2 secondary guns, and 2 anti-aircraft machine guns, along with a helicopter platform at the stern capable of accommodating a Z-8 helicopter. Its endurance, seaworthiness, impact resistance, and speed all confer significant advantages over other law enforcement vessels. Following its commissioning, this maritime patrol vessel became a crucial deterrent force for Chinese maritime patrols, evoking envy from numerous neighboring nations. Captain Gao Mingbo commands Vessel 46,440 and serves as the highest-ranking officer for this routine enforcement patrol. After the 3 maritime police vessels have exited the mother port and assembled in the open sea, they head towards the distant ocean. Tonight, they will first navigate northward in the East China Sea before turning towards the Pacific, tracing a zigzagging route. Gao Mingbo has traversed this route countless times, averaging around 10 trips per year, and the surrounding maritime conditions and hydrological information are etched in his mind like a map. The sea conditions this evening are favorable, calm, and peaceful. While the land may still be stiflingly hot at this hour, they, having ventured deep into the ocean, feel a refreshing coolness in the air. He sips water and glances at the satellite maritime chart, which displays information about merchant vessels, an integral part of their patrol mission, requiring identification and verification, with potential boarding inspections for particularly suspicious ships. The 3 maritime police vessels glide through the inky darkness of the sea, their searchlights occasionally sweeping across the shadowy waters. Navigator, what's the weather forecast for tomorrow? The satellite images indicate that tomorrow and the day after will be cloudy with good weather. Captain, we have 3 of our distant fishing vessels ahead, the navigator remarks, studying the chart. Communications officer, please call them on the public channel and inquire about the conditions in the surrounding waters and their destination. Gao Mingbo is accustomed to this procedure. With the advancement of information technology, fishermen have become increasingly aware of maritime rights and frequently provide valuable information. A few minutes later, the report comes in. Captain, they say there are no suspicious activities in the vicinity. Gao Mingbo nods and instructs them to remain vigilant, assuring them that if they encounter any danger, they can call for assistance directly, as they are patrolling nearby. Understood. The communications officer acknowledges the order and resumes contact with the fishing fleet. As Gao Mingbo gazes out at the dark night, he silently hopes for a smooth operation. The following day, Chu Ge rises early to wash up. The unfamiliar surroundings do not disrupt his sleep. He rested well last night and now feels invigorated. There is a knock on the door. Chu Ge wipes his hands and opens the door to find Major General Jean and 2 young men. He welcomes them inside. Major General Jean, what brings you here so early? Is there an issue with the construction? No, everything is proceeding as planned. Chu Academician, you can call me Jean Xiaohui or just Xiaohui. I find it hard to respond to Major General, haha. Well, that is fair enough. Very well, I shall oblige. And who are these 2? Chu Ge inquires, glancing at the 2 young men behind Jean Xiaohui. This is Tan Songlin. And this is Wang Jie, the youngest engineers at the base. Both exceptional talents, though somewhat lacking in experience. I thought it would be beneficial for them to follow you as assistants to broaden their horizons. After Jean Xiaohui's introduction, the 2 young men quickly greet Chu Ge, who responds with a warm smile and nod. Such young engineers must possess their own capabilities, and he indeed needs a few people by his side. He had initially considered bringing Yin Tianhao and others over. No problem. You 2 can accompany me from now on. Yes, Academician Chu. The 2 young men reply eagerly, their excitement evident. Now, let us have breakfast, and then you both can join me for a tour of the construction site. Certainly, Jean Xiaohui observes with quiet satisfaction. This opportunity is one he had fought hard for with Commander Wang the previous day. The dockyard base aims to cultivate its own core technical talents. And these 2 young men were meticulously selected from a pool of candidates. Following Chu Ge is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he hopes they can calm their minds to learn humbly, even if they only grasp a fraction of Chu Ge's expertise. It would justify his efforts. After breakfast, the trio heads towards the base's work area in the construction zone. Chu Ge attentively observes the engineer's workflow, each step deeply imprinted in his memory, allowing him to discern correct procedures with a mere glance. After a thorough inspection, he nods in approval. The engineers are diligent, and Chu Ge feels that meticulous is an understatement. Approaching the materials reserve area, Chu Ge picks up a bolt, examines its number, weighs it, and even holds it up to the sunlight. Academician Chu, what are you doing? Isn't that just a bolt? Tan Songlin, following closely behind, asks curiously, if I told you that every bolt and nut on the Kuanpeng is specially crafted, would you believe me? Is that for real? Let me see. Wang Jie steps forward, taking a bolt in his hands. Tan Songlin specializes in signal control and is not adept with bolts and nuts. While Wang Jie is a bona fide mechanical engineering major and is thoroughly familiar with them. Hex socket M830, this side is DDF, then 15.9, doesn't T seem problematic, but wait, 15.9? Isn't that marked incorrectly? The highest grade for bolts is only 12.9. Chapter 164. What's going on now? Mistake. Do you think that's possible? There's nothing surprising about it. Specialized equipment inherently demands high-standard foundational components. While the 12.9 strength grade is indeed a high-strength alloy, it has undergone cyanide blackening and heat treatment, and some have even been nickel or chrome-plated for corrosion resistance. However, this strength is still insufficient for the Kuanpeng, which is why we had to redevelop this ultra-high-strength alloy foundational component. Just like the one you're holding, don't misplace it. Each one is numbered, and losing even one could spell trouble for you. After finishing, Chu Ge places the bolt back. while Wang Jie carefully returns his as well. Science knows no boundaries. Do not confine your thoughts to textbooks, for that way, you will only tread the paths others have walked, though there may not be major errors. You will miss the joy of exploring new avenues. Chu Ge has his own path, blindly following the lead of his system brother, a path that is rather formidable, propelling him skyward, leaving him with no choice. However, Tan Songlin and Wang Jie lack guidance from the military-industrial system. Thus, they must learn to explore on their own, unable to rely solely on others if they wish to achieve something. The trio continues their exploration until noon. As the sun grows increasingly intense, standing beside the metal plates, they can distinctly feel the heat radiating from them. Chu Ge touches a steel alloy plate, quickly retracting his hand. The temperature is such that frying an egg would be entirely feasible. The number of outdoor workers has decreased, likely having moved to the factory sections, showcasing the considerate approach of the base leadership. Dusting themselves off, Chu Ge and his companions make their way towards the nearest factory. Throughout the day, Chu Ge does not return to his office, but rather roams the vast dockyard base with his two young admirers, seeking to gather as much engineering information as possible, enabling him to propose reasonable suggestions. Upon returning to his dormitory that evening, he feels utterly exhausted. After a hurried wash, he collapses onto his bed, drifting into a deep slumber, at the headquarters of the Joint Staff Office of the island nation. A clandestine military meeting is underway. The participants include Chris Kyle, the highest commander of the United States stationed in the island nation, along with several high-ranking officials, and on the other side, Japan's Minister of Defense. Suji Aikir, his military advisor, Chief of Staff Yamamoto Yukinabu, and several other aides, Mr. Kyle. While the island nation is willing to stand alongside the United States, isn't this approach rather perilous? The Chief of Staff, Yamamoto, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Oh, Mr. Yamamoto, it's not as if you were being sent to engage in a genuine duel with them. We merely wish to probe the waters. What are you afraid of? Do not forget, behind you stands the mightiest nation in the world, the United States." However, the military prowess of Huaxia has undergone a remarkable transformation, and according to our intelligence, they have recently been enhancing their arsenal, potentially with weapons of mass destruction. Moreover, they have the Russian Bear as an ally, a nation that is not easily swayed, currently amassing troops along our northern border. Should any issue arise, a pincer attack would render our island nation vulnerable. Yamamoto, sporting a small mustache and not particularly tall, with a dark complexion, was nonetheless a shrewd old man. He was unwilling to be merely a pawn for the Americans. If he were to be used, he intended to secure substantial leverage for his nation. Furthermore, he sensed that the Americans were pursuing a deliberate agenda, though the true purpose eluded him. Rest assured, regarding the subsequent international discourse, I shall ensure that the headquarters communicates in advance with the relevant Western nations. In due course, the entirety of the West will rally behind you. What further reservations could you possibly have? Upon concluding, Kyle lit a cigarette and smoked with abandon, having firmly established his position. Today, he had to secure the agreement of the island nation. This was the task assigned to him by Washington, though he remained perplexed by the intentions of those elder statesmen. Nevertheless, he deemed it unnecessary to ponder further. His role was to execute their orders, and he was confident that his words carried weight here. As Yamamoto and Hada Tsukihiro engaged in hushed discussions, Kyle remained unperturbed, finishing his cigarette and sipping coffee, his patience at its zenith, experiencing a sense of divine oversight. All right, we, the island nation, consent. We hope the United States will uphold its promise, at the very least to help us contain one of them. Otherwise, should they unite to intimidate us, we would find ourselves in a truly precarious position. Yamamoto acquiesced, fully aware that the Americans' intentions were unwavering. What could a son do when a father had made up his mind? Okay, Yamamoto-kun, now this is the spirit. Once the task is accomplished, I shall treat you to some sake. Haha. I nearly forgot to mention, our satellites have detected a fleet of theirs navigating the Pacific high seas. Kyle, feeling uneasy about the diminutive man before him, sought to further propel them into the vortex of events. Fear not, Commander Kyle. Our reconnaissance aircraft reported this morning that it is a maritime police fleet of theirs. By the time we retrieve those troublesome vessels, they won't even have time to react. Okay. Haha. Kyle laughed heartily. As afternoon arrived, the sky was overcast, and the sea bore a gentle breeze, rendering the temperature quite pleasant. A deep-sea squid fishing vessel was heading into the open waters. Inside the cabin, Captain Wu Changlei conversed with the first and second mates. First mate, instruct the crew to be vigilant. We shall commence operations tonight. The market this year appears promising, and we aim for a bountiful harvest. There will surely be ample bonuses. The captain stood on tiptoe to glance at the sailors on deck, turning to his first mate. Understood. I shall relay the message. Rest assured, Captain, these men are all seasoned sailors under our tutelage. They will perform admirably. Chapter 165. The squid fishing vessel won. The captain, first mate, and second mate exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the situation. After a brief moment of hesitation, they hurriedly exited the cabin. Upon reaching the deck, they found the sailors gathered, observing an unfolding scene. The boatswain approached the captain swiftly. By heavens, we are in the Central Pacific. Do they think this is their own backyard? First mate, instruct the crew to prepare their gear. Second mate, go to the radio room and contact our people to report this unexpected situation. Yes, boss. As the crew dispersed, Wu Changlei remained focused on the approaching vessels. Such unexpected circumstances had been covered in training, so they did not falter. Upon hearing the captain's orders, the crew felt invigorated, quickly returning with long hooks for catching squid. The squid fishing vessel was equipped with retractable iron railings extending over the sea, typically used for hanging lights during work but now forming a barrier. If they did not cooperate, boarding the vessel would prove challenging. Captain Wu planned to delay until reinforcements arrived. Captain, we have a situation. The communications officer exclaimed, setting down his headset. What is the situation? Captain Wu and the navigator gathered around. In the Pacific, 3 of our deep-sea fishing vessels have been intercepted, claiming to be conducting a military exercise. What? This is madness, the navigator ordered, full speed ahead for the fleet. Captain Gao Mingbo wasted no time and issued commands directly. Yes, Captain. The rear of the vessel surged forward, the tumultuous waters transforming into a spray of foam as it sped northward. Communications officer, have our fishing vessels report their coordinates and then remain on standby. Understood. The communications officer swiftly relayed the captain's instructions to the fishing fleet. Old Su, what do you think these people are up to? Gao Mingbo inquired, returning to his post and peering through binoculars. Just as you said, perhaps they've taken leave of their senses? Well, whatever their scheme, I intend to see who dares to challenge us. Old Su, report this matter to higher authorities. Yes. After the navigator departed, Gao Mingbo contacted the captains of the 2 vessels trailing behind to apprise them of the situation and discuss possible strategies. As time flowed slowly, Wu Changlei, alongside the first and second mates, stood at the ship's railing, their gaze fixed on the ship ahead. It was neither a maritime police vessel nor a warship, lacking even a flag. It was nothing more than a rogue ship. It drew closer, clearly intent on constricting the maneuvering space of the fishing vessel. Captain, they have deployed 3 small boats. Yes, I see. Prepare the crew. If they attempt to board forcefully, let them have it. Our men are racing over here. Do not be afraid. Yes, Captain, damn it, let them taste my red tassel spear. The second mate rummaged through his belongings to produce a red tassel spear, its tip appearing quite sharp, the bright red tassel fluttering in the wind. Haha, second mate, that's impressive. Just be careful. Don't stab yourself too hard, or that would be a predicament, the third mate cautioned. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Moments later, his hat dripped with an unknown liquid. Just as he attempted to shift his position, his hand slipped, and he fell straight down. Splash, splash. 2 members on the rope ladder had not finished calling out before he landed on the small boat below. The sequence of events too swift for the crew below to react, and he crashed down unceremoniously. The group clumsily regained their footing, Harada cautiously sniffing the liquid on his hand, detecting the scent of cooking oil mixed with an unpleasant odor. Baka, Ki-moi. Chapter 166. Playing around on the fishing vessel, the second mate bent down, covering his mouth as he chuckled. Second mate, what on earth is in that barrel of yours? It smells so foul. A nearby sailor, noticing his amusement, couldn't help but ask. Haha, that is my secret weapon, a blend of my special concoction with a touch of chemical warfare. Haha. The second mate felt an exhilaration he had never experienced before, nearly laughing himself into stitches. What is this special concoction? The young sailor inquired, utterly baffled. Urine. Number 1. Don your gloves and proceed swiftly. We have little time. Yes, this time, everything went smoothly without any unforeseen complications. He hesitated. Reaching up, the iron railing obstructed his path, necessitating a shove. Just as he attempted to push the railing aside, a sharp spearhead emerged, lightly grazing his hand and sending a fiery sting coursing through him. He attempted to peer down at the deck, but the railing blocked his view, leaving him in darkness. Blood began to flow from his wounded hand. He reluctantly descended. This vessel was akin to a porcupine, laden with sharp objects that could inflict injury with the slightest misstep. How cunning! Shall we retreat? Yes. The second mate crouched, peering outside, and upon seeing the adversary's retreat, he turned back, remarking with a sense of satisfaction. Second mate, are those obstacles of yours truly effective? It seemed like you merely grazed him. He must be a coward, howling as if he were a wolf. The young sailor grasped the spearhead, preparing to touch it. Iron egg, do not touch that. The tip is sharpened and quite lethal. As for the pain, heh. I applied a bit of saline solution. We are good Samaritans, after all. The saline disinfects. Wounds inflicted by iron are prone to tetanus. My service is comprehensive. Do you think they will write me a thank you note after this? Laughter erupted among the sailors, dispelling the earlier tension, as they gathered around, eager to join in the fray. After sharing these words, the second mate nodded toward the captain, signaling an okay gesture. Each of the ship's leaders took charge of a group of 10 sailors, guarding their designated areas. The second in command, with a sharp mind, understood the necessity of rallying the spirits of his comrades. Once morale was lifted, they could withstand the challenges ahead. If their own ranks were not united, they would truly be unable to hold their ground. Having failed to gain any advantage, that group of individuals retreated to their small vessel, their hands bloodied and faces flushed with anger. They hastily tended to his wounds, and these Huaxia people should brace themselves. When I catch them, I shall ensure they experience the bitter consequences. After venting his frustrations, he stepped aside to confer with his superior, realizing that continuing on this path would lead nowhere. 5 minutes later, he stood tall, nodding continuously. Once their discussion concluded, he raised his gaze towards the fishing vessel. 02, you go first this time. Let the iron ship take the lead. We shall coordinate accordingly. Understood, Captain. With that, he donned his gloves and tugged at the gangway. When it came to the Huaxia fishing boats, they dared not approach aggressively, hence they had brought along several iron-hulled vessels, which were now proving their worth. Upon receiving the order, the iron-hulled ships billowed black smoke as they advanced. Chapter 167, Calculations in the Central Pacific Ocean. Gao Mingbo slammed his fist onto the command platform. Damn it, block their pathway. Provide space for our ships. Yes, Captain. The foreigners aboard the tin boats were also keen on preserving their lives. Upon seeing the Huaxia vessels approach, they swiftly altered their course. Retreat. Immediately. Aye, Commander. You all should return as well. Opportunities are fleeting, and we can no longer contend with this fishing boat. Understood. After issuing the orders, Yoshino sank into despondency. The navigation officer stepped forward. Commander, is this it? But we received orders. What orders? The Huaxia have arrived, and look at that largest one. Its tonnage exceeds the combined weight of our 3 vessels. After uttering this, Yoshino threw the binoculars aside, clearly unwilling to accept the situation. The Huaxia are truly unreasonable. He refrained from continuing, as he suddenly sensed that perhaps this was a deliberate strategy from higher-ups. If both sides were evenly matched, then this scenario, Gao Mingbo lowered the binoculars after observing the enemy's retreat. Communications officer, contact our fishing vessels. We will escort them forward, allowing them to maneuver with confidence. Yes. Captain Gao then connected with the other 2 ship captains, assigning their tasks before picking up the binoculars again, watching the distant fishing vessels, waiting. Captain, should we not respond to them? The navigation officer could not help but inquire, sensing something amiss. Ignore them. Under normal circumstances, I would certainly respond, but today their actions are utterly shameless. If they choose to bully the weak, then I regret to inform them that I am now just slightly stronger. As he spoke, a distant fishing vessel sounded its horn, prompting Captain Gao to lift the binoculars, realizing they were about to move. Yes. The 3 fishing boats adjusted their course, slowly heading towards vessel 46440. What does the base say? The navigation officer, having witnessed the scene, anxiously inquired. Do not provoke conflict, Yoshino replied through gritted teeth. Otherwise, shall we simply crash into them as they block our path? Foolish. Tingy, do you not see? Both they and we are merely pawns in this game. Wu Chonglei piloted the squid fishing vessel, slowly moving forward, second in command. Keep an eye on them for any unusual movements. He was still uneasy. It felt too quiet, almost surreal. Captain, I have been watching closely. There is nothing. They remain stationary. I even suspect they have dropped anchor. The second in command stretched his neck, scanning the area. What more is there to ponder? They are surely intimidated by us, perhaps even busy soiling their pants right now. Ha ha. The second in command grinned mischievously. 10 minutes later, the fishing fleet had completely maneuvered behind vessel 46440, waiting for further instructions. Gao Mingbo was also at a loss. The opposition showed no reaction, and calls over the public channel had ceased, as if they had been struck mute, remaining motionless. Old Sue, it appears these fellows have truly taken the wrong medicine today. Chapter 168. Untitled 1. Captain Gao set down the binoculars. Humph. I knew they would act so submissively. He looked up at the sky. Gao Mingbo no longer paid them any mind, turning back to the command room. Old Sue, what does the base say? They have already communicated. We may proceed normally. The base indicated that we should follow our plan and not concern ourselves with them. As satellites in the sky are monitoring the situation, the navigation officer relayed the message from the base to Gao Mingbo intact. He nodded, his expression calm. Communications officer, reach out to the distant fishing vessels and inquire if they have any injured crew members needing medical assistance. If all is well, inform them we will set sail in 10 minutes, heading home. Yes, Longji, we have completed 3 low passes. They are not treating us with any seriousness. As a wingman to Koizumi Ichiro, he could not comprehend the rationale behind such actions. 02, you are still young. Koizumi Ichiro, a veteran with over a decade in the Air Self-Defense Force, was an ace pilot capable of flying various fighter jets. Huaxia has a saying, Tianji's horse racing. Upon returning to base, you might find some enlightenment. Koizumi Ichiro glanced sideways at his wingman, maintaining a cool demeanor towards these novice pilots, a long-standing tradition of the island nation, where seniority was deeply respected both in civilian life and the military. As the two conversed, the fighter jet made another turn. Gao Mingbo fixed his gaze on the sky, entering the command room and picking up the ship's phone. All right, we are ready to set sail. The 3 fishing vessels are positioned centrally, and we shall execute the orders immediately. Understood. The 2 other captains responded loudly over the phone. Gao Mingbo moved to the side of the ship for a moment, contemplating before returning to the command room. Old Sue, we will position ourselves next to 1151, placing ourselves between them, ready to maneuver as necessary. Yes. The captain, your experience is invaluable. This formation is well arranged, the navigation officer remarked, stepping forward to direct the helmsman to begin maneuvering. Good steel must be used at the cutting edge. Our vessels excel in both tonnage and speed, so we must charge ahead. Ha ha. Gao Mingbo picked up the binoculars, keenly observing the external situation. As they commenced movement, the opposing side also seemed poised to act. However, they remained closely tailing vessel 46440 without making any aggressive maneuvers. Just as Captain Gao contemplated lowering the binoculars, he suddenly noticed the enemy accelerating, swiftly overtaking vessel 46,440 in pursuit of 1151, advancing forward. The other 2 vessels maneuvered around the rear of 1150. Captain Gao's formation, needing to maintain pace with the fishing vessels, was momentarily unable to follow suit. Full speed ahead, position ourselves inside alongside the isolated vessel. Gao Mingbo decisively issued the command. The 2 boats quickly aligned, drawing closer, even allowing for a clear view of the sailors on the opposing deck. At that moment, the immense size of vessel 46440 was prominently displayed. Gao Mingbo glanced through the binoculars at the 2 vessels on his left. They had surged to the front, attempting to flank the central fishing vessel's route. Playing this game with me? Helmsman, use our stern to squeeze the forward section of the adjacent ship. Yes, both crew members responded in unison. Chapter 169. Untitled 2A crew member rushed in, visibly anxious. Reporting to Yoshino. Yoshino waved his hand, steadying himself against the command platform. At this moment, his ship had deviated from its original course, veering to the right. Helmsman, stabilize the course. Navigation officer, bring the ship to a halt. Inform the other 2 vessels to abandon their advance and close in on us, Yoshino ordered with resignation. Commander, are we really just going to give up? The situation is unclear. We must first check the condition of the ship. Do you wish to sink this vessel? Continuing this entanglement will yield no favorable outcome. Yoshino calmly assessed the current circumstances, realizing he had to issue this command, even though he did not wish to concede so easily. Our mission has already been accomplished. Yoshino felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had to admit that in this operation, they were too reactive. Though they had consistently aimed to seize the initiative, the opposing commander had acted entirely unpredictably. Captain, it is not so dire. We have fulfilled the mission assigned by the base. I believe the base will recognize our efforts. You must rally yourself, the navigation officer. Noticing Yoshino's despondency, began to encourage him. After some time, Yoshino regained his composure. Yes, you are right. Come, let us go check the damage to the ship. As for the Huaxia fleet, let them be. Yes, Koizumi's squad. The base has ordered a retreat. Please execute the command immediately. But, this is the highest command from the base. Execute it at once. Understood. Koizumi Ichiro reluctantly accepted the order, though he felt unsatisfied. After speaking, Koizumi Ichiro executed a roll to disengage and flew towards the island nation, with the remaining wingmen following suit in retreat. Yoshino emerged onto the deck, gazing at the ship's hull, a wave of desolation washing over him. Damn those Huaxia people, he muttered silently. That moment, a helicopter descended onto the vessel, and an officer disembarked. Yoshino-kun, the headquarters is quite dissatisfied with your performance this time, the officer stated. I have done my utmost, Yoshino retorted defensively. Regardless, you must take responsibility for this matter, the officer asserted sternly. Yoshino fell silent for a moment, then raised his head, declaring, I will accept the responsibility. He understood that his military career might very well be at an end. In an instant, they caught up with the maritime police fleet on the surface of the sea. Descend in altitude, conduct a sweep, and greet our comrades, the captain commanded. Roger that. On the deck of vessel 46440, several crew members exclaimed excitedly beside Captain Gao. Captain, your comrades are calling for you, a crew member shouted as he rushed out of the command room. Hearing this, Gao Mingbo quickly replied, coming right up. He turned swiftly back to the command room and grabbed the headset. Hello, comrades. We are also returning to base, wishing you a safe journey. Gao Mingbo spoke into the headset, his voice infused with a hint of mirth and well-wishing. Goodbye. The other party responded succinctly before hanging up. Gao Mingbo slowly set down the headset, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. The figures above gradually receded, the silhouettes in the sky fading further away. Gao Mingbo stood still, quietly gazing into the distance, as if he could still feel that formidable power. Chapter 170. Suggestions from Chu Ge upon encountering this title. Chu Ge felt a mixture of shock and indignation. The shock stemmed from the title's unprecedented length, resembling a sensational internet headline at first glance. A moment of contemplation revealed to him that this was a deliberate stance. Without delay, he made his way to Commander Wang's office, eager to acquire first-hand information. When Chu Ge arrived, Commander Wang was on a phone call. Upon noticing Chu Ge's presence, he gestured for him to sit down, finishing his conversation before hanging up. Academician Chu, you visit the construction site daily yet neglect to come here. I thought you were unaware of my office's location. Ha ha. We are old acquaintances, so spare me the formalities. Commander Wang chastised with a smile. Commander Wang, I had my reasons for staying away. The first phase of construction presents numerous challenges, and I must remain in the operational area to avoid being unreachable. Chu Ge explained. I understand. I was merely jesting. The Kuanpeng is dear to my heart, and I would prefer you to oversee it daily for my peace of mind. This was the unspoken truth of Commander Wang's thoughts. Each time he heard a subordinate report spotting Academician Chu somewhere, he could not help but feel the urge to visit, though he refrained, fearing he might be in the way. Commander, I have another matter to discuss regarding the situation at sea, Chu Ge mentioned as he produced today's newspaper and handed it over. Commander Wang glanced at it briefly before setting it down. I am aware of this. The military held a special meeting to address it yesterday. What specific aspect are you interested in? Commander Wang inquired directly, recognizing Chu Ge's patriotic concerns and his tendency to retaliate against external threats with relentless measures. He also sought to gauge Chu Ge's perspective on the matter. As he spoke, Commander Wang handed Chu Ge a bottle of water and settled into the sofa beside him. This issue is not so straightforward. It shouldn't have arisen in the first place. I suspect there are individuals attempting to exploit this situation, Chu Ge remarked, furrowing his brow in contemplation, his thoughts gradually crystallizing. Not sufficient. In what regard? Commander Wong probed, retracing his earlier points. This was the military's initial response plan, and he had been present during its formulation, feeling confident there were no oversights. We must instruct the aircraft manufacturing facility to prioritize the construction of the airborne carrier's onboard aircraft. I will arrange for its subsystems to proceed first for compatibility testing. The control systems for unmanned aerial vehicles are quite complex and require systemic support. Initially, we will create manned versions of the first few aircraft. Pilots will conduct simulated training based on the data models I provide, ensuring they can immediately adapt once the aircraft are ready. We can defer heavy weaponry integration for now, focusing on matching the electromagnetic cannon, Chu Ge concluded, taking a sip of water while fixing his gaze on Commander Wong. Why the urgency, Academician Chu? Commander Wong inquired, voicing his curiosity. I believe we should no longer conceal our capabilities. We could even consider a live demonstration, given that we are often accused of disseminating fake news. Let us truly show them what we are capable of, Chu Ge proposed, his intention clear in advocating a decisive strike to preempt any future complications. Commander Wong, have you ever played whack-a-mole? I haven't played. But I've seen my son play. Commander Wong answered honestly. Why do I feel like you're trying to take advantage of me? Ha ha. I speak only the truth. Realizing the implication, Commander Wong burst into hearty laughter. The key to whack-a-mole is speed, precision, and decisiveness. When one pops up, strike it down. If two appear, eliminate both. A fleeting glint of ferocity flashed in Chu Ge's eyes, which Commander Wong noted. He had never witnessed Chu Ge in such a fierce demeanor. In his mind, Chu Ge had always been a sunny young man, a genius of sorts. Today, he felt as though he had discovered a new facet of this polished individual, one that harbored a propensity for violence. The more he observed, the more he appreciated Chu Ge. There were no words needed between them. Commander Wong felt that Chu Ge's assertions held merit. Very well, I will compile the details of our discussion today and submit them accordingly. As an individual, I am prepared to convey my support for you, Commander Wong declared, rising and extending his right hand. A deeper emotion reflected in his eyes as he gained a greater understanding of Chu Ge through their conversation. Academician Chu was one of their own, embodying the innate qualities of a soldier. Chapter 171. Threefold Heaven. Upon returning to his office, Chu Ge did not bring his two young admirers to the operational area today. He was busy organizing data on the unmanned aerial vehicles for the airborne carrier, preparing for the upcoming test. He had spent the past 3 to 4 days compiling this information, and results from Commander Wong's side had also come in. Higher authorities had approved Chu Ge's recommendations, and arrangements were underway for the aircraft manufacturing facility to operate around the clock. As a result, the construction speed of those manned aerial vehicles had significantly accelerated. Chu Ge waited patiently, finding the process torturous. He longed to see those aircraft the very next day. System, if only you could conjure up the physical entities, how much easier that would be for me. If that were the case, what would I need you for? I could simply conjure everything myself? No, you can think of me as Nobita, while you are the Doraemon, with your pocket connected to a fourth-dimensional space where anything can fit. Strictly speaking, a fourth-dimensional space does not exist. Or rather, it does not exist in that form. It requires simultaneous activation in two relatively independent spaces to function, and its more significant implication is time-space traversal rather than merely storing objects. You may understand it as a passage connecting two worlds. Moreover, the ideas from your planet are quite peculiar. Time-space traversal? Are you suggesting black holes? Can this be artificially created? Of course it can. How much are we talking? Chu Ge perked up, surprised that this seemingly trivial complaint could unveil new possibilities. Your level is too low. The system defaults that such inquiries require the host to upgrade first. Damn you! At the American military base in Okinawa, Kyle was engaged in a video conference with several high-ranking military officials from the headquarters. This meeting was taking place in a secret room, known to very few within the base. Such meetings, which demanded utmost confidentiality, were seldom convened. Kyle, with his left hand rubbing his chin casually, maintained a focused demeanor. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now displaying footage captured by our military satellites, specifically from the military shipyard in D-City, Huaxia. The Pentagon's intelligence agency director, Rodriguez, was providing an overview to the military officials present. Our military has not concealed anything. They are overtly constructing new types of vessels, and given the scale, it is unlikely to be hidden, so they have opted for transparency. Based on our preliminary comparative photographs, we have reached a conclusion. Rodriguez paused, surveying the room. Their new vessel measures approximately 2,000 meters in length and about 300 meters in width. Considering their previous statements, we suspect they are indeed constructing an airborne carrier, not to be confused with an aircraft carrier. Sometimes, mere words are insufficient, and thus some individuals can naturally harbor skepticism. When presented with concrete images, their initial reaction is often not astonishment but rather a continued sense of disbelief. Such individuals are often those who refuse to accept evidence until forced to do so. Chris Kyle belonged to this category. Is this footage merely a fake? He initially contemplated questioning the authenticity of the images, but suddenly recalled that the footage was captured by their own satellite and altered his phrasing. As you mentioned, this fake seems rather colossal. Our analysis indicates that the number of relevant technical workers here even surpasses the total in some Western nations. Commander Kyle, do they have the leisure for such endeavors? As far as I know, the Huaxia people are quite pragmatic, Rodriguez retorted without reservation, expressing his disdain for those who lived in their own bubble. An airborne carrier? How could this be possible? Have they perhaps received technological assistance from extraterrestrial beings? Might it be some form of large commercial vessel? There are still skeptics on site, voicing their doubts. It seems implausible. Given such immense dimensions, I am more inclined to believe their previous reports. Rodriguez, weary of further explanations, simply sat down after uttering those words. Well then, let us pause our discussion on this topic for now. We must continue surveillance on the developments at this military shipyard, ensuring our military satellites keep a vigilant watch over it. Regardless of whether it is an aerospace aircraft carrier, there will inevitably come a day when it is completed. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States rose to his feet. This meeting was presided over by him, and several agenda items were also led by him. Commander Kyle, please update everyone on the recent developments regarding the incident with the island nation's Coast Guard. Yes, Kyle stood up, accustomed to using body language to complement his speech in such settings. The island nation's Coast Guard is no match for the Huaxia Coast Guard, largely due to the capabilities of their dispatch vessels. I suspect the island nation is still holding back, but I shall refrain from elaborating on that for now. The military has already intervened. Although no significant conflicts have arisen, a spark has nonetheless been ignited. Over the past few days, our radar and early warning aircraft have relayed information indicating several substantial encounters have occurred in that maritime region. The confrontational fighter jets have escalated from F-15s and JJ-16s to F-35s and JJ-20s. This marks our first close-range observation of their stealth aircraft, and it can be said that we have achieved the results we previously desired. We have also gathered some intelligence regarding the JJ-20 and established a preliminary data model based on that information. After Chris Kyle concluded his report, he made sure to draw attention to himself, continuously pointing out some critical elements, hoping to capture interest. The attendees were all influential figures within the U.S. military. He perceived this as an opportunity. If he performed well, the path ahead would be smoother. What was the outcome? The crowd evidently disregarded Kyle's self-satisfaction, instead showing greater interest in the stealth aircraft. The F-35 has found itself somewhat challenged against their JJ-20. Its limitations in range and supersonic flight duration are significant weaknesses, often forcing it to withdraw from the scene prematurely. We have meticulously recorded these parameters, of course. This does not imply much, as we are not in a wartime state. The norm is to engage in beyond visual range missile launches, mutual expulsion, and escort missions. Based on this data, we conducted a simulated comparison with the flight parameters of the F-22. Both sides possess their strengths and weaknesses, which is challenging to assess through mere data comparisons. The trials faced by pilots in actual combat are also of considerable importance. Chris Kyle reported faithfully. Overall, the situation is evolving in line with our expectations. Commander Kyle, maintain a close watch on intelligence from that area. If necessary, stoke the flames to compel the island nation to reveal its true capabilities. This is of utmost importance. It pertains to some critical decisions regarding our next steps. And I urge everyone to take it seriously. Yes, I will make the necessary arrangements. The clandestine meeting in the United States concluded. The U.S. has achieved the desired results, while the situation in the island nation has grown increasingly discordant, with the cabinet and military in heated disputes, centering on one topic: whether to continue this endless aerial confrontation. Chapter 172. Gravitational wave device. The island nation has indeed been struggling lately. And this predicament is entirely of their own making. Following the aerial standoff from that day, both sides have engaged in several rounds of aerial expulsions and escort operations over that maritime area, with frequencies reaching multiple occurrences in a single day. The pilots of the island nation's air self-defense force are becoming increasingly fatigued, constrained by domestic treaties, while the quality of the island nation's air force remains commendable. Its numbers pale in comparison to the two major powers in the vicinity, not to mention their elite pilots. On the contrary, our military is reveling in the situation, with naval aviation units from various theaters taking turns to engage, creating a fervent atmosphere where everyone is eager to undertake missions. Compounding the issue, the island nation has previously aligned with the UN, sanctioning the Northern Bear, faithfully adhering to the principle of being Northeast Asia's obedient little watchdog, thereby offending this formidable northern beast. The Northern Bear is also an observant one, keenly watching the aerial confrontations unfold between the two nations. Consequently, the island nation finds itself struggling to cope, as public sentiment grows increasingly tense day by day. The cabinet is more focused on public opinion and economic considerations, believing that this aerial tug-of-war should be promptly concluded and urging the business sector to engage in discussions on related matters, rather than following the U.S. lead unconditionally. After all, the economic ties between the two nations are closely knit. The military, however, dismisses this notion, believing that halting now would equate to surrender, which would invite disdain from neighboring countries, a disgrace that must be avoided at all costs. The Prime Minister's aides have spent considerable time trying to suit the situation, but their efforts have yielded little success. Beyond the naval aviation units, other branches of the military have not paid much attention to these matters. Nor would they, as they are engrossed in their own tasks. Particularly the Air Force, which, following the selection process, has been training relentlessly day and night. However, there is an exception. The Air Force's interest in the standoff with the island nation has sparked envy among some of their younger members, leading them to approach their superiors multiple times with a singular aim: to engage in aerial exercises against the island nation's aircraft. Absurd. Can the terrestrial environment be compared to the maritime one? Why can't they just be content? If they can operate in both land and sea, what need is there for our naval aviation? Ha. Upon hearing of this matter, Wang Wei spoke sternly, though inwardly he felt quite pleased. Wang Wei was discussing this issue with several pilots when he noticed the base commander beckoning to him from a distance. Upon seeing this, he hurried over. "Squadron leader, do you need something? Pack your things. You are to report to the Yanqing Weapons Research Institute immediately. There are new equipment simulators that require your calibration." "Equipment simulator? What is that?" "I'm not going. I still have to continue my duel with that island fool." "What's his name tomorrow?" Wang Wei felt anxious at the prospect of being reassigned, as he had recently been engaged in a fierce rivalry with the island nation's ace pilot whenever he flew into that area. To be pulled away from this intense engagement felt like a death sentence. The equipment simulator pertains to the Kunping-class aircraft carrier's onboard aircraft simulation device. The first batch of prototypes will be released in a month, and the military specifically demands the best aviators from across the armed forces to conduct practical training. You only have a month to train. Once the equipment is ready, it will be deployed for actual combat. This is the directive of Academician Chu Ge. If you choose not to participate, that's your loss. I believe many will be eager to seize the opportunity. The squadron leader turned as if to leave, but Wang Wei leaped in front of him, his eyes wide with excitement. "Academician Chu's new equipment? The aircraft carrier's onboard aircraft? Squadron leader, why didn't you mention this sooner? I must go. I'll get ready right away. I am leaving now. No one in the entire base is more suited than I am. See you later," Wang Wei exclaimed as he dashed off, his face alight with joy. "Train hard. Don't embarrass our southeast base." The squadron leader called after him with a chuckle. After finishing up with matters concerning the onboard aircraft, Chu Ge turned his attention to the system blueprint for the lunar base. The carrier's onboard aircraft would still require about a month for completion, and he could not afford to wait idly. With the construction project progressing steadily, he felt it was time to focus on the moon. That day, he retrieved the previously exchanged data, noting several foundational components within the lunar base system, with the gravitational wave device being of utmost importance. This device is fundamental to the base's existence. Thus, Chu Ge decided to prioritize this aspect, followed by the VR virtual environment, life support systems, ecological maintenance systems, and the complete AI system for helium-3 extraction. Chu Ge delved directly into the gravitational device, examining it meticulously. A day passed, and as Chu Ge observed the darkening sky outside, he stood up and stretched his arms. A day had gone by, yet I found myself utterly perplexed. I could not comprehend it at all. System. This gravitational device appears rather esoteric. Fortunately, they have now acclimated to my neurotic thinking. Had I reported your gravitational wave device at the outset, I fear I would have been subjected to dissection. Normal, given your planet's current technological level, establishing a hybrid gravitational device that integrates both micro and macro aspects is indeed challenging. Technology accumulates incrementally, and this model is part of the black hole spacetime distortion effect, or rather its embryonic form. Are you suggesting that an artificial black hole needs to be based on this and then further evolved? Indeed. Chu Ge gleaned some insights from the system's dialogue and promptly seated himself. The gravitational wave device for the lunar base is a form of supergravitational quantum wave device, involving the manipulation of particle and quantum micro-linear velocities alongside macro wave effects, intertwining the two in a complex entanglement. Chapter 173. On artificial black holes, the gravitational wave device at the lunar base employs a reverse utilization of quantum entanglement effects, utilizing the string effect of the first dimension to rotate and accelerate linearly arranged particles to a certain degree before inducing range fluctuations in a specified sequence, thereby generating a supergravitational effect on the quantum macro scale. The range of this supergravitational quantum fluctuation is controllable, within which objects exist in a state of temporal distortion, situated in an ambiguous critical zone. This nebulous critical zone effectively counteracts a significant portion of the gravitational effects emanating from space, resulting in a force on the human body that approximates half of Earth's gravity, supplemented by the Moon's own 1/6 of Earth's gravitational pull. Altogether, this can simulate approximately 3/4 of the gravitational force experienced by humans on Earth, which is fundamentally sufficient for a lunar base. Chu Ge perceives this so-called distorted ambiguous critical point as a form of equilibrium of forces, specifically, a balance of gravity pertinent to the lunar base. Similar to the tidal locking of the Moon, this locking mechanism necessitates a perfect equilibrium between the gravitational pull of the Sun and that of the Earth, enabling it to perpetually orbit the Earth. The consequence of this is that the Moon presents only one face to Earth, and this balance is not unbreakable, as the Moon continually strives to escape the Earth's grasp. The Sun's gravitational influence far surpasses that of the Earth, yet its proximity to the Earth renders the latter's gravitational effects more pronounced. Extending the timeline, the ancient Moon appeared larger and brighter. As it was closer to Earth during that epoch, it has since been gradually moving toward the Sun, albeit at a glacial pace of approximately 3.82 centimeters per year. System, wake up. Chu Ge, having delved into data until the late hours of the night, found himself grappling with incomprehensible concepts and could not resist summoning the auxiliary system once more. Why is this ambiguous critical zone so enigmatic? It sounds as if it intends to ensnare us in another dimension. That's rather frightening. The escape velocity of a black hole is exceedingly rapid, far exceeding that of photons, which are drawn inexorably into the black abyss. To traverse a black hole, one must first comprehend its escape velocity and then exceed this speed. Otherwise, one risks becoming lost within the temporal layers of the black hole. When one's velocity approximates the linear speed of its spin, that space becomes the ambiguous critical zone of temporal distortion, wherein one might simultaneously enter two realms, what you refer to as parallel worlds. Of course, with your current technology, even if you were to construct a spacefaring mothership, traversing a black hole remains unfeasible. My database indicates that, despite the individual variances in black holes regarding size, range, and energy, they share a commonality. Their escape velocities are never less than the speed of light. The jump engine has yet to be developed. Even if it were, the energy of the first-generation jump engine would likely prove insufficient to traverse a black hole. Thus, the system recommends that the host prioritize harnessing the energy of your galaxy for personal use, enabling exploration of other galaxies through black holes. This is a developmental principle adhered to by all highly advanced civilizations. Jumping is not an option. Today, the system seems to be in a good mood, unusually refraining from mocking Chu Ge and instead patiently adopting the role of a mentor, directly highlighting the pivotal points of Chu Ge's interstellar plans to MY Galaxy. Are you referring to the solar system or the Milky Way? The Milky Way? You overestimate. The solar system is your novice village. It is advisable to fully develop here first. The fundamental principle of equipment formation is that you can optimally utilize the vast majority of the sun's energy. Understood. By the way, have you recently been off to chop legends? It is implicitly acknowledged that, at this late hour, Chu Ge felt a sudden chill down his spine. What on earth is this? So, what level are we currently at? What technological advancements are necessary to create an artificial black hole? Interstellar civilizations can broadly be categorized into 3 stages. The first stage requires the complete utilization of all energy available on your planet. For your case, it means fully developing Earth's potential. The second stage necessitates the comprehensive utilization of the energy from the stars within your small star system, enabling free traversal within that system, which refers to your solar system. The third stage involves mastering the energy of certain star clusters and achieving unrestricted movement between smaller star systems, which, for you, means being able to navigate freely within the Milky Way, harnessing the energy of its major stars and attempting to break free from the confines of this nebula to explore other clusters. Constructing an artificial black hole requires reaching the technological level of the third stage. So, according to your explanation, we are currently at the first stage. To be precise, we are at approximately 70% of the first stage. There is still a considerable distance to cover. Chu Ge felt disheartened. This seemed an interminable journey. He resolved to wash up and retire for the night, losing interest in black holes, as this was truly veering into the realm of absurdity. Furthermore, as the system had previously indicated, this represents a kind of space-time conduit. If this side is oneself, then the other side must undoubtedly be another world. If that world does not possess someone as formidable as Chu Ge, then it might be a straightforward ascent to divinity. However, should he exert effort only to discover a realm populated by deities, that would indeed be unfortunate. What madness is this? Why would I traverse over merely to be a plaything for others? As this thought crossed his mind, a shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to cease further contemplation. He rose and stepped onto the balcony, gazing up at the luminous moon in the sky. In light of the recent progress report from the lunar base, he suddenly chuckled. Ah, dear moon sister, I apologize in advance. Be why this time next year, I may be digging a large pit at your backside, around your posterior position, to bury some items. Please do not take offense. In the distance, the industrial area remained aglow, the sound of machinery faintly resonating in Chu Ge's ears. After a brief moment of observation, he turned and proceeded to wash up. Over the next few weeks, Chu Ge continued to traverse the dockyard base, acting as both overseer and first responder, going wherever he was summoned. Gradually, the construction of the spacefaring mothership stabilized, and unexpected occurrences became increasingly rare. To the point where Chu Ge went several days without receiving an emergency call, he found himself unemployed. With a reduced frequency of visits to the operational area, Chu Ge began to focus intently on inputting data from the lunar base. By late October, as the north transitioned into autumn, Chu Ge was busily typing away in his office when his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from academician Chun. Chun Lao, Xiao Chu, how are things on your end? The new synthetic materials you requested from the biological gene unit have arrived. Should I arrange for someone to deliver them to you? No need. Chun Lao, I plan to return to the research institute soon. My work here has stabilized. Chu Ge replied after a brief moment of consideration. Good. I will await your return at the research institute. All right. After hanging up, Chu Ge pondered the significant development of the intermediate gene serum. This was a major breakthrough. After contemplating, he stood and made his way to Commander Wang's office. Chapter 174. Returning to the Research Institute. Commander Wang, aware of the considerable responsibilities resting upon Chu Ge's shoulders, refrained from urging him to stay longer upon learning of his intention to return to Yinjing the following day. Instead, that evening, Commander Wang convened several key personnel involved in the spacefaring mothership project for a modest farewell dinner. Academician Chu, I understand you may have some final matters to address. Thankfully, I have gathered everyone here tonight, allowing us to enjoy a meal while also attending to work. You can depart with peace of mind tomorrow. Commander Wang led Chu Ge towards the base dining hall, mentioning the dinner along the way. Very well, Commander Wang has made thoughtful arrangements. I had initially planned to leave tomorrow afternoon, setting aside the morning to organize recent work. It seems I can now do that this evening. Commander Wang nodded with a smile, and the group arrived at a quiet dining area, evidently prepared in advance to avoid disturbances. After exchanging greetings, they seated themselves at 5 tables, comprising over 50 individuals, all main leaders from various subsystems of the spacefaring mothership. Ladies and gentlemen, I may need to depart for a while starting tomorrow. The carrier-based aircraft system of the Kunping requires testing arrangements, and subsequent tasks can only be addressed at the Research Institute. Therefore, I entrust the dockyard's affairs to you. AS Commander Wang guided the group through several rounds of toasts. Chu Ge stood to address everyone. Rest assured, Chief Engineer Chu, we will hold ourselves to the highest standards, ensuring we complete our tasks with quality and efficiency. Chu Ge nodded, stating, in about a week, the subsequent engineering blueprints will be sent over by dedicated personnel. You can distribute them according to the existing numbering system. If any issues arise, the key deputy engineers have my contact information and can reach out to me directly. Moreover, it is crucial that the entire process strictly adheres to operational protocols, as this involves the hoisting of certain segmented core modules. Any errors in sequence may necessitate a complete rework of the entire procedure. The remainder of the evening essentially transformed into Chu Ge's personal performance, as a farewell gathering seamlessly morphed into a high-level work meeting, with Commander Wang watching Chu Ge eloquently delineate the tasks at hand. It seemed he had anticipated Chu Ge's approach, as arrangements had been made in advance. With the tables cleared, the setting became an impromptu workspace. The farewell dinner continued until the late hours before dispersing, leaving Chu Ge with a renewed sense of clarity regarding the data in his mind. He trudged back to his dormitory, too weary to wash up, and collapsed onto his bed, swiftly succumbing to sleep. The following day, after a journey exceeding an hour, the fat girl safely descended at Yinjing's military airport. As Chu Ge disembarked, Captain Gong and his team awaited him. Salute! Captain Gong called out, and the 20 or so guards promptly saluted in unison, to which Academician Chu returned a formal acknowledgement. Captain Gong protected Chu Ge as he boarded the military jeep. Captain Gong, it's been a while. You seem to have tanned, Chu Academician remarked with a smile. Chu Academician, you're even darker. Well, I suppose I can't blame you. The sun at the coastal city is rather fierce. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Everything is running smoothly at the Research Institute. Old Shen asked us to come and fetch you. He's waiting for you there. Got it? I'll go report to him once I get back. Captain Gong, I stayed up too late last night and I'm utterly exhausted. I'll just take a quick nap. After saying this, Chu Ge leaned against his seat and quickly fell asleep, with Captain Gong and the others present. He treated the jeep as if it were the comfortable bed of his dormitory. When Chu Ge awoke, the convoy had already arrived at the Research Institute. Captain Gong had kept watch over him and hadn't disturbed his slumber. Captain Gong, how long have we been here? Not long, just about 10 minutes. All right, could you please help me take my things to the office? I'll go see old Chun. Captain Gong nodded in agreement. After Chu Ge exited the vehicle, he hurried directly to old Chin's office, his anticipation palpable. Upon arrival, he found old Chin pacing in his office. Old Chin? Are you counting your steps in the office? Chu Ge chuckled as he entered. Haha, little Chu. You've finally returned. The Research Institute feels rather incomplete without you. Haha, it feels so welcoming here. Stepping in feels like coming home. Old Chun pulled Chu Ge down to sit, and the two conversed for hours as if they were friends who hadn't seen each other in ages, their dialogue seemingly endless. Little Chu, as per your previous request, the flight simulator for the Kunping aircraft has been developed, and the top pilots of the Naval Aviation Forces have already arrived. That's great, old Chun. They can train for a maximum of 2 weeks to familiarize themselves with some operational procedures. In fact, that's more than sufficient, as the aircraft is highly intelligent and vastly different from current fighter jets. Old Chin's brow furrowed in confusion. Chu Ge elaborated, it's akin to today's smart cars. They can drive themselves, avoiding obstacles and pedestrians, right? The aircraft operates on a similar principle. Just think of those obstacles and pedestrians as missiles and cannons, Chu Ge added nonchalantly. Chu Ge was not misleading Academician Chen. The unmanned aircraft of the Aerospace mothership functioned as a terminal within an intelligent network system. Thanks to the formidable computational power of a super-quantum computer, it could instantly respond to the operator's voice commands and automatically evade dangers based on the dynamic battlefield. Manned aircraft possessed most of the capabilities of unmanned intelligence systems, but allowed pilots the option to choose manual or automated operation as needed. Therefore, within the military-industrial context, manned aircraft were categorized as reconnaissance or jamming aircraft. There was no need for human intervention in attacks or evasions. However, human judgment was often crucial during reconnaissance and in managing unexpected situations. Finally, the deployment of strategic weapons required a human pilot as an added layer of assurance. The intelligence systems of the aircraft had yet to reach an advanced stage of autonomous thought. After a lengthy discussion, Chu Ge bid farewell, clutching his intermediate genetic serum. Back in his office, he eagerly opened the silver box in his possession, and upon seeing the composition reagents inside, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. One crucial detail he had forgotten to remind Academician Chen about was to change the needle. The syringe was identical to the last one, featuring a bright silver metallic barrel and a massive needle. As Chu Ge examined the needle, goosebumps erupted all over his body. How could I forget such an important matter? This is disastrous. Is it too unmanly to go out and buy one now? Resolute, Chu Ge prepared to bravely administer the injection, tears brimming in his eyes. Chapter 175. The second dream. Chu Ge readied his equipment, calming his nerves before proceeding to prepare the intermediate genetic serum. Following the formula provided by the system, he began to operate with the various bottles in the box. This was his second time, and the process was relatively smooth. He quickly produced the genetic serum. Carefully, Chu Ge used the oversized needle to draw the liquid into the syringe. Once everything was set, he shook the syringe and held it up to the sunlight, noticing it appeared no different from the last time. It seems just like last time, he mused, observing the blue serum within the syringe. In the next moment, he began to contemplate where to inject it. After considering his arm, he hesitated and shifted to his thigh. My little arm might not withstand your piercing, he addressed the needle. Then, closing his eyes, he swiftly plunged the needle in. The oversized needle was indeed formidable. The moment it pierced, Chu Ge felt an overwhelming sense of empathy for certain livestock. No wonder pigs squealed so loudly when injected. It truly hurts. After administering the serum, he withdrew the needle, and blood beads rapidly formed on his thigh. He pressed down quickly, holding it for a while before releasing. Fortunately, the bleeding had ceased. Mission accomplished. Unlike the previous time when he fainted after the injection, this time, as the system had predicted, Chu Ge felt no dizziness or discomfort, not even a trace of a reaction. Stretching his limbs, he realized he felt no pain in his leg. He began to suspect he had injected a counterfeit genetic serum. After some internal deliberation, he decided to disregard his worries, opening his computer to organize data and blueprints from the gravity device he had worked on yesterday. In the afternoon, Captain Gong arrived with Li Gang and Yin Tianhao. The group was delighted to see Chu Ge, especially Li Gang, who impatiently urged Chu Ge to assign him new research projects. As his current projects were nearing completion, Chu Ge shot him a glance. Do you think I'm a magical cat who can conjure whatever you wish? Yin Tianhao and Zheng Jun laughed heartily beside him. The two had now become essential researchers at the Institute, a remarkable feat that was quite rare, attributed to their hard work and, of course, a touch of their connection to Chu Ge. As night fell, Chu Ge decided against staying up late. Although the genetic serum had shown no unusual effects, he resolved to heed the system's advice, to rest well and avoid vigorous activities or any hormonal spikes. The wall clock ticked rhythmically as Chu Ge lay in bed, softly snoring, having drifted into a deep sleep. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, twitching slightly, and then his eyelids began to flutter rapidly. Chu Ge attempted to awaken but found himself trapped in a nightmarish haze. Struggling to exert any strength, taking a deep breath, he summoned all his energy to open his eyes, and when he finally succeeded, the scene before him was almost beyond belief. He found himself standing amidst ruins, with peeling walls, a desolate city, and withering vines clinging to crumbling buildings, and in the distance, the faint words on a billboard. This scene was all too familiar. Was this not the dream he had experienced after injecting the primary genetic serum? System, are you there? Wake up. Chu Ge called out, attempting to rouse his system companion, but all he received was an echoing silence. Alone in this dream, even the system had been muted. No, Chu Ge recalled, there should be a group of people according to the previous narrative. Just as he thought this, the sky above began to shift dramatically, and he stared at the slowly forming black hole, closing his eyes without any will to resist. His current focus was on recalling the details of the previous dream. The crackling sound of electricity buzzed in his ears, and Chu Ge realized he was being drawn into the black hole along with everything around him. Ignoring it, he continued to ponder the details. Estimating the time, he tested the ground with his feet and found himself on solid ground. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he gazed at the massive wreckage of a spaceship behind him, with brilliant sparks illuminating his descent from the sky. The scenes unfolded before him like a movie, identical to his first dream. When the blue energy sphere illuminated the entire hall, Chu Ge cautiously looked downward. Where a sea of humanity knelt in the shadows, their hands raised high, murmuring something. As he descended the steps, he took a moment to examine a stone closely. The previous dream had ended at this point. Yet he had now reached the bottom of the staircase. At the front of the crowd were several elderly figures, their silver hair, wrinkled skin, and blue eyes captivating Chu Ge, akin to gazing upon a collection of blue gemstones. These must be their elders or leaders, Chu Ge thought to himself. Welcome, my lord. A perplexing phrase accompanied by a language Chu Ge had never heard before echoed out, startling him, not due to the content, but because he could understand their words. Where is this? Are you humans? Aliens? Let us start with the first question. This is definitely not Earth, but another planet, correct? Is this planet part of the solar system or the Milky Way? Chu Ge hurriedly questioned, feeling a sense of urgency as the dream could end at any moment, and he wished to gather as much information as possible before it concluded. Given that this dream had repeatedly surfaced in his subconscious, it must hold some significance. A few elderly individuals shook their heads, leaving Chu Ge puzzled by their gestures, perhaps indicating a lack of understanding. Why do you refer to me as Lord? Chu Ge pondered, attempting to reorient his thoughts and pose a different question. Our tribe's seers have long passed down a prophecy. The sacred land will one day be unveiled, the gate of the blue star soul shall blossom, and from it will emerge a powerful being from another realm, destined to become the sovereign of our entire territory. Chu Ge's mouth fell agape at the chaos of it all. Was there truly a prophecy involved? Surely, their society had not remained in a tribal stage. As he observed their garments, he noted they were not crude, at least not akin to mere leaves. The fabric bore a resemblance to linen. He moved past several elders to find a group of young individuals standing behind them, with a vast expanse of kneeling figures stretching beyond sight. Chu Ge speculated that if these young people were permitted to stand, their status must be considerable. They likely shared a common language, which would facilitate communication. He scanned the group, 3 men and 5 women, and without a moment's hesitation, he strode confidently toward a tall young woman. Her head was bowed, hands clasped over her chest, and her silver hair cascaded gracefully, appearing remarkably smooth. Could it be they also use some kind of conditioner? He mused. What was I even thinking? Clearing his throat, he fixed his gaze on the woman before him. Raise your head. Chapter 176. A new world. Upon hearing his command, the woman obediently lifted her gaze, revealing a pair of mesmerizing azure eyes. Bright and clear, her eyelids fluttered, and her long eyelashes trembled like the wings of a butterfly. Her eyebrows were not white but had been meticulously shaped into slender black arcs. To his astonishment, her face was partially veiled. A veil? An Arab? Surely not. Could I still be on Earth? Yet, the language was evidently not Arabic. Chu Ge began to question the very fabric of his existence. In the next moment, he found himself exclaiming, "Remove the veil," instantly regretting his words. He recalled the customs surrounding veils, which were seldom lifted, especially before unfamiliar men. Perhaps this woman was not of Arabic descent, but the veil must hold some significance. She hesitated, casting a glance toward an elder in the distance. Chu Ge recognized that look as one of seeking assistance. Turning his attention back to the elders, who had been craning their necks to observe, he noticed they quickly averted their gazes, lowering their heads, resembling the demeanor of old-fashioned stewards. Just as he was about to retract his somewhat impudent request, the woman before him had already removed her veil. A stunning visage emerged, a flawless complexion, a prominent nose, and lips tinted like cherry blossoms. Chu Ge was momentarily spellbound. Such beauty would undoubtedly be a source of chaos in his world. Yet, one thing became clear. Her appearance bore many similarities to humanity, albeit with a hint of mixed heritage, a fusion of Eastern and Western features. Her lips quivered slightly, and it was then that Chu Ge regained his composure. Forgive my abruptness. You may don your veil again. I wish to ask you a few questions, if that is agreeable. The woman obediently replaced her veil, her blue eyes blinking at him before she nodded. Are there mountains and seas in this land? I surmise this hall is subterranean. Could you take me above ground? I wish to ascertain the celestial orientation. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chu Ge directly inquired, wishing only to clarify his surroundings. Is there an underground river? What of the sea? Indeed, the main hall is located underground. To be precise, we have always dwelled beneath the surface, for the conditions above are too harsh for our survival. The masked woman replied, her voice soft and melodic. Chu Ge refrained from praising her, as he gleaned several crucial pieces of information from her response. This was certainly not Earth, there was water present. And the surface environment was indeed inhospitable. The fact that they seldom ventured above suggested it was possible to do so, and Chu Ge resolved to explore. With the information he sought acquired, he turned to the elders behind him. May I ascend to the surface? Wherever the Lord desires to go is permissible. All here belongs to you. An elderly figure responded with a stooped posture. Chu Ge nodded, preparing to follow them to the surface passage, but noticed the elderly ones moving slowly, clearly hindered by their age. You elders need not accompany me. Your limbs may not serve you well. Kindly arrange for a younger individual to guide me instead. Yes, my lord. Yi Lan will escort you above ground. Be mindful of the time, and ensure the Lord's safety, the elder commanded with an air of authority. Understood. Chu Ge then realized that Yi Lan was the very woman who had just unveiled herself. Having spoken, she turned to lead the way deeper into the hall, with Chu Ge closely following. As they passed the kneeling throng, they parted to grant passage. Chu Ge furrowed his brow. Was the hierarchy here so rigid? But he dismissed the thought. Now was not the time for such concerns. After a lengthy journey, Chu Ge observed the hall, illuminated by the pulsating glow of energy orbs, and began to take in its features. Signs of artificial modification were evident, suggesting that natural caverns had been repurposed, resulting in a unique blend of crafted and natural formations. The light was dim, and he noted a lack of obvious sources of illumination. Perhaps fire was absent here? Or was there a deficit of oxygen? Yet, he felt no symptoms of suffocation. Drawing in a deep breath through his nose, a faint scent of rust wafted into his nostrils, while everything else seemed unremarkable. This was truly bizarre, he thought. The floor of the hall was smooth, with colossal rock sculptures lining the edges. He paused to admire the intricate craftsmanship, though the subjects of the sculptures eluded his comprehension. Chaotic depictions of wild beasts and warriors, all towering at approximately 5 meters in height. Noticing that the veiled woman had also halted, she stood behind him with her arms crossed over her chest, her head slightly bowed. Are these sculptures of your making? Do the creatures depicted here reflect reality or mere imagination? The sculptures have been passed down from ancient times. As for the beasts you mention, I regret to inform you, my lord, that we have never encountered them, so I cannot answer your subsequent inquiries. She replied. Chu Ge nodded, and they continued onward. The masked woman led him to a set of stairs, and as he looked up, he saw the steps dimly illuminated, obscuring his view. Following her ascent, he too climbed the stairs. After about 10 minutes of climbing, they finally arrived at a spacious area, flanked by rows of armed guards. Observing the weapons they bore, Chu Ge contemplated their significance. They appeared to be iron, reminiscent of the cold weaponry era. Saint Maiden. The guards knelt, their voices unified in reverence. Chu Ge turned to the woman leading the way. She was the Saint Maiden? The title seemed rare on Earth, particularly in China, where only certain ethnic groups appeared to use it. He recalled that there was an abundance of information regarding Saint Maidens in regions such as West Asia, South Asia, and some Western nations. He is our Lord. Open the gates. Yes, the guards responded respectfully, rising to prepare for the opening of the doors. Chu Ge distinctly sensed their astonishment upon hearing the woman reference him as Lord. He remained perplexed by the meaning of this title. The sound of heavy mechanisms grinding interrupted his thoughts as he looked up. The towering metallic door gleamed in a resplendent golden hue. He could not discern its material, but the luster evoked thoughts of gold. A door of gold? How ostentatious! Yet, he reconsidered. Perhaps gold was as common as dirt in this realm. The door stood nearly 10 meters tall, with small rotating platforms on either side, each mounted with 6 metal rods. The guards, 6 to a group, strained to turn the rods. Beneath, there likely existed a mechanism, and as the platforms rotated, the great door began to creak open, allowing a long-lost beam of light to flood in, illuminating the area as bright as day. The guards ceased their efforts and retreated, seemingly wary of the sudden light. Chu Ge squeezed through the opening and sprinted outside. My lord, be cautious. Outside, the Saint Maiden's anxious shout echoed behind him. But he paid it no heed, rushing forward. In the next instant, he experienced the sharp sting of reality. His exposed skin cracked at a visible rate, bursting forth. He felt as though he had been thrown into a vast furnace. And before his body could react, he rapidly withered and faded. Why didn't you warn me sooner? Just before collapsing, Chu Ge glimpsed the world beyond. The sky was an eerie shade of pink, and the landscape lay barren. Red deserts, ochre stones, and petrified lava flows. A massive celestial body hung in the sky, brilliant and majestic, appearing alarmingly close. What a colossal moon! Chu Ge murmured, his consciousness gradually blurring as exhaustion overcame him, and he drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 177. Mars. When Chu Ge awoke once more, daylight had fully arrived. He sat up abruptly, relieved to find himself in his own dormitory. Another inexplicable dream? He thought. System brother? Shut your trap. Chu Ge let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this fellow was still around. As he washed up, he began to voice his complaints. I have a question for you. Do you dream? Not that I indulge in such pastimes. Your genetic serum is ineffective. It has side effects. I've experienced the same dream twice in a row, and it's turned into a series. Chu Ge recalled the scenes from his dream and began to lament to the system. That's impossible. The data does not lie. If there are no side effects, then there are none. Oh, come on, data can lie too. Fundamentally, your data didn't just spring forth from the cracks of stones. By the way, how long will it take to modify this intermediate genetic serum? Let me see how long I need to refrain from intense exercise. Chu Ge changed the subject, realizing from the system's response that it genuinely had no knowledge of the dream. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Such inexplicable matters were not uncommon, and he decided to set it aside for now. It's not certain. The specific time is determined by the host's physical condition. The system data does not specify an exact time, though there is a maximum duration, up to a year. A year? Chu Ge was taken aback. So I have to base my estimations on this timeline? That shouldn't be necessary. The primary serum has already laid the groundwork for you. Even if it takes a year, it won't affect you later. Just refrain from any strenuous activities for 7 days, as the genetic serum undergoes a systematic transformation from the inside out, from genes and cells to organs and tissues. It becomes simpler over time. Oh, understood. You should have mentioned that earlier. Finally, Chu Ge relaxed and, after finishing his personal care, headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. As he collected his meal, he spotted Yin Tianhao and the others waving at him from a distance and walked straight over. Good morning, Academician Chu. It's been a while since I last saw you here. Wang Yin stood up hastily upon noticing Chu Ge approaching. Good morning, good morning. Please sit down. Let us enjoy our meal while we chat. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Wang Yun discreetly observed Chu Ge as she ate, noting how shy he had become after a month apart. Chu Ge inquired about several recent work updates, and the group immediately became serious, responding with great detail as if delivering a formal report. Chu Ge nodded. These individuals no longer required his guidance and had begun to seek out tasks independently. Looking at Yin Tianhao, he suddenly recalled the last scene from his dream. Tianhao, may I ask you something? Which planet has a sky that appears pink due to its atmosphere? That would be Mars, often referred to as the red planet. Its surface is covered with hematite, iron oxide, giving it an overall reddish-orange appearance. The ground is strewn with reddish-brown sand, and with Mars frequently experiencing solar winds, large amounts of dust are suspended in the air. These dust particles scatter the red light in sunlight, resulting in a bizarre orange-red sky. Yin Tianhao answered without hesitation, as if this knowledge was imprinted in his mind. Chu Ge was momentarily taken aback by his response. Yin Tianhao's words prompted him to reconsider. Initially, he believed the color to be due to the atmosphere, but now it seemed more likely a result of atmospheric scattering, similar to Earth, where the blue sky is due to the scattering of sunlight by atmospheric molecules and airborne dust. After parting ways with Yin Tianhao and the others, Chu Ge hurried back to his office. Needing to look up some information, upon filling his computer screen with high-definition images of Mars, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Shaking his head, he leaned back in his chair, his left hand resting on his forehead as he began to scrutinize the images seriously. One high-definition photo of Mars's surface after another flashed before his eyes, and he felt they closely resembled the landscapes from his dream, compounded by Yin Tianhao's earlier remarks. Chu Ge became increasingly convinced that it was indeed Mars. After much deliberation, he found it implausible that he had ventured beyond the solar system. Mars? Impossible. This planet had yet to reveal any signs of life. Could it be a misunderstanding? Was it a planet yet undiscovered by us? That seemed challenging. With so little information, it was hard to ascertain. Sighing, he ultimately decided to let it go, unwilling to waste more time on the matter. Perhaps it was merely a dream after all. For now, in his plans, the moon was the first destination. As for the second, he had not yet decided, but perhaps he could swing by Mars. It was not too far in the solar system. Moreover, of the 8 planets within the solar system, Mars was the most mysterious, confirmed by scientists as the most likely to harbor life. Considering the maximum speed of the space carrier, the journey from Earth to Mars would take just over 80 minutes at maximum distance, and possibly only a few minutes at minimum distance. Resolute, Chu Ge resumed his plans for the lunar base in November. The north gradually transitioned into winter, and the weather turned cooler. Chu Ge began researching the artificial intelligence system for the industrial base at his own pace. While he was engrossed in inputting programming commands, the phone on his desk rang. "Xiao Chu, come to my office quickly. The Kunping-class carrier aircraft is ready for testing." "All right, I'll be right there." Chu Ge hung up the phone and dashed towards Academician Chen's office. Since the National Day holiday, it had been over a month. The aircraft should be ready for delivery. The aircraft factory had proven reliable, producing it on scheduled. As Chu Ge rushed downstairs, Captain Gong and the others greeted him with curious looks. "Captain Gong, prepare yourselves. We might be heading to the Air Force Base." After leaving that remark, Chu Ge sprinted off. "Wow, Captain. Have you noticed that Academician Chu has quite the stamina? I feel like he runs faster than you." "Really? I hadn't noticed. Perhaps I should challenge him next time. But I find that hard to believe. Academician Chu is a genius around here. He surely wouldn't excel in physical prowess or combat." Captain Gong remarked, pointing to his head, implying that in a battle of wits, Chu Ge would undoubtedly be outmatched. However, when it came to physical fitness, this former all-round warrior of the Northern Military District would certainly not back down. Chu Ge arrived at Academician Chen's office and caught his breath before knocking and entering. This took Academician Chen by surprise. "Xiao Chu, you're quite fast. Haha, youth and vigor. What is the status of that carrier aircraft?" Chu Ge hardly had time to focus on such details, his mind solely fixated on the carrier aircraft, eager for it to excel in combat. Chapter 178. Carrier aircraft testing. The military just called. The carrier aircraft will arrive in Yinjing today and will be temporarily stationed at the Yinjing Air Force Base. Originally, it was supposed to be assigned to the naval aviation in a coastal city. But considering both the pilots and you are in Yinjing, it was arranged to come here instead. The carrier aircraft was transported overland. The military didn't want it flown directly here. Accompanying it was a testing team and a support team from the aircraft factory. Academician Chen wasted no time and divulged all he knew without waiting for Chu Ge to inquire. "When will it arrive?" "It should be just about there. The pilots who were training here have already gone to receive the equipment." Upon hearing this, Chu Ge was ready to bolt. "Xiao Chu, slow down. The military specifically requested you to be present. If you don't show up, they want to even unveil it for you. Why are you so impatient?" Chu Ge had already dashed off, not hearing Academician Chen's words behind him. He was eager to see the carrier aircraft. Based on his previous progress reports, he envisioned the carrier aircraft would be spectacular, dreamlike in its allure. Upon reaching the Research Institute's entrance, Captain Gong and the others were already prepared. Once Chu Ge got in the vehicle, the convoy headed straight for the Air Force Base. The thunderous roar of fighter jets taking off filled the air. Chu Ge knew they had arrived at their destination. After getting out of the car, he frequently looked up at the sky. The close-range takeoffs of the fighter jets were quite imposing, and Chu Ge relished this sensation. "Academician Chu, is this your first time at our Air Force Base?" As Chu Ge was lost in admiration, a group of soldiers in blue Air Force uniforms approached, with Commander Li of the Yinjing base speaking. "Hello, Commander Li." Chu Ge recognized the rank insignia. "Oh? Academician Chu, Kenai? How did you know it was me? If I recall correctly, this is our first meeting. Captain Gong introduced you to me on the way here. And I noticed your rank is the highest here. Haha. Haha. Chu Ge's candidness elicited laughter from Commander Li and others. "Come on, Academician Chu. The pilots are eager to see the new carrier aircraft. We've kept it under wraps, just waiting for you to unveil it." "Great." Commander Li's words resonated with Chu Ge's sentiments, and under his guidance, they headed toward the base's hangar. "Academician Chu, I've never seen the aircraft either. I asked the engineers at the factory, but they gave me vague answers." "It is quite mysterious," asked the designer. "Could you describe it?" As they walked, Commander Lee turned back to inquire directly. You'll see it soon. You're even more impatient than I am. I have a general idea of its shape in my mind. But there's a difference between that and the actual model. I'm just as eager to see it. Oh, what about its name? We need to settle on a name for this new model. Right? This question caught Chu Ge off guard. They had expedited the production of the carrier aircraft, yet he hadn't thought of a name. Well, I'll need to report back to the leadership about that. It's not urgent. We just produced the prototype, after all. Commander Lee nodded and then shook his head as he walked along the way, causing Chu Ge to suspect that he was concocting names on the spot. By the time Chu Ge arrived at the hangar, a considerable number of people had already gathered, including several outstanding pilots from the Aviation Corps, among them Wang Wei. The base guards and ground technicians saluted Commander Lee upon his arrival. And after returning the gesture, he pulled Chu Ge forward. Look who has come today. Academician Chu? No, I mean Colonel Chu. Wang Wei was the first to exclaim, Salute. Everyone promptly saluted again in unison. It seems you are not in a hurry. Do you intend to keep saluting until nightfall? Chu Ge jested after returning the salute. Haha, open the hangar door. Yes, as the hangar door slowly opened, Chu Ge and the others walked inside, where the carrier-based aircraft of the Aerospace mothership lay quietly, still draped in camouflage netting. Academician Chu, according to protocol, you must unveil this cover. Chu Ge nodded and walked over, grasping one end of the camouflage net. He turned to look at the crowd, whose eyes were wide with anticipation. Chu Ge felt that if he hesitated any longer, he might get scolded. With a swift motion, he lifted the net completely, revealing the sleek, black-painted body of the carrier-based aircraft to everyone's gaze, prompting Commander Lee and the others to gather closer. Upon observing the aircraft, Chu Ge noted that nothing could compare to the visual impact of a real machine. The aircraft's overall design leaned towards a flattened structure, with its diamond-shaped body appearing more compact, and combined with its paint scheme, it indeed possessed a striking aesthetic. Compared to conventional fighter jets, the layout of the Aerospace mothership was markedly different. The front half took on a W shape, with the pilot's cockpit positioned towards the rear, whereas modern fighter jets typically place their cockpits at the front near the wings, followed by the radar dome. The two winglets on either side resembled the two edges of the W, slanting forward to embrace the cockpit. The tops of the winglets were equipped with electromagnetic cannon launch ports. After circling around, Commander Lee stood beside Chu Ge. Academician Chu, why do I feel like this aircraft is missing something? It lacks an air intake, Chu Ge replied. But it doesn't run on fuel. What need is there for an air intake? Commander Lee suddenly understood, slapping his forehead in amazement. This carrier-based aircraft is nothing like our modern planes. I've been viewing it from the perspective of traditional fighter jets. I'll need to adjust my mindset moving forward. Commander Lee, are we ready to proceed with the tests? Chu Ge asked, noticing that everyone had finished their observations. Yes, indeed. We are pressed for time. Yu Gong. Follow the previous protocol and initiate the testing phase. Understood. An engineer stepped forward, signaling his assistants to begin the final inspections of the carrier-based aircraft. Another engineer approached the pilots. Pilots, please follow me. I need to input your personal data into the aircraft's onboard system so that you may operate it. Yes, Wang Wei and the others replied excitedly, having awaited this moment. Once the engineers confirmed that the aircraft was in good condition, the ground crew entered, preparing to tow the aircraft out. According to protocol, ground tests of the aircraft engines were required first. At this stage, Chu Ge and the others could not remain on site. But once the ground testing was completed, the aircraft would directly enter the flight test phase. Commander Lee led Chu Ge and the others directly to the base's control tower. On the way, Commander Lee displayed immense interest in the carrier-based aircraft, continually inquiring about various aspects. Academician Chu, does this aircraft require a password? Why must it match with our pilots? No, it isn't a password. It's more akin to identity recognition. How can I explain this? Oh, right. Have you seen ancient costume dramas? In those, divine swords often require blood to recognize their owner. It is somewhat similar. However, in our case, it's not blood, but rather facial and voice recognition. Once the identity is verified, only that individual may operate the aircraft unless the previous data is erased and re-entered. Commander Lee nodded in understanding, and as they conversed, they arrived at the Air Force Base's control tower. This was Chu Ge's first visit, and he found the facilities quite intriguing. After a brief tour, Chu Ge gazed through the glass at the distant tarmac, where rows of fighter jets stood, reigniting a long-lost fervor within him. Chapter 179. Carrier-based aircraft testing 2. The flight testing of the carrier-based aircraft required a specialized team. Academician Chu, I brought you here because the view is much better. You can visually monitor our carrier-based aircraft. I've arranged the data testing team in the base's operations hall. Does that work for you? Commander Lee remarked, noticing Chu Ge's keen interest in the location. That works perfectly, Commander Lee. We are merely bystanders. A vantage point with a good view is ideal for observing. The rest can be left to them. Commander Lee smiled and nodded in agreement. After inputting their identity information, Wang Wei and the others were escorted to a small conference room where factory engineers would provide them with final explanations. I trust that, given your exceptional training, you are all well-versed in the operational procedures of the carrier-based aircraft. Since this aircraft has not yet been officially mass-produced, its name has yet to be determined. However, for testing purposes, we have provisionally assigned these 3 aircraft the designations Phylong 1, 2, and 3. The test manual indicates your aircraft numbers, so be careful not to mix them up if you board the wrong aircraft. Be wary of being ejected by the Phylong, the engineers concluded with a joke, evoking laughter from the pilots. Well, that's all for now. The ground tests are still ongoing. Someone will come to summon you shortly. Lastly, I wish you all great success in your flight tests. After the engineers departed, the group of elite pilots remained in the conference room, exchanging glances. Wang Wei, have you settled the score with that Ichiro from the island nation? Not yet. It's currently 2. Wang Wei felt a surge of frustration at the memory of the opposing team's provocative demeanor, nearly losing his composure to retaliate. Academician Chu suggests we familiarize ourselves for 3 days. And after that, we can take the Phylong to teach that a lesson. You can have your fun with him then, someone chimed in. Haha. The pilots erupted in laughter. He is not a woman, but I have thought of something. I could invite him to experience the delights of our new aircraft, Wang Wei jested. The pilots became animated, discussing various aerial tactical maneuvers. Hours passed, and just as Wang Wei and the others were becoming impatient, they were finally notified that they could proceed with the flight tests. Wang Wei was the first to dash out as they reached the runway, where engineers were conducting final checks beside the carrier-based aircraft. All other training operations at the base had been cancelled, and the airspace was now reserved solely for them, allowing for various maneuvers. The head of the testing group introduced. Wang Wei and the others nodded. Beginning to circle the carrier-based aircraft, still adjusting to its peculiar design. Gradually, more ground personnel and pilots from the base gathered around. Old Fu, why is it that the carrier-based aircraft of the Aerospace mothership is being flown by those from the Naval Air Force? Isn't this an affront to our Air Force? Or are they deliberately trying to provoke us? Chu Ge, a top-tier Air Force pilot known for confronting the naval counterparts over their frequent training sessions with the island nation, expressed his discontent. Gongzi, there must be a reason for such arrangements. Rest assured, as a top-tier pilot, you will surely have your place in the future carrier-based aircraft fleet. Although reassuring, he still felt uneasy. But what's with this new fighter jet design? It doesn't even have an air intake, and that black color scheme is rather odd. I prefer our silver gray paint. While this aircraft's shape is quite sci-fi, sometimes excessive pursuit of technology leads one astray. Oh, when did Gongzi develop such awareness? You should take it easy. This is the carrier-based aircraft developed by Academician Chu. Just keep your titanium alloy eyes peeled. I bet this aircraft will be extraordinary, a fellow pilot retorted to Chu Ge. Indeed, I share your sentiment. The aerodynamic layout, engine, and weapon systems of this fighter seem quite different from our current models, and those are merely the external features. Moreover, as Su Yingjie mentioned earlier, anything produced by Academician Chu is bound to be exceptional. He has become a legend within the military, therefore, I cast my vote for Su Yingjie. After observing the carrier-based aircraft intently for a while, Fu Lei finally spoke up. Old Fu, you, meanwhile, on Wang Wei's side. All the inspection work had been completed, and they were ready to board the aircraft. The carrier-based aircraft could accommodate a maximum of 3 people, depending on mission requirements. Today's initial test would focus on its flight speed. Maneuverability, supermaneuverability, and overload protection, essential tests. Hence, each aircraft required only 1 pilot, as the aircraft's comprehensive handling capabilities were more than sufficient for a single operator. Alright, that's all. You can experience it in the air. Board the aircraft. With a command from the test director, the ground crew swiftly began preparations for the pilot's boarding. Wang Wei instantly perked up. He turned to observe the onlookers not far away and raised his hand. Chu Ge, standing nearby, noticed and leaped in excitement. Hey, Lao Fu, Is that guy being provocative? What's so miraculous about it? He's forgotten to wear his G-suit. I reckon he'll be back after just one circle. Perhaps this aircraft doesn't even require a G-suit. What? Impossible! The gathered crowd was engaged in lively discussion as Wang Wei had already taken his seat in the cockpit. Hello, Filong number 1. Welcome aboard. Facial recognition complete. Wang Wei, Captain of the Southeast Theater Naval Aviation. Please repeat your rank. Wang Wei, Captain of the Southeast Theater Naval Aviation. Slightly bewildered, Wang Wei was taken aback despite having prepared for this moment. The synthetic voice mimicking human speech was surprising. Identity verification complete. Please sit upright. The cockpit canopy is about to close, and the life support system will commence a safety self-check. As the transparent canopy descended, Wang Wei felt several air currents begin to circulate around him. The elastic tubular seatbelt, which was partially open at the legs and waist, began to automatically tighten, securing him firmly in place. Wang Wei shifted slightly, finding it comfortably snug. He recognized this as the new anti-G device for the carrier-based aircraft. The air current served two purposes: maintaining respiration and replacing high-altitude compensatory suits. Comrade Wang Wei, Filong number 1 is ready for test flight. A friendly reminder. The current aircraft livery is black. Do you wish to proceed with this color scheme? No. Change it to Huaxia red. Livery change complete. Filong number 1 promptly responded. Start the main and auxiliary engines. Let's initiate a vertical takeoff. Yes, Captain Wang Wei. Chapter 180. Carrier-based aircraft test 3. Wang Wei felt the aircraft begin to vibrate gently, and the scenery around him gradually descended. He realized this was the auxiliary engine engaging. The carrier-based aircraft was ascending vertically. The next moment, Wang Wei's body was thrust backward as the plane accelerated sharply. Climbing steeply into the sky, the base's flight control tower, Commander Li, holding binoculars, stood momentarily agape before regaining his composure. He lowered the binoculars and turned to look at Chu Ge. Chu, academician, can this carrier-based aircraft really change its livery automatically? Indeed, it's a nano-programmable paint. You can change colors based on your mood. It can even produce vibrant hues and stealth coatings in mere seconds. Commander Li, too engrossed in the sight, turned back to search for the 3 carrier-based aircraft once more. In stark contrast to Commander Li's astonishment, Chu Ge was so taken aback that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He pointed at the empty runway and turned to face Fu Lei. Lao Fu, this is just too damn cool. This aircraft can even change its paint scheme automatically. Just look at the 3 colors the naval aviation has chosen. They are deliberately trying to outshine us. I truly regret not seeking out Commander Li earlier. After saying this, Chu Ge pounded his chest in frustration, shaking his head vigorously. Gongzi, your focus is rather peculiar. Don't you think the takeoff's momentum is even more impressive? It has auxiliary engines that allow for directional adjustments. The speed of this takeoff is astonishing. I've studied the F-35B vertical takeoff and landing fighter from the Americans and the Harrier from Britain. Their speeds can't compare to this. Moreover, the aircraft maintains such excellent posture. The entire takeoff sequence flows seamlessly. How on earth did they manage this in such a short time? Fu Lei exclaimed, his normally composed demeanor cracking, revealing his excitement. They were unaware that this carrier-based aircraft was equipped with an automated voice intelligence system. With the exterior already garnering such attention, one could only imagine what the interior must be like. It drove him mad with anticipation. Where had those kids flown off to? They should return so he could indulge his curiosity once more. Chu Ge, on tiptoe, craned his neck to see, while Fu Lei surveyed the scene and realized everyone had adopted the same stance, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. High above, Wang Wei had joined the other 2 carrier-based aircraft. He glanced left and right. To his left was a sky blue livery, and to his right a bright yellow one. Prompting him to chuckle, Filong number 1, establish squadron communications, connect to Filong number 2 and number 3. Yes, Captain Wang Wei. Soon, Filong number 1 reported that the squadron communication was established. I must say, number 2 and number 3, your colors are rather flamboyant. Be careful not to get scolded by the base leaders, and why color is the true classic. Who cares? Let them scold us. I've had my fill of excitement today. Number 2, you're sticking with me from now on. Anyone who tries to claim it will face my wrath. I'm off to explore the cosmos with it. Number 2 has a point. I think the same way that we've circled around. Should we head back to base? We can't keep our Air Force brothers waiting too long. Almost forgot. Number 3, I've noticed you're quite the rascal, but I like it. Haha. Wang Wei was at a loss for words with these two. 2 out of 3 votes had already been cast, and he had no choice but to go along with the flow. All right, on the way back, let's experiment with a few tactical maneuvers, then conduct a base-wide formation. Sounds good. In the azure sky, the 3 carrier-based aircraft, adorned in red, yellow, and blue, streaked towards the Air Force Base, casting long shadows behind them. An awe-inspiring sight. At the Air Force Base, Chu Ge had been pacing in circles, having lost sight of the 3 aircraft after their departure. They're back. A sudden wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Chu Ge sprang to his feet as the 3 carrier-based aircraft approached in a diagonal formation, and in the blink of an eye, they were right before the spectators, only to vanish from sight once more. What the heck? These rascals, just wait until they land. Oh, that speed must be at least Mach 3. Before Chu Ge could finish his lament, Fule interrupted him unexpectedly, leaving Chu Ge's hand frozen mid-air for a moment. Lao Fu, what did you just say? If my calculations are correct, their previous speed must have reached at least Mach 3. As Fule concluded his statement, the sound of the 3 carrier-based aircraft tearing through the air resonated once more, and in an instant, they flew back, akin to mischievous children peeking out from home before retreating again. This is confirmed. My goodness, no one can stop me. I'm going to find the commander. In the control tower, Chu Ge was being interrogated by Commander Li. Academician Chu, it's no wonder that neither the manufacturer nor the military is willing to discuss the performance and data of this carrier-based aircraft. You've given me an immense surprise. Finally, Commander Li set down his binoculars, turning to Chu Ge, who was still fixated on the radar, tracking the aircraft's real-time speed. I suspect the military fears you might get into another scuffle. Chu Ge looked up, smiling as he responded to Commander Li. Haha, I've made my decision. From now on, any new equipment developed by Academician Chu is fair game. Steal it first. Ask questions later. That doesn't concern me. Feel free to steal away, Commander. Chu Ge laughed. Their speed has decreased. They are likely preparing to land. Shall we step outside for some fresh air? Absolutely. The two exchanged pleasantries before departing the tower, heading toward the runway. Upon reaching the runway, Wang Wei and the others had already landed. With the auxiliary engines, who would bother with a conventional landing? All were performing vertical takeoffs and landings. Chu Ge suddenly realized that the wheels on those aircraft might soon be relegated to mere decoration. He pondered the possibility of replacing the traditional wheeled landing gear on future models with a support rod style. Such a change might save some costs. After all, these carrier-based aircraft were not inexpensive. Chu Ge calculated that if this airborne mothership were fully equipped with 500 aircraft, the cost could be distributed somewhat, but even so, each aircraft would still cost over 2 billion Huaxia dollars. This price was significantly higher than that of the F-22. Fortunately, it was in Huaxia. Had this been in the United States, Chu Ge believed the carrier-based aircraft project would likely have collapsed under exorbitant costs. After disembarking, Wang Wei and his team continued to express their grievances to the testing personnel, complaining about being ordered to return to base after only flying for a little over half an hour. The responsible personnel repeatedly explained the necessity of conducting a comprehensive inspection of the aircraft before they could fly again. Chu Ge exchanged glances with Commander Li, both of them smiling. Don't blame them. I just can't fly. Otherwise, I would want to join in as well. Chu Ge shook his head helplessly. Academician Chu, have you forgotten the aircraft you designed? Do you really think this carrier-based aircraft requires such high piloting skills? The chief engineer from the manufacturing side, overhearing Chu Ge's lament, quickly stood up to remind him. Right? How could I forget that? It can just be set to fully automatic mode. I'll take care of the chatter. Haha, Commander Li, I'll join the next round with the pilots. Nonsense. Academician Chu, you should stay grounded. If Chen Lao and the top leaders found out, I'd be in serious trouble. Chapter 181. This carrier-based aircraft is not cheap. Chu Ge felt a fleeting joy, albeit reluctantly nodding in agreement. Wang Wei and his team, seeing that the testing personnel remained unmoved, gave up their attempts to pressure them and turned to notice Chu Ge and Commander Li. Hastily approaching to greet them, Commander Li, Academician Chu, how are you? How is the carrier-based aircraft performing? Chu Ge inquired with a smile. Academician Chu, I formally request to join the carrier-based aircraft team. From now on, Phylong number 1 will be my partner. Me too. Me too. Wang Wei and several others expressed their fondness for the carrier-based aircraft in their own way. Chu Ge observed them with a smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Well, you all need to return to your units to apply. The Air Force has already commenced training, And since the carrier-based aircraft has just been developed, you've missed the initial opportunity. Once it is officially finalized, I believe the military will open registrations for you, Chu Ge replied candidly, while several test pilots gazed at him with eager eyes, making it difficult for him to refuse. All right. Academician Chu is as busy as a spinning top. As for you all, just apply through your base later. The official documents have yet to be finalized. Commander Lee timely intervened to ease the situation for Chu Ge. I've reviewed your flight trajectories and noted some tactical maneuvers executed in real combat. How does it feel? I'm referring to both the aircraft's performance and your physical responses. Noticing that everyone had calmed down, Chu Ge posed some pertinent questions regarding the tests. The tactical maneuvers for conventional fighter jets are too simple for them. As for our physical responses, there are no abnormalities. We experienced no blackouts or dizziness from high-speed lateral overload, and the flying sensation is exceptionally good, Wang Wei replied, glancing at his two teammates, who nodded in agreement. That's reassuring. The carrier-based aircraft does not require overly tactical maneuvers. You can attempt to grasp the concepts and allow the intelligence system to execute them. If the performance exceeds the aircraft's capacity, the system will automatically adjust to restore the original state, so you need not worry about that. And below the stratosphere, your maximum speed must not exceed Mach 10. Not because the aircraft cannot handle it, but because I'm concerned about your capacity as pilots. This should be outlined in your previous training manuals. Just follow that. Chu Ge concluded with a reminder for the pilots to prioritize safety. Initially, he felt that these values were somewhat conservative, but the military insisted on prioritizing safety. Moreover, these parameters were sufficient within the atmosphere, so he chose not to press the issue further. Yes, Academician Chu. We will adhere to the regulations outlined in the flight manual. Rest assured. All right, continue to bond with it. Remember, I only give you 3 days. After 3 days, I will return to observe your performance at the Combat Command Center. Understood. Wang Wei and the others saluted in unison. After returning the gesture, Chu Ge turned to Commander Lee. Commander, I have other matters at the Research Institute, so I will take my leave. We shall meet again in 3 days. Very well, Academician Chu. I'll see you off. No need. Go check on your soldiers. I feel as if their gazes might devour you. Haha, Chu Ge chuckled as he spoke to Commander Lee, who turned to glance at Chu Ge and the others, shaking his head. All right then, soldiers are not too particular about details. See you in 3 days, Academician Chu. Chu Ge nodded and followed Captain Gong and the others toward the convoy. He couldn't accompany the pilots during the 3 days of test flights. He merely wished to observe the physical form of his carrier-based aircraft. After that, he would return to continue his drawings. Upon returning to the Research Institute, Chu Ge did not immediately head to his office, but instead hurried to Academician Chen's office. Academician Chen appeared quite surprised upon seeing Chu Ge. Xiao Chu, it's already noon. Why are you rushing back? Commander Lee is rather stingy. He should at least let you have a meal first. Academician Chen? It was my insistence to return. Are you heading to lunch? Let's walk and talk. All right. Academician Chen readily agreed. Xiao Chu, how did the test flight of the carrier-based aircraft go? Academician Chen inquired anxiously as they stepped outside. I believe there are no issues. We can prepare to place an order with the assembly unit, of course. We still need to wait for the test data from the factory. So, Xiao Chu, what do you estimate the cost of the carrier-based aircraft to be? The assembly unit would like to have a clearer understanding. Has the factory not informed the assembly unit? Chu Ge asked, somewhat puzzled. He initially preferred not to discuss this with Academician Chen, fearing he might become overwhelmed. The factory hardly had the time to manage such details. The military's orders were urgent, and they mobilized all resources to expedite the production of these prototypes. Only after finalization, based on production quantities, could the factory ascertain the specific unit cost. Academician Chen had to explain to Chu Ge some processes regarding military factories, noting that research and development costs are ultimately distributed across each aircraft's cost. Therefore, the factory could not provide a specific quote at the moment. The usual procedure involved project initiation, funding applications, research and development, finalization, and actual cost analysis. Approximately, around 2.2 to 2.5 billion Huaxia yuan, I suppose. Per aircraft? Yes, per aircraft. Academician Chen fell silent for a moment. After they finished their meal, Chu Ge quickly began to indulge, while urging Academician Chen to eat. However, Academician Chen remained motionless with his chopsticks. Xiao Chu, how many aircraft are planned in the carrier-based aircraft program? 500 aircraft. Can the carrier-based mothership accommodate that many? Are you joking? It could fit even more. I'm not laying them out on a single level. We have 3 levels of hangars. As Chu Ge continued to munch on his chicken leg. He kept teasing Academician Chen, who fell silent. Later, when recalling the incident, Chu Ge vaguely remembered that Academician Chen spent the day in a daze, not eating a single bite. Chu Ge quickly finished his meal, wiped his mouth and prepared to leave. Xiao Chu, why are you eating so fast? Don't rush off. Our carrier-based aircraft is about to enter service and needs a proper name, right? Think about it on your way back. Academician Chen finally remembered an important matter. Me again? I actually think Feilong is quite good. All right then. I'll think it over once more. Academician Chen adopted a serious expression, and Chu Ge immediately yielded. After returning, Chu Ge promptly forgot about the matter, as his latest obsession was with his beloved moon's sister. 3 days swiftly passed, and today, Chu Ge woke up early, taking great care in his appearance before heading to the Air Force Base. He placed great importance on the carrier-based aircraft's inaugural appearance at sea. The convoy arrived at the base punctually, where Commander Li and the others were already waiting. Chu Ge wondered how they managed to time everything so precisely. After a warm handshake, Commander Li led the group toward the base's combat command hall. Not far away, on the airport runway, Wang Wei and the others were already standing beside the carrier-based aircraft. With test personnel conducting pre-flight checks, an unchanging procedure, the sun of Yinjing had just begun to rise, heralding the onset of a maritime and aerial contest in the Crimson Dawn. Chapter 182. Deployment. Chu Ge followed Commander Li into the base's combat command hall. As he surveyed the scene, he felt it bore resemblance to the rocket launch command centers he had seen on television, with rows of computer screens before him. The central feature was a comprehensive information display screen, showcasing real-time data regarding the surrounding airspace. The Feilong squadron was making final preparations for takeoff. Academician Chu, let's wait a moment. All right, no rush. Chu Ge and Commander Li found an available spot to sit. Chu Ge's gaze was fixed on the information displayed on the screen directed toward the sea. The area appeared tranquil, devoid of any military aircraft intelligence apart from passing commercial flights on the base runway. Wang Wei and the others had already entered the cockpit. After the ground crew conducted a final check for the pilots, they exited the area. Following identity verification, Wang Wei and the others powered up the carrier-based aircraft engines. After a brief pause, the 3 aircraft took off sequentially, quickly disappearing from view. Feilong number 2 and number 3, please note that we have all adopted a silver-gray low-detectability paint scheme. The Southeast Sea Aviation Base will first dispatch a 4-aircraft formation for patrol, and we will follow closely behind them. Let's not scare the pilots from the island nation. Keep it low-key and avoid revealing capabilities that need not be exposed. Let's just use speed to overwhelm them. Feilong number 2 received. Feilong number 3 received. Soon, the 3 carrier-based aircraft reached the offshore area, with the azure sea stretching beneath Wang Wei's feet. He leaned forward to take a peek and smiled. This was his familiar environment. Lieutenant Wang Wei, the command aircraft request communication. Establish connection, Feilong Squadron. This is the KJ-500A early warning aircraft from the Southeast Theater. The JJ-16 formation from the Southeast Base is patrolling 50 kilometers northeast of your position. We will provide you with the latest aerial dynamics from the rear. Stay safe. Over. Feilong Squadron received. Thank you to the early warning comrades. We will first rendezvous with our teammates. Goodbye. Goodbye. After severing the communication, Wang Wei summoned his teammates to fly toward the airspace occupied by the JJ-16 formation. At this moment, the JJ-16 formation was cruising at altitude, with no active search radar deployed, relying on the early warning aircraft as their eyes. They were quietly awaiting the arrival of their mysterious allies. Hasn't Wang Wei's team been gone for quite some time? I heard they're assisting in the test flights of the new fighter. Do you think we're getting new equipment again? It should be the carrier-based aircraft from the Aerospace mothership. Even a child could guess that they went to Academician Chu's place. The two continued their conversation, oblivious to the fact that the Feilong Squadron was already tailing them. Feilong Squadron, maintain your current distance from the JJ-16 team ahead, and accompany them on a patrol for now, waiting for the arrival of the island nation's fighter jets. O2 received. I say 01. We are essentially here to serve as bodyguards for JJ-16. What's wrong with being bodyguards? It merely highlights our formidable military strength. Perhaps they should be the ones guarding you instead. Aren't you feeling awkward about that? Wang Wei's retort left 02 speechless. The island nation's Air Force Base. A piercing alarm echoed as Koizumi Aikir hastily donned his helmet and sprinted towards the tarmac. By the time he arrived, the ground crew was already in position, and he climbed the ladder to enter the cockpit. Major Koizumi, the aircraft inspection is complete. Everything is normal. You are cleared for takeoff. After signaling, Koizumi Ikir slowly lowered the cockpit canopy. Base, Koizumi Squadron is ready, requesting clearance to enter the runway. Approved. Koizumi Squadron, be advised, a formation of 7 unidentified fighter jets is approaching from the direction of Dilly Island. The base orders your team to join forces with Sasaki Squadron to assess the situation. The early warning aircraft is already positioned in the relevant airspace. Exercise caution. Over. Received. Koizumi Ikir removed his headset and switched to team communication mode. Once all preparations were complete, he began maneuvering the aircraft out of the tarmac. Unidentified fighter jet formation? It's clearly a squadron of Huaxia fighters. IT feels like a daily drill, and today they VE sent 7 more. Those foolish Huaxians always think they can overwhelm us with sheer numbers. Captain Koizumi, are we deploying the F-35 today with 2 squadrons? We will surely make them regret their decisions. Do not underestimate them. There are skilled pilots among Huaxia S ranks, and their JJ-20 stealth fighters hold an advantage in close-range engagements. Koizumi Ikir recalled the Huaxia pilot he had previously faced, knowing that the opponent's skill was on par with his own. Alright, take off in sequence. After takeoff, assemble in the 223 airspace and head towards the designated maritime area. The airborne early warning aircraft will provide us with intelligence, and the squadron must refrain from activating their radar indiscriminately to avoid revealing our positions. After Koizumi Ikir finished speaking, he lowered the headset and gestured to the nearby wingman before resuming communication with the control tower. Upon receiving clearance, he donned the headset once more on the runway. 2 F-35s began to accelerate, swiftly lifting off at a 45-degree angle into the sky, followed closely by the subsequent fighter jets. They had been performing this routine daily, verifying, intercepting, and escorting. Koizumi Ikir thought that if such operations became the norm, they would no longer need training or breaks, and the mere thought of it made him grit his teeth in frustration. Today, they must show them a thing or two. However, it was strange. He hadn't encountered that Huaxia pilot named Wang Wei in quite some time. Wang Wei, I hope you're around today. We have yet to determine who is superior. Talking to himself, Koizumi Ikir's squadron swiftly reached the assembly airspace, and after merging with Sasaki Squadron, the 8 F-35s flew in combat formation straight towards the maritime incident area. Koizumi Squadron, you will arrive at the target airspace in 10 minutes. The targets are divided into 2 groups, one with 4 aircraft and another with 3. Exercise caution and identification. Koizumi Squadron receives. Sasaki Squadron receives. At the same time, within Wang Wei's cockpit, Phylong 1 began to emit alarms. Attention, Captain Wang Wei. 8 aircraft are rapidly approaching our airspace from the northeast. Database feedback indicates these 8 aircraft are F-35A stealth fighters. With 1 AWACS approximately 200 kilometers behind, Model E-3C. Special attention. An RC-135W reconnaissance aircraft is active 300 kilometers to the southeast. The system has detected that the RC-135W's radar signals are primarily concentrated in our current airspace. Its radar is operational and designed for reverse detection. This allows it to collect all electronic signals from our aircraft, including position, early warning, guidance, and radar frequency and working band technical parameters. The system has automatically classified it as a Level 1 threat and recommends initiating electronic attack suppression. Chapter 183, The Brave Prevail. Phylong 1's passive radar had briefly activated during the adversary's first scan. They likely already knew of our presence. Please make a decision promptly. The radar system has once again entered a silent period. Phylong 1 relayed a series of warning messages, instantly sharpening Wang Wei's focus. Phylong 1, how long until those 8 fighter jets encounter us? After a moment's consideration, Wang Wei inquired. At the current heading. Approximately 8 minutes. Good. Please connect me with the rear AWACS. Yes, Captain Wang Wei. Hello, Phylong Squadron. Hello, this is Phylong Squadron Phylong 1. I am Wang Wei. The island nation has dispatched 8 stealth fighters, likely F-35s, directly towards our airspace. F-35. This is bad. Our radar's detection capability against stealth fighters is quite weak, and the radar is currently unresponsive. Wait, how did you know? Did the ground-based early warning radar contact you directly? That's not important. You'll find out later. What I need to convey is that my aircraft will soon emit strong electromagnetic interference waves, which may damage some radar systems. Please ensure all reconnaissance radars are turned off immediately. JJ-16 formation, do not worry. We will look after them, over. Wang Wei glanced at the time, his speech accelerating involuntarily. AWACS received. After briefing the AWACS, Wang Wei arranged for Phylong 1 to contact the JJ-16 team ahead. Well, now we are both babysitters and bodyguards. Wang Wei shook his head in self-deprecation. Heading northeast, at an altitude of 8,000, JJ-16 Squadron. This is Wang Wei, behind you. Wang Wei, didn't you go to Yinjing? Why are you flying this way? The captain of the JJ-16 team inquired, somewhat surprised. SU-1. We can chat later. There's a bit of an urgent situation. The island nation currently has 8 F-35s heading your way, approximately, in about 5 minutes. You will encounter them. Wang Wei glanced at the friendly reminder from Phylong 1 on the screen. F-35? Damn. I should have flown the JJ-28. I don't know what the base is thinking today. Insisting we fly the JJ-16, that's not important. I'll take care of these F-35s. The reason I contacted you is to ensure you do not activate your radar. We will be conducting an electromagnetic interference operation across the entire airspace shortly to avoid friendly fire. No, we kept it off the entire time. The AWACS is watching over us, Yuan said, feeling something was slightly off, but unable to pinpoint it. It was undetectable before. It's probably even less detectable now. Wang Wei remarked, monitoring the time. He intended to wait until the right moment to turn off the lights, considering it a welcome gift for the island nation SE-3C and that RC-135W. Wang Wei, your speech is a bit disjointed today. I can hardly follow you. Haha, alright, there are 2 minutes left. I want to keep you. Stay safe. Also, prepare for a surprise shortly. After finishing, Wang Wei cut off the call. He needed to assign tasks to his squadron. Interference, ambush, and battlefield monitoring were not tasks he could handle alone. It would be overwhelming in the command room of the RC-135W at the U.S. Island Nation base. A flurry of activity ensued as Commander David Brown continuously issued orders while relaying real-time information back to headquarters. He felt busier than he had in quite some time. Be sure to collect electronic signals from the Huaxia fighters. The island nation SF-35s are about to rendezvous with them. In an instant, the combat command room screens abruptly went black, then uniformly changed to a blue standby display. What's happening? Report. It might be a radar malfunction. What do you mean might be? Quickly troubleshoot and restart the system. Yes. The operator nervously input commands, and half a minute later, he looked up at David, shaking his head helplessly. This is bizarre. Communication still functioning. Report, communication is normal. David snatched the headset and immediately attempted to contact headquarters, his instincts telling him that this was no mere malfunction. Koizumi Aikir and his team finally spotted the JJ-16 formation ahead. He gestured to his wingman and maneuvered to position himself at the side and rear of the JJ-16 formation, strategically placing himself for a potential attack. At an altitude of 8,000, at the 10 o'clock position. Huaxia fighters, please clarify your intentions for this flight. Koizumi Aikir had mastered this phrase in Mandarin. The other party did not respond, which irritated Koizumi Aikir. He glanced back, but did not see the 3 aircraft formation. Sasaki, it's strange. Didn't the AWACS report that there were 7 fighter jets on the other side? There are only 4 here. Where are the other 3? Why didn't the AWACS inform us of their positions in a timely manner? Koizumi Aikir expressed his growing unease, resisting the urge to activate the search radar for the umpteenth time. Koizumi Squadron, let us keep an eye on this 4 aircraft formation for now. I'll contact the AWACS to inquire about the situation. Understood. Just after they finished communicating, a voice came through Koizumi's headset. That person named Aikir there today? Wang Wei, now you've got it wrong. We've known each other for quite some time, and you still can't remember my name. Who considers you a friend? You may as well give up. I have no desire to return and face my grandfather's wrath. Enough with the nonsense. Let us commence. You arrogant Huaxia individuals, come at me. Upon finishing his statement, Ichiro Koizumi executed a swift roll and detached from his squadron, which had long since grown accustomed to his antics, maintaining their original course while keeping a watchful eye on the JJ-16 formation. Come at me? Are Huaxia people such cowards that they dare not show themselves? Are Yamato. Before Ichiro Koizumi could finish, he noticed a gray fighter jet had appeared beside him. Casually glancing over, he soon found his gaze fixated on the aircraft. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, this a new model from Huaxia? How could this be? Did they not just deploy the JJ-20A? How could another new aircraft emerge so soon? Just as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, the urgent voice of Captain Sasaki crackled through his earpiece. Major Koizumi, we are facing an emergency. The early warning aircraft has returned to base. It seems they have been subjected to an electronic attack, and all surveillance and search radars are rendered inoperative. Our headquarters advises caution. It appears Huaxia has set a trap for us. Ichiro Koizumi removed his earpiece and fixed a steely gaze upon Wang Wei's carrier-based aircraft. He decelerated, wishing to observe the plane closely, and when he glimpsed the underside of Phylong No. 1, he was once again taken aback. What in the world is this fighter jet? Such an unusual design. And that tail flame, why is it like that? Just as he was trying to comprehend it, Wang Wei had already maneuvered behind him, perfectly positioned for a cannon attack. Baka, those cunning Huaxia folks. Ichiro Koizumi began to execute various evasive maneuvers, employing afterburners and all manner of tricks, yet Wang Wei remained steadfastly on his tail. A sense of anxiety gripped Koizumi, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Forget it. I shall no longer play this game. It feels as though I am competing in intellect with a fool. With a sudden burst of speed, Phylong No. 1 vanished before Ichiro's eyes. How is this speed even possible? After a moment of stunned silence, Ichiro Koizumi decisively activated the search radar, opting to take a risk. His intense pride propelled him deeper into the abyss. Chapter 184. Stalling spin on Wang Wei's side. A surge of acceleration brought him alongside Su Wen's JJ-16 formation. Startled by Wang Wei's sudden maneuver, Su Wen was about to curse when he caught sight of Phylong No. 1, his eyes widening in astonishment, before he finally managed to utter, Wang Wei, Phylong, greet our allies. Wang Wei smiled and waved at Su Wen, while Phylong No. 1 performed an exaggerated roll, causing Su Wen's neck to twist as the carrier-based aircraft spun. Wang Wei seamlessly transitioned from Su Wen's right to his left, having calculated the distance with precision. Wang Wei had performed this maneuver before, yet this time he could discern every detail of Su Wen's expression. Su Wen, in turn, scrutinized Phylong No. 1, exclaiming, Wang Wei, is this our new model? Wow, it looks quite impressive. If only you would spin a few more times. I haven't had enough of it, yet. Oh, be precise. It was the Kunpeng-class carrier-based aircraft. Isn't it striking? The carrier-based squadron is about to recruit pilots. Are you interested, Su Wen? Absolutely. I must sign up immediately. My goodness. Wang Wei, there are 4 F-35s trailing closely behind us. One of them has activated its radar. Wang Wei, Su Wen interjected, as Phylong No. 1 chimed in. Who? Wang Wei queried. Is this carrier-based aircraft a two-seater? Su Wen, hearing Phylong's voice, was unable to discern that it was synthesized. The aircraft can accommodate up to 3 people, but what you just heard wasn't a human voice. It was Phylong No. 1's voice. Haha, an intelligent human-machine interface system. Enough talking. You all proceed with the planned patrol. The aircraft from the islands are our responsibility. Not done yet. I'll go deal with them. See you soon? Su Wen, okay, stay safe. We'll support you from the sidelines. Just as Su Wen finished, Phylong No. 1 surged forward, rapidly disappearing from sight. The 2 trailing F-35s, upon seeing this, accelerated in pursuit, though they were significantly slower. Wow, this speed is intriguing. Haha, Ichiro Koizumi closely followed behind Wang Wei, with his wingman beside him. Leader, how can this new Huaxia aircraft fly so fast? We can't keep using afterburners. The engines won't withstand it. The wingman's voice trembled with anxiety. Ichiro Koizumi did not respond, his focus fixated on Wang Wei's position on the radar, his expression fluctuating between seriousness and confusion. After a prolonged observation, he abruptly realized, Baka, these Huaxia people are toying with us. It's a race between the tortoise and the hare. Leader, what do you mean? What tortoise and hare? Ichiro Koizumi, disinterested in addressing the rookie, lamented the lack of critical thinking among the younger generation in the islands, who always expect others to feed them information. Sighing, he turned back to the radar display, only to be astounded to find the earlier fighter jet had vanished. Baka, where did the fighter go? Leader, I didn't notice either. As Ichiro Koizumi searched for Wang Wei, the latter had executed a grand maneuver, employing Phylong No. 1's exceptional agility and speed to ascend and flip to the rear, even changing its paint scheme to a stealth configuration. Wang Wei contemplated how to teach these islanders a lesson. Opening fire was impractical in this era of peace, unless they initiated hostilities or locked onto him with a fire control radar. Furthermore, if combat truly ensued, while his Phylong squadron could manage, the JJ-16 formation was still nearby. After leading Ichiro Koizumi in a circle, Wang Wei devised a plan. Phylong number 1, calculate the angle. Slice into their flight path at a diagonal from their horizontal axis at high speed. Level the aircraft, and then increase engine power to 80%, allowing them to savor a whiff of our prowess. Understood, Captain Wang. Phylong number 1 hesitated briefly before accelerating towards the 2 F-35s, completing the maneuver in a matter of seconds. In the blink of an eye, Phylong number 1 had soared past Ichiro Koizumi and disappeared ahead. It left with an air of elegance, while the remaining 2 F-35s found themselves in a precarious situation. The terrifying speed of Phylong number 1 immediately disrupted the airflow ahead and beside the two aircraft, creating a severe airflow separation effect above their wings. Under such circumstances, the two F-35s quickly entered a terrifying stall spin, spiraling downwards. This is bad. Tail 2, hurry, recover. We've been ambushed. Our time is running out. Ichiro Koizumi glanced at the altitude data in that moment of loss of control, realizing they had unwittingly been led to a low-altitude zone by Wang Wei. At their current speed, if they could not regain control swiftly, they would have no choice but to eject. Hi, Tail 2, do not give up. We were at top speed. Do not attempt the usual stall recovery method. First, reduce the throttle to a slow speed. Then, push the rudder fully in the opposite direction of the spin. Once the spin stops, then use the stall recovery method. But I was following the textbook method. This is terrible. The aircraft is completely out of control. Immediately eject. Abandon the aircraft. Eject now. As Ichiro Koizumi anxiously shouted to his wingman, he exerted every effort to combat the aircraft's loss of control. Just as he was on the verge of exhaustion, he finally managed to regain control. He didn't have time to celebrate, but immediately turned to search for his wingman. After a lengthy search, however, there was no trace of his companion. Tail 2, how are you? Tail 2. Silence filled his earpiece, and as he glanced at the radar, the signal had also vanished. Baka. Ichiro Koizumi began to frantically slap his thighs. After venting his frustration, he gradually regained some semblance of rationality. Taking one last look at the sea, he put his earpiece back on. Sasaki, this is Koizumi's squad calling Sasaki's squad. Sasaki's squad here. Major Koizumi. What is your status? I recommend an immediate withdrawal. We are no match for their new aircraft. I have already reported to headquarters. If we remain here, we may suffer losses. Preserving our future, my wingman has crashed. And the pilot, Tail 2, is unaccounted for. I have recorded the approximate coordinates of his fall and now need to report to headquarters, requesting immediate deployment of a rescue team. Ichiro Koizumi spoke with a heavy tone. Devoid of the earlier bravado, he sounded like a dying old man, his words lacking energy. Chapter 185. Stances of the three parties. How could this happen? Sasaki was in disbelief. It's a long story. The Huaxia people are truly malicious. I will report this in detail to headquarters upon our return. What about us? Immediately withdraw from the relevant airspace. Let those above handle the rest. We have done our best. Understood. I will issue the order at once. Kuzumi-kun. Have you encountered Huaxia's new fighter as well? Indeed, a formidable fighter jet. It nearly caused both of our aircraft to lose control merely by utilizing its engine's wake. What a terrifying acceleration ratio that is, Sasaki. Upon our return, we must report this information as top secret to headquarters. We must alert them to this threat. As Ichiro Koizumi recalled the details from earlier. A wave of fear surged within him. The aerial formations of the island nation arrived swiftly and departed even more rapidly. In just a few minutes, the once crowded blue sky filled with fighter jets now only harbored Wang Wei's Flying Dragon Squadron and Su Wen's JJ-16 formation. Wang Wei returned to Su Wen's side, and they prepared to continue their patrol for a while longer before heading back to base. Wang Wei, what was that all about? I really wanted to see one of those little devils crash. I merely treated them to a tailwind. Who would have thought they'd plummet? We've encountered stalls and spins before. Any moderately experienced pilot could recover from that. It can only be said that the little devils lack skill. They can't blame me, Wang Wei replied nonchalantly. Haha, no doubt about it. That was exhilarating, by the way. Are we returning to the South China base? After landing, I want to see your flying dragon. I can hardly wait. Su Wen was the center of attention, And although he had no prior knowledge of the specific combat capabilities of carrier-based aircraft, he was thoroughly captivated by their recent close-quarters engagement with the F-35. I'm afraid that's not feasible. We need to return to the Yinjing base. The carrier-based aircraft are still in the test flight phase, and this mission is part of that experiment. Oh, what a pity. As the two engaged in enthusiastic conversation, a command came from the rear warning aircraft to return to their respective bases immediately without delay. After bidding farewell, Wang Wei and Su Wen each returned to their formations and then flew towards the mainland. In the Operations Command Hall of the Yinjing Air Force Base, Chu Ge and Commander Li rose to their feet, and the entire hall resounded with enthusiastic applause. After greeting everyone, Chu Ge stepped outside with Commander Li. Academician Chu, the carrier-based aircraft are simply magnificent. Could you possibly speak to the higher-ups and see if we could secure a few for our Air Force? Commander Li had this thought as soon as he witnessed the flawless performance of the Flying Dragon Squadron. Although he felt it might be difficult, he was determined to try. Perhaps with some effort, a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. Well, to be honest, Commander Li, I now suspect even the Aerospace aircraft carrier might struggle to achieve full capacity. Chu Ge recalled the expression on Academician Chin's face that day, which had clearly been one of shock at his quoted price. What do you mean? The cost is exorbitant. A rough estimate puts the bare aircraft at 1 trillion Huaxia coins. Wait, Academician Chu, how many aircraft are needed for the Aerospace carrier to be fully operational? 500.500. My heavens, Academician Chu, are you planning to wage a Star Wars? We've successfully developed the JJ-20 stealth aircraft for some time now, and we still have fewer than 200. Commander Li nearly jumped out of his skin, and it was no wonder he was astonished. According to the figures Chu Ge provided, the Air Force should not hold its breath for that carrier-based aircraft. Nevertheless, the final decision would still require the military leadership's input. I believe it wouldn't hurt to allocate a portion for the Air Force to bolster our homeland defense, Commander Li encouraged, so don't be too disheartened just yet. Haha. After hearing this, Commander Li nodded appreciatively, his eyes suddenly sparkling with hope, and he insisted on taking Chu Ge out for lunch. It was unclear whether it was due to complaints from Chin's side or the overwhelming performance of the Flying Dragon Squadron that had left him awestruck. Meanwhile, the situation among the two factions in the island nation was becoming rather chaotic. First, the RC-135W reconnaissance aircraft, stationed by the U.S. in the island nation, was the first participant to withdraw. While Wang Wei and the others were still engaged in their aerial contest, it had already landed. Upon touchdown, the aircraft was immediately towed into a large hangar. Relevant U.S. experts took over the aircraft, needing to determine the cause of the system failure in the shortest time possible. Colonel John Hunter, the reconnaissance squadron leader, paced anxiously below. He was waiting for the experts' conclusion to report back, and this seemingly flawless operation had turned chaotic at a critical moment, making him the target of blame. Colonel Hunter, preliminary assessments suggest our radar system suffered a strong electronic attack of some sort, akin to electromagnetic radiation. An expert currently conducting tests called out to John. Are you certain? I am certain. The only uncertainty now lies in the type of electronic attack sustained. After receiving the information he sought, John Hunter turned and left. The base officials were eagerly awaiting his report on the incident. The U.S. was investigating rapidly, while the island nation faced a multitude of complications. The foremost concern was rescuing the pilot of the downed fighter jet, and they also needed to locate and recover the wreckage. They needed to confirm various details, at least to ascertain the cause of the crash, rather than relying solely on the accounts of a few pilots. Additionally, the reconnaissance aircraft that had accompanied them on the mission had also been rendered inoperable at the same time, thus exiting the operation early. Finally, there was the matter of the new fighter jets belonging to the Flying Dragon Squadron, which had escalated to the level of classified intelligence, necessitating higher-ranking self-defense force officials. The military of the island nation demonstrated a certain efficiency, quickly grasping the detailed sequence of events that had transpired that day. The defense minister, Ichiro Miyamoto, promptly made his way to the residence of the highest-ranking self-defense force commander, where the ministers of land, sea, and air defense, along with relevant aides, awaited his report. Commander Miyamoto has arrived. Please take a seat. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. The coldly spoken Army Chief of Staff made his remark. Ichiro Miyamoto belonged to the Navy, and it was no secret that the Navy and Army had historically been at odds in the island nation. Even during wartime, they could create farcical situations of each acting independently. A significant ailment within the military. Yes, regarding the missing pilot, we are still. Commander Miyamoto should be aware that this military conference is not convened to discuss your missing pilot, so please get to the point. Our time is precious. Regarding Huaxia's new fighter jet, only the F-35 participated. The F-35 was not equipped with photographic capabilities, so we have no imagery intelligence to provide. According to the recollections of the participating pilots, this fighter jet possesses several characteristics. First, speed. It can maintain ultra-high speed cruising for extended periods, even reaching Mach 3, although we do not know if this is its maximum speed. Second, stealth characteristics. Curiously, according to our F-35 pilots, it initially lacked stealth capabilities, yet during the engagement, it could become stealthy if what they say is true. It indicates that this aircraft has a new coding technology. Third, the engine. We seriously suspect that Huaxia has applied controllable nuclear fusion technology to its aviation engines. Miyamoto spoke in one breath, then shifted his gaze to the Army Chief of Staff, knowing that he was his adversary in today's meeting. The last piece of information evidently piqued the interest of all the attending aides, who began to murmur amongst themselves. How can you be so certain? The Army Chief of Staff maintained his usual tone, which made Ichiro Miyamoto uncomfortable, yet he steeled himself to explain. The pilot mentioned that the underside and back of the aircraft were flat, lacking the intake duct component. This suggests that its engine is not a conventional chemical fuel aviation engine. Ichiro Miyamoto spoke slowly. No wonder they made such a fuss recently to unveil controllable nuclear fusion energy technology. It seems they have indeed integrated it to such an extent that they are applying it in military endeavors. This is no trivial matter. Do you remember their aerospace carrier plan? At the time, the majority of the world's nations did not believe their claims, yet it now appears that this plan may indeed exist. If so, the global landscape will shift dramatically. Should our island nation reconsider its foreign policy? This required careful consideration by the aides and submission to the Prime Minister. The attendees nodded in agreement. Regarding today's incident, do we need to seek an explanation from Huaxia? After all, we lost 2 aircraft and 1 pilot. What explanation? Did they open fire or launch missiles? According to your pilot's account, they didn't even make contact. Do you think if this matter is disclosed, we will receive a favorable outcome? I can answer you now. No? Not only will there be no favorable outcome, but it may also lead to ridicule for our island nation from countries around the world. As for the US, they are the least trustworthy of all. Were it not for the circumstances, our island nation would never ally with a demon capable of opening Pandora's box at will. The Army Chief of Staff spoke with conviction, having considered the crash incident thoroughly. The most basic principle is that in this world, power speaks louder than words. Sympathy for the weak exists only in human interactions. Between nations, such sentiments are futile. This is precisely why the US has been so arrogant and overbearing for decades. Relying on its advanced technology and formidable military strength, the island nation did not share this intelligence with its so-called allies, as it had its own plans. Thus, all that transpired above Dialidio was meticulously concealed. As Huaxia observed that the island nation refrained from raising its grievances on the international stage, a tacit agreement emerged to maintain silence. This arrangement served the interests of both parties, allowing time to drift into winter. During this period, the island nation's patrol aircraft exhibited a marked decrease in activity, focusing their defensive measures primarily to the north. As for Huaxia, as long as provocations did not encroach upon their doorstep, the island nation seemed prepared to adopt a hands-off approach. The media in the island nation, too, softened its rhetoric regarding the Eastern superpower. This is characteristic of their culture, which holds a profound respect for the strong, a stark contrast to their stance towards the Korean nation. The news media serves the apparatus of the state, and the island nation's media's abrupt 180-degree shift in attitude was the product of several months of relentless meetings, resulting in a decision to mend the rift in public opinion between the two nations. They actively sought to introduce nuclear fusion technology and dispatched high-level business teams and scholars to Huaxia for insights. In a fleeting moment, interactions between the two sides flourished, reminiscent of the Tang dynasty's emissaries sent to the Great Tang Empire. The United States observed with concern, yet felt powerless, as East Asia remained a powder keg, reliant on the island nation's assistance. Should the island nation lean too far towards their adversaries, it could precipitate a political crisis of catastrophic proportions, a risk they dared not take, thus choosing to turn a blind eye. Moreover, they still held a card up their sleeve. The universe's foremost power, H-Nation. Recently, Chu Ge had diminished his visits to the dockyard base, which had entered a phase of stable construction. Engineers and workers were gradually finding their rhythm, and the Aerospace mothership was visibly growing day by day. The most challenging aspect of the lunar base project, the gravitational wave device, had entered the data experimentation phase, leaving the remaining tasks relatively trivial for Chu Ge. According to his initial vision, the lunar base was to gradually evolve into its own small-scale ecosystem, necessitating artificial intervention in several critical elements, suitable local atmospheric components, optimal temperature, water, and various trace elements. This was a long-term plan, and Chu Ge intended to entrust these responsibilities to the future research team at the base. He was merely laying the groundwork, utilizing military-industrial support to establish a vast base suitable for long-term human habitation, with all life support systems being consumable and requiring regular resupply from Earth. For instance, oxygen, food, and, of course, water were crucial. However, based on data from lunar satellites, experts speculated the presence of large ice deposits beneath the lunar poles. Therefore, Chu Ge resolved that upon arrival, a thorough investigation of this potential resource would be paramount. If they could source materials on-site, it would be ideal. Otherwise, according to his estimates, drinking water, domestic water, and industrial water needs might necessitate a dedicated transport team for delivery. While Chu Ge pondered these matters, a gentle knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Please come in," he called. "Academician Chu Ge, it's time for dinner. Elder Chen specifically sent me to invite you," Wang Yun said softly from the doorway. "Wang Yun, have you taken to telling fibs now? You're trying to coax me into the dining hall, aren't you?" "Not at all. Besides, this was all arranged by Elder Chen," Wang Yun replied, twirling her middle finger with her right hand. Recently, she had indeed told a few small lies, all aimed at persuading Chu Ge to dine on time. The two walked side by side into the Research Institute's dining hall, where Academician Chen waved from a distance. Chu Ge turned to glance at Wang Yun. "It seems I've wronged you this time." After finishing their meal, they headed toward Academician Chen's table. "Xiao Chu, I had initially intended to summon you to my office, but given the time, I thought it best to discuss it here. It's not of utmost importance." "What is it, Elder Chen?" "Tomorrow, Yinjing Aerospace University is hosting a lecture on space technology. The administration reached out months ago to invite you as a visiting professor, but I declined on your behalf. However, they remain persistent. This time, Director Wu from the Ministry of Science and Technology came as an intermediary. Old Wu believes it would only take a morning, and the students admire you greatly, given your similar ages, which adds to your appeal. Many of these students will eventually join our ranks. After some consideration, I decided to seek your opinion." After finishing, Academician Chen gestured toward the food, indicating that Chu Ge should contemplate while eating. "That's fine. I'm not busy at the moment, and the Aerospace mothership doesn't require my attention for now. Please proceed with your arrangements, Elder Chen. However, I prefer to decline the title of visiting professor." Chu Ge added, "Very well, I will inform them shortly. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., Aerospace University. I will arrange for Captain Gong and the others to escort you." "Sounds good," they agreed, engaging in casual conversation until their plates were cleared. Chapter 187. Visiting Professor. Upon hearing Aerospace University, Chu Ge was instantly reminded of Chu Xiaowu, who would report to Yinjing after the National Day holiday. Following that, she would frequently visit the Research Institute to see him. While he had never made the effort to visit her at school, he wished to provide Xiaowu with a relaxed and enjoyable university environment, rather than create a scenario where she was overly coddled and labeled as a special individual by her peers. Chu Ge felt that such a situation would not bode well for her. Genuine interactions among classmates were preferable, and engaging with ulterior motives could easily lead to losing one's authenticity. Nevertheless, Chu Ge was not entirely disengaged. Each week, he received updates about his younger sister, keeping a watchful eye on her. Chu Xiaowu was quite sensible, never flaunting her brother's status. Thus, even after 3 months into the semester, her closest dorm mates remained unaware that the illustrious academician Chu Ge was her brother. Of course, there was one exception, Ma Xiaoyao, who had also enrolled at the same university, with Chu Xiaowu being one reason, while the other was likely known only to her. The following morning, Chu Xiaowu rose early. Adhering to her routine of morning reading, however, after a brief outing, she returned home early. The atmosphere at school felt peculiar. It was abuzz with activity. The campus was teeming with people, cleaning crews, flag hangers, movers, and more. Everyone seemed utterly engrossed in their tasks, making it impossible for Xiaowu to concentrate on her reading. Puzzled, she returned to her dorm, where her roommates were also awake, Even the notoriously lazy Pongyao was diligently grooming her long hair at her desk. Is the sun rising in the west today? Even Pongyao is up early? Xiaowu quipped, raising an eyebrow at her roommate. You'd better wake up early. There's big news today. My idol is coming to our school. Pongyao replied, pouting. What about you all? Is your boyfriend coming too? Yes, indeed. Academician Chu is also our idol. Xiaowu, hurry up. It's time to eat. The counselor will gather everyone at the college auditorium soon. Academician Chu? Which Academician Chu? Xiaowu asked, somewhat bewildered. Oh, Chu Ge, Academician Chu. I forgot. You're always buried in the library, so how would you know? But wait, didn't you receive the notification on your phone last night? Oh, my phone died, and I haven't had a chance to charge it yet. Chu Xiaowu exclaimed excitedly. Brother is coming to school? After tidying up a bit, the group of girls headed to the cafeteria. As Xiaowu observed her bustling classmates along the way, she suddenly comprehended the significance of Academician Chu's lecture to the school. Notifications had been sent out the previous night, with first-year students instructed to attend the auditorium while students from other years were to remain in multimedia classrooms for a live video broadcast. Such treatment, could one even imagine that our school had ever experienced anything like this? Of course, especially since we've never had someone of Academician Chu's caliber before. A 20-something-year-old academician is practically a deity. Listening nearby, Xiaowu felt a swell of pride. These girls were talking about her brother. She nearly blurted it out several times, but ultimately restrained herself, not wanting to burden him with attention. When Xiaowu and her roommates arrived at the auditorium, most students had already gathered, with many waiting at the entrance, while a substantial number were already inside. Arriving a bit late, Xiaowu and her friends, particularly fond of excitement, especially regarding Academician Chu, decided to stealthily hide behind the crowd outside. Xiaowu occasionally stood on her tiptoes to glance at the street, realizing she hadn't seen her brother in nearly a month. The anticipation of seeing him in this manner stirred excitement within her. Wow, it turns out our department's ice beauty, Xiaowu, has a romantic side too. Just look at that glimmer in her eyes. It's like she is pining for him, remarked a girl named Shui Rue, who was in the same department. Xiaowu found her somewhat pretty, but what stood out most was her ostentation. In Yanjing, affluent university students often receive cars from their well-off parents, a common sight on campus. And Shui Rue was one of those privileged students, boasting a Porsche 718. Though Shui Rue bore no particular grudge against Xiaowu, she felt a natural jealousy towards the girl who had been crowned the department flower upon entering the school. Today, upon seeing Xiaowu, she was convinced that her usual aloofness was merely a facade. Xiaowu chose not to respond. Indeed, many boys pursued her, but she was a strong-willed individual who had remarkably maintained her high school diligence into university life. She harbored her own aspirations, and her elder brother, Chu Ge, had advised her that even after entering university, she should prioritize her studies. She was obedient, thus she never allowed trivial matters to occupy her mind. Gradually, the moniker Ice Beauty became synonymous with Chu Xiaowu. Xiaowu, ignore her. Just because she has a bit of pocket money, she thinks she can act superior, Fatja whispered nearby. Chu Xiaowu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the front of the line. Raising her gaze, she spotted her brother, Chu Ge, arriving. Military vehicles came to a stop before them, and once settled, a squad of armed soldiers disembarked, forming a loose formation amidst the crowd. Chu Xiaowu was accustomed to such scenes as she searched for her brother's familiar figure, while Fatya and her companions grew increasingly anxious. Oh my, the way our idol makes an entrance is truly extraordinary. This atmosphere is somewhat intimidating, Fatya remarked. Haha, Fatya, just try not to go crazy chasing after him later. Be careful, the soldier might whisk you away. Another chimed in. Well, the current problem is that even if I wanted to approach, I fear I wouldn't be able to get through, Fatya lamented. Chu Ge, under the protection of Captain Gong's escort, stepped down from the military jeep, gazing at the sea of students in front of the auditorium. He focused intently, hoping to catch a glimpse of Chu Xiaowu, but there were too many people, and after a long search, he failed to spot her. Academician Chu, welcome, welcome, exclaimed Principal Huang of the Aerospace University, approaching him and enthusiastically shaking his hands. Hello, you must be Principal Huang. I've heard of you, Chu Ge responded. Oh, surely it was old Chun who mentioned me. He is quite the acquaintance in the research institute. Chu Ge neither affirmed nor denied, merely smiling politely. I feel quite embarrassed. When old Chun brought this up yesterday, I was hesitant myself, as the title of visiting professor feels somewhat heavy given my age. Chu Ge had indeed protested to Old Chin about the lecture, asserting that the title seemed an overreach for him, yet Old Chin had brushed him off, continuing to converse on unrelated topics. Academician Chu, you are too modest. If you are not fit to hold the title of visiting professor, then what of us old fogies who would mislead the youth? An elder chimed in, prompting laughter. Chu Ge shook his head with a smile, noting that Principal Huang shared a similar tone with Old Chin. After Principal Huang concluded his remarks, he gestured for Chu Ge to proceed, and Chu Ge opted not to prolong the conversation, following him into the auditorium. Just as they were about to enter, he faintly heard a voice, "Brother." Chapter 188. The Theory of Space. Chu Ge halted, turning toward the source of the voice. Not far off, behind the crowd, he easily spotted the delicate figure of Chu Xiaowu. A smile broke across his face as he gazed at her before continuing toward the auditorium. Oh my, was Academician Chu just looking at me? Fatya murmured, dazed. Hemph, how self-important. Chu Xiaowu, does everyone in your dorm possess such narcissism? Shui Rue sneered from the side. You? Try saying that again. At this, the remaining sisters of Chu Xiaowu protested in unison. Birds of a feather flocked together. How can I expect anything from you rustic folks? Shui Rue retorted before sauntering away. While Xiaowu's roommates simmered with indignation, she had already followed behind Shui Rue toward the auditorium, her focus solely on her brother. Indifferent to the trivial matters around her, Chu Ge took his position at the podium, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Hello, students. Hello, Academician Chu. The students responded fervently. Chu Ge smiled, and Principal Huang, watching from the side, couldn't help but beam with pride, thinking that Academician Chu's charisma was indeed extraordinary. Before we commence with the lecture, I would like to pose a question to all of you present. How do you define the term heaven? After clearing his throat, Chu Ge officially began his first lecture. Heaven refers to the vast expanse above us, the sky. As understood in modern physics, a student stood to answer. Very good. Did I ask there anyone else? Chu Ge nodded, encouraging further responses. Ancient astronomy, calendrical studies, and astrological sciences, such as the heavenly stems, earthly branches, and the 5 elements, also derive from this concept of heaven, another student added. Excellent, your knowledge is quite profound. The astronomy mentioned here pertains to the heaven I will discuss today, which encompasses the spatial significance of heaven. To comprehend it, we must delve into a branch of science known as modern space technology. The ultimate aim of developing space technology is to achieve spatial transfer. Thus, defining aerospace activities as those occurring beyond the Earth's atmosphere and within the solar system is more precise. As for areas beyond the solar system, we currently lack the technological capability to explore them. Space technology has advanced rapidly over the past 4 decades, characterized by its highly integrated nature, embodying the latest achievements in various scientific fields, including jet technology, electronics, automation, remote sensing, material science, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. What does this entail for us at the Aerospace University? A student called out. Knowledge structure, Chu Ge acknowledged, signaling for the student to take a seat. The students displayed remarkable eagerness to interact today, which pleased Chu Ge immensely. Indeed, within this knowledge structure, several categories exist, the most significant of which is the theoretical foundation. The theoretical basis of space technology includes 3 key components: the theory of cosmic velocity, the principles of rocket propulsion, and the techniques for spacecraft reentry. He proceeded to explain the relationship defined by the conservation of momentum and the renowned Tsiolkovsky equation, VCLN, M1-M2, where V represents the rocket's maximum speed, C is the jet velocity, M1 is the initial mass, and M2 is the mass after expelling the propellant. From this, we can deduce that to increase the speed of a spacecraft, we must enhance its mass ratio, which entails employing more advanced engines and ultra-lightweight new alloy hulls. This involves various technologies such as jet technology, automation, material science, computer science, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Of course, this is a narrow conceptual understanding of space theory corresponding to our immediate reach within the expansive solar system. There is also a broader interpretation of space theory, which I believe reflects a manifestation of time. When energy reaches a certain density, space and time may connect or overlap in a meaningful manner at a specific dimension. This is what we refer to as the space-time tunnel and parallel worlds. This remains merely a hypothesis on my part. Interested students are welcome to engage in private discussions with me, as the doors of the Research Institute are always open to you. Chu Ge continued to speak eloquently from the podium without notes, while the professors in attendance exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Academician Chu truly lives up to his reputation. I initially feared he might flaunt his talent and inundate these students with incomprehensible theories. However, it seems I was mistaken. He seamlessly transitions from simple to complex, extending from foundational theories into the profound mysteries of the universe. His composure is genuinely admirable, remarked an esteemed old professor softly. The remarkable part is that he is only in his 20s. How has he managed to integrate such a comprehensive theory? It humbles us, seasoned professors, another elder professor concurred, prompting several others to nod in agreement. Engaging in hushed discussions before returning their focus to the lecture, this moment, the professors regarded Chu Ge with newfound respect and admiration. Initially, these academic professors had approached Chu Ge with skepticism. They possessed their own criteria for evaluating talent, favoring those who aligned with their pedagogical philosophies. Previously, they had worried that Chu Ge might present a revolutionary theory, which would undoubtedly challenge traditional paradigms. However, he did not pursue such an approach. Instead, he incorporated elements of modern physics that harmonized with military-industrial theories to deepen his points. Regarding some surreal, disruptive technologies, Chu Ge merely skimmed the surface. Knowing that much of the foundational knowledge had become ingrained in the collective understanding of humanity, presenting a completely alien knowledge structure to these top-tier experts and scholars could very well backfire. Thus, Chu Ge chose a different path, and after an evening of impromptu preparation, it appeared the outcome was commendable. Chu Xiaowu listened intently from the audience, observing her outstanding brother at the podium, her mind occasionally drifting to a thought. How could they be born of the same parents yet differ so vastly? Chu Ge's lecture lasted over 2 hours, concluding with a thunderous round of applause led by Principal Huang and several professors. Students of Aerospace, regardless of gender, were profoundly captivated by Chu Ge's presentation. With some even recording videos to share online. In an instant, academician Chu ignited a new wave of technological discourse across numerous universities in China, but that is a tale for another time. Chapter 189. The reverse scale. As the applause subsided, Chu Ge descended from the podium, greeted warmly by Principal Huang and several elder professors. Academician Chu, it is no wonder that Elder Chen had been so evasive with us previously. Today has truly broadened my horizons. However, a talent like yourself should not shine solely in one institution. I shall approach the leadership about this, and you must visit us often thereafter. Principal Huang, upon hearing this, seemed somewhat intrigued and immediately initiated a recruitment effort. The other professors shared this sentiment, nodding in agreement and completely discarding their earlier thoughts. Haha, I have been quite busy until now, but I find myself with a bit more free time. Rest assured, Principal Huang, I will visit when I can. After this experience, Chu Ge felt a genuine fondness for interacting with these students. Perhaps because they were of a similar age, it was easier for them to resonate emotionally. At Principal Huang's enthusiastic invitation, Chu Ge was escorted to the cafeteria of the Aerospace University. Initially, Principal Huang intended to take Chu Ge to a high-end restaurant, but Chu Ge declined, suggesting that a simple meal would suffice. As dining in the school cafeteria felt more congenial, acknowledging Chu Ge's perspective, Principal Huang readily agreed. Following Principal Huang, the group made their way to the cafeteria, where students from various grades greeted Chu Ge. To which he responded with a smile. Today, the name Academician Chu has undoubtedly spread to every corner of the Aerospace University. Just as Chu Ge was about to ascend the stairs, Captain Gong approached briskly. Academician Chu, I saw Xiao Wu. She has been following us closely. Captain Gong whispered in Chu Ge's ear. Please inform Xiao Wu that I will seek her out after lunch. Understood, Captain Gong replied, turning back. Chu Xiaowu had been trailing behind Chu Ge and her roommates, accompanied by a throng of first-year students, who regarded Chu Ge as their idol, a top-tier celebrity. Academician Chu is truly handsome and so knowledgeable. From now on, he will be my sole idol and I, Pangya, shall be his devoted fan. Pangya exclaimed, utterly entranced. Come now, we've only known each other for a little over 3 months. This is your 4th sole idol. Chu Xiaowu retorted playfully. Indeed, Xiaowu is correct, haha, the other roommates chimed in, laughing heartily. Hey, stop laughing. There's a handsome soldier watching us, isn't he coming over? Chu Xiaowu turned curiously, only to see Captain Gong approaching her. Xiao Wu, hello. May I have a word? Captain Gong, it's you. Certainly. Chu Xiaowu obediently followed Captain Gong aside. Academician Chu mentioned he would look for you after lunch, urging you to eat first. I suspect it's my brother who sent you. She replied. Well then, goodbye. Goodbye, Captain Gong. Captain Gong turned and swiftly departed, while Chu Xiaowu bounced back to her roommates. Xiao Wu, do you know that soldier? Yes, how do you know him? You seem quite familiar. Could it be? Pang Ye winked at the other two girls. You mean Captain Gong? Yes, we know each other. But it's not what you think. Chu Xiaowu struggled to lie, fumbling for words until she finally huffed and dashed ahead. Laughter trailing behind her in the university cafeteria, Chu Ge engaged in conversation with Principal Huang and the others while they dined, the meal extending far longer than anticipated. Glancing at his watch and then around, Principal Huang chuckled helplessly. Academician Chu, ordinarily, this place would be deserted by now. Today is certainly unusual, is that so? Chu Ge surveyed the surroundings, noticing many students lingering, casting glances towards him. We are basking in the glow of Academician Chu. Principal Huang quipped that if you continue, I might feel embarrassed, then I shan't continue. You must visit often, not for any other reason, but for the eager eyes of the students. Principal Huang was truly dedicated to his students. Chu Ge felt a deep resonance with this and nodded earnestly. Since Xiao Wu was studying at this institution, he planned to utilize this opportunity for personal gain. After their conversation, as they prepared to leave, Chu Ge was eager to meet Xiao Wu and intended to bid farewell to Principal Huang and the others. Principal Huang, I might take a stroll around campus later. It has been quite a while since I was last here, and I wish to reacquaint myself with the atmosphere. Chu Ge tactfully refrained from mentioning his intention to find Xiao Wu. No problem. I believe the students would be delighted for you to spend more time here. Principal Huang chuckled and no need for that. Please attend to your own matters. I can manage on my own. Principal Huang cast a scrutinizing glance at Chu Ge, and seeing his insistence, he pondered briefly before relenting. With the security detail surrounding Academician Chu, safety was assured. Principal Huang presumed that young people preferred engaging with their peers. After bidding farewell to Principal Huang and the others, Chu Ge, accompanied by Captain Gong, departed. At this hour, the campus was relatively deserted, likely due to students resting during lunch. They strolled leisurely through the early winter campus, unhurried. Today's lecture by Academician Chu was truly remarkable. Students were discussing him during lunch. Of course, the youngest academician and the chief engineer of that impressive battleship. He's quite handsome too, It's rare for Ruer to hold such a high opinion of a male, they remarked as Chu Ge and Captain Gong passed by. Overhearing the girls' conversation about him, Captain Gong smiled at Chu Ge, who shot him a glare, pretending to pull him away. Naturally, I pride myself on my candor and straightforwardness, unlike Chu Xiaowu, who only pretends to be aloof and distant. What do you mean? The nearby girls perked up, intrigued by the gossip concerning a campus beauty. Chu Ge furrowed his brow and slowed his pace, placing a finger to his lips to signal Captain Gong to remain silent. I noticed her gaze earlier. The way she looked at Academician Chu was filled with affection. There was nothing cold about her. She clearly knows how to appreciate. Chu Ge could no longer tolerate this. His sister was his Achilles heel. He could endure anything but bullying Chu Xiaowu at that moment. He disregarded any secrets and pushed past Captain Gong, striding directly towards them. Shui Rue, intending to continue her conversation, instinctively fell silent as a man approached, only to realize it was Chu Ge. Academician Chu? Oh my goodness, we truly encountered you. The two girls nearby immediately turned, and the next moment, high-pitched squeals erupted. Chu Ge, taken aback, halted and rubbed his ears. Shui Rue and her friends hurried over, bombarding him with a flurry of questions. Academic inquiries, romance, cosmic theories, personal preferences, they covered every conceivable topic. Chu Ge momentarily forgot his original purpose, muddling through their questions until he finally extricated himself, only to remember Xiao Wu halfway down the path and turned back. In truth, Xiao Wu is not like that. She is a good child, and I can vouch for her because I am her brother. You all should try to get along. You will see for yourselves. Having said this, Chu Ge turned and departed, not wishing to complicate matters for the girls. Earlier, they had posed many questions about aerospace carriers, interstellar fleets, and the cosmos, particularly Shui Rue. Chu Ge could tell they genuinely loved this knowledge. He believed that girls who admired the stars and the sea had pure hearts. Suggesting there must be some misunderstanding, Chapter 190. Xiao Wu Shui Rue watched Chu Ge's retreating figure, momentarily stunned. What had Academician Chu just said? He mentioned that Xiao Wu is his sister, Shui Rue. Academician Chu must have overheard us discussing his sister. The girls exchanged uneasy glances, akin to children caught misbehaving. But he didn't scold us. He patiently answered all our questions, Shui Rue murmured, feeling as though she had committed a faux pas. Suddenly, she recalled the way Xiao Wu looked at Chu Ge earlier and understood. It was a deep sibling affection. What have I done? Shui Rue thought to herself, glancing back towards where Chu Ge had gone, letting out a sigh. Xiao Rue, why has Xiao Wu never mentioned that Academician Chu is her brother? The other girls asked, puzzled. Some families, once they gain power or wealth, reveal their darker sides. Others, even with immense power, maintain their goodness. That is the distinction between individuals. At this point, Shui Rue's expression dimmed. If she continued down this path of recklessness, would she become one of those people? Perhaps it was a case of great talent hidden in plain sight. Given Academician Chu's status, if others discovered he had a sister at their university, Xiao Wu might not be able to continue her studies here. By the way, today's events must remain confidential. Do not disclose anything to anyone. If anyone does, do not blame me for being upset, Shui Rue added coldly, recalling something important. The day's events passed, yet Shui Rue felt a lingering unease, guilt, and a sense of having offended Academician Chu. After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved to return home that evening to confess to her parents and grandfather about the turmoil weighing upon her heart. Shui Rue had fallen into a profound silence, her thoughts in disarray. Meanwhile, Chu Ge, as if unaffected, sought out Xiao Wu. Captain Gong, where is Xiao Wu? He inquired. Xiao Wu was not far ahead, having just received a report from the Shadow Guards. Captain Gong, what do you think should be done about the earlier incident? With nothing pressing at hand, Chu Ge wished to elicit some thoughts from Captain Gong. Academician Chu handled it without issue. Xiao Wu has military protection in the shadows, and none dare to bully her. The girl from earlier is named Shui Rue. Aside from being somewhat loquacious, she did not overstep her bounds. Otherwise, we would have intervened sooner. By the way, her parents own a pharmaceutical company which appears to be quite substantial. A conglomerate, along with real estate and chain pharmacies. Her grandfather is rather intriguing. Academician Chu might even know him. As for the verbal affront today, I suspect she will learn a lesson tonight. Captain Gong trailed off. Leaving his thoughts unspoken, Chu Ge tilted his head to regard him. Captain Gong, I see you've become quite astute. Ha ha. Nevertheless, you are correct. Following this incident, I surmise she might become a prominent shield for Xiao Wu in this school. They will likely become friends, albeit with some ulterior motives. When her grandfather comes looking for me, I shall grant him passage. With that, Chu Ge strode forward. Captain Gong scratched his head, having spent considerable time alongside Chu Ge. He had come to understand the latter's temperament quite well, and thus occasionally indulged in his own musings, aware that Chu Ge was indifferent to such matters. However, he had not anticipated that Chu Ge's ability to read people had reached such a remarkable level. Xiao Wu, along with her friends, meandered aimlessly around the school campus, awaiting her brother's call. Xiao Wu. Just as she was lost in thought, a familiar voice called from behind her. She quickly turned and, upon seeing Chu Ge's tall figure, could not contain herself, calling out brother and dashing towards him like a bolt of lightning. Behind her, a few roommates stood frozen in disbelief. Pang, did I hear that correctly? What did Xiao Wu just call Chu Academician? Brother, Chu Ge, Chu Xiao Wu. This girl is quite the adept at hiding her depths, Pang remarked, gazing at the joyful pair not far away. Xiao Wu had already begun to act coy with Chu Ge. Captain Gong observed this and turned to signal his subordinates to disperse, granting Chu Ge and Xiao Wu as much space as possible. Brother, why did you come directly here? I was waiting for your call. I was going to find you alone shortly. After asking, Xiao Wu intertwined her arm with Chu Ge's as they strolled to a nearby artificial lake, finding a stone bench to sit upon. With few people around the campus, they felt at ease. So, how is it? Our little princess of the Chu family must have attracted quite a few admirers at school, right? Chu Ge teased, looking at Xiao Wu. Not at all. My focus is solely on my studies. I have no time for all that nonsense. No wonder you have earned the moniker of the Ice Queen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu wasted no time and began to playfully twist his arm. The siblings, as in their childhood, would resort to physical play at the slightest disagreement. Despite Chu Ge's fame to Xiao Wu, he remained her genuine elder brother. After a bout of playful banter, Chu Ge commenced a serious lecture. There's no rush for romance, but you cannot perpetually maintain an icy demeanor. Individuals with high emotional intelligence possess greater potential for achieving significant accomplishments. You must learn to interact with them, he continued. Some boys at school are far too immature, flaunting themselves without having accomplished anything, aiming too high. Others rely on their parents' wealth to act arrogantly, embodying the traits of a second-generation rich kid. I never engage with such individuals. Yet, they are merely a small fraction. Surely, you must have a mental picture of the kind of person you desire. Someone with good character? Outstanding academic performance? Like my brother? Xiao Wu exclaimed without a moment's thought. Ahem, I can only imagine how your female classmates must think like you. I suddenly feel sympathy for your male classmates. Well, there's no need to rush things. As for your studies, I shall not meddle. I know you have your own aspirations and will surely strive for them. In life. If anyone bullies you, do not hesitate to tell me. Chu Ge recalled the incident with Shui Rui and sought to gauge Xiao Wu's feelings. If she were discomfort, he would prepare to confront Shui Rui's grandfather. No one would dare bully my sister, Xiao Wu asserted defiantly. Really? Not even verbally? Absolutely not. Upon finishing, Xiao Wu cast a suspicious glance at Chu Ge, pondering why her brother seemed oddly preoccupied today. Chu Ge nodded. This mischievous girl remained unchanged, always addressing issues according to her own standards, and would not react unless pushed to a certain extent. Her steadfastness began to unsettle Chu Ge. How could he not protect his family now? If he did not stand up for Xiao Wu, would that imply she could be bullied by anyone in the future, including their parents? Contemplating this, Chu Ge decided against pressing Xiao Wu further. He firmly grasped his sister's hand, beginning to formulate a plan. After a while of silence from her brother, Xiao Wu turned to glance at him. Noticing his furrowed brow, assuming he was preoccupied with work, she refrained from interrupting, content to sit beside him and appreciate his presence. Having such a brother was truly wonderful. Xiao Wu felt a surge of happiness. Chapter 191. Private Vengeance. Shui Rui finally managed to endure until the end of class, and without lingering, she hurried home. Upon her arrival, her mother was quite surprised, wondering if her daughter had suddenly changed her demeanor today. Mom, is Dad not back yet? Not yet, but he should be soon. Usually, you are the last to return. What has gotten into you today to be the first home? Shui Rui offered no reply, racing up to her room. Contemplating how to broach the subject with her father, she was lost in thought. A commotion erupted downstairs, signaling her father's return. Father, you're back? Shui Di, the chairman of Di Rui Group, which comprises several subsidiaries across pharmaceuticals, real estate, retail, and other sectors, was seated on the sofa, sipping tea. He raised a hand to pour another cup, gesturing for Shui Rui to sit down. There was an event at school today, so the class schedule was light. What event? Academician Chu came to deliver a lecture. Academician Chu? You mean Chu Ge, Academician Chu? Shui Di sat up straight. Of course. Is there another Academician Chu in this world? That's splendid. I've heard from your grandfather that this individual is remarkable. A figure of great significance. Notably, he seems to have ventured into the field of biomedicine as well. I had initially planned to ask your grandfather to facilitate an introduction. However, your grandfather rebuffed the idea, stating that Academician Chu is far too busy with his research for such matters. He had a point. Thus, we let it be. As Shui Di spoke, Shui Rui grew increasingly anxious. Father, I think I've caused a problem. I may have offended Academician Chu. Academician Chu. What? Shui Di's expression darkened immediately. How could you offend him? You are worlds apart. Clarify this. Consequently, Shui Rui recounted the day's events in detail. As she finished her account, Shui Di's chopsticks clattered to the floor. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Father, you are familiar with Academician Is this serious? Shui Di, anxious, could no longer contain himself and stood to inquire. Primarily, Academician Chu is a low-key individual, spending most of his time in the research institute, rarely encountering conflicts, making it challenging to assess. However, there is one incident. The Chao family from Modu. The Chao family? Did they not collapse? There were reports of a broken capital chain causing a chain reaction, which was all over the news. Shui Di waved a hand dismissively. Another rumor suggests that Chao Bo intended to take action against Academician Chu, and the higher-ups intervened with overwhelming force, resulting in the disintegration of the Chow family. However, Chow Bo's fate remains unknown. He has not been heard from since, leaving this matter unverified. Only a select few from the upper echelons of society are privy to such rumors, and I learned of it from old Master Zhang of Yanjing. This? Then father, you must think of a way. Upon hearing the elder Shue's words, Shuedi felt a chill run down his spine, trembling as he looked at the elder Xuit. Shouldn't be that serious. I met Academician Chu once, and he seemed amiable, not the type to act ruthlessly. Xiao Rue is just a bit loose-lipped. Fortunately, she didn't harm that young lady. That's good. That's good. Shuedi finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, I still need to visit the Research Institute tomorrow. This matter is our fault, and we should at least show some attitude. The rest will be left to Academician Chu. Shuedi, Xiao Rue, to be honest. I am also uncertain about this situation. You all need to be mentally prepared. Alas, it has come to this. We can only do our best to remedy it. If Academician Chu insists on pursuing this, then we can only endure it. Don't think about resisting. Some matters, in the future, you will understand. Alas, with a long sigh from the elder Shui, the nerves that Shuedi had just relaxed suddenly tensed up again. Then, what do you think the worst outcome will be? The Chow family is not smaller than ours. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Shuedi sat down heavily on the sofa, while Shui Rue began to cry softly beside him. All right, it's not that time yet, so why cry? Go home. Wait for my news tomorrow. After speaking, Shui Dingbang shook his head helplessly, having made up his mind to go to the Research Institute early the next morning. At this moment, seeking anyone else would be futile. He could only turn to Academician Chu. The next day, Chu Ge was busy organizing data programming in his office when a knock sounded at the door. After granting permission, Captain Gong entered. Academician Chu, Shui Dingbang has arrived. Who? The grandfather of Shui Rue, the director of the external incubation organization under the Biological Research Institute. Please come in. Chu Ge shot a glare at Captain Gong and began tidying up the documents on his desk. Halfway through, the elder Shui walked in, and after Captain Gong brought him in, he turned to close the door, leaving only Chu Ge and Shui Dingbang in the spacious office. Academician Chu, we meet again. Last time, you commissioned us to experiment with several compounds. You may not even remember me. Ha ha, Director Shui, how could I forget? Please, have a seat. Academician Chu, I am not one to intrude without reason. I learned about Xiao Rue's incident yesterday, and I am here specifically to apologize. As he spoke, Shui Dingbang stood up again, and Chu Ge remained silent, turning to pour a glass of water for the elder Shui. It's quite normal for classmates to bicker. I didn't take it seriously. Director Shui is being overly concerned. Upon hearing this, Shui Dingbang finally relaxed, knowing that with Academician Chu's words, the Shui family was likely safe. Director Shui, I recall that the annual net profit of Rue Group is around 50 billion, with nearly 90% contributed by Rue Pharmaceuticals. It seems the pharmaceutical industry is indeed quite profitable. Ah, yes, that's right. Shui Dingbang felt a bit dazed, unsure of Academician Chu's intentions behind these words. The construction of the interstellar fleet requires substantial support from pharmaceutical companies, involving biotechnology, genetic modification, radiation resistance, and so forth. You see, the military has already invested quite a bit in hardware for the aerospace motherships, which has delayed the research and production of the aforementioned areas. Alas, approximately how much is needed? Not much, about 150 billion. Chapter 192. Artificial Intelligence System Chu Ge did not require the Shui family to directly provide funds. Understanding that such an approach would likely lead to the demise of Rue Group, he thoughtfully offered Rue Pharmaceuticals a payment plan over 3 years. Within 3 years, Rue Pharmaceuticals would be responsible for the research and production of all medications related to space adaptability for the interstellar fleet's personnel. On a phased basis, with military oversight in the factory, all equipment and medications within the lunar base's medical pod would also be provided by Rue Pharmaceuticals, entirely free of charge. The elder Shui, after hearing this, did not oppose it. After a moment's consideration, he nodded in agreement, readily accepting the arrangement. After a polite exchange, he rose to take his leave. After seeing the elder off, Chu Ge turned back, preparing to continue his work when Captain Gong knocked and entered again. Academician Chu, I can't help but feel that this old gentleman is a bit foolish. He seems quite pleased with himself. Captain Gong, one must acknowledge that he knows how to manage a large company, while you are merely my security chief. You should take a longer view, perhaps think about 3 years down the line. The current concessions are what they ought to bear. After all, they provoked Xiao Wu. Let us observe their subsequent actions. Captain Gong seemed not to grasp the situation, scratching his head as he exited. When Xue Dingbang arrived, he was in a hurry, but upon leaving, he appeared calmer. The father and daughter, Xue Di and Xue Rue, watched the elderess leisurely pace at the entrance of the research institute, seemingly relieved. Let us talk in the car. After Xue Dingbang stepped out, he remained silent and headed straight for the vehicle. Father, do speak. Is Academician Chu angry? Perhaps a bit, but the issue has been resolved. At least the Xue family won't face the same fate as the Chao family. That's good, Xue Di said, patting his chest. There is a price to pay. We must part with 150 billion Huaxia currency. Ah? That seems nearly equivalent to our demise, grandfather. Upon hearing this condition, Xue Rue immediately felt like crying again. It's not that we are paying. It's not going into Academician Chu's personal pocket. We will be supplying some biological and pharmaceutical products to the state free of charge for 3 years. After the elder Xue finished speaking, there was a long silence in the car. Xue Di seemed to be calculating the gains and losses involved, finally nodding in resignation. It is somewhat acceptable. At least we have preserved our foundation. As long as we have the foundation, we need not worry about resources. Worst case, I want to earn a penny in these 3 years. Haha, Xue Di, do you know why I agreed so readily? 50 billion a year, divided among products, we may not necessarily incur a loss of that amount. Moreover, the interstellar fleet is a key future project for the state. The nation comes first, and we follow. Consider that the space sector also offers us fields to establish ourselves. To speak grandly, it is our duty as Rue Group to contribute to the nation. With this official endorsement, our path ahead will naturally not be too difficult. The rest, you two can ponder on your own. After the elder Xue finished speaking, he reclined back, closing his eyes, ready to take a short nap. Xue Di and his daughter exchanged glances, not daring to disturb the elder any further. Xue Di had yet to figure out the calculations and fell silent, quietly contemplating his own accounts. After much effort, Chu Ge finally organized the documents on his desk and began typing in program commands. The lunar base, apart from the gravity wave device, also has a particularly unique system, the artificial intelligence system. As Chu Ge input the program, he felt it bore similarities to the intelligent control system of Soulblade, at least in terms of programming language, sharing a common origin. However, the lunar base's system is far more complex. With a significantly larger data capacity, evidenced by its 10 YB-level storage devices, which is several times more than that of the Aerospace mothership. Correspondingly, the processing power of the artificial intelligence system is also formidable, encompassing everything from managing the living quarters of the lunar base, monitoring life support systems, conducting experiments in designated zones, to controlling the entire base's energy supply, down to the automated collection vehicles in the integrated factory and surgical testing tables in the medical facility, all bear its influence. Its central processor is about the size of half a football field, featuring a honeycomb structure with numerous holes, each housing a core energy sphere approximately the size of the one on Soulblade's chest. The central processor comprises over 1,000 of these energy spheres, forming a massive spherical body. All data streams from the base, surveillance data from various corners, command instructions, and system monitoring signals converge here for analysis and organization. It can be said to be the brain of the entire base. As Chu Ge organized the details, he could no longer contain himself and began summoning the system. System brother, is this artificial intelligence system truly a processor? It feels somewhat reminiscent of the Red Queen. What is the Red Queen? It's an ultra-artificial intelligence system that ultimately eliminates humanity. The base's artificial intelligence system primarily executes commands and does not proactively issue instructions. All commands must be preset. For example, for a collection vehicle, you must set the collection path, excavation rate, travel speed, and other basic parameters in advance, input them into the system for backup, and later modifications require human input. Its autonomous control is mostly limited to system data, such as the base's air pressure and oxygen supply, etc. So, it doesn't think? But it can simulate human emotions. If you converse with it, it might occasionally share a joke with you. How does it compare to Soulblade? About the same, though it should be more entertaining. After all, it's a space base, and being overly rigid would be rather dull. Wouldn't it? You really have considered everything. I represent all future personnel of the base in thanking you. You're welcome. Speaking of intelligent systems, I have searched my database along with all data from your world and ultimately discovered that this system is the most powerful, the most intelligent, and the most impressive. All right, I got it. Doraemon has released a sequel. You should hurry and watch it. System Brother did not respond further. Chu Ge suspected that this fellow might truly have gone off to search for it. He recalled that the Red Queen seemed even more formidable. It had a broader control range, likely encompassing all data-related matters. Thus, it appears that the artificial intelligence system of the lunar base is only capable of managing the base itself, which is a relief, as it is unlikely to stir up any significant turmoil. Chu Ge flipped through the command directory of the AI system, which contained nearly 350,000 entries. He recalled that when he initially designed the Soulblade energy core, he had devoted nearly an entire week to it, working tirelessly, whereas the amount of related programming for Soulblade was a mere fraction of this AI's extensive requirements. With a decisive click, Chu Ge shut off the computer screen, feeling a slight headache and yearning for a breath of fresh air. As winter yielded to spring and summer discreetly transitioned into autumn, half a year swiftly passed. The data and model planning for the lunar base had reached near completion, with only some large-scale structures remaining to be assembled on the moon. Chu Ge temporarily sealed away the data blueprints. As according to plan, in a few days, Huaxia would witness a historic moment, the completion of the aerospace carrier. The Kuanpeng a grand ceremony was scheduled to take place at the dock base on National Day, which, already a bustling occasion, would draw the world's attention even more intensely this year. The Research Institute had already hung colorful banners early in the morning, with a massive banner proclaiming, Kuanping ascends, the world celebrates. Chapter 193. Prelude. The Huaxia government had begun to generate buzz for this grand ceremony 2 weeks in advance. Even before the event commenced, the entire online realm was ablaze with excitement. Major news portals and media outlets were dominated by headlines regarding the impending service of the Kuanping, with each article attracting a flurry of likes from netizens. Soon, this news transcended being merely Huaxia's top story and rapidly evolved into a global headline. Is it really about to take off? Is the speed this astonishing? Surely, this must be fake news. This time, there will be a live video broadcast, and they have invited many heads of state and celebrities. Can anyone still doubt it on the day of the broadcast? We shall see. It is impossible. The technology of the H Republic is far superior. How could they possibly construct a spacecraft? I refuse to believe it. It must be fake news. H countrymen are everywhere, and in terms of aerospace, they are utterly incompetent. To this day, they cannot even successfully launch a rocket. What right do they have to criticize others? Exactly. How dare they criticize the suzerain nation? I suggest that on the day of the broadcast, Huaxia should simply fly the spacecraft over to H country and crush them. What a disgrace to have such neighbors. Let us just wait for the broadcast in 3 days. You can save your arguments for then. In stark contrast to the uproar online, the conference room of the Pentagon's intelligence agency was markedly quieter. Officials responsible for Asian intelligence collection gathered, and then there was Director Rodriguez. They remained silent, poring over the documents at hand, the oppressive atmosphere in the office making it hard to breathe, with Rodriguez furrowing his brows. Speak up, everyone. You are all elites in charge of Asian intelligence collection. I need to report to higher-ups later. I'll begin. Aside from the internal disturbances within Huaxia, their activities in space are exceedingly irregular. According to satellite monitoring, they have launched over 20 satellites into lunar orbit within 6 months. This is simply outrageous. To put this in perspective, this number far exceeds the total launched by all other countries combined over decades. We have reason to suspect that their next plans are likely to revolve around the moon. John Wilson was the first to step forward, his face full of concern, as for the satellites. I have already requested the relevant departments to prepare a public statement. We must firmly condemn them. The United States must take the lead in this matter and rally other nations to apply pressure. Rodriguez responded passionately. The core focus of our statement should be the protection of the space environment and resources. The moon belongs to all humankind, not just Huaxia. We must urge them to clarify their intentions. Are they planning to establish a space base? To exploit lunar resources for their own gain? That is unacceptable. The United States stands resolutely opposed. Rodriguez's face flushed with fervor, and the intelligence officials present nodded in agreement. As for their aerospace carrier, I have learned through confidential channels that many nations will send high-ranking representatives to attend. I want to reiterate the decision of the U.S. State Department. The United States will not send any official teams or organizations to observe. Our major allies are also aligned with us. Aside from a few countries, most will stand with us to protest their military opacity. The United States was now left with mere bravado. Following the probing incident 6 months ago with the island nation, they had lost confidence in exerting military pressure. In previous situations like this, they would have symbolically deployed a few aircraft carrier strike groups to flex their muscles. However, for this ceremony, the military leadership had indeed discussed such a proposal. But it was ultimately suppressed by the U.S. Military Committee, deemed too risky for their current circumstances. While the Americans were in their meeting, Chu Ge and his team were also convening. In contrast to the tense atmosphere elsewhere, their gathering was somewhat lighthearted and informal. Quiet down, everyone. I have called you here today primarily to discuss matters regarding the Kunping ceremony in 3 days. Academician Chun presided over the meeting. Once he confirmed that all department heads were present, he continued, the key personnel from the research institute involved in the aerospace carrier's development will be arranged to travel to City D tomorrow, with special aircraft for transportation. This is a result of our collective efforts and an honor. I trust none of you have taken leave. Are you kidding, Academician Shin? Only someone with a foolish mind would think of taking leave at such a time. Indeed, the attendees enthusiastically responded. On the day of the ceremony, there will be news media and some foreign outlets present, with live broadcasts on television and the internet. Be mindful of your image. Do not bring disgrace to the Research Institute. Many social celebrities and foreign dignitaries will be in attendance, along with military leaders and domestic and international film stars. Each of you represents Huaxia's high-tech talent. Be aware of your demeanor. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask now. If not, we shall adjourn. Please prepare for what lies ahead. Academician Shin, how is the Kunping arranged? Will it make its inaugural flight? Li Gang inquired eagerly, his interest piqued. Yes, although the main and auxiliary engines underwent simulated tests before installation. The true ignition will occur on the day of the ceremony. The Kunping will make a slow orbit around Huaxia, and a portion of the area will be opened for a select few guests to observe before the test flight. The fleet of onboard aircraft has already exceeded 100, including both drones and manned aircraft, and they will also make their appearance at the ceremony. Academician Shin, I believe you should not keep the military arrangements a secret. Just share everything with us. The ceremony schedule will be released tomorrow anyway, Chu Ge suggested, noticing the eager expressions on the faces of those present. Well, since you all are so keen, let me reveal that a highlight of the ceremony will be the Mecha warriors led by Soulblade, making their grand entrance on that day. The Mecha warriors will fly directly from the Northwest base, but not all of them will come. Soulblade will lead, accompanied by its 2 subordinates, Red Armor and Magic Surged. As soon as Academician Chen finished, the room erupted in excitement. The legendary Mecha squad would finally make an appearance. Since the completion of these 10 mechas, they had been training at the Northwest Hive base and had seldom been seen. Chu Ge hadn't encountered them either. The names were all new to him. Would Soulblade hold it against him for neglecting it during the ceremony? He chuckled at the thought. Chapter 194. Kunping. After the meeting, Chu Ge followed Academician Chen to his office. Academician Chen, this event is quite grand, isn't it? Even Soulblade is coming, and it will be broadcast globally. Is the higher-ups planning to showcase everything in one go? In the words of Long Lao, it seems that if the Prism Tower had legs, it would be moved over as well. He laughed. I expect that certain envious nations will start making noise, showcasing their military might and striving for hegemony. Smaller countries do not concern themselves with this, as they understand that Huaxia will not bully the weak. This display is aimed primarily at the United States and other Western nations. Whether it is for show or deterrence, we are simply declaring to the world that the Huaxia nation has once again risen to the pinnacle among global civilizations. Well said, Academician Chun. Your spirited remarks almost make me envision you in your youth. Chu Ge could not help but flatter, inspired by Chen's fervor. I called you here to inform you that your fiancée is on the guest list, if she wishes to join the inaugural flight. The military has no objections. It is up to you to decide. Huh? Is that necessary? She told me just yesterday that being invited to the completion ceremony of the aerospace carrier was already a great honor. Joining the inaugural flight, I believe the military has strict limits on the number of attendees. While many first-tier entertainment stars in the country had received invitations for the ceremony, those invited for the inaugural flight were exceedingly few, given the military equipment involved. Nevertheless, they would be arranged to stay in the living area for the cruise. However, according to Chu Ge, The guests invited to the inaugural flight are predominantly dignitaries from nations that maintain amicable relations with Huaxia, followed by a handful of international celebrities, easily counted on one hand. Ha ha, who can blame her for finding such a commendable fiancé? Rest assured, the military has given its consent, and no one dares to voice dissent. Chu Ge bid farewell cheerfully. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. The following day, Chu Ge set off for City D, accompanied on the same flight by Captain Gong, Academician Shun, Yin Tianhao, Zhang Jun, and Wang Yuan among others. As Chu Ge disembarked from the plane and surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the military airport in City D was quite substantial. With the ceremony still 2 days away, numerous foreign private jets were already present, alongside an array of civilian and military transport aircraft neatly lined up in a corner of the airport. The individuals permitted entry into this airport were primarily state-level figures, and Chu Ge understood that this airport would soon be bustling with activity. Greetings, Academician Chu. We are from the base's security detachment. Commander Wang has arranged for us to welcome and escort you. Given the complexities of personnel in City D, a young second lieutenant saluted as he ran up behind him. Very well, let us proceed, Chu Ge replied. Yes, sir. In a jeep, Chu Ge and Academician Shun were joined by others as the convoy turned towards the base. The perimeter security had evidently intensified since Chu Ge's last visit. He observed armed sentries stationed at intervals, with the fortifications growing increasingly robust as they approached the base. Along the way, Chu Ge had already spotted at least 5 integrated air defense vehicles. These were specifically designed to counter low-altitude threats, indicating that the base had implemented targeted measures, relegating high-altitude threats solely to the light beam towers while they focused on safeguarding against low-level incursions. Upon entering the base, Chu Ge caught sight of the colossal form of the Aerospace aircraft carrier from a distance. He had visited during the installation of its outer armor weeks prior, and it was still awe-inspiring to behold. The Kuanping resembled a monstrous beast lying in repose, its deep gray coating adorned with a faint sheen of grandeur, and he could just discern the massive railguns mounted at the bow and stern. Even from this distance, Chu Ge felt its imposing presence as though it were a mountain looming overhead. As he scanned the area, he noticed that no one was speaking. All were gazing in rapt attention at the Kuanping. Among them was Yin Tianhao, who was witnessing the full form of the Kuanping for the first time and appeared somewhat taken aback. AT-2, 1,100 meters long and 145 meters high. Even a pile of timber would seem impressive, let alone this flagship of the future interstellar fleet. Academician Chen, you've thoroughly examined the aerospace carrier and yet remain so captivated? Commander Wang, who had been standing nearby for a while, interjected without wishing to dampen the spirits of the others. Ha ha, it never fails to amaze. Its sheer size is inherently captivating. By the way, Commander Wang, I noticed numerous foreign dignitaries have already arrived today. Want you go to greet them? There's no need for us to attend specifically. They have their own personnel to accompany them. A mere soldier like me might even make them uncomfortable. Ha ha, alas, I must trouble you and Academician Chen instead. Let us go, Academician Chen, and pay a visit to Commander Wang. As for Yin Tianhao and the others, let them take a look at the aerospace carrier. Just look at their eager expressions. Very well, Commander Wang. Have Long and Commander Ming not yet arrived? Academician Chen inquired after settling into Commander Wang's office. They will arrive tomorrow. The base will soon be lively again. With the completion of the Kuanping, some engineers who had previously gathered here have already returned to their original units and batches. Freeing up some apartments here, we tidied them up to accommodate these domestic and international guests, as well as our media friends. Commander Wang's words were laden with implications, do not worry. It won't be long before they return for duty. Your shipyard has an entire fleet to produce. The remaining engineers should focus on constructing the transport vessels. It's a simpler task, but I require 10 of them. Once you deliver those, we will move on to the heavy cruisers, which will be nearly as large as this one out here. The personnel you have left will surely be insufficient. Ha ha. Academician Chu, that was precisely what I was hoping to hear. If you hadn't said it, I might have felt uncertain, he chuckled. The 3 men exchanged laughter in the office, with Commander Wang, as the supreme commander of the interstellar fleet and head of the shipyard base, guiding Chu Ge and Academician Chen from the doorway to the office. And then from the office to the cafeteria. Their conversation seemed endless. After lunch, Commander Wang escorted Chu Ge and the others to their accommodations, where the security presence was noticeably heightened compared to other areas. And the buildings were considerably shorter, likely having once served as quarters for senior engineers. As Chu Ge stood downstairs, he noticed Captain Gong joining the security detail, doubling the number of guards. He shook his head, bidding farewell to Academician Shen before heading off to find his room in the afternoon. Most of the domestic and international performance guests, along with foreign delegations, had arrived. While walking through the base, Chu Ge encountered several foreign female celebrities. He had seen their works during his school days, yet he could not recall their names, and having scarcely watched films or television in the past 2 years, he felt quite disconnected from the entertainment industry. Still watching? Dilly Reba pouted beside him. What was her name? It sounds familiar. I can easily recall 1,000 lines of code, but remembering names is such a struggle. Megan Fox, the one from Transformers? Dilly Reba retorted impatiently. Right? Wow, her figure is indeed stunning. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from a corner of the base. Chapter 195. Live broadcast on National Day, the morning sun cast its golden rays across the shipyard base, illuminating the Kunpeng's deep gray coating with a halo of gold. From a distance, it resembled a dreamlike castle. At 6 o'clock, the global live broadcast signal officially commenced, and the online room was instantly flooded with millions of viewers. With numbers still multiplying rapidly, the broadcasting team had enlisted the finest professionals worldwide. From the recording equipment to the transmission devices and back-end data servers, everything was top-notch, ensuring a stable signal and clear picture. Domestic media outlets and portals quickly connected to the signal, and the viewers who had risen early to watch were soon erupting in cheers. They had been waiting for this moment. When the camera panned to the distant Kunpeng, the chat room erupted in excitement, with a flurry of comments expressing awe and amazement. Wow, cameraman, are you filming from 2 miles away? Can you move a bit closer? I want to feel its grandeur up close. Patience, the area around the Kunpeng hasn't been opened yet. Just admiring it from here is already breathtaking. Indeed, this aerospace carrier looks like a city standing before us. Does anyone know the dimensions of the aerospace carrier? Probably no one knows. It hasn't been disclosed. But we should find out soon, as there are plenty of experts in the chat. 666, an old-timer up there. After a while, the live broadcast finally began to move, indicating that the ceremony was about to start. As the camera advanced, the scene focused on a security checkpoint, leading towards the stage for cultural performances, which was now quite close to the aerospace carrier. From this vantage point, it truly resembled a towering city wall. Estimating from the angle of elevation and the sunlight slant, the aerospace carrier must be over 100 meters tall. Probably more. Modern aircraft carriers have a draft depth that needs to be considered. Along with the height of the bridge, which this aerospace carrier lacks, I have a question. Does the Kunpeng have wheels? Does it need a runway? Are you a novice? With such a massive tonnage, no tire could withstand it. Even if you equip the underside of the aerospace carrier with tires, it wouldn't hold up. It either needs powerful support legs or nothing at all, requiring the shipyard base to have a specialized lifting and bearing mechanism. The one above is quite verbose. Thumbs up. Among the Huaxia netizens, there were many knowledgeable military enthusiasts who began speculating about the aerospace carrier's fundamental data based on the glimpses it offered through the lens. Simultaneously, the live broadcast was also streamed on YouTube, where military enthusiasts around the globe, akin to their domestic counterparts, eagerly awaited in front of their screens, albeit with slightly slower connection speeds. Finally, as the live broadcast commenced, comments began flooding in contrast to the harmonious interactions among domestic viewers. The atmosphere here was much more charged, with differing points of focus. Why goodness. This thing is enormous. From the camera, it seems boundless. Almost reminiscent of a sci-fi warship, I think I spotted several massive cannons on the side. Are they showcasing World War II relics? The shape doesn't resemble a conventional cannon. It must be either an electromagnetic cannon or a beam weapon. With such a colossal warship, I'm doubtful it can even take off. In terms of technology, our H-nation is still superior. It's just a shell, and Huaxia is all about these superficial projects. When it comes to military prowess, H-nation reigns supreme in Asia. The H-nation folks really have the audacity to boast. In terms of military strength, our Peacock Kingdom is the most formidable. Perhaps we should create a separate chat room for the 2 nations above. They're ruining the viewing experience. If you're so great, why join this live stream? It's truly nauseating. From the island nation? Agreed. Oh my, I have spotted Megan and Scarlett, as well as Leonardo, Will Smith, and Peter. Is this the grand stage? The Hollywood red carpet show? Jenny, AU, Crown Princely Guangrong of Sanqing, this is indeed from our great H Republic. What on earth? I do not recognize. As the crowd converses, the camera transitions from a fixed angle to a moving one, shifting to a drone perspective, revealing the overall structure of the Aerospace mothership to viewers both domestically and abroad. The drone ascends for a considerable time before reaching its zenith, capturing the immense silhouette of the Kunping in all its grandeur, while the multitude of people below appears as mere specks. Wow, this angle is truly more breathtaking. Is this not a mothership? I observe that its back is not flat. It is raised in the center. What about the runway? The island structure? You are referring to an aircraft carrier. Certainly, the Aerospace mothership would not be designed that way. It should carry onboard aircraft, which we will discover shortly. Yet, disregarding the central elevation, from this aerial view, the warship appears quite orderly, devoid of those chaotic antennas. The perspective shifts to the rear of the Aerospace mothership, and at that moment, the sound of celebratory cannon fire fills the air, as vibrant fireworks burst forth. Enormous, colorful streamers cascade from the edges of the mothership, fluttering in the wind, while a massive mast rises at the rear. A formation of honor guard members marches in precise unison towards the mast, and the commanding voice of the host resonates through the scene. The celebration for the Kunping has officially commenced, beginning with the flag-raising ceremony. Chu Ge stands in the command hall, having accompanied Commander Wang to this very location. The central display screen has now switched to the honor guard, and as the national flag gradually ascends, the commanders in the hall begin to sing the national anthem. Following the conclusion of the flag-raising ceremony, the thunderous sound of cannon fire reverberates, and the screen splits to show a temporary observation platform occupied by dignitaries and guests from various nations, as well as leaders from relevant departments of Huaxia, who ascend the podium to deliver welcoming addresses. While listening to the broadcast in the hall, Chu Ge gazes around the vast central command center. The Aerospace mothership is manned by 4 captains, each with distinct responsibilities and slightly varied positions, 2 at the front and 2 at the rear. The front pair is situated behind transparent portholes, primarily overseeing navigation, while the rear pair manages internal affairs. In the center are 5 rows of control stations for the ship's primary systems, with numerous tightly packed control computers, data displays, and communication devices. The operation console appears relatively tidy, a result of the system's high level of integration, predominantly governed by computers. After the welcoming addresses, arrangements will be made for guests to board the ship for a tour. The military has only permitted access to the living and recreational areas located in the middle of the Aerospace mothership, which visitors must reach via a designated lift. Visitors are prohibited from bringing mobile phones or recording devices inside the Kunping, so the live stream does not follow their perspective, instead switching to the drone's view. What is that? As the camera zooms in, at the rear near the tail of the Aerospace mothership, armored plates retract in all directions, revealing 2 massive triple-barreled electromagnetic railguns extending from within the vessel. The railguns swivel 180 degrees, pointing towards the rear, a concealed railgun, with a caliber of at least 500. How impressive! The camera shifts, focusing on the raised section of the back, where the armor also retracts, allowing square base units to emerge, rotating slowly in a 360-degree motion. These are the phased array guns of the Aerospace mothership. The phased cannons are arranged according to the slope of the raised armor, rather than laid out horizontally. I wonder what this device is. Perhaps another weapon system, a laser emitter. With all these hidden mechanisms, wouldn't it be more imposing if they were fully exposed? It is possible that this Aerospace mothership moves at great speeds, necessitating its streamlined design. The mast is likely retractable, and it probably does not display flags under normal circumstances, which is quite distinct from modern naval vessels. As the crowd continues to converse, the drone camera has now panned to the side of the Kunping, and the hangar doors of the 3-tiered aircraft storage begin to lower. Dozens of carrier-based aircraft are suddenly released, hovering momentarily before ascending, with each tier containing a dozen planes, all in perfect formation. Upon reaching altitude, over 30 aircraft engage their auxiliary engines, powering up the main engines, redirecting their course and soaring into the skies. The live stream falls silent for a moment, as indeed, there are carrier-based aircraft. They are quite formidable, no doubt resembling futuristic warplanes. When did Huaxia's military industry become so powerful? This strength must command respect on a global scale, right? Chapter 196. Carrier-based aircraft crossing the ocean's edge. At the base in the island nation, Koizumi Aikiru is seated with officials from the base. All watching the live stream of the Contingency. The moment the aircraft take flight, he leaps to his feet, exclaiming, "It's this fighter jet." It is indeed a carrier-based aircraft, and it seems there are quite a few of them. Ikiru, what are you saying? Inquires Hirata Ikii, the commander of the Air Self-Defense Force at the base. Commander, the very aircraft that engaged us last year was this type. I just never expected they would be carrier-based from their spacecraft. Koizumi Ikiru continues, but trails off, reluctant to revisit that event which claimed the life of a comrade, leaving a shadow in his heart. Hirata Ikii gestures for Ikiru to sit, then turns to the highest defense officer present at the base. This broadcast has revealed much. Did you notice the moment the hangar doors opened and the instant shot inside? Miyamoto Ikiru does not respond directly, instead signaling for them to continue watching the live stream. The space inside is vast, densely packed with many carrier-based aircraft. This is a terrifying signal, as I believe air supremacy will soon lie in their hands, and losing that means losing strategic initiative. Not only us, but the Americans must also be astounded. The global landscape is about to undergo a massive transformation. Sai, when you set out on maritime patrols, you should follow the routes of the past 6 months. Avoid them wherever possible. Our island nation's military strength has already been left in the dust. I now suspect the Americans are feeling insecure. Otherwise, why would it be so quiet today? Miyamoto continues to watch the broadcast, eagerly awaiting the final highlight, only to be surprised once again as the live stream reveals the carrier-based aircraft flying around the Aerospace mothership several times, each pass faster than the last, then hovering in formation above the mothership, queuing to enter the internal hangar. The live stream camera captures an extended detail shot of the hovering aircraft. Wow, they are unmanned drones, carrier-based drones. Such precise control technology. This live stream is quite impressive, as Huaxia has not held back at all. What of it? We also possess vertical takeoff and landing carrier-based aircraft, the Harrier. Heh, you mean from Great Britain? Please, your Harriers struggle to land on a flat deck? To park them accurately in a hangar like this, I suspect 9 out of 10 would crash, and the last one would merely luck into it. Did you pay attention to their speed as they passed? I felt it was astonishingly fast. Finally, someone who understands. I just calculated roughly. Based on the video frame rate and reference objects, the speed of those carrier-based aircraft is no less than 6 Mach. Indeed, there are experts among the viewers. If that is the case, it's impressive, as that speed rivals ordinary cruise missiles. Today has been quite an eye-opener. 6 Mach? Does that mean they could chase down missiles? Incredible! The main event. Is it not time for this behemoth to take flight? Otherwise, the people of H Nation will claim it is fake news, that it cannot fly, and so forth. The viewers on YouTube are eagerly anticipating, while domestic viewers are busy flooding the comments. It has become a blur, with one user leading the charge and typing Huaxia is mighty, and then it spiraled out of control, filling the screen with those 4 characters. Creating quite the lively atmosphere. By 10 o'clock, the number of people watching the live stream and television broadcast has peaked, with groups of friends gathered together, families of all ages seated in front of their televisions. Today, the people of Huaxia have collectively taken a day off, just to witness the Kunpeng's ascent into the skies. Local television stations have not taken a holiday, busy as ever. They have no complaints. For barring any unforeseen circumstances, today's viewership will likely break records. Look, the guests are about to exit. The guards have entered. This must be to clear the area in preparation for takeoff, right? It should be. How exhilarating! I must open a bottle of beer to calm my nerves. Wait for me upstairs. Let us drink together. Ha-ha-da-do. There are also foreigners preparing to board. What does this mean? At this moment, the host begins announcing that the Aerospace mothership is about to embark on its maiden voyage, as well as the special guests for this inaugural journey. Finally, the main event of the day is upon us. Alas, to my astonishment, Dilly Reba has indeed graced the guest list for the inaugural flight in the artistic realm. There are but a handful of individuals, and aside from her, the rest are venerable predecessors of great renown. Moreover, let us not forget whose girlfriend Dilly Reba is, Academician Chu, if I may remind you. Who was it that developed and oversaw the construction of this celestial mothership? Oh, I too wish to ascend. Where might Academician Chu be? Is it still timely for a proposal? It would be wise for those above to reflect upon their own reflections, in the lounge area, esteemed guests from both domestic and international spheres. Alongside illustrious figures from the film industry, congregated in small clusters, champagne flutes in hand. They gazed at the grand screen showcasing the Kuenping, while simultaneously forging new friendships. For some, this occasion presented an exceptional opportunity to broaden their social circles. And thus, they cherished this moment immensely. Sigh, how enviable is Dilly Reba, who has made a striking appearance, accompanying the inaugural flight, Yu Ming. One of Huaxia's newly emerged four-flower actresses, possesses a pure visage and has recently starred in several well-received television dramas. What relevance does that hold? Her boyfriend is remarkable, after all. Academician Chu is, at present, arguably the most prominent figure in our nation, and without a trace of detractors, Yu Qingzhen remarked with evident irritation, hence the envy. Yu Mingming's subsequent utterance left Yu Qingzhen speechless. Within the central control center of the Kuenping, Chu Ge stood alongside Commander Wang, as all four captains took their positions. The flight officers commenced the final procedural checks before takeoff. Chu Ge chose not to accompany Dilly Reba at this juncture. He preferred to remain here, for although he could not directly engage, observing the captains deftly maneuvering this colossal vessel was indeed a unique experience. Report to the first captain, the nuclear fusion engine is functioning normally, and the ship's energy supply is stable. Report to the first captain, communication and radar signals are normal. The dock base has confirmed that the crowd surrounding our vessel has been completely evacuated. We are ready for takeoff. Report to the first captain, all crew members are prepared and ready for takeoff. The reports from the various system duty officers converged on the display screen before the captain. The two captains reviewed the data and hastened to Chu Ge and Commander Wang. Commander Wang, Academician Chu, the Kuenping is ready for launch. Very well, Academician Chu, for this inaugural ascent, I leave the command to you. Commander Wang turned to Chu Ge and nodded. Understood, command issued. Ignite the auxiliary engines of the Kuenping and ascend to cruising altitude. Chapter 197. Soaring to new heights in the lounge, guests leisurely sipped their champagne. When suddenly, a resonating roar echoed from outside, followed by a tremor beneath their feet. Is there an earthquake? Yu Mingming inquired with concern. I cannot say. Did you hear a rumbling sound akin to thunder? Quickly, let us step outside. Several young women, upon hearing this, rushed toward the exit, only to witness the magnificent Kuenping ascending rapidly into the sky. Its ascent was swifter than any rocket launch, shrinking in size within the blink of an eye. On the internet, viewers momentarily forgot to type, their eyes fixated on the breathtaking live broadcast, their fingers instinctively pointing at the screen. FCK. Come look, this behemoth has truly taken flight. In various power centers across the globe, including the Pentagon, the residence of the Japanese defense minister, and the Kremlin, prominent figures gazed in disbelief at the screens before them. They had indeed accomplished the unimaginable. The Kuenping Command Center. Chu Ge and Commander Wang stood immobile in stark contrast to the tumult outside. Report to the first captain, the auxiliary engines are functioning normally. Our vessel has ascended to 6,000 meters, requesting to ignite the main engine. Main engine ignition? Affirmative. The main engine has ignited. It is operating normally. And the data parameters are stable. Maintain minimum output power. Shut down all aft auxiliary engines. Understood. Maintaining minimum output power. Shutting down all aft auxiliary engines. Adjust the angles of forward auxiliary engines 1 and 6 to stabilize flight posture. Reduce speed to 100 km per second. Affirmative. Adjusting angles of forward auxiliary engines 1 and 6 to stabilize flight posture. Reducing speed to 100 km per second. Retain forward auxiliary engines 1 and 6. Shut down the remaining auxiliary engines. Understood. Retaining forward auxiliary engines 1 and 6. Shutting down the remaining auxiliary engines. The dock base. Onlookers gazed skyward at the colossal aircraft, and in the next instant, the Kuenping flashed before their eyes like a meteor. A thunderous sound erupted, reminiscent of a violent thunderstorm, as a thunderclap reverberated overhead. The sound of the celestial mothership tearing through the air. Following the explosive noise was a cascading rustle, eerie and disconcerting. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, while timid girls covered their ears and crouched down. In the sky, the Kuenping had vanished, leaving behind a wispy trail reminiscent of a meteor's wake as it streaked through the atmosphere. As the celestial mothership disappeared from view, online commentators returned to reality, fervently typing away. Goodness, this speed cannot merely be described in terms of Mach, can it? I saw a flash of light, and then it was gone. Was that a blink skill? Are you playing too much LOL upstairs? This is terrifying. Has Huaxia acquired some form of extraterrestrial technology? This hardly resembles earthly science. Wow, upon further reflection, this is quite alarming. The ascent speed was indeed rapid. It must have been the auxiliary engines at work before the main engines ignited in midair. The auxiliary engines provided vertical thrust, akin to a vertical takeoff aircraft. Did you notice how many auxiliary engines this behemoth possesses? 12 engines. I am not concerned with the number. Did you not observe that the flames emitted from these engines differ from our current ones? Impressive observation, esteemed one. You're quite astute in your analysis. Typically, rocket and aircraft exhaust flames are orange or blue due to explosive combustion, yet this spacecraft's exhaust is bright white. There is only one possibility. This is not a chemical fuel engine but a new type of engine, such as nuclear fusion, standard for starships. Is a real-life Star Wars unfolding? Is Huaxia defying the heavens? No wonder they speak of establishing an interstellar fleet. Judging by this, the Kunpeng is ill-suited for terrestrial operations. Its operational domain should be outer space. Thus, humanity has entered the era of starry seas, led by Huaxia. What are we waiting for? Let us cling to the coattails. We have no objections. The world is due for a change in leadership. The only concern is whether the Americans will accept this gracefully. I suspect the most discomfort lies with the Americans, who have suddenly realized their diminishing relevance. The Americans, no matter their plight, remain superior to your monkey nations. Huaxia must have pilfered our aerospace technology. Otherwise, how could they leap to this extent? That tone of voice is rather familiar, isn't it? Hey, have you noticed that it seems two countries are absent from the live chat? They probably succumbed to despair. Within the celestial mothership, Chu Ge gazed at the fleeting clouds ahead and suddenly recalled something. Commander Wang, are there no commercial airliners in this airspace? There are none. The time slots are strictly regulated. As the Kunpeng ascends, all commercial flights on the ground are grounded, and those in the air are prohibited from reaching this altitude. During the Kunpeng's cruise, they cannot ascend or descend at will. Oh, that explains why it can only cruise within our airspace. Venturing outside would pose coordination challenges with air traffic control. Why not head directly into space? Why expend effort on Earth? Chu Ge exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Dio, you think I haven't suggested that? The military prohibits it, citing safety concerns. Moreover, there are esteemed guests aboard today. If you whisk them off into space, our crew is trained to adapt. But they are not. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ge found the reasoning quite plausible. However, the speed of the celestial mothership was so swift that it had already circled the edges of Huaxia in a mere 6 minutes and 33 seconds, hardly sufficient for a warm-up. Commander Wang regarded Chu Ge, who smiled and nodded. Captain Wu, let us make another lap. Understood, Commander Wang. Another 6 minutes and 33 seconds later, Chu Ge turned to Commander Wang. Commander Wang, shall we make yet another lap? I believe that is acceptable. Captain Wu, please, report to the first captain. The civil aviation authorities are in an uproar. If airspace is not reopened soon, several aircraft circling above will run out of fuel. Captain Wu glanced awkwardly at Commander Wang and Chu Ge. Well, very well. Let us return to the dock base. Affirmative. Captain Wu returned to his command post to coordinate the landing. Academician Chu, that will suffice for today. We have showcased what we needed to. We cannot be solely self-indulgent. Those on the ground await our return. Next time, when we venture to the moon, we can first orbit the solar system a few times. There is plenty of space there. Commander Wang patted Chu Ge on the back, whispering in his ear, I must hasten my preparations. Speaking of which, I used to believe that our territory in Huaxia was sufficiently vast. But upon reflection today, it appears inadequate. The Earth is as it is, and perhaps we should consider planting our flags on each of the 8 planets within the solar system. Commander Wang, what do you think? I believe it is a splendid idea. You can take charge of the flag materials. Fabric simply won't suffice, especially for Mercury's design, which would be obliterated in no time, and no problem at all. As the two engaged in their hushed conversation, the Kunpeng had already descended gracefully at the dockyard base. Chu Ge and his companions returned to the surface, where the surrounding crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Huaxia is magnificent. Huaxia is magnificent. Huaxia is magnificent. Chapter 198. Mecha Warriors. The colossal creature has returned, and it seems it hasn't flown very far. Perhaps it is due to its maiden voyage. Such large military equipment adheres to strict testing protocols, not allowing for arbitrary flight durations. The upstairs explanation is quite accurate. though it is regrettable that we may only witness this event once. In the future, such occurrences may be rare. I strongly suggest that the Huaxia officials arrange for more live broadcasts. Sigh, when will our Peacock Nation possess a spacecraft? You folks in the Peacock Nation should first focus on fixing your toilets. I suspect you wouldn't even manage to construct a proper restroom for a spacecraft. F you, that's all you have, a flashy behemoth? What else do you possess? Your comprehensive national strength still pales in comparison to our Peacock Nation. Such unfounded confidence. Wait a moment, do you see that in the live broadcast? What are those? As the camera panned to a distant view, 3 unidentified objects soared through the sky, leaving long trails behind them, moving at astonishing speed. Missiles, goodness, this could spell disaster. Who dares launch missiles at this moment? Is this an attempt to ignite a world war? Who but the Americans would dare? Haha, incredible. Surely this spacecraft won't retire just after entering service. IT appears to be in the final sprint phase. Interception is impossible now. Huaxia may face humiliation before the world. Asia is still watching our great Huaxia. With such missiles, it's all dependent on whether this spacecraft is equipped with a close-range air defense system. What missiles? Why do they seem to be flying slower now? Aren't missiles supposed to accelerate? No, something is amiss. The shape seems rather peculiar. The live broadcast fell silent for a moment, and at that moment, the unidentified objects began to adjust their positions, the camera shifting to an aerial view. Soulblade had transitioned from a diving state to a hovering position. 3 humanoid mechas stood in a triangular formation above the aerial mothership. Slowly descending, the camera followed them closely, and with a thud, they landed steadily on the side of the Kuanping. The 2 mechas moved to flank Soulblade, and the trio stood atop the aerial mothership, gazing down upon the crowd. Is this Transformers? Are we filming a movie? CG? Has Huaxia's CG technology reached such heights? How is it so lifelike? Let me share an explosive revelation. These are real mecha warriors. A friend of mine is on site. I just confirmed it via phone, and he is equally bewildered, but it is confirmed that it is not CGI. A lack of intelligence is truly terrifying. This is a live broadcast, not a post-production video. The special effects in live broadcast cannot possibly reach this level, and even if you had the world's most brilliant effects company handle the post-production, they couldn't replicate this. Because it is, indeed, real. Huaxia has truly showcased something extraordinary this time, and I am genuinely envious. Chu Ge looked up at Soulblade, which was currently positioned at the edge of the aerial mothership. The 3 mecha warriors scanning the crowd repeatedly, their head movements synchronized in frequency and amplitude. Seeing their comical actions, Chu Ge couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, Soulblade is striking poses again. Commander Wong, clear a space below for those 3 fellows. With their massive feet, I'd hate to see the Kuanping's armor damaged further. A single piece of armor could sustain me for a year. The guards quickly cleared a space, and Chu Ge waved upwards. Hey, you there, quit fooling around, come down. In the next moment, Soulblade, like a missile locking onto a target, descended directly onto the cleared area not far from Chu Ge, followed closely by the other 2. Salute! The 3 mecha warriors stood in a formation, executing a solemn military salute. Towering before the crowd like small mountains, Chu Ge compared the size of Soulblade to the Kuanping. Commander, this Soulblade would make an excellent ferry. Remember to call it next time you board the ship. I agree. Haha. When one is in high spirits, they tend to let loose, and today, Chu Ge was no exception, continuously joking with Commander Wong. Meanwhile, the crowd was too engrossed to pay them any heed. Their attention was fixed on the 3 mecha warriors. Soulblade, long time no see. Academician Chu, it's been ages. How have you been adapting to life in the hive? And how about your companions behind you? How do you all get along? The base is excellent. They are as they are. 3 sticks couldn't produce a sound. Academician Chu, you should really install a human-machine interaction system for them. And then, will they just chat with you every day? Should we prepare some snacks, beer, or the like? I'm broke. The last 2 words are the crux of the matter. However, I see you've made considerable progress. You can even recite proverbs now. Commander Wong stared, alternating his gaze between Soulblade and Chu Ge, thinking to himself that the way these 2 converse is indeed quite unique. Well, the military sent you here not just to beg for things from me. You can't just stand around. How about you put on a dance for everyone? This is your forte. Chu Ge tossed out the suggestion like a brothel madam, and Soulblade complied without resistance. Performing a lively dance with its two companions, domestic viewers were left utterly dumbfounded by this scene. What in the world? No way. This humanoid mecha can actually converse. The key is that it interacts so smoothly with Academician Chu. This is going to take off, brother. It was originally capable of soaring. It just floated down from the sky. Haha, the two upstairs are hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. Listening to Academician Chu, it seems the Mecha Warrior project has been in existence for quite some time. Wow, such dashing Mecha Warriors, and we had no idea. Please refrain from excessive flattery. The one that can talk is named Soulblade? Truly remarkable. I will be its loyal fan from now on. Speaking of which, I suddenly thought of a business opportunity. We must quickly create models based on these templates. They will undoubtedly be HIT. To be fair, their dance is quite impressive, even professional level. Just kidding, Soulblade has been training for a year. You know, Chu Ge observed Soulblade's significantly improved dancing posture, stroking his chin and nodding. Commander Wong, what arrangements does the military have for the Mecha Warriors? Are they merely here for a photo op? Or will they intercept missiles? Or perhaps disassemble them to showcase their internal components? Commander Wong was well aware of the situation in the Northwest and directly inquired. It is indeed true. We have already revealed quite enough today. I want to see if those shameless Americans still dare to claim that our military is opaque. You still don't understand them well enough, unless you present them with the manufacturing blueprints of Soulblade on a silver platter. They will still criticize you for military opacity. Their mouths are, after all, their own. Chu Ge nodded. This is indeed the Americans' persistent style. However, Soulblade has demonstrated its mobility, high intelligence, and agility. The weapon systems and armor must be kept under wraps. Perhaps we can catch them off guard later. The ceremony continued. After watching for a while, Chu Ge waved goodbye to Soulblade and walked toward the rest area with Commander Wong. The concert was scheduled for the afternoon, and after this series of activities, it was already noon. Chu Ge thought to come over and find something to fill his stomach.